In this world, there is both a hero and a demon king. A hero is one who fights in the name of the empire. As for the demon king, he is the true ruler of the demonic realm. Having encountered the hero in battle, the demon king said that it seemed that this time he was acting as the aggressor. The hero only waved his sword with a cry and did not answer. The hero receives his powers from the world and uses them for one single purpose: to kill the demon king. On the other hand, the demon king exists only to kill the hero. The demon king waved his hand, striking purple lightning on the ground between them, and one person from the hero's party said that he was already behind him. A demon from the king's army ran up to the man and told the others to stop the people. A girl with a magic wand named Ririnel quickly arrived on the battlefield and, kicking the man, shouted that they would deal with these weaklings. People from the hero's squad became very nervous when they saw her. After all, she was one of the squad leaders loyal to the demon king. There are a total of 12 official squads, numbered 1 through 12. They are the cruel and powerful subordinates of the demon king. All the detachment commanders gathered together and, attacking the people at once, shouted that they would destroy them all. One of the commanders named Isilde swung his sword, delivering a powerful blow, and after him, Ririnel used her magic and summoned a magic circle, after which she laughed loudly, firing rays of light at her opponents. They say that no one can resist them, but even such demons find it difficult to deal with a hero. The hero thrust a sword into the ground and golden sparks began to emanate from it. After this, a shock wave passed. The demons covered their faces from the rising wind and dust. They were surprised by the hero's strength. However, there is someone who has already killed the hero once. Commander of the Zero Squad, Dion Hart, known in the demonic kingdom as the Demon Erit. The moment the hero used his power, he appeared on the battlefield, and a second later he was already dead. His essence as the Joker of the Demon King is already well known. He is, among other things, the talent that is most valued by the king. When Dion threw his resignation letter on the king's table, he looked at it puzzled, after which he said that he would like to quit. The Demon King remained silent, pondering his words, and then hit the table with his pen, breaking it, and exclaimed, "What did he just say?" Out of rage, he hit the table with his palms, causing it to crack, and all the papers scattered around the office. One of these documents flew into Dion's face, but he did not react to it. The veins on the king's face bulged with anger, and he asked how dare he try to leave him? After that, he ran out from behind the table and fell at the feet of his subordinate, hugging him and saying that he would never let him go. He looked up at him with a worried look and exclaimed, "He doesn't want this, right? Why is he suddenly doing this?" Dion looked away indifferently and remained silent. The Demon King stood up and asked, "Is there something he doesn't like about the castle? Subordinates do not show due respect? Are they discriminating against him because he is human?" His subordinate remained silent again and he frowned, thinking that this was impossible. The Demon Erit is one whose power cannot be rivaled, despite the fact that he is human. It has stunning power that cannot be obtained even through hard training. He is an object of universal veneration and respect. The strongest card is in his hands. But who has the courage to stop him? Dion finally replied that this was not so. His subordinates were not to blame for anything. The king calmed down a little and asked, "Then what is the reason?" He peered into his imperturbable face and thought that he could not understand from his facial expression what he was thinking about now. He said that if he doesn't tell then. His subordinate interrupted him and asked if he would kill him. The Demon King wanted to say something about his subordinates, but as soon as he heard his words he exclaimed, "What did he say?" He grabbed him by the shoulders and replied that he would never do that, he just wants to know the reason. Why does he say that when he knows how much he appreciates him? He started shaking him and asking, is it because he didn't send him to the border recently? Does he do this because his body is eager to fight? He understands that he can't do anything about it, right? Dion replied that this was not the case. But the king again began to worry about him, and he asked him to wait. He raised his voice and told him to calm down, after which the king fell silent. He frowned when he saw blood flowing from his subordinate's nose. He was shaken and said that he was bleeding again, and Dion put his hand to his nose and apologized for dirtying the floor. The Demon King became very worried about his condition and shouted to the whole castle that a doctor was needed here. Let them bring the doctor of the commander of the Zero Detachment. What does he even do when his commander is in this state? Soon Dion was seated on the sofa and Dr. Ben began to examine him, and the king walked from side to side, very worried about him. Ben raised his hand to Dion's palm and used magic, after which the king sat down on the sofa opposite and asked how he was. Ben replied that as he could have guessed, these were the consequences of the battle. The wound he received during the battle against the hero. The Demon King did not let him finish and said in a threatening tone that he did not call him here to listen to information he already knew. Let him find ways to cure him as soon as possible. If he fails, he himself knows what awaits him, right? Ben got nervous and after a short pause replied that he knew it, he would do his best. After this, the king invited Dion to continue their conversation later. Let him come back and focus on getting better. He called out to those standing outside the door and told them to take the commander of Squad 0 to his room. Several demons in white coats entered the room and began to carry out the order, after which Ben grabbed Dion by the hand and led him to the exit, and he asked him to wait and said that he was fine, he could walk there himself. Ben did not agree and replied that he would rather take him. After that, Dion was placed on a medical gurney and taken to his room. They drove him along the corridor and the demons that crowded there began to ask, "Did the commander of the 0 squad start bleeding again?" The demon replied that he threw himself on the hero's body when he decided to self-destruct. Frankly, it's surprising that he escaped with minor injuries. Rumor has it that even in his relaxed state, he is still the second most powerful, right behind the Demon King. Another demon said that he was the talent closest in strength to the king. He truly respects him even though he is human. Another demon agreed with their words and said that it was such a great happiness that he was with them. As expected from the commander of Squad 0. Listening to their conversations, Dion thought that he had screwed up. But he just wanted to leave and start a happy life, drinking tea every day, sleeping and having fun, but they continued to say whatever they want. Soon they reached the door of his room and the demon told everyone to hurry up. He's already here. They went inside and Dion thought, did he kill the hero? Is he strong? The demons laid him on the bed and the girl asked if he was hurting somewhere. His pulse returned to normal. Another demon told the others to give him wet towels now, he has a fever. They put a cool towel on his forehead and he thought it was all nonsense. After the demons finished all the procedures, they decided to leave him alone and bowing their heads said goodbye and told him to rest. Lying on the bed, Dion thought, is he the demon Eret? No, he's Dion Hart. He nervously clutched the blanket in his hands and thought that in the castle of the Demon King he was not who they thought he was. He is the weakest person. Soon the maid brought him water and said that she would take the glass with her as soon as he finished drinking. He drank the water and handed her the glass, thanking her. But when he put the glass back on the tray, he accidentally touched her hand and she twitched, causing the glass to begin to fall. She broke her fall and excitedly apologized to him, but he remained silent, and after a short pause asked her to leave. She obeyed and went to the door, smiling as she thought that their hands had touched. He waited until she left and sighed heavily, saying that it seemed like she hated him. It even hurts him that she didn't want her hands to touch him. In comparison, the Demon King is very worried about him, but remembering when, during another illness, he left the room and the Demon King found him, he exclaimed, "Why is he wandering around the corridors when he has not yet fully recovered?" He told his subordinates to look after him. When he ate, the king noticed his small portion and asked how he would even restore his strength when he only eats this. After these words, he threw a huge chicken on the table and Dion said that it was too much. Every time the king saw him not in bed, he was worried and did not give him a pass. He lay down on the bed and thought that the demons in this kingdom must take everything to extremes. He is the only person in this demon realm born with the weakest body that suffers from the slightest stress. He was mistakenly mistaken for a strong man and therefore was appointed commander of the 0 squad, making him a direct subordinate of the Demon King. For now he can lie about the consequences of the battle with the hero, but if someone finds out that he was born with a weak body then... A picture of the Demon King cutting off his head popped into his head and he immediately jumped out of bed, screaming loudly. He grabbed his neck with his hand and sweating with fear, he thought that he would die, he could no longer be here. He imagined how the commanders of other troops, along with the king, were laughing at him, mistaking him for a toy, and began to bite his nails with the thought that he must leave this place in the most peaceful way possible, no matter what the cost. He is going to live a long and carefree life. The only way to achieve this is to leave the demonic realm. Suddenly the chandelier in his room swayed, his deputy, Ed, loudly opened the doors to his room and called out to him in concern. Dion called back to him in surprise and asked if he had just returned from the human world. Ed came to his bed and confirmed his words, after which he took out a cube and said with a smile that he had brought him a new thing known as a mirror cube. Looking at his radiant smile, Dion thought that he was one of the demons around whom he could feel calm. He visits the human world and brings back trinkets with which he can relieve boredom. His deputy handed him the cube and said that he could have fun with it, but suddenly he stopped short and exclaimed that that was not what he wanted to say. Did he faint? Dion looked at the cube and replied that everything was fine now. Ed asked what fine? What can they do to spare him the consequences of that battle? He closed his eyes and clenched his hand into a fist, beginning to curse that hero, and his commander answered him in his thoughts that they should probably let him be reborn. But instead he replied that he had brought the trouble upon himself. Ed exclaimed loudly that something was wrong. Wasn't he the one who stopped the hero, for the sake of all of them? Dion thought that this was not so. Ed's face darkened with rage and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying that he would find a way to cure him, even if it meant beating Ben. Dion thought, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Demons are truly frightening creatures. After that Ed wished him a good rest, and he saw it off with a smile. When he left, he thought that no demon was more worried about him than he was. He can only thank him for this. The Demon King also cares about him, although sometimes he goes too far. But he was able to survive here thanks to the king, but it's still too much. He hopes nothing else will cause misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the king was in his office and took his letter of resignation. Having read this and remembering the expression on his face, from which he could not understand the course of his thoughts, he grinned and thought that his actions could not be predicted from their very first meeting. The first time he saw him was when he stood near the hero's corpse. The demons that saw this began to ask, did he just kill this hero? The demon replied that it looked like that. He not only killed him, but also protected them from the wave of his self-destruction. But how does he stand on his feet after taking such a blow? The Demon King thought that the Empire had sent a rather interesting guy. After that he approached him and asked what his name was. He thought that he had shown such great courage and loyalty by jumping out into the middle of the battlefield for the Empire. He can't believe they sent someone so useful here. Then Dion looked up at him and wiped the blood from his face, saying his full name. The Demon King thought that if he were in their place, he would not send such a person to die an inglorious death. He extended his hand to him and asked him with a smile if he would like to join the army of the Demon King. Reminiscing about the old days, he said that he was too free after joining them. Not that he could send him on a mission. Suddenly his gaze came across an interesting document that was lying on the table. He took it and skimmed the text before smiling. He immediately called his subordinate and said that he was announcing a gathering of all detachment commanders. Let her gather everyone, immediately. The girl obeyed him and left, and he looked at the document again and said with a smile that Eret should be pleased with this. Meanwhile, Dion was lying under the blanket, but felt a chill, as if someone was talking about him. Soon he was summoned to the Demon King and, leaving his room, he felt extremely upset. One of the demons greeted Lord Eret, but immediately fell silent upon seeing his expression. Dion walked quickly down the corridor, clenching his fists furiously, and thought that he had lost his chance to get the rest he wanted because the Demon King had called him to him. He himself asked him to rest, and now for some reason he suddenly organizes a meeting of commanders. He nervously bit his lower lip and thought, does that mean all the living squad leaders will gather there? He can't believe that he has to meet with all the commanders when even ordinary demons scare him to death. Does he want him dead or what? The demons he passed by asked if he was better yet. The other demon replied that he seemed angry at the sudden challenge. Hearing this, Dion thought that he needed to keep his face. He took a deep breath and relaxed his face with the thought that it was better not to conflict. If there is a fight, he will not win. The demoness soldier asked, is he the man from the rumors? This is the first time she sees him in person. What was his name? The demon who was standing next to her sighed with a smile and put his hand on her shoulder, and then called her new girl and asked if she still couldn't remember his name. Let her listen carefully. He was at the moment when he killed the hero. And when the Demon King asked his name, he slowly turned around and indifferently replied that he was the demon Eret. He asked with admiration, so what? Now she won't be able to forget his name. She said in surprise that this was the most demonic name she had ever heard. Dion threw an angry look at them and shouted in his thoughts that he then said that his name was Dion Hart. Noticing his gaze on himself, the demon hid behind the new girl and told her to be careful. He thinks he is in a bad mood. There seem to be rumors that he has accumulated stress from not being able to fight. He better leave before he kills them simply for standing in his way. They hastily disappeared from Dion's field of vision and he, hanging his head dejectedly, thought that he could kill them. He couldn't win. He is 100% weakling. Where does he get this feeling that the misunderstanding is only deepening over time? Well, if he looks at the positives, then thanks to this no one will bother him. If he was caught here, he would die immediately, so he couldn't let anyone know that he was weak until he got out of the demonic realm. So he must act confident. At the end of the corridor he saw the doors to the meeting hall and 2 guards who were chatting about something. He approached them and thought that he should act as if he was not afraid of anyone. Noticing the movement, the guards paid attention to him, and as soon as they saw his face, they shuddered in fear. Dion put on an indifferent expression and, thinking that he was the commander of the Zero Squad, the demon Eret, looked at the guards. They greeted him in fear, and he ordered them to open the door. After that, the doors swung open and Dion walked inside, accompanied by the words that last, but not least, the commander of the Zero Squad was joining the meeting. All eyes immediately fell on him and the Demon King grinned, saying that he had come. Seeing so many strong demons inside, Dion could not maintain an indifferent expression on his face and became tense, thinking, what kind of atmosphere is there? The commander of the first detachment, Jakar, looked at him and said that he should sit next to the king. Asild looked at the commander of the Zero Squad and thought that he seemed like a weakling. He can't believe it's not so. He would like to fight him. The commander of Velaton's 6th Squad asked if the fact that he had reached his goal was an excuse for being late. The commander of the 4th Squad, Idalia, who was sitting next to him, hit him on the shoulder and he exclaimed, "What the hell?" She replied that she was sure he had his reasons. Ririnel clenched her fists, looking displeasedly at Velaton, and thought that he was impudent. How dare this mountain of muscles disrespect Lord Eret? Under their gaze, Dion nervously sat down next to the king and thought why so many commanders had gathered here. He is so scared and tense. He wants to go back to his room. The Demon King turned to him and asked if he was okay. Dion confirmed his words and apologized for being late, and he replied that he shouldn't apologize, he obviously didn't do it on purpose. Dion remained silent and thought that, actually, on purpose, because he didn't want to come here. The servant with a smile approached the commander of the Zero Squad with a bottle in his hands, and said that he would pour it for him. He put a wine glass on the table and poured a drink into it, and Dion closely watched as it filled. Although he had a firm expression on his face, in his heart he was beaming with joy, thinking that he would finally drink alcohol. He raised the glass to his mouth, and thought that during meetings in the demonic kingdom he could drink as much alcohol as his heart desired. That's why he showed up anyway, despite his reluctance to show up. But when he took a few sips, he looked puzzled at the contents of the glass, and realized that it was not alcohol. He asked in a firm voice, "Is this grape juice?" Idalia shuddered and looked at him cautiously, and the Demon King smiled nervously. An oppressive silence reigned in the meeting hall, creating an eerie atmosphere. Dion put the wine glass on the table and, looking at the commander's glass opposite him, said that the other's drinks looked like alcohol. With a dissatisfied face, he looked around the entire hall with a terrifying look and thought, is this discrimination against him? The Demon King covered his face with his palm and sighed tiredly, asking him to stop. It was he who ordered him to pour the juice. His subordinate looked at him from under his brows and asked why they poured this for him. The king asked, does he really not understand? Dion mentally replied that he did not understand. Is this discrimination against people? Suddenly a thought came into his head, which made him shudder. Does he save alcohol on it because he realized how useless it is? Did he finally find out the truth? In that case, is this meeting called to announce its end? The Demon King looked at him with a smile and told him to listen to him before getting angry. There's a reason he called everyone here. Dion shuddered and thought that this was really their plan. The king approached the commander of the 6th Division and told him to share the details of the documents he had provided him. Velaton agreed and said that despite the fact that the 12th Squad had been defending the settlement all this time, the number of monsters had increased sharply. Therefore the unit can no longer hold the line. After demonic monsters destroyed half of a small settlement, they evacuated the remaining settlers behind the fortress wall of a large city. However, they don't know how long the city will hold out, so they need reinforcements to defeat the monsters. One of the commanders asked where the commander of the 12th detachment was. He was killed? Another commander asked, are ordinary demonic monsters? The commander told him to watch his words, even they could become a formidable enemy if they attacked together. He exclaimed, but these are just failed creatures, aren't they? Dion thought they made such a fuss. Although he can understand their surprise. Demonic monsters, among the demons created by the Demon King, they are emotionless creatures, guided only by their instincts and desires. They are so-called failed creatures. He cannot believe that the commander of the 12th squad could lose. But how does this relate to him? Veliton continued by saying that they are at war every day because there are too many demonic monsters. They don't know why their numbers have increased dramatically. The Demon King said that the now deceased hero was killing them. It is not surprising that he died when the monsters gathered in one settlement. And the hero is dead at the hands of Lord Eret. Silence reigned in the hall again, and Dion, nervously biting the bottom corner, thought, so what's the matter? Do they intend to kill him under this pretext? But above all, he did not kill the hero. He looked up at the Demon King with an irritated look and thought, what's more important, wasn't it the king himself who tried to kill him? If anyone is to blame, it's him. His face darkened with horror, and in his thoughts asked the king to say at least something. Noticing his gaze on himself, the king understood what he wanted to say and thought that he knew it. He smiled and with a confident look told Dion not to worry, Squad 0 will go to the site as reinforcements. These words flashed through Dion's head like a bolt from the blue, and he thought in shock, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? The Demon King's smile brightened, and he said that he should go there and relieve his stress. He thought he did a good job, didn't he? He knew that he wanted to go there. Veliton thought that the king was speaking as if he was sending him on a tour of the surrounding area. He believes that the commander of the 0 squad can do what the commander of the 12th could not. How strong is he that he deserves such trust? Dion's whole body trembled, and he, glaring at the king, said that his body was not in the best shape now. In his mind he asked him not to let him go, let him tell him not to go there. Hearing this, Asild asked, doesn't he want to go? Jukka replied that this was not the case. It may seem to them that he is looking for an excuse not to go after hearing the report, but however, most likely, he is simply suppressing a fierce desire to go there, calmly assessing the state of his body. Dion's face darkened even more, because the misunderstanding grew every minute. Asild asked, this is how it is? This is amazing. Jukka nodded and thought that although he still did not trust him, his behavior was worthy of a great commander. Asild looked at the commander of the 0 squad with admiration and smiled slightly, thinking, is he not only strong, but also capable of making informed decisions? His desire to fight him grew even stronger. Noticing his gaze on him, Dion shuddered, after which the Demon King asked him not to overexert himself. He could simply take command of his squad and relieve stress in that settlement. It's not difficult for him, right? Dion looked at him dissatisfied and replied in his thoughts that it was difficult. An admiring, friendly atmosphere reigned in the hall, and Dion, looking at the smiles of the commanders, thought that he would never go there. He wishes he could say so, but he doesn't think he has a say. He clenched his fists, making an important decision. He closed his eyes nervously, thinking about it, and then with a frightened face said that in that case he would go. He thought that it didn't matter to him whether the Demon King allowed it, he would definitely escape from this demonic realm. Soon, under the cover of darkness, he set out on a carriage for the settlement along with his detachment. He sighed heavily and thought that this day had finally come. As he tried to escape, Day X only got closer. He remembered how he was packing his luggage to escape, and the king, having caught him doing this, sighed with a smile and asked if he was already getting ready? Does he really want to go that bad? He's sorry he's sending it so late. Dion then became very worried and had to confirm his words. Not that he could tell the Demon King that he was going to flee to the Empire. Of course, even in the Empire he would have had a hard time. After all, there is a mad emperor who sent him to the king, and a brother who hates him to death. But this, it seems to him, is much better than facing inevitable death from a collision at the clutches of monsters. He tiredly covered his face with his palm and told himself that he had better think about this in a positive way. He pulled back the curtain and, looking at his second-in-command who was riding next to him on a horse, thought that he had heard that the 0 squad, like Ed, knew their stuff, so he could just retreat, play his part, and they would take care of the rest. The demon who was riding next to Ed said that they would soon reach the settlement, and he told him to keep in line and not relax. Dion drew the curtain and put his hand on the bag next to him, wondering if he needed to do anything at all. Even the king told him not to overwork himself. He untied the bag, and feeling for something inside, said that since the worries were over, he would enjoy time alone with himself. With a smile on his face, he took out a bottle of the demonic realm's special alcohol from the bag. This is a rare alcohol, created only in the demonic realm, which has an exquisite taste, therefore it is loved by many demons. Dion remembered how he stole the bottle during the break and said that because of the king he couldn't drink it during the meeting, but they don't know him if they think he'll give up so easily. He uncorked the bottle and said that they say that this alcohol is so luxurious that he will go to heaven from bliss. So he should at least try it before he dies, right? He raised the neck of the bottle to his mouth and closed his eyes, beginning to pour alcohol into himself. After taking a couple of large sips, he sighed loudly in lips, saying that this is great, demons are good at drinking. He finally feels alive. Thus, the trip of the commander of the Zero detachment took place under good alcohol. After a while, Ed looked at the carriage windows and thought that he was being quiet. He even closed the curtains. He became worried and wondered if he still felt unwell. Most likely it all comes down to that incident before their departure. When Dion opened the carriage door and stopped to look at the headless horses, a guy from his squad excitedly called out and asked him to wait. He understands that he wants to ride a horse, but let him think about his health. He should ride in a carriage until he is fully recovered. Moreover, such an order was given by the Demon King. Dion looked at him and raised one eyebrow in confusion, thinking, what is he talking about? Of course he must ride in a carriage. Who even said that he wanted to ride that ferocious beast? After a short pause he replied that he understood and got into the carriage. He thought that he was just looking out of interest, and Ed looked at him worriedly, and then closed the door and looked down sadly, thinking that since he had been serving him for a long time, you could say that he wanted to ride a horse. Remembering this, he thought that since he restrains many of his desires on a regular basis, he wants to tell him to do as he wants. But the order of the Demon King was given for the sake of Sir Eret himself. He remembered the Demon King's opinion about this. He then exclaimed, is he crazy? He thought that riding a horse would have a positive effect on his health, knowing what condition he was in. The voice of a member of the squad pulled him out of his thoughts, saying that the settlement was right on course. The closer they got, the brighter it became and ash began to fly in the air. They arrived very close to the settlement, and saw that everything around was on fire and smoke. Driving through the streets past many corpses, they said that it was terrible. Ed looked around and said that he thought the demonic monsters had already destroyed everything here and left. He sharply pulled the reins to the side and said that they were probably nearby, they needed to go after them. Suddenly one of the squad members shouted that they were ahead. Seeing several goblins, wolves and larger monsters, they exclaimed in fear that they were monsters. Ed asked if they were waiting for them at the entrance. He ordered them to prepare for battle. All members of the squad immediately dismounted from their horses and grabbed their weapons, after which Ed told them to fight for Sir Eret, who depended on them. They stood up for their commander, and when the monsters roared towards them, they ran towards them. The demons were masters of weapons, killing monsters in their path. The archer fired several arrows at the goblin, which immediately hit him, and the other rushed towards them. The whole battle took place in the main square. The demons killed the monsters, but others immediately approached. During the battle, Ed had to quickly retreat back and he, sliding along the ground, looked at the battle and bit his lip, saying that there was no end to it. Suddenly one of the squad members warned him of the danger, and at that moment a huge werewolf ran up to him and growled loudly. Ed looked up at him with a frightened look and cursed, realizing that he had let his guard down. Meanwhile, Joker came to the office of the Demon King and asked if they could cope with only the Zero squad. The king looked up from the documents and looked up at him, asking, is he talking about the destruction of demonic monsters? Joker asked, since there are quite a lot of monsters, should they send reinforcements? The Demon King shrugged his shoulders and replied with a smile that everything was fine. He assures that the Zero squad is strong. Besides, even if they face real danger, he is with them. At that moment, the commander of the Zero squad jumped out of the carriage and attacked the werewolf, stabbing him with daggers. A fountain of blood sprayed from the wound on the monster's chest, splattering Dion's face and clothes. Ed looked at the commander in concern and surprise, and when the monster's corpse fell, he called out to him. Dion remained silent and began to slowly approach him, and he again excitedly called him. He thanked him and said that he was about to ask for his help, but he immediately fell silent when Dion's dagger froze a centimeter from his face. He looked at him with a smile and asked, is he also his opponent? Ed leaned back in fear and thought that this is how Sir Eret behaves after he drinks. He answered excitedly that he was not his opponent at all, and thought, had he been drinking? But where did he get the alcohol? Dion quickly lost interest in him and turned his head to the side, looking at the huge monster nearby, and asked, in that case, is his opponent him? The monster immediately attacked him and hit him, but he didn't have time to do anything. Such a powerful blow threw Dion to the side, and when he hit the wall, a loud sound was heard and dust rose. Ed looked in his direction in fear and called out to him with concern, and at that moment Dion coughed up blood and slowly slid down the wall to the ground, leaving a bloody trail. Despite the pain, he smiled and looked at the monster, asking, "Is he right?" Immediately after this, he quickly stood up and approached the monster, swinging his daggers several times and inflicting many wounds on him. It was as if he was consumed by madness. It was enough for him to distinguish enemy from ally. While he was dealing with one monster, two attacked him from behind at once, but he noticed them and grabbed the daggers more comfortably. He turned around and at the same time swung his dagger, wounding one in the chest. After that, he headed towards the second one, stabbing him in the back and then in the chest, killing him, and with a wide smile on his face pierced the body of another monster. Looking at this massacre, the members of his squad were afraid. They all understood what the commander of the Zero Squad, the demon Errot, was like. Meanwhile, Dion kicked one monster and knocked it to the ground and, raising a dagger over it, said with a smile that now it was his turn. In his head there was only the thought that he should not leave anything alive behind him. Even if his opponent appears to be dead, he must continue to inflict injury. He plunged his dagger into the monster's corpse, striking the first blow, then the second and the third. He had to strike fear into his enemies. Seeing what he was doing with the corpse, the monsters got scared and began to retreat, and Dion laughed and continued to hit the monster with a dagger while its blood splashed on it. That's how he was able to survive in this world with such a weak body. As time passed, news of what happened in the settlement reached the Imperial Palace. A man in a robe knelt before the Emperor and told him about the commander of the Zero Squad. Emperor Eduardo Desert was interested in this, and the man said that a warrior sent on reconnaissance to the demonic kingdom reported that the commander of the Zero Squad was involved in this massacre. According to rumors, he showed incredible strength and cruelty. Eduardo said that he heard that this is the most valuable talent of the Demon King. That's right, the most valuable. These words make him miss someone. If they so want to get out of the demonic realm, they must also prepare. He already has the perfect candidate. How does he look at it? The man looked up at the Emperor, and he said that he would grant him a special opportunity to receive the achievement. The man immediately bowed his head and replied that he would accept any order from him. Eduardo asked, then why shouldn't he become that talent? Time passed and Dion remembered the 8-year war. For the glory of the Empire, this place was drenched in blood. The vanguard fell a noble victim on the front line. He pulled the dagger out of the corpse and shook off the blood, thinking that they were only the meat shield of the Empire. It was just hell. The soldiers fought bravely for the Empire and advanced on their enemies. Dion didn't want to go to this hell. He didn't want to risk his life fighting. Having killed another enemy, he thought, fight for the Empire? This is ridiculous. He didn't want any of this. Having cut the legs of the enemy, he attacked the one who attacked him from behind. He was not at all going to sacrifice himself for the sake of the Empire that sent him to this hell. He did everything to survive and refused to die according to their wishes. When there were no opponents left around, the steps of a stranger were heard behind him. He turned around and saw a man with the same face as his, but unlike him, he had a crazy look. He grabbed Dion by the hand and abruptly approached him, looking into his eyes. He had to survive at any cost and take revenge on them. Immediately after this, Dion woke up from a nightmare and screamed. He caught his breath and thought, was this a dream? Seems to be about something important. He stood up and looked around, wondering, is this his room? Ben, who was sitting next to him, asked if he finally woke up. Dion turned his gaze in his direction and, seeing him and Ed, said their names questioningly. His deputy cried and exclaimed in concern that he had slept the whole day, and Ben said that they managed to heal him while he slept. But if only he knew how shocked they were when they saw him come back covered in blood. He asked what they were talking about. And how did he get back here? What about the mission? Ed replied that the destruction of the demonic monsters was successful. They fled in fear, and they returned to the castle after he collapsed. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, apologizing to him. If only he were a little stronger. Dion asked in surprise, is the mission completed? How did he faint? Ben said it looks like he has temporary memory loss. Apparently the injury was serious. The commander looked at him in confusion and he asked, does he not remember? He was hit by a demonic monster, but he also jumped up, so they didn't think anything bad. Dion thought, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? After that he repeated in surprise, memory loss? But suddenly he stopped mid-sentence and covered his face with his palm. Memories of the past battle flashed in his head at once. Not believing his memories, he thought, what does all this mean? His face darkened and he thought, was he drunk and rowdy? He thinks he passed out because he had too much to drink, not because of his injury. Ben said with a smile and admiration that he heard that Squad 0 completed the mission without a single casualty, and there were a lot of monsters there. It's just incredible. Dion smiled wryly and replied that he had not done anything, and Ben said that he was still so modest. He gave up and sighed, thinking that he really hadn't done anything. Did Ed and Squad 0 figure everything out? He apologized to his deputy and said that he had interfered and caused nothing but trouble. Ed looked at him slightly surprised, and then replied that this was not true at all. He was simply incredible and had personally defeated countless monsters on the front lines. He is the very embodiment of a commander. Ben said that he still overestimated himself. They are aware of his strength, but now his body is weakened due to the effects of the battle with the hero. Ed nodded in agreement, and Ben, wiping his tears with a handkerchief, asked him to be careful. Dion awkwardly covered his face and thought, what are they talking about? How could he defeat the monsters? Ed was also upset and said that he understood that he could not fully trust them. He confidently clenched his hand into a fist and with tears in his eyes said that thanks to him they remained alive. So they will become stronger so that he can trust them and rest peacefully. Dion's stress level began to rise incredibly quickly, and he thought he was going to go crazy. They put too much pressure on him. He doesn't understand what they're talking about, but he doesn't have those abilities. He doesn't know anything anymore, he just wants to leave. At that moment, the commanders of the 3rd and 4th detachments entered his room and called out to him. Adelia raised her hand to her chest in concern and said that they heard that he had just woken up. Asild looked at her with displeasure and loudly told her to be quiet. The commander of the 0 squad was recovering. She exclaimed that he was much louder than her. Why did he follow her? Does he want her to play with him? He told her not to be a fool. He came to show respect to the commander of the 0 squad. Dion looked at them in shock and thought, why did they come? Are they really so close that they visited him? The commander of the 1st detachment entered the room and immediately said that they were both the same. Seeing him, Dion felt completely ill. Jakar crossed his arms and said that if they came to visit him, they should greet him quietly and leave. Can't they see that he's uncomfortable? Asild nervously hid his hands behind his back, and Adelia looked away to the side. Seeing only darkness on the face of the commander of the 0 detachment, Asild stammered and asked him for forgiveness. Having lost his composure, Dion threw up his hands and cursing loudly, told them to get out of here. He would like to do so, but alas, he cannot. He looked at them with a dissatisfied look and sighed, thinking, how could he get rid of them? Asild mentally cursed and thought that he was probably sensitive to noise because he had recently returned from a mission. He was acting too carefree. Jakar said that he understands how he feels, but he requests that he refrain from fighting within the walls of the Demon King's castle. They can't kill each other here. Dion raised one eyebrow in confusion and questioningly repeated his last words, after which he thought, who could he kill? This is simply ridiculous. It would be a miracle to land even one blow. If they found out how weak he was, they would show no mercy. Suddenly some idea related to this came into his head. He immediately turned his head towards the commanders, and this made them even more nervous. He wondered if he should teach them mercy for the sake of his future? He smiled and thought that they might spare him even after they found out how weak he was. Seeing such a terrifying smile on his face, Asild said that if he is angry, then he asks for forgiveness. His face became even more terrifying and he said that's right, he's angry. He thought he needed to choose his words carefully. But his voice is shaking, he shouldn't show emotion. After his words, the commanders became more nervous than before and fell silent. Dion said that there is no need to be violent just because he is angry. It doesn't hurt to show mercy sometimes. He raised his index finger and asked, do they understand? Mercy. Even when someone lies, when someone is weaker than them, they must learn to show mercy to their neighbor. He mentally asked them to show mercy to him and thought that it should work. He looked at them with a wide smile on his face and wide eyes and in his thoughts told them to remember this lesson well and be sure to spare him in the future. But the result of his words was completely different. Silence reigned in the room for a short moment, and the two commanders, trembling with fear, replied that they would keep this in mind. Dion thought, what kind of atmosphere is this? Didn't he put it super nicely? Did it really look like a sermon? Even though he's only human? Jakar thought that he is terrifying even when he forgives. He coughed into his fist and decided to change the subject, saying that he had heard he had completed the mission successfully. He must have worked hard. Adelia, whose fear had already disappeared after the recent words of the Zero Commander, said with admiration and joy in her voice that there was so much talk about him in the castle. They say that he killed half of all the monsters with his own hands. Dion started drooling at this news and they asked if he was okay. He covered his mouth with his hand in shock and confirmed their words, thinking, he killed half of all the monsters. What kind of ridiculous rumor is this? At this rate, he will begin to attribute the merits of others to himself. He looked up at Ed with a guilty look and apologized to them in his thoughts. But when he saw his face glowing with joy, he thought in shock what kind of expression he had on his face. Asild walked up to Dion's bed and leaned slightly, smilingly saying that he had also heard stories about his heroism and had come to ask for a favor. Dion moved back slightly and nervously asked, "Favor?" He thought that the conversation was going into some sinister direction. Asild said that in fact, this is a mere trifle. Once he fully recovered, could he ask him to spar? Dion remained silent and thought in horror that this was not even a battle with an ordinary demon. Sparring between him, the commander of the 3rd Division, leading the elite troops to protect the Demon King, and him? He asked dumbfounded, sparring? With him? Asild vigorously confirmed his words and said that he constantly hears about his brilliance, so he would like him to teach him a thing or two. Jaka was interested and said it sounded fun. He thought that the commander of the Zero Squad had not sparred with anyone since he took office. He also wanted to see the level of his skills. He wonders if he will accept this offer. Idalia really liked the idea of sparring and with a wide smile on her face she asked, he knows that the 4th Squad works with information, right? It will attract as many spectators as possible. Asild said displeasedly that even if they come in a crowd, the main thing is that they don't interfere. Dion asked them to wait and said that he didn't want any sparring, but he couldn't even refuse them, looking at their joyful faces. He became very nervous and thought, why do they decide everything themselves? Does this even make sense? He will be torn into a million pieces by one of his blows. He grabbed his head and said that he thought it would be quite difficult for him to accept this sparring, because he still hasn't left the battle with the monsters. He immediately stopped short and said that you could die like that, and then he completely started mumbling something and thought, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Asild was surprised by his words and, looking at him intently, thought, is he avoiding battle? But why? Dion noticed his gaze and thought that his eyes were full of suspicion. He thinks he can't get away with such frivolous excuses? Suddenly Jakar said that this is amazing. Asild and Dion immediately drew attention to him and he, thoughtfully raising his hand to his chin, told Asild that he was so confident in himself even against the commander. He had always wondered why the commander of the Zero Squad did not take part in the sparring, but now everything fell into place. In fact, he was concerned about his opponent's health. The commander of the 3rd and Zero Squads remained silent, looking at him dumbfounded, and then they looked at each other and Dion, pointing a finger at himself, raised one eyebrow questioningly. Realization came to Asild and he exclaimed in surprise, is this true? Dion exclaimed in his thoughts, what is this? Jakar said that the refusal was even better. Besides, not much time has passed since his last battle, so it will be more difficult for him to control himself. Asild continued for him, saying that once the sparring begins, it will only end after someone's death. Realizing this, he clenched his hands into fists and nervously thought that he had complete confidence in his victory. Although he always had the courage to offer to fight on equal terms with the commanders, he was never sure that he would emerge victorious. He looked carefully at the imperturbable face of the commander of the Zero Squad and thought, what kind of crazy steadfastness is this? He is an incredible talent recognized by the Demon King. He bowed his head and said that as much as it upset him, he could not guarantee his victory or say that he was ready to die. He doesn't have the heart to fight him to the death. He put his hands behind his back and bowed, saying that although it hurt his pride, he was grateful that he had listened to him. Dion, who was very surprised by his reaction, thought, did he accept the refusal? Ed thought with a smile that as expected, Sir Eret is incredible. He forced these hostile commanders to treat him with respect. Dion did not understand at all what had just happened, and thought about how he avoided sparring. Suddenly Asild looked up at him with a confident look and said with a grin that he had not given up yet. When he gains enough strength and confidence that he will not die, he will ask him to spar again. His frightening gaze lingered on Dion for several seconds and he, clenching his hands into fists, shouted in his thoughts to him to just give up already. Asild, after his own words, was inflamed with energy and said that this is great, he feels unprecedented enthusiasm, having given this promise to Sir Eret. Dion extended his hand to him and nervously asked to listen to him, but Isilde had already left the room and said goodbye, saying that he was off to training. He exclaimed, "When did he get so far?" After that the door slammed and Jakar said that he left, and Dion was still reaching out to the door. The commander of the first squad looked at him and said that he had no motivation to do anything for a long time, but he was finally able to light a fire in him. "This is good." Idalia said that it is very noisy. Dion sadly lowered his head and said that he was going crazy. He grabbed his head and began to fall onto the bed, and his deputy immediately ran up to him and held him, calling him excitedly and thinking that his temperature was rising again. He looked up at the commanders and apologized, saying that Sir Eret needed rest. Jakar agreed and apologized, saying he hoped he would get better soon, and Idalia wished him a good rest. Ben gave Dion water and he, with trembling hands, took the glass and began to drink. Only one thought was spinning in his head about how he could escape from the demonic kingdom. Before leaving, Jakar turned to him and asked when he was recovered enough to spar with the commander of the third squad, could he ask for that too? He will look forward to it. After that, he left the room, and Dion, silently looking after him, fell exhausted onto the bed and Ben called out to him worriedly. He covered him with a blanket and exclaimed that his heart was beating like crazy, and Ed asked his commander to calm down. Dion remained silent and thought that he should run away from here. Time passed, he went out into the street and, leaning his elbows on a column, sighed heavily and said that this was tiring. But he somehow managed to get out of there. After that incident, someone constantly came to him. Ed came in and asked if he should meet his squad. Everyone is waiting for him. Ben said that if he just sat in his room, he wouldn't get any better. If he wants to get better as quickly as possible, then let him add simple exercises to his routine. Even Isilde, completely wet with sweat after training, visited him again and asked if he wanted to see the Zero Squad. He will train hard to fulfill this promise. Let him just wait for him. All their never-ending visits had raised his stress level to an incredibly high level. Remembering this, Dion exclaimed, "What do they all need from him?" He kicked a nearby rock and shouted in rage that he just wanted them to leave him alone. This stone hit the head of a demon who was nearby, and he screamed loudly. Together with his comrades, he turned around and, rubbing the bump that had arisen after the blow, exclaimed, "Who was it? What kind of freak did this?" As soon as he saw who threw the stone, he immediately fell silent and became very nervous. Dion came out of the shadows and, looking at him with a deadpan expression, thought that this was bad. Was it really impossible to fly into someone else's head? He wanted to ask for forgiveness, but the demon interrupted him and stammered and asked, "Sir Eret?" He bowed to him several times and said that they welcome him, the commander of the Zero Squad. They apologized for causing him concern. Dion asked what concern? He saw behind the demons a small incubus, Hien, and they said that they taught him wisdom, since he blocked their path, being a lower incubus. But they have already sorted everything out, and will no longer interfere with him. Hien trembled with fear when he saw the commander of the Zero Squad, and meanwhile he thought that he had heard that incubi are the lowest demons in the hierarchy of the demonic world. So they created a group for bullying? The demons walked past Dion, and one of them with a nervous smile on his face said that they would go. He thought that he didn't seem to be in a good mood, so they needed to leave quickly. Dion turned his gaze to the incubus and thought that it was good that they left on their own, although he did not know why. But what should he do with this child? Since this is the first time he has seen a demon that is weaker than him, it causes concern. Meanwhile, the incubus became nervous and thought that he was looking at him. He heard that he usually behaves quietly, but if he suddenly gets angry, he shows cruelty unprecedented even for demons. He is sure that his presence irritates him. He closed his eyes and cried, thinking that this time he might actually die. But contrary to his expectations, Dion extended his hand to him and asked if he could stand up. His gaze softened, a smile appeared on his face, and he said that those idiots had already left, so don't let him worry. Hien looked up at him in surprise and thought that his eyes were not looking at him with disgust, but rather with good intentions. How long has it been since he was treated with such kindness? He looked uncertainly at his hand and he said that he was an incubus. Doesn't he feel disgusted by physical contact with him? In response, Dion grabbed his hand and pulled him towards himself, forcing him to stand up, after which he asked what was wrong? For that matter, he is human. Does he feel disgusted by him? Hien became worried and replied that of course not. How can he? Dion smiled and patted him on the shoulders, saying that he felt the same way, so don't worry. He thought, He is also trying to survive the demonic realm with all his might, right? Hien smiled and asked how he could be so kind to him. He is in complete admiration, he has never been treated with such warmth. He smiled with a sly look and said that he would like to pay him. Does he have any extra time? Dion raised one eyebrow and repeated in surprise, too much time? He feels like he's in a terrible mess. But maybe he just thinks so? At that moment the Demon King decided to visit him. Having entered his room, the first thing he wanted to do was ask him about his well-being, but not seeing him inside, he stopped and wondered where he had gone. Dion, meanwhile, was thinking about what to answer to the incubus. He thought it wasn't like he had anything to do. Hien approached him and said admiringly that he wanted to repay him for his help by giving him a tour of the garden and giving him herbs that relieve fatigue. Since he is very busy being a squad leader, if he has no time, he will understand everything. Dion became interested and asked, "Is there even a garden in the Demon King's castle?" He wondered if there really was a garden in this depressing and disgusting castle. The incubus bowed to him and confirmed his words, asking forgiveness for the late greeting. He greeted him and introduced himself, saying that he was the gardener who took care of all the plants in the Demon King's castle. Dion was slightly surprised and thought that even in the demonic kingdom there was such a peaceful profession. He rubbed his chin and began to smile, thinking about the garden. This is a place with beautiful flowers and greenery, fresh air. Isn't this the corner that he needs now? He said it sounded like the perfect place to calm his nerves. Can he ask him to show him the garden? Hien was delighted and said that he could trust him. He pointed his finger towards the garden and asked the commander of the Zero Squad to follow him, and he thought that finally he could breathe a sigh of relief. Soon they entered the garden and Hien, pointing to many flowers with his hand, said with a smile that they were there. Dion was delighted and thought that this was it. He said with a big smile on his face that it was so beautiful here. Hien smiled and sheepishly scratched the back of his head, and Dion began to enjoy nature. Refreshing aroma of greenery, fresh air. This is exactly what he needs. He decided to walk, and at the same moment the predatory plant opened its mouth wide, and when he approached, its saliva dripped onto his head and he was very frightened, jumping back. The plant's jaws closed, but it did not have time to bite him. Dion walked away and grabbed his heart, thinking, what was it? The incubus quickly approached the plant and said that it was impossible to attack Sir Eret like that. His tone became threatening and he asked, or should he teach him a lesson again? After this, the plant immediately calmed down and he, turning to Sir Eret with an apologetic smile, apologized to him and said that he thought he was just happy that he had come. Dion remained silent and nervously bit his lip, thinking that he was taking back his words about a weak demon. He's also crazy. He looked around the garden and was deeply immersed in the thought that this garden looked normal only at first glance. Are there only such plants inside the garden itself? He needs to get out of here. Hien called out to him worriedly and he apologized, saying that there was an urgent matter so he had to go. Hien got upset and asked, is it really? But there are cooler plants inside the garden. Dion got nervous and exclaimed that this is not what he wants. He needs to go to the training ground. The incubus reached out to take his hand and asked, is it a training ground? Dion excitedly pulled his hand away and said that he needed to see his squad at the training ground right now. Since he has been away from them for a long time, he feels that he must meet them, immediately. He hurriedly left the garden and said goodbye to him, and he extended his hand in his direction, trying to say something. After that he got upset and let go of his hand, saying that he had left. Judging by such a rush, he really is very busy. The carnivorous plant pushed him and he, touching it, asked what it was. Is he also sad that he left? Does he think he will come back? The plant licked its lips and Hien said with a smile that he needed to see him one more time and prepare a gift. He seems to really like plants. So you should give him the cutest plant from the garden, right? He hopes that he and Sir Eret will become even closer. Dion, meanwhile, said he still gets goosebumps. It was stupid to think that there would be someone normal inside the Demon King's castle. He entered the corridor and headed into the room, saying that the room would be best, because there were dangers everywhere outside. But suddenly he stopped and said that although he was using this as an excuse, he really needed to see the Zero Squad. Out of shame from the chaos caused by drunkenness, he postponed the meeting, but the Demon King and Ed continued to insist on it. He remembered the words of his deputy and clutched his heart, thinking that his words could not be called wrong. Since he is outside, he needs to at least show himself to them. They will still try for him. Because of today's traumatic experience, he is no longer afraid to meet them. Soon he arrived at the training ground and, looking around, said that he thought so, there was no one here. He walked to the center and thought that he had completed his task of coming, so he could leave, but it's not like everything could be solved by avoiding, and he wondered how strong the Zero Squad was. He walked around the area and wondered if there was a place where he could sit and wait. He noticed a rack of training swords and wondered if they trained with wooden swords. He took the sword and swung it, thinking that during the destruction of the monsters he was out of his mind and did not remember anything. He thinks this is a great opportunity to test himself. But as soon as he raised the sword, his hand immediately dropped under the weight of it. He tried to lift it, but he couldn't, and he thought that this sword was so heavy. His face turned red with shame, and he said with an awkward smile that he could hardly lift a wooden sword, let alone an iron one. He put the sword tip to the floor and put his hands on the hilt, after which he sighed tiredly, cursing his weakness. He just needs to get used to using a dagger. At the same moment, demons entered the training ground and Dion, hearing their surprised sighs, looked towards the entrance. At the door he saw Squad Zero looking at him in shock. Their mouths opened in surprise on their own and he thought, members of the squad? When did they get here? He hopes they didn't see anything. But this scene with the sword caused even more misunderstanding, because with his appearance in such a cool pose he aroused their admiration. They came closer to him and greeted him excitedly and asked if he was feeling well. He had not appeared for so long that they were already starting to worry. They were on a break now, so they weren't slacking off at all. Dion threw his sword and shuddered nervously, and the members of his squad came closer and with smiles and admiringly said that during the last mission he was inimitable. Dion thought, what's wrong with them? He spread his arms to the sides and, in order to calm down this endless admiring hum, asked them to calm down and said that he was fine, so let them relax. The members of his squad calmed down, and one of them said in a whisper that he still looked tired. The other replied that he always says that. Dion looked at them with displeasure and thought, what are they whispering about there? One of the squad members said that he was definitely not okay, because he had overdone it last time. They will protect their commander no matter what. They wiped away their tears and Dion thought, why are they looking at him like that? He decided not to dwell on it and sighed heavily, thinking that he would finish what he had to do and leave. He turned away from them and said that he wanted to come right after the mission, but due to various circumstances he could not, so he apologized. They did well last time. He thought that since he usually chooses the tactic of neglect, he would give them the necessary amount of encouragement, and once they started training, he would sit and watch. He picked up the sword and decided to leave the platform, saying that he had come to tell them this. He is sure they would have managed just fine without his intervention. In the ranks of the Zero Squad there was a stranger sent by the Emperor, but no one noticed him. He quietly took out his sword and walked towards Dion, and he said that they could continue training, but suddenly he fell silent when his leg gave way and he began to fall. He became very worried and mentally cursed, thinking that his leg had given way. If he falls, it will be terribly humiliating. He needs to do something about it quickly. A second later, he put the sword on the floor and leaned on it, sitting on one knee and taking a stable position, and the stranger at the same moment swung his sword with the intention of killing him, but missed. Dion was very lucky that his leg gave way at that very moment. The man who attacked him was very surprised and exclaimed, "How did he dodge?" Dion slowly turned around, glaring at him, and then his face took on a very surprised and dumbfounded look. Members of his squad immediately came to their senses and called out to the commander, asking if he was okay. What kind of freak did this? Dion thought, what was this now? Did he attack him? He became very nervous and turned around, thinking that it was dangerous, he needed to run away. But as he turned, he accidentally hit his attacker with his elbow in the face, knocking him down. Dion himself was surprised by what he had just done, and blood sprayed from the man's mouth and nose. He covered his mouth with his hand and began to cough loudly, and Dion froze in place, looking at him in confusion. He thought, did he hit it? The man finally cleared his throat and said he was a freak. He removed his hand from his face and displeasedly called Dion the demon Eret, and something seemed strange to him in his appearance. He looked at him more closely and, not seeing demonic signs in his appearance, thought, was he really a man? But how did he end up in the Demon King's castle? Members of Squad Zero ran up to the commander and asked if he was okay. The man turned around and cursed, and Dion thought that if the Zero Squad didn't know him either, then it was an outsider. The man hurried to get up and, holding his nose with his hand, said that he needed to run. But suddenly he froze in place when he saw that Dion raised his sword over him and cursed loudly. Looking at him with a steady and imperturbable gaze, Dion hit him on the head and thought that if he let him get away, he would doom himself to danger. After that, the man fell unconscious to the floor, and he threw a wooden sword next to him. He silently stretched his wrist, and after a short pause he turned to his subordinates, and told them to report to the king what had happened, and to lock him up. They obeyed his order and he silently left the platform, heading towards the exit. The demoness from his squad said sadly that Sir Eret was disappointed in them. The demon agreed with her, and said that they allowed an outsider to enter the training site, and at the same time it was their commander who caught him. Another member of the squad thought that all his movements were so smooth and fast. Sir Eret, walking leisurely, dodged the attack with such incredible speed and even attacked in response. Plus, he caught the outsider as he tried to escape and instantly took control of the situation. One of the squad members tied up an outsider, and he thought that the status of the commander of Squad 0 was so high that his presence alone outshines the entire squad. He confidently clenched his hand into a fist and pursed his lips, thinking that he would train even harder to be recognized. But the level of the commander is beyond all expectations. They are not worthy even of his fingertips. After this he enthusiastically told the others that there was not a moment to lose. They all need to start their training together right now. They will train until I become worthy comrades of Sir Eret, no rest from today. Dion, meanwhile, was heading to his room and looking at his bruised wrist. He tried moving his hand a couple of times and said that he had overdone it while lifting the wooden sword and now his wrist hurt. He put his hands behind his head, and humming to himself, said that since he had done an excellent job with the annoying task, he needed to rest in the room. Time passed. Dion woke up from sleep and sat on the bed, thinking that he had slept so well. What time is it now? Suddenly he heard the king's voice asking if he slept well? He must be very tired. He slept so peacefully. Dion looked in his direction and saw that he was sitting on a chair and sipping tea with a smile. He looked at him puzzled and after a short pause asked if he was dreaming? The demon king replied that this was not the case. His subordinate exclaimed excitedly, "What is His Majesty doing here?" He also put the cup on the table and rising from his chair, apologized to him for disturbing him immediately after waking up. Can he give him some time? His subordinate got out of bed and approached him, asking what is it? He thought that he hadn't caused any trouble. Whatever it was, he no longer wants it, but since he came and was waiting for him, is this something urgent? He understood why he came and asked, "Does this concern an outsider?" The demon king put his hand on his shoulder and confirmed his words, asking why doesn't he come with him first? After that, they went down into the dungeon and the guard greeted them. Dion looked around and thought it was an underground prison. The outsider must be imprisoned here, but why did he bring him here? Did he really say something strange about him? Or is he really going to use it to set an example? The king ordered the guard to open the cell and she, saluting him, obeyed the order. After that, the door to the prison cell swung open and Dion saw inside a man completely covered in blood, whose hands were tied to a post. Hearing the sound, he looked up at them tiredly and clenched his teeth. Dion and the king went inside and he, looking at the prisoner, thought it was terrible. What did they do with him that night? The demon king crouched down next to the man and grabbing him by the hair, pointed his finger at him and told Eret to look at this freak. Doesn't it seem familiar to him? The man wheezed in pain and Dion asked what he meant. The man screamed loudly and told him to let him go, he would finish them off. But the king ignored his words and answered Dion that he had the brute strength to defeat the demon, despite the fact that he was a man. An ever-growing power when it comes to him, the demon king. After looking carefully at the man again, Dion realized something. He thought, is it possible that this is a hero? The hero, faced with death while fighting the demon king, can take two paths: either self-destruct, causing incredible damage to the demon king standing nearby, or pay with his life to spread power throughout the continent to create a hero fragment. Most heroes choose the second option in fear that their powers will disappear, and the emperor collects these fragments. People who keep fragments of the hero's power within themselves are also secretly called heroes. But officially only those who have earned it through outstanding achievements receive such status, receiving immortal fame. He frowned and thought that all this was just to abuse the power of the empire. But the demon king released the man and said that this is not even funny, they sent the hero to the demonic kingdom. He grinned and said that it was much more accurate to call him a hero candidate rather than a hero. Or a remnant of the hero? Dion mentally agreed with his words and thought that if he were an officially recognized hero of the empire, he would not be so weak. But he's still a hero. It would be wrong to perceive him as a pawn that you can simply get rid of. The Emperor wouldn't send a hero candidate here without a reason. What is he up to? Something changed in his behavior. He turned to His Majesty and he, shaking his hands from the dust, asked, "What is it?" Suddenly his gaze became surprised when he saw with what determination his subordinate was looking at the prisoner. Dion asked his permission to be alone with this man, after which he walked past him and, tapping him on the shoulder, said that he would wait outside the cell. His subordinate agreed and said he was quick. He thought that there was no message and his target was only him. What is the reason? What is he thinking about? The man looked up at Dion with an angry look, calling him by his real name, and said that he was a traitor. Hearing these words, Dion was surprised. The man loudly exclaimed that he had earned the Emperor's trust and became a hero of the Empire, but then betrayed them and defected to the side of the demons. He thought that at least he could. Dion did not let him finish and, covering his face with his palm, laughed loudly, saying that he would never have thought that he would deliver a message in this way. The man did not understand what he meant and Dion, almost crying with laughter, asked if he must be a bargaining chip. The hero exclaimed that this was a lie. He received an important mission to eliminate the traitor to His Imperial Majesty. Dion sat down opposite him and said that this was not so. And the proof of this is that he calls him a traitor. He extended his hand to him and asked what sins he had committed that he was thrown out like that. The man became nervous and asked what he meant. Dion put his hands on his trembling shoulders and said that His Majesty was aware of everything. The man clenched his teeth and wanted to ask something, but Dion did not let him finish, and told him in his ear that he knew the reason why he was in the demon realm and his purpose. He moved away from him and said with a smile that he didn't know about him. The man slowly began to realize what he meant. Dion asked why His Majesty sent him here to the dangerous demonic kingdom to eliminate the traitor? The man's whole body trembled and he sadly lowered his head, asking in disbelief, did he really leave him? Dion got up and went to the exit. Finally he waved his hand and said that he had time to think before dying. He left the prison cell and behind him he heard the furious voice of a prisoner who began to insult the Emperor and shout that he would not forgive him and would kill him in any way. Dion thought this was such superficial devotion. He was just wasting his time, it was useless. The Demon King asked, "Is he finished yet?" Judging by the expression on his face, his curiosity was satisfied? So what should they do now with this scumbag? Maybe use it in some way? Dion approached him and replied that the decision was his, but it seemed to him that it was better to just kill him. The king narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "This is his decision, then? But it doesn't matter, he'll figure it out." He smiled and said that he would have to do something for him in return. Dion remained silent and, making a dissatisfied face, raised one eyebrow, after which the king said that the first detachment had requested immediate assistance. He asked, "On the front line?" The king confirmed his words and said that they reported that they were not dealing with a candidate hero, but with a real hero. Hearing this, Dion remained silent again and made a blank expression, after which the Demon King asked, "As he already knows, heroes and demons don't get along, right?" Dion remained silent and thought that if the hero who appeared on the front line is not a fragment that the Emperor can easily throw away, but a real hero, then the average demons are not even close to him. The king smiled and said that moreover, he also wondered what the Emperor's intentions were if he sent both a fragment and a real hero here at the same time. He came closer, and slapping him on the shoulders said that that's why he wanted him to deal with this mission. Dion's face darkened, and suddenly his facial expression changed sharply, as if for some reason he had woken up. He thought in surprise, when did he end up here? The king went to the stairs and said that he needed to prepare to leave, so they had to go already. Dion looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened and, hearing the words of His Majesty, dumbfoundedly asked where he was going. Soon it was time to leave. Leaning on the wall at the entrance to the palace, Dion began to wait for his carriage to be prepared. He crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, filled with tears, mentally cursing. He remembers how he followed him into an underground prison, but as soon as he came to his senses, he was again sent to some insanely scary place. He keeps falling out of reality, and every time he feels like he's going crazy. It's a disease? What he can more or less remember is that that person will die, and that the Demon King ordered him to go to the front lines. His deputy called to him and waved his hand, saying with a smile that preparations for departure were completed. Dion looked up at him and replied that he understood. He went down the stairs and thought that he also remembered that a new hero had appeared. Since he is going there, He should at least look at the face of this new hero in order to calm himself down. After all, he himself is interested. Ed watched him go and thought that he knew that he had quenched his thirst by going to exterminate monsters, but he was sure this was not enough to completely satisfy Sir Eret. He heard that terrible things were happening on the front line, but looking at his face, he could see happiness, as if he was going on vacation. When Dion wanted to climb into the carriage, he was suddenly called out by Ririnel, who was sitting on her staff hovering above the ground. She waved to him with a smile and said that she missed him very much. Dion turned around and said her name questioningly, and Ed bowed his head in front of her. She descended to the ground and approached him, and he looked at her suspiciously and asked what she was doing. While she was admiring him, he thought that despite her cute appearance, she emanated quite strong demonic energy, second only to the Demon King. But appearances can no longer fool him. Ririnel remembered why she had come and, fumbling in her pocket, said that she had heard that he was going to the front line. She took out the pendant and, handing it to him, said that that was why she wanted to give it to him. He thought, why? It looks suspicious. Why is she giving this to him? He shouldn't accept it. She said that she had placed a protective charm on the pendant so it would prevent him from dying at least once. Even if this was not enough, she wanted to help him somehow. Dion didn't let her speak and immediately grabbed the pendant with the thought that this thing was so wonderful. He looked at it with a smile and thought, she's giving it to him, so obviously he should accept it. Why would he look for a reason for refusing to accept a gift? It's pretty rude. But while he was thinking about it, he didn't notice how he patted Ririnel on the head. Realizing this, he froze and became nervous, thinking that he had done it without realizing it. He opened up. His hand trembled, and Ririnel giggled contentedly, and the ribbon of her bow spontaneously rose. Dion immediately pulled his hand back and thought, is this a living, moving thing, a ribbon? No, it's a tentacle, but it's so unpleasant. But she doesn't look upset, so he can breathe a sigh of relief. But since he is scared, they will end there. His deputy bowed to Ririnel and thanked her, after which he tearfully said that he knew that Sir Eret was strong, but he was worried about him due to the consequences of the previous battle. But now he can exhale calmly thanks to her pendant. She was so touched by his reaction that she began to cry and said that he was so worried about him. Sir Eret is simply a wonderful lieutenant. May he continue to serve her, Sir Eret, with the same dedication. He clenched his hands into fists and said with a confident smile on his face that she could trust him. After watching them, Dion's face darkened and he turned to the carriage, telling them to do what they want. Ed became agitated and called out to him, asking him to let him accompany him. His commander refused and told him to stay here and continue having fun with her. He climbed into the carriage and sat down comfortably. He rested his head on his hand and looked out the window, thinking about the consequences he received after killing the hero. He set off and Ririnel wished him a safe journey, and he thought that he needed to clarify at this point. He was not holding back the hero about to explode and did not absorb the energy from his self-destruction. At that time he was an ordinary hero's companion. Their detachment gathered in the forest and he, looking at the wounded, thought, are these all the people left? They have lost many. Suddenly the hero called out to him and turned to him, asking him to stay here with a soft smile. Dion was surprised and asked, is he serious? The hero confirmed his words and said that he would complete this battle alone, with a detachment from the Empire. Dion was confused, and then looked away and wanted to object, but the hero did not let him do this and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that this was more than enough. Since this Demon King is known as the strongest in history, he cannot guarantee his safety. They also need someone who will report the results of the battle to the Empire. He would like to entrust this role to him. So he asks him to come back. Dion nodded and the hero sighed, asking, he needs to do something while he's alive, right? As soon as he asked about it, Dion's face became surprised and he quickly looked up at him. The hero said that he knows why the hero of the last war went on this journey. Because he needs higher merit to fulfill his wish, right? If he returns now with results, it will be a great achievement. In any case, if even his past achievements were not enough for him to go on this mission, what did he wish to receive from the Emperor? He thoughtfully raised his gaze to the sky and asked, maybe power over an entire nation. Dion remained silent and the hero set off, saying that he would hear when he returned. He smiled and said goodbye, that he would definitely return. After he left, some time passed. Dion sat on a log and wondered how much time had passed. Have they finished their battle? He wants to find out, but his legs won't obey. He doesn't know whether it's because of guilt, shame, or fear. His face darkened and he asked, or is it all together? The role of a comrade is to clear the path and help reach the Demon King. But when he was asked to stay, his first feeling was relief. He wants to live, he must survive. He decided to at least look at the result of the battle and rose from the log, after which he put on his hood and said that if they won, he would bring them back, and if they lost, he would report it. Everything should be fine if he just looks from afar. He soon reached the battlefield and, looking out of the bushes, was greatly surprised by what he saw and cursed, asking what it was. Below at the foot of the cliff stood a group of demons that surrounded the only surviving person. The Demon King approached the hero, who had lost all his strength and sank to the ground, and the demons around began to ask, "Is that all?" It's too overwhelming a sight. The hero's body trembled as he tried to rise, and blood sprayed from his mouth. The Demon King looked down at him with a threatening expression and asked what his last words would be. In response, the hero only grinned and streams of wind and radiance began to emanate from him, which grew into a bright golden flash, because of which the Demon King had to cover his eyes. Seeing this, Dion ran to the edge of the cliff, covering his face from the bright light with his hand, and realized that he was using self-destruction. So, how will it all end? He must report this to the Empire. Suddenly the voice of a huge ogre was heard behind him, asking, "Who else is he?" Dion immediately turned around and exclaimed in fear that it was a demon, and he, waving his sword, shouted that a small bug was hiding here. Seeing the blade approaching him, Dion became very nervous and began to sweat profusely, and only curses flashed through his head. A huge sword came towards him at high speed, and a second later it hit the ground with a loud sound. Fortunately, he managed to jump to the side in time, and after that he swore loudly and exclaimed, "Why the hell did he start swinging the sword like that?" At the same moment, the ogre swung his sword again and Dion jumped back, and the blade flew past him just a couple of centimeters. Nevertheless, the ogre was able to touch him and a small wound appeared on his cheek. Jumping to the side and taking a stable position, he grabbed his dagger and thought that at this rate he would not be able to escape. But he needs to slow it down somehow. When the ogre swung again, he ran towards him. The demon began to attack, but Dion, moving forward, deftly dodged them. The ogre once again hit the ground with his sword, and because of this he had to sit down on one knee, but at the same moment Dion slipped between his legs. The demon turned around and swore loudly, and Dion, pushing off the ground, jumped and climbed onto his leg, and then jumped again and found himself above the monster's head and raised a dagger over him. As soon as he landed, he immediately plunged the dagger into his neck and he, grunting in pain, got angry and said that he was an idiot. Dion clenched his teeth and thought, "Isn't the wound too deep?" The ogre reached his hand towards him, and he thought that he knew that with his strength it would be difficult to pierce such rough skin. He needs to dodge. What should he do now? But at that moment the cliff on which they were fighting began to collapse. The ogre became confused and lost his balance, after which he fell down, and Dion flew after him, holding the hilt of the dagger. His face darkened with fear and, looking down, he began to curse loudly. After a few seconds, the ogre fell to the ground with a crash, causing dust to rise. The demons that were below covered their faces with their hands, and one of them exclaimed, "What is happening?" When the dust began to settle, they saw the silhouette of Dion sitting on the corpse of the ogre. Meanwhile, he covered his mouth with his hand in horror and thought that he had survived. He remembered about the ogre and looked at his dagger in his neck and the pool of blood that spread under the body. Since the ogre did not move and did not show any signs of life, Dion realized that he was dead. He thought that he must have survived because he landed on him. He probably could have stabbed him if he had leaned all his weight on him. But that's not what he needs to think about right now. He fell off a cliff, which means he is in the very center of the enemy camp. Realizing this, he immediately turned around and came across many surprised glances of demons directed at him. One of the demons exclaimed in shock that this was the commander of the 7th detachment. Who the hell is this person? Why is he so strong? Dion thought in shock. He was the commander of the 7th squad? It turns out that he not only fell into the center of the enemy camp, but also killed the commander of the demon squad right before their eyes. Remembering something, he turned his gaze to the side and came across a demon that was different from the others. He stood still and looked at him displeasedly, crossing his arms. Dion thought, "Is this the Demon King?" He looks at him as if he wants to kill him on the spot. Behind him, the hero's voice was heard, interrupting to cough, and uttering his name. Dion turned around and the hero asked what he was doing here. He knew it was going to self-destruct, so why did he come? Dion jumped off the corpse and approached him, asking for forgiveness and saying that he wanted to do his duty. The hero squeezed his shoulder with his hand and lowered his head, saying that he really hoped that at least he would survive. Noticing that the glow around his body had disappeared, Dion thought in surprise, did he stop the process? Tears appeared in the hero's eyes and he thought that, unlike how the world knows him, he is actually absurdly kind and loyal. If only he could become the next hero. With the last of his strength he turned to the world and asked if it was watching. This is his last request, he asks to let this man live. After that, he grabbed Dion by the shoulders with both hands and a glow began to emanate from him again, but not like the previous one. He touched his palms and brought them together, asking the world to allow him to gain at least a fragment. After that, the golden radiance flowed into Dion's body in streams and gathered in his chest. He looked down in surprise, and then the radiance grew into a bright flash that blinded the demons around him. The Demon King closed his eyes and exclaimed that this light was different from the light of self-destruction. Is the hero trying to transfer his power? But this cannot be, how is this even possible? Soon the flash disappeared and the radiance subsided, and the hero's body fell onto Dion. He looked down at him and thought he was a fool. He should have known that it was impossible to endure the powers of a hero through willpower alone. He cannot believe that he stopped self-destruction in order to give him his powers. He carefully placed his body on the ground and sat down next to him, and then covered his mouth with his hand and thought with a gloomy face that he thought for a moment, but as expected, his body could not accept this power. He lowered his head and vomited, after which he thought that he was still the weakest. One of the demons smiled nervously and asked in disbelief, "What was that?" "This man was killed by a hero." The other demon replied that it looked like it. "He stopped his self-destruction and killed him, it's just incredible. But he seems to be in terrible agony." The other demon said that it was as if he could have remained okay after getting hit by the hero. Dion removed his hand from his mouth and, looking at the blood on the inside of his palm, sighed heavily with the thought that he was vomiting blood again. Is it because of falling off a cliff? Not that it mattered now, he wouldn't be able to defeat all these demons. He started to get up and turned around, wiping his mouth with a grin, and thought that apparently this was the end. And he tried so hard to survive. The Demon King was slightly surprised by his reaction and asked how he could laugh in such a situation. He approached him and asked with a smile what his name was. Dion looked at him with an indifferent face. He did not understand what he was up to, but it was in his interests to please him. He said his name and the king replied that he liked it. Dion thought that he would catch the moment when she weakened her defenses and run away. But the king interrupted his thoughts and, extending his hand to him, asked if he had considered joining the ranks of the demon army. At first Dion didn't even understand what he proposed and mentally agreed, but then he realized and looked at him in surprise, thinking, what does he want? The Demon King said that he would tell him in advance not to worry about the confrontation between humans and demons. After he sees what is happening here, they will stop even dreaming of confrontation. Dion looked at the killed commander, then turned his gaze to the hero's corpse and covered his mouth with his hand in shock. He tried to survive, but he never thought he would survive this way. Now, remembering this, he grinned and looked out the window, thinking that it all started from that day. All residents and visitors to the Demon King's castle, even including the king himself, share an out-of-touch view of his extraordinary power. They should tone down their ardor. They have gone so far that he is seriously concerned about his future. Ed opened the carriage door and looked inside, saying that they had arrived. The carriage stopped at the border between the human world and the world of demons, where a tent camp was set up. This is the front line where the endless confrontation between demons and the Empire takes place. They were met by an army led by the commander of the first detachment, and Dion, getting out of the carriage, thought that he had arrived at this place. Jakar, who looked a little shabby, extended his hand to him and said that he had been waiting for him. Dion noticed his appearance and thought that, judging by his condition, things were very bad here. He shook his hand and thought that he should have refused him right then, but he thought that if he refused, he would die, so he had to agree. He had no choice from the very beginning. He looked away and grinned, thinking that his life was cruel. Seeing the smirk on his face, Jakar himself smiled slightly and thought that, as expected, his expression softened as soon as he left the Demon King's castle. He's sure, he's looking forward to the battle. He apologized to the commander of Squad 0, which disappoints him, but now they are in a lull. They don't know when the battle will continue, so he might as well prepare in advance for now. The grin on Dion's face quickly disappeared and he thought, what is he talking about? What does he need to prepare for? He asked, is he talking about the squad? He replied that he was addressing him too. He wants him to join the battle as soon as the Empire's troops appear on the horizon. Dion was horrified by these words and thought, does he want him to fight? Time has passed. At the forefront of the human world, in the barracks of the Empire, a hero named Cruel asked, does he say that there is a commander of the Zero Squad? The soldier confirmed his words and said that according to their intelligence, the commander of the Zero Squad will take part in the battle, and therefore the Demon King's troops have been in high spirits since yesterday. He wanted to report on the reaction of the Empire's troops, but Cruel interrupted him and said that this was enough. He tiredly covered his face with his palm and sighed heavily, thinking that this was a complete headache. Why did this notorious idiot come to the front line? Commander of the Zero Squad, Joker of the Demon King. One who is even more outstanding than the commander of the first squad, who is supposed to be the strongest among all 12 commanders. The commander of the troops standing nearby asked what they should do. If so, there is no guarantee of their victory. Cruel remained silent, thinking about it, and after a short pause said that they would send an assassin there. The commander exclaimed, an assassin for the commander of the Zero Squad? He won't be up to the task. Cruel replied that if the commander of Squad Zero really existed then they would do so. He heard incredible rumors about him, but no one could truly confirm them. Perhaps the very existence of this commander is just an illusion created by the Demon King to boost morale. If they can figure out the truth using just one assassin, it will be a huge achievement. The priority is to obtain information about the commander of the Zero Squad. Meanwhile, Ed prepared Dion for battle. While he was bandaging his hands, he nervously twitched his leg. He pursed his lips and wondered if he really needed to take part in the battle. Although he was worried about the pressure and leaving, he never applied for the position of commander of the Zero Squad. In fact, it was even convenient due to the fact that everyone was mistaken about him and avoided him. But today he is extremely indignant at his situation. His deputy asked if he was feeling well. He finds it difficult to bandage him because he is shaking. Dion smiled nervously and replied that everything was fine. Ed said that in that case, he will continue. He got back to business and Dion said he didn't need to be so careful. He thought that he would still just look at the face of the new hero and move deeper. Ed looked up at him in shock and asked what he said. Dion thought, what kind of look is this? As if he was acting ridiculous. This makes him feel uncomfortable. Ed exclaimed, what is he saying? They don't know when the battle will begin. Dion agreed and he continued, worriedly repeating that the human world is right in front of them, the sun will rise for them soon, so he needs to bandage it much more carefully. He calmed down a little and said that he really wasn't taking care of himself. He doesn't even understand how much he worries about him. Dion thought it was cute that he cared so much about him, but he couldn't understand how he continued to follow him around without any complaints. He thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and thought, what is so charming about it? He vomits blood and faints easily, and also easily burns in the open Sunday. He is a useless, weak little man. This made him upset and thought, why does Ed remain his deputy? Maybe he is not a demon, but an angel? Ed finished with the bandages and Dion presented him with snow-white wings, and then he destroyed his illusion with a smile on his face, saying that now they can wipe people off the face of the earth without any problems. Dion thought that of course he was not an angel. Ed happily said that this cloth was specially made by the Demon King using magic so that he can fight to his heart's content. It will reflect the sun and maintain his normal body temperature. He bandaged his entire face and said that as long as the tissue was intact, it could easily be reused. Dion sighed and said that he had heard about it. He even cast a spell to make his eyes, nose and mouth show through. He thought that the Demon King never tired of boasting about it. Ed put a cloak on him and said that judging by how uncontrollably he uses magic, His Majesty appreciates him immensely. He even cast a spell to keep his eyes clear. Dion thought, is it because the Demon King is filled with magic that he uses it everywhere? Magic is what disrupts the order of the world. Demon magic is limited, and demonic energy spent on magic cannot be replenished. Moreover, they say that the more energy the demon expends, the faster the hero will appear. He put on his hood and thought, if he uses so much magic, then he is confident in his victory over the hero, right? Although that's none of his business. Ed said that he was finished and Dion, straightening his sleeves, thanked him with the thought that this is so annoying, but it is so convenient. His face darkened and the thought flashed through his head that life was pure agony, and Ed happily said that as long as they had Squad Zero and him, he didn't think they needed to worry. Ever since the fragment invaded the training ground, everyone in the squad had been training like crazy. Dion smiled slightly and thought that he had no one else to trust, so let them take care of him. He said that then he would check the corpse of the commander of the 9th Squad and look around here. Ed was surprised and asked if it would be better for him to save energy before the battle. Dion replied that he was already strong enough, and Ed looked after him in admiration and thought that Sir Eric was so full of enthusiasm. Dion pushed the tent fabric aside and thought that of course this was an excuse. He intends to buy time and find a place to hide. But as soon as he left the tent, all the demons outside froze when they noticed him. He thought, why are there so many of them here? They said in surprise that this was actually the commander of the Zero detachment. The other demon wiped his tears and said that they suffered so much, but now they don't have to worry anymore. Dion got nervous and thought, why shouldn't they worry anymore? The demons were inspired and one of them said that there was no doubt that this time victory would be theirs. He can't wait for the next battle. Jakar saw the soldiers' spirits lift and smiled, thinking that as expected, the Demon King's decision was correct. His mere presence raises morale. Dion froze in place, and in his thoughts asked them not to focus attention on him. Now he couldn't hide. Meanwhile, the sent Imperial assassin was sitting on a tree nearby and, noticing him, thought in surprise, does he really exist? This means that this is the commander of the Zero Squad from the rumors. But this indifferent behavior and incredible pressure emanating from him, even considering that he wears a robe. Apparently, the rumors are justified. However, although he may be strong, he is certainly not as strong as is commonly believed. Since he has confirmed his existence, he can return, but since he is already here, he can test his skills. He took a fatally poisoned dart from his pocket, and then threw it towards Dion, who at that time decided to return to the tent. It would seem that he noticed the dart, and as soon as it flew close enough, he immediately ducked down, and it flew past. The killer thought in surprise, did he dodge? Dion turned his head in his direction, and his eyes sparkled. The assassin shuddered and thought, has he been discovered? So fast? Having jumped to another branch, he disappeared in another place, and meanwhile Dion mentally cursed and thought that he almost fell because of a stone. These freaks didn't clear the path at all? One of the demons called out to him worriedly and asked if there was any problem. He sank so suddenly. He looked up at her, and then quickly stood up and, extending his hand to the side, told her that he was just warming up. She smiled and said that of course it was, he was already warming up. She even felt calmer. Dion rolled his eyes and thought that since it didn't look like there was a good place to hide, he'd better not wander around tripping over rocks and just stay in the tent. The demon bowed to him and said goodbye, and the murderer, watching him go into the tent, thought, what was that? If he's going inside, does that mean he's safe? A hunch came to his mind and he thought that since he did not want his subordinates to know about the suspicious intruder, he was going to inform his trusted people to take care of him secretly. Although he is an enemy, he is amazing. Is it time for him to return? But he cannot confirm the skills of the commander of the Zero Squad using only one test. If he could, in fact, determine his skills, he would be of great assistance to the Empire. The next chance will be the last. Ed, who was holding a bottle of alcohol and a glass, looked at the commander in surprise and called out to him. He put the bottle and glass on the table and asked, is he back? He awkwardly confirmed his words and thought, he came back too quickly, right? He took off his hood and asked with a serious face, does he know anything about the new hero in the human army? Ed replied that he heard that the commander of the 2nd Squad was studying him. He wears a helmet, so no one has seen his face. But it is reliably known that his swordsmanship is beyond all praise. The assassin, meanwhile, sat on a wooden beam under the ceiling and watched them. Ed apologized to the commander, and he replied that everything was fine, but the assassin got nervous and thought, is he not going to talk about him? Why did he suddenly start talking about Sir Cruel? Has he already found out that he was the one who sent him here? Dion sat down at the table and, looking at the bottle, asked what it was. He took a closer look and thought, is it booze? He got angry and, clenching his fists, raised a dissatisfied glance at his deputy and thought, so he doesn't give him a drink, but he drinks here himself? Seeing the commander's reaction, Ed shuddered. He waved his arms excitedly, and exclaimed that this was not what he thought. He prepared it for him. Dion's face darkened, and then changed abruptly and he, with eyes sparkling with anticipation, asked, can he drink this? He confirmed his words and, pouring alcohol into his glass, said that since they were on the battlefield, it was not so bad to drink a little to calm the nerves. He sighed with relief with the thought that he already thought he was going to die, and Dion replied that he was right. Ed looked at him with a smile and thought that nothing bad would happen, since during the battle he was free to do whatever his heart desired. Dion raised the glass to his mouth and thought he was lucky. But suddenly he froze when he heard a sound behind him. He immediately turned around and Ed looked at him blankly. Not seeing the source of the sound, Dion thought he heard something. Ed asked, "Is there something there?" They both did not notice how something plopped into the glass. The color of the alcohol changed a little and Dion told his deputy that this was nonsense. The assassin looked at his glass and thought he was a fool. He was distracted by the stone he threw. Luckily, he didn't notice that it had poisoned his drink. He added a deadly poison that would kill him after one sip. Dion thoughtfully raised the glass to his mouth and thought, did he hear it? The poison alcohol almost touched his lips and the assassin, burning with anticipation, thought that this was the end of the commander of the Zero Squad, he would finally die. But suddenly Dion's hand froze, he noticed something. Looking at his gloomy face, Ed became worried and asked if something was wrong. Immediately after that, Dion threw the glass to the side and it crashed on the floor. The assassin shuddered in fear and realized how dangerous the commander of the Zero Squad was, and he said with a terrifying expression that a pest was hiding among them. Ed immediately turned around, and he looked at his hand in surprise. He became nervous and wondered why the glass of alcohol suddenly flew away. He just wanted to brush away the annoying fly that was annoying him. When he was about to take a sip of alcohol, the fly persistently circled around him, and this made him quite angry. He wanted to swat the fly away, but he accidentally waved the hand he was holding the glass too hard and let it go. He was surprised when he realized what had happened and, looking at the fragments on the floor, he thought, why did this happen? He looked at Ed and nervously said that he didn't do it on purpose. But his subordinate did not take his eyes off the fragments and the puddle on the floor. Dion realized from his gaze that something was wrong, and looked again at the fragments, seeing that poisonous fumes were emanating from the puddle. Ed bit his lip in rage and said that it was poison, and Dion thought, so his drink was poisoned? His deputy turned around and looked upward with a firm gaze, but there was no one there anymore. Despite this, he realized that there was an outsider here and reported it. The assassin, meanwhile, fled back to the camp and had already managed to cross the border. Deftly jumping through the trees, he nervously thought that he should report this to the Empire, or better yet to Sir Cruel as soon as possible. The abilities of the commander of the Zero Squad are not overestimated, he must be taken into account. He pushed off from another branch and shouted that he was very dangerous. Jakar soon learned about what had happened and gathered the demons, declaring that someone had dared to enter here. Their goal was to kill the commander of the Zero Squad. The demons became nervous and began to ask, did they want to kill the commander of the Zero Squad? But how were they able to get here? Apart from the commander, no one noticed anyone. Jakar said loudly that the punishment for letting the outsider pass would come later. Let them make sure for now that there are no more enemies in the territory. They obeyed his order and dispersed throughout the camp, and Dion, who stood behind him, looked at them with displeasure. He was sweating from nerves and thought that he really could die. Ed approached him and, bowing his head guiltily, apologized to him. Because of his stupidity, he did not notice the stranger until the last moment. Dion said he didn't think anyone could get past him. He thought it showed how skilled the assassin was. He should stop being the commander of Squad Zero. Because of this stupid situation, even the idiots from the Empire want to finish him off. And because of this killer, he couldn't even drink normally. He turned his gaze to the demon who was standing nearby and holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands, after which he called out to Ed. He bowed his head again and said that he would humbly accept whatever punishment he decided to give him. But that wasn't what Dion was interested in at all. He asked, before pouring it for him, the bottle was sealed, right? Ed looked up at him with a confused look and confirmed his words, after which Dion grabbed the demon by the shoulders and, snatching the bottle, asked, that is, he is sure that the glass was poisoned, not the bottle, right? The demon looked up at him with a frightened and confused look, and he asked with a smile, does this mean it's safe to drink directly from the bottle? He was very happy and thought that the drink was untouched. Meanwhile, Cruel received the news. Recently, an excited assassin came running to him and said that he was dangerous. Apparently, the rumors are not exaggerated one bit. If things continue like this, the Empire doesn't stand a chance. Thinking about further actions, Cruel tapped his finger on the table and said that this assassin was not a small fry and, yet, returned in complete confusion. Now that they have confirmed the existence of the Zero Squad commander, and that he is as strong as they say he is, they need that idiot to defeat the demons since they have the Zero Squad commander on their side. The man asked, does he mean another hero of the Empire? Cruel confirmed his words and said that since he was not here now, they would have to retreat. The commander exclaimed, "If they retreat, will it seem like they are running away out of fear of the commander of the Zero Squad? Once they start looking down on them, then." Cruel stabbed the table, interrupting him, and said that they would retreat, but if anyone came after them, they just needed to make sure that they would be killed. They have no need to take up arms for useless distant lands where not a single ray of light falls. This is precisely what they must instill in the demons. He thought that they would retreat without showing them his weak side. They must show that they have no intention of fighting unless they invade the human world. The commander agreed and said that he would convey this message to everyone. But what will they say to the emperor? He replied that he had received orders to take back the empire's lands that had been taken over by the demonic realm, not to expand their territory into the demonic realm. They have already restored the lands of the empire. They don't need more friction between their kingdoms, so they retreat. This is exactly what they will tell him. He thought that this was right, that's what he should do. He doesn't have to go overboard and ruin his debut as a hero. He's come this far and won't let anyone ruin his reputation. He sighed and said that they would hope that the commander of Squad Zero wouldn't cause chaos. The commander replied that he had heard that he rarely intervenes in battle. Does he think they'll be okay? Cruel replied that if so, it would make their task easier. In that case, they need to start a plan. Suddenly an excited soldier ran into the tent and called out to the commander, after which he said that the demon troops were moving towards them and were being led by the commander of the Zero Squad. Upon hearing this, Cruel was surprised and straightened up, and the commander became nervous. Cruel's face darkened and he clenched his teeth, silently cursing with the thought that the whole plan was in vain. Dion, meanwhile, moved forward, killing everyone in his path. Having stabbed an Imperial soldier to death, he laughed loudly with a crazed look, and then spun his dagger, spraying the blood of his enemies. He instantly approached another soldier and swung his dagger, cutting off his hand that was holding the sword. He retreated and screamed loudly in pain, looking at the fountain spraying from his hand, after which Dion slowly walked up to him and dealt the final fatal blow, causing his body to fall. He sat down next to the corpse and, laughing loudly, began to beat him with the dagger, and Ed, who stood nearby and held the soldier by the throat, looked at him and thought that he had drunk a bottle, so that he was now completely drunk. And yet, a better situation cannot be imagined. Thanks to Eretzer, everyone is in high spirits. One of the Imperial soldiers fell to the ground with a whimper, and then began to crawl backwards until his back hit a tree. He trembled with fear, looking at the commander of the Zero Squad, and said that he was a devil. Who else can be called that if not this person? Dion's eyes rolled back in pleasure after the murder, but when he heard the soldier's voice, he immediately lowered his gaze to him. The frightened soldier began to cry and, without taking his eyes off him, felt for his sword and thought that he must fight to survive. But he doesn't want to, he's scared. Seeing that the commander of the Zero Squad was heading towards him, he grabbed the sword and pointed it at him, shouting at him not to come closer. His eyes fell on the shredded corpse that was left behind him, and he wondered if he would become the same corpse. While he was drowning in thoughts about this, Dion approached him and, carefully placing his hand on the blade of his sword, pushed it aside and asked with a smile why he was sitting here. If he wants to live, then he needs to try. The soldier trembled with horror and in his thoughts asked someone for help, after which Dion swung his dagger and said that if he didn't even try, he would quickly die, just like that. The soldier again asked someone for help, and when Dion wanted to thrust a dagger into him, the hero came to the rescue. He threw something at him with great force, which left a golden glow in the air. The soldier looked at the commander of the Zero Squad, who tried to hold back the blow, but he could not withstand such force and was thrown back. He ended up falling on his back and rolling across the ground until he collided with a tree. After such a blow, his body trembled and he began to cough, and his deputy became very worried about his condition and ran to him, calling out loudly. He sat down next to him and asked if he was okay. Dion did not answer and covered his mouth with his hand, starting to cough up blood, after which Ed turned around and exclaimed in rage, "How dare he harm Sir Eret?" But when he saw the man in full armor who dealt him such a blow, he became nervous and realized that this man was a hero. Cruel flexed his wrist in displeasure and said that he was going to kill him with one blow. Ed looked at him slightly surprised, and his commander coughed again and he turned to him, asking if he was okay. Dion pulled something out from under his clothes and unclenched his hand. On his palm lay a broken pendant, and Ed, seeing this, became more nervous than before. He thought it was Miss Ririnel's protective pendant. If not for it, Sir Eret would have died from this attack. All eyes turned to the hero, and a tear rolled down the cheek of the soldier who had just been on the verge of death. He sobbed even harder and thought that this was the new hero of the Empire. Battlefield star, Cruel. He reached out his hand to him and said with a smile that he was finally saved. But before he had time to utter the last word, Dion approached him and with one wave of his hand cut off his head. The soldier did not even understand what happened, and after that his head fell to the ground, and Dion headed towards the hero. He stopped opposite him and looked him over. He smiled and said that means he is a new hero. Cruel replied that that's what they call him, although he doesn't think he deserves the title. Dion pointed a dagger at him and said that he had heard a lot about him. But it seems to him that his voice sounds strangely familiar. Have they already met? Can he just take off his helmet? Cruel asked. Is he suggesting that he take off his helmet in front of his opponent? It turns out. He thought that his voice seemed familiar to him too. Dion threw the dagger and spinning it in the air said that he believed so, he would not take off his helmet for him. Cruel remained silent and thought that this was the first time he had met the commander of the Zero Squad. So why does his voice seem familiar to him? Dion caught his dagger and said that in this case he had no other choice. He abruptly jumped up and approached the hero, saying that he would have to do it himself. He pointed the dagger at his head and he, seeing this at the last moment, managed to duck sharply, thereby dodging. He looked up at him and thought he was fast. For a moment he lost sight of him. He pulled his sword out of its sheath and immediately swung it, parrying his blow and saying that this did not mean that he could not track his movements at all. Dion quickly stepped back and his opponent did the same. They stopped opposite each other, and then Dion ran towards him again and asked with a smile, he dodged, right? He must be good. Cruel ran towards him and, as they approached each other, they both swung their weapons, parrying the blows. Pressing down on the hero's sword, Dion asked, he mentioned that he didn't feel worthy of the title of hero, right? Should he confirm this? He replied that he did not think he had any reason to confirm this. As soon as he uttered the last word, his blade threw away the Dion dagger with a clang. After that, both of them started throwing numerous blows at each other, and Cruel thought that even though his speed was annoying, his attacks didn't have enough power. When he noticed this, he was able to disarm his opponent by striking his arm. Dion released the dagger, and it, spinning in the air, pierced the ground behind. His hand trembled, and he turned around and looked at the dagger with displeasure. Cruel immediately decided to attack, and with the thought that he would cope if he continued to put pressure on him with his strength and endurance. Noticing his attack, Dion immediately returned his attention to him and grabbing the dagger that was on his hip, managed to block the blow and their blades collided, causing sparks. Dion's hands trembled, holding the hero's sword pressing on him, after which he kicked him in the stomach and his legs slid back along the ground. Because of this, the distance between them increased and Cruel, again pointing his sword at the enemy, thought, why are his attacks so weak? He doesn't fight at full strength. He cannot tell whether he is hiding his true nature or not in the mood to fight. But let him do as he knows, it gives him an advantage. Dion grinned and asked if he had already noticed. He raised two hands and said with a smile that this is not bad, but that's all for today. Cruel exclaimed indignantly, how dare he? The war is not over yet. They were the first to cross the line. Dion spread his arms to the sides and replied that this is not so, it's already over. He killed the commander of the 9th Squad. And yet, even after the return of the Imperial lands, he seems satisfied to me. He even invaded the world of demons, and they only fought back. Cruel exclaimed, is he joking or what? Dion said that in any case, they don't need to waste energy. Why not agree that they both defended their territories? Cruel remained silent and thought that he was right. There is no need to retreat from the plan and fight him when they have already returned the lands to the Empire. But if he continues the battle, he will be able to get rid of the commander of the Zero Squad. Dion asked, or does the new hero want to start a war? He doesn't think the troops will agree to this. Hearing this, Cruel immediately turned to his army and saw many wounded soldiers, whose morale had long since fallen. He realized that he had lost control for a moment, after which he sheathed his sword and told Dion that this time he would retreat. He thought that while the demons were in high spirits, they had lost many. It would be wiser to go back to the original plan. Dion turned to the army of demons and waved his hand to the hero, saying with a smile that this was nice. When he left, he told him that he hoped they would never see each other again. He hates his voice so much. The hero turned to the Imperial troops and told them that they too were leaving. That's how the representatives of the two troops separated. Passing by the rows of demonic soldiers, Dion heard their enthusiastic and joyful voices. One of them said that they had finally forced them to retreat. He won't even remember what they went through. It's all the credit of Eret, sir. Unlike them, Jakar was not very happy with the result. He crossed his arms over his chest and thought that it was such a loss to retreat like that. This could be a great chance to advance, since the Empire's troops are demoralized. But he is sure that there is a reason why he stopped the battle he had been waiting for so long. No need to spoil the mood. When the commander of Squad 0 approached him, he put his hand on his shoulder and said that he had done a good job. But Dion was so bad that he could no longer control himself. He cursed his body and then lost his balance and fell straight on Jakar. He held him and asked worriedly what was wrong with him. Dion closed his eyes and quietly said that it was all his weak body. He grabbed the commander's shoulders and he felt his whole body burning and thought, did he show such combat prowess in such a state? And he wondered why he was interrupted in the middle of the battle. But it seemed that he was thinking about the future and suppressed his desire to continue fighting so that the enemy would not notice his condition. Ben and Ed ran up to the commander of Squad 0 and, helping him to his feet, asked if he was okay. Jakar thought that in the end, his defeat would directly affect the confidence of the demon army. He is truly incredible. Ed exclaimed that he was exhausted from fighting in such a weakened state, and Ben told him to immediately carry him inside. They told Jakar that they had to go, and he asked them to take care of him and thought that the commander of the 0 squad appeared out of nowhere and protected their position. He killed the former commander of the 7th squad and stopped the hero from self-destruction. Among other things, he was recognized by the Demon King himself. Although he understands that he cannot recognize him, he still feels out of place. Be that as it may, today he showed them why he was the commander of the Demon Realm's 0 squad. He looked after him with a smile and said that he should leave the rest to him. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Demon King, Ririnel suddenly jumped up from her seat, sensing something. The demon exclaimed, "What happened?" She replied that it was broken. She grabbed the demon by the clothes and loudly repeated that it was broken. He asked excitedly what exactly? Barrier? If so, then this is a disaster. What if demonic monsters infiltrate the palace? Ririnel hit him on the head and exclaimed that it was not so. How can some demonic monsters break her barrier? It's about the pendant that Eric gave to Sir. She became very worried and said that she was sure he was now in great danger. What should she do? She needs to go there. The demon was very surprised and exclaimed, "What did she say?" He reached out his hand to her and asked where she was going. His Majesty ordered her to guard the barrier. But she ignored his words and, glowing with readiness to help, told Sir Eret not to worry, she was already on her way. Dion soon returned to the palace and was met by the king, who congratulated him on his return. He waved him off and told him he had done a good job. Dion nodded in greeting and Ed bowed. The king came closer and, patting him on the shoulder, said that he had already heard everything from Jakar. He did something weird this time too, right? He never disappoints him. So, how was the meeting with the new hero? Dion looked up at him and said that he had something to report about him. Seeing his serious look, the king thought that judging by his mood, he had completely calmed down after the battle. He asked why don't they talk inside? The commander of the 2nd detachment also brought news about a new hero. Having heard about the commander of the 2nd detachment, Dion's face darkened and he remembered how she constantly dressed him up in different clothes. Seeing his reaction, the Demon King laughed and said that judging by his expression, he didn't really like the commander of the 2nd division. But she's too busy sorting through all the information right now. So she won't be able to leave the office for a while, don't let him worry. He needs to change clothes and come to him. Dion said nothing with an indifferent face, and then went into the castle. As the king ordered, he changed his clothes and then came to his office. His Majesty threw a stack of papers on the table and told Dion to look at this first. There's something charming there. He took the papers and ran his eyes over them, and noticing something interesting among the text, he became angry. Suddenly the call of Ririnel brought him to his senses and he opened his eyes wide, thinking, where is he? Is he inside the Demon King's castle? When did he return? He was only recently on the battlefield. Ririnel sniffled and he looked down at her, calling out in surprise. She hugged him and tearfully told him that she was so glad he was okay. He was confused and thought, what does she mean? He just wanted to get drunk before dying. He remembered drinking a whole bottle and wondering if he passed out after drinking it? But he only drank one. Has his tolerance to alcohol worsened? The liver was the only healthy organ in his body. Ririnel hugged him even tighter and said that the pendant she gave him was broken, so she immediately headed to the battlefield, where she learned that he had already returned here. Either way, it was such a relief that she ran into him as soon as she got back. Upon hearing about what had happened, Dion was horrified and thought, wasn't the pendant supposed to prevent his death once? If it's broken, does that mean he's almost dead? Ririnel looked up at him and happily said that he was able to push back the new hero and even defended the territory of the Demon Kingdom. He felt ashamed and thought that he must have gotten drunk again and started a booth. Maybe he really should stop drinking alcohol? He finally noticed that he was holding a crumpled parchment in his hand and wondered what it was. He unfolded it and saw a portrait of the hero Cruel Heart. When he saw this name, his behavior changed dramatically and he grinned, thinking that he would not forget this name in a million years. The person he couldn't help but love, his older brother. He remembered the day Cruel caught him committing murder. He opened the door to the room and his face darkened when he saw on the floor the corpses of a woman and a man he knew well, and Dion, who was sitting next to them. He called out to him and his hand, which plunged the dagger into the corpse, trembled, and tears flowed from his eyes. Hearing his brother's voice, he looked up at him in shock and extended his bloody hand to him, asking for help. But Cruel took out his sword and, biting his lip, swung it. His younger brother again asked him for help, but seeing the sword approaching him, he called out to him in confusion. After that, blood was shed. Remembering this, Dion frowned and squeezed the parchment, saying that it means he is a hero. But since when? He patted Ririnel on the head and she called out to him in surprise, after which he walked past her and asked for forgiveness, saying that he had something to do, so he would go. She touched where he touched her and told him to be careful. After that, a demon approached her and said that the commander of the Zero Squad was truly scary. Why does she think he suddenly got angry? Is she okay? Her face darkened, and then instantly brightened and became delighted when she said that the evil Sir Eret was so hot. The demon looked at her dumbfounded and smiled wryly, thinking that he needed to quickly leave this job. Dion soon reached his room and sat down on the bed, looking at the parchment again. He cursed the Emperor and asked, did he already know everything that happened and still made him a hero? He gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that this happened right when he needed to return. Now that he has seen the parchment, he begins to remember. When he was in the king's office, he asked if the time had come to go to the Empire? Dion agreed and said that with his permission he would also find out more about the new hero. The king agreed and said that they would begin to suspect something if he was absent from the Empire for too long. After that, he touched his collarbone with his hand and a bright purple flash appeared at the point of contact. A seal appeared on Dion's body, tracking magic and something like insurance. The Demon King waved his hand at him and said that he should let him know if he found anything useful. Dion stood up and straightened his shirt, and the king said that he was the commander of the Zero Squad of the Demonic Kingdom and the hero of the Empire. This is the conversation that took place between them. He touched the seal and wondered why he had to act like a spy for the Demon King. The fact that this mark is on his body means that he did not dream it. He believes that he loses his memories when he is under extreme stress. And he lost his memories every time after overwhelming stress. He doesn't need to worry too much about losing his memories. But how can he do this? Suddenly there was a knock on the door and the voice of his deputy was heard outside, announcing his arrival. Dion allowed him to enter and Ed, approaching him, said that he had heard from His Majesty that today he was going to the world of people. Dion got out of bed with the thought that he thought he was gone. Apparently the king had it. He approached him and confirmed his words, saying that it was time to return. He also needed to find out something personal. Did he want to tell him something? Ed looked at him uncertainly and wanted to tell him what His Majesty offered him. He remembered a recent conversation with the king. As soon as he crossed the threshold of his office, he asked how he thought about becoming a squad leader. Ed was very surprised by this proposal and asked, is it because the position of the 9th commander is now free? He confirmed his words and said that until that moment all the places were occupied. Therefore, he had to be appointed deputy commander of the Zero Detachment. But he is more than worthy of the position of commander given his skills. He offers this position, first of all, to him. What does he think about this? Ed looked down and thought about this position. While serving Sir Eret, he managed to forget that he had always wanted this position. He asked if he became the squad leader, what about his duties as the deputy commander of Squad Zero? The king replied that then he would have to hire someone else for this role. The one who ranks after him in terms of skills. Let him trust him, he's not trying to push, so he'll give him time to think. But if he refuses, this continuation will go to someone else. Will he be happy that someone weaker than him will be his boss? Then Ed objected, but suddenly Dion pulled him out of his memories. He called out to him and asked if the Demon King told him something. He wondered if he had been scolded for drinking? Ed remembered that he wanted to tell him about it, but decided not to and shook his head to the sides, saying that nothing had happened. He smiled and said that if he was already leaving, he would inform the cook to prepare food for him to travel to the human world. Dion thanked him and thought that he seemed to want to tell him something, although he has no intention of putting pressure on him. One of the demons entered his room and said that his carriage was already ready. Dion replied that he was already leaving, and as he went to the door, he turned to him and told him to take care of himself until he returned. He bowed and wished him a good journey, and Dion wondered if he really asked to be demoted from the position of deputy commander because it was difficult for him to serve. Because of this thought, he stopped and turned around again, asking if there was what he wanted. Ed didn't understand what he meant, and his commander hesitantly said that since he was heading to the Empire, perhaps he would like something that could only be obtained there. He put his hand to his chin thoughtfully, and said that he seemed to like the snacks from the Empire. Maybe he should bring something with a long shelf life. In general, he can bring whatever he asks for. Ed laughed and thought, are there bosses in the world who are so concerned about their subordinates? He replied with a wide smile that he didn't need anything like that. Dion asked, is this accurate? Then he will take something to suit his taste. He changed his clothes and put on his cloak, after which he left the room, and his deputy said that he should always wear the pendant that Ben gave him, and let him wear a cloak while in the world of men. Dion replied that he understood, and Ed shouted goodbye to him, that he would be waiting for him. His commander silently waved his hand and left, and he thought that there was no such commander in the world who needed so much help. But the fact that he needs it is not at all upsetting. He believes this shows that he respects Sir Eret. When talking with the king, he replied that he did not want to become a detachment commander. He enjoys being Sir Eret's second-in-command, and moreover, he wants to help him in everything. Remembering this, Ed bowed to his commander and wished him a safe journey, with the thought that therefore, wherever the commander of the Zero Squad went, he would be waiting for him here as his deputy. During his journey, Dion managed to cross the border with the Empire and soon reached the estate, where 2 guards stood at the gate at the entrance. One of them yawned and said that there were no souls today either. His partner noticed someone on the road and said that someone was coming. Dion came out of the forest and headed towards them, but as soon as he approached, the guards ordered him to stop. This is the estate of Count Hart. They pointed their spears at him and said that the Count was not in place at the moment, and that outsiders were not allowed to enter. Dion ordered the gates to be opened. One of the guards thought, what kind of behavior is this? Is he not afraid to make Count Hart his enemy? He said that if he came any closer they would use weapons. At that moment Dion took off his hood and, pulling back his face mask, showed them his face and said that he was trying to enter his own house. Do they dare to stop him? The guards, who clearly had not expected his arrival, called out to him in surprise. After this, the servants learned about his return and abandoned all their work to meet him. Soon the front door opened and Dion came inside, handing his suitcase with things to the servant. The rest of the servants lined up in front of him and bowed their heads in greeting. He grimaced and thought that she had said that there was no need to greet him like that. He took off his outer clothing and was approached by a butler named Remember, saying that he had finally returned. He raised his hand to his chest and bowed in greeting. Dion thought that he had been here ever since he inherited the estate. His presence makes him truly feel at home. He approached him and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. Remember agreed and said that it had been a really long time. Already 6 months? Did he successfully complete the destruction of the garbage? Dion at first did not understand what he meant, and then confirmed his words with the idea that the public believed that he went on an expedition to destroy monsters on the orders of the Emperor. He said that he had completed the task and returned, but suddenly fell silent when the butler reached out to the plaster on his cheek and said that he was injured. Dion looked up at him in surprise and he said that he couldn't deal with monsters because of his old age. Dion removed his hand from his face and embarrassedly looked away, saying that everything was fine, he was no longer a child. Remember agreed and said that he was now an honorary count. He must have been tired after a long journey. Should he freshen up his room? Dion headed towards the stairs and refused, saying that he was going to meet the Emperor right away. He started to go up to the 2nd floor, and the butler walked right behind him and asked if he would go there right away. Dion confirmed his words and asked him to prepare everything for the journey. He thought that he would like to lie down right now, but he is sure the Emperor already knows that he has returned to the Empire. Having risen to the second floor, he stopped and looked up at a huge portrait hung with bloody torn fabric. Through the holes he looked at the portrait of his family, especially the one where he and his older brother were captured together. After that, he told the butler that he also needed to ask him about Cruel. Remember noticed how intently he was looking at the portrait, and after a short pause he nodded and replied that he understood. Meanwhile, Duke Illusterstarb had already learned about Dion's return. He asked, "Has the Emperor's dog finally returned to see his master? So what should they do?" He looked up at Cruel, who was standing at his side, and said that his little brother had returned. He replied that he would make a request to the Assassin's Guild. The Duke asked what if he was caught by the tail. They still have a card up their sleeve. He turned to Shylin and asked, "Is this true?" She asked, "Did he mean the Revolutionary Army?" He confirmed her words and said that if this group of people intervened, trying to kill the Emperor, it would not matter whether they were caught by the tail or not. He looked up at Cruel with a sly look and said that he didn't think he'd missed something so obvious. He looked away and apologized, saying that he would contact the Revolutionary Army. Illuster said he was wondering how skilled the Emperor's hero, Honorary Count Dion Hart, was. Meanwhile, at the Hart estate, Dion's preparations for the meeting with the Emperor were almost completed. The maids looked at him with admiration and said that everything was ready. It suits him that way. They had changed him into clothes more suitable to his position, and were now wrapping bandages around his hands. He sighed tiredly and thought that this was complete chaos. Taking a bath, changing clothes, it finally came to an end. One of the maids said his outfit looked amazing. But wouldn't he be inimitable in military uniform? They presented him in different outfits, and the second maid disagreed with her and said that strictness is in fashion now. Dion mentally exclaimed, "Who said that? All the outfits are white, so what are they even talking about?" The maids began to argue, and Remember approached Dion and said that the sun was still high, so he should put on a mask. Dion took the mask and thanked him, after which he said that he knew it was late, but he was grateful that he had taken care of the estate in his absence. The butler wiped away the surging tears with a handkerchief and said that even if he died now, he would do so without regret. The young master has grown into such a wonderful count, it is an honor to receive his recognition. Dion adjusted the mask on his face and asked him not to say that he is still in good health. Remember replied that this was not true at all. Now he hurts in so many places. He was going to discuss his resignation as soon as he returned. This news shocked Dion and he exclaimed, "What does this mean?" He thought that this couldn't be true, he was completely coping. Personnel, property, finances and resources were under his control. Where should he look for another such talent? He looked at him in confusion and wanted to say something, but suddenly the butler said that he was joking. Dion fell into shock and remained silent, after which Remember laughed and said that his only joy was seeing the confusion on his face. He asked him not to be angry with the old man. Dion got a little angry and thought he was an old fool. Remember pushed him towards the exit and said that anyway, the carriage was ready, so he could go. They left the estate and approached the carriage, near which a group of knights had already gathered. Before climbing inside the carriage, Dion said that he did not need so much security. A few accompanying people will suffice. The knight wanted to object, but Dion said that few in the Empire knew about his return, it would not take much time. The knight agreed and said that half of the troops would follow him. They are leaving soon, so let them conduct themselves according to their rank. After that, Dion made himself comfortable in the carriage and thought that in the demon world he had to suck up to the demon king, but here he would have to suck up to the emperor. But he is as fearless as the demon king. The current emperor, Eduardo Desert, seized the throne, getting rid of all competitors. The 9th prince who killed all his brothers and sisters and crowned himself wearing clothes soaked in blood. Even 10 years later, the topic is still hotly debated. And at the end of the coronation, which began with the bloodshed of his relatives, the king appeared. Having sat on the throne, the first thing he said was that he got this position by shedding a lot of blood, so that he would give up the old name of the kingdom, and declare under his rule the new name of this country. This state will henceforth be considered an empire. He announced that from now on he ruled the empire. He gave the name to the country with such a ridiculous decree. Obviously, other countries could not stay away, and so the war began. A war that changed his whole life, an incredibly long 8-year war. I remember those days. He tiredly closed his eyes and thought that it was natural hell. Although some of his memories have been erased due to how terrible everything was, he has no desire to remember what he forgot. Why else do they say that ignorance is bliss? But the empire, which swallowed up a third of the continent, became a real empire, ruled by a true emperor. Thanks to his achievements in the war, he was given the title of honorary count. Although he cannot remember his efforts, he remembers the life mission that he then gave himself. Of course, because of this, he now has to rush between the demon world and the empire. Suddenly the carriage jumped, and it pulled him out of his thoughts. He opened the door and exclaimed, "What was that?" But as soon as he came out he saw that they were under attack and asked what the hell was going on. He saw blue armbands with a white bird on the clothes of the attackers and realized that they belonged to the Revolutionary Army. How did they know about his return and get here? Things are bad for them, he needs to join the fight. But at the same moment a soldier of the Revolutionary Army appeared at his side, and as soon as he noticed him, he immediately grabbed him by the neck and roughly put him back into the carriage. Dion tried to unclench his fingers and coughed as he found it difficult to breathe. He looked at the man who leaned on him and took out an axe and asked, "What does this mean?" The man, barely restraining his impulse to kill him right now, said with a smile that he had found the dog of the empire. The organization formed during the deadly 8-year war started by the emperor is called the Revolutionary Army. In the process of taking over other countries, they lost their citizens and important people in their lives. So what else can you expect from those who have nothing else to lose? They completely lost their minds in trying to destroy the empire and the emperor. Remembering this, Dion cursed the emperor and grabbed the man's hand, thinking that he had created such reckless idiots. Whatever they believe, he doesn't care, but he doesn't want to become their victim. The man said that he was worried because of their words that he was a hero, but he turned out to be just a pathetic dead man. Dion, breathing heavily, said that he was not the emperor's dog. Hearing this, the man froze in place in confusion, and then let go of his neck and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking what his name was. Dion called his name and the man grabbed him by the clothes, lifted him up and asked if he was laughing at him. "He is the emperor's dog." Dion replied that his name was Dion Hart, not the emperor's dog. The man exclaimed that he had white hair, red eyes and bad manners, as the rumors said. But Dion no longer listened to him and thought, where is his dagger? As soon as he is distracted, he will immediately strike. At the same moment he groped for a dagger and struck, but fell straight into his axe. The man slowly turned his gaze towards the axe, and Dion cursed and thought that he had blocked it. Immediately after that the man pushed him to the floor again and told him to stop fooling around. Dion hit his head on the floor and coughed up blood, feeling like he couldn't breathe. The man looked at him carefully and thought, is this man a hero? Are the rumors true? He raised an axe over him and, calling him a false hero, told him to blame the emperor. The axe was almost close to Dion's head, but at the same moment someone threw a spear in their direction and ordered the man to stop. The spear stuck right into the axe handle and the man let it go. His axe fell nearby with a loud sound and he was very surprised. After that he squeezed his trembling hand and turned around, asking what the hell? The knight who threw the spear smiled and said that it hit the bull's eye. He stretched his hand, and behind him stood 2 more knights, on their cloaks were the emblems of the emperor. The man took a closer look at their clothes and noticed a cut in the emblems, after which he immediately realized that these were murderous ghost knights. Devils born of an 8-year war, led by Dion Hart. He got scared and exclaimed, how did they find them? He called out to other soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, and ordered them not to let them pass. One of the ghost knights took out a pouch and said that he didn't think they could just let them go. Should we arrange a showdown for them? He took the pills out of the bag and popped them into his mouth, and the man thought that what was terrifying about them was not their abilities, but the fact that they had absolutely no rationality left. Having taken the pills, the ghostly knights took on a completely different appearance compared to the others. Their eyes were filled with madness, and eerie smiles froze on their lips. They ran together to attack and one of them shouted to the others to kill them all. Looking at them, the man realized that they were pure brute force, just as crazy as their commander. One of the knights slashed his sword across the back of a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, and said that there would be no easy death for them. The other knight laughed loudly as he thrust his spear into his enemy and exclaimed, who cares? Let them just enjoy. Meanwhile, the knights accompanying Dion simply stood aside and watched the insane bloodshed. The man from the Revolutionary Army became nervous and thought that if they confronted them head-on, they would lose. He needs to end it and escape. But suddenly the muscles on his face tensed as he felt intense pain. He looked towards Dion and saw that he had dug his nails into his hand and scratched it to the flesh. He screamed loudly and without thinking, he threw Dion aside, causing him to hit the wall of the carriage. Breathing heavily, the man released the axe and raised his trembling hand to the wound, watching the blood flow out, after which he said in horror that he was crazy. Dion came up to him and smiled, saying that he wanted to tear it off completely, but he was too weak. He grabbed his axe with both hands and raised it up, exclaiming that since he was not feeling well, he should let him make a quick end to it. The man turned around. He wanted to insult him one last time, but did not have time. Dion dealt him a fatal blow, and his body fell from the carriage. The soldier of the Revolutionary Army who saw this was not much afraid, after which Dion got out of the carriage. The knight who stood nearby joyfully called Dion captain, and he silently threw the axe aside. He looked at the corpse in front of him and came closer, thinking that it was already dead. He reached for the dagger, and wondered if he should continue? This is not enough? No, he needs to set an example so that no one dares to attack him anymore. He sat down on the corpse and took out a dagger, thinking that he could not stop. He plunged a dagger into the man's head, blood sprayed out. He raised the dagger again and thought that he needed a little more to finally make sure that no one could forget this scene. He struck again, and then another, and another, smiling broadly as he did so. The ghostly knight pulled out his sword from the enemy's body and said that here he is, the captain. He's so ruthless. His comrade, who was sitting on a pile of corpses nearby, asked if it seemed to him that he didn't really need them. The knight glanced sideways at Dion's guard and asked what he was talking about. He brought these scumbags with him. If it weren't for them, there would be big problems. Hearing this, one of the escorts guiltily looked away. Having finished with the corpse, Dion stood up and asked what they were doing. He looked at the survivors with a mad look and said that there were still enemies left. Let them kill them. The two surviving soldiers of the Revolutionary Army found themselves cornered by the ghostly knights who were quickly approaching them. One of them fell to the ground in fear, and the second was still holding the sword in his hands, but as soon as the knights approached, he trembled with fear. Soon the sun went below the horizon, by which time the carriage drove up to the Imperial Palace. The guards noticed the carriage and one of them asked why the carriage was so dirty. His partner took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise that it was not dirt, but blood. The carriage stopped at the entrance and Dion went outside, after which he approached the doors. The guard stopped him and said that this was the Imperial Palace. He cannot enter without permission. Dion gave his name and said that he must urgently see His Majesty. Hearing his name, the guards gasped in surprise and apologized to him. One of them thought that he knew that His Majesty had given the honorary Earl Dion Hart permission to visit him at any time, but not in the same form. Dion asked where is His Majesty now? The guard replied excitedly that he was in the banquet hall. Dion asked why he was there? He replied that a banquet was currently being held to celebrate the debut of a new hero and a successful one. Dion didn't let him agree and with a wide smile on his face asked, "Is there a new hero?" He believes his older brother is here too. Meanwhile in the banquet hall, Cruel knelt before the emperor and he asked, "So he returned the land that the demons took? This is incredible." Cruel bowed his head and replied that he was only doing his duty. After that he stood up and Eduardo, rising from the throne, raised his glass and said that today they were celebrating the birth of a new hero, Cruel Heart, and congratulating him on his debut. So he asked them to enjoy the festival. But Dion interrupted his speech, abruptly throwing open the doors to the banquet hall and going inside. The ladies were frightened by his appearance, and one of them screamed loudly, saying that he was covered in blood. Dion went to the emperor and one of the nobles said that he didn't know who it was, but he was incredibly rude. Someone else asked, which is hard to see, but doesn't he have red eyes and white hair? Members of the imperial family looked at the count in surprise and the princess covered her mouth with her hands in shock. One of the nobles asked, "Is this the honorary Count Dion Hart?" Leaving behind traces of blood, Dion reached the place where the emperor was. He did not pay attention to his brother and walked past him, and Cruel looked sideways at him without turning around. Dion chuckled and thought that it seemed like his dear brother had somehow gotten hold of a hero fragment. He approached the emperor and knelt before him, calling him the radiance of the empire. He removed his hood and looked up at him, saying that his servant was greeting the emperor. The nobles began to whisper, telling the others to look at all this blood. The lady covered her face with a fan and said that they say he is a vampire count. She wonders if the Hart family actually adopted and raised a vampire. The man standing next to her whispered that he heard he was bullied as a child. Does she think his family was wary of him? Illuster stood among the nobles at the column, Looking at Count Hart, he smiled and thought that he had returned alive. What incredible perseverance. Eduardo at this time looked towards the nobles, and when he noticed the Duke, his gaze became stern. He returned his attention to Dion and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. He said that he could come to him whenever he wanted, but he came here completely covered in blood and interrupted the banquet. What kind of disrespect is this? Dion bowed his head again and asked for his forgiveness, saying that there was an ambush on the way. Eduardo repeated, ambush? But who dared to attack the hero of the Empire? He thought it was good that he had sent knights to accompany him. Dion remained silent on this question, after which the Emperor put the glass on the tray and said that, apparently, he had something to tell him. Why don't they choose a more private place for him to listen to him? After that, they moved into the room and sat down on the sofa to talk. Eduardo asked, did he say there was an ambush? You can see it by his appearance. He has no doubt that this is the work of the Revolutionary Army. Sick idiots. Is he feeling well? Or should he call a doctor? Dion replied indifferently that he was fine. The Emperor thought that he was a hero of the Empire. Everyone knows that everyone looks at him with negativity. Fools, who else could reach the same heights as Dion? In the vanguard during the 8 Years' War he accomplished his most monumental feat, and when he left as the hero's partner, he was able to take his corpse, which no one else could do before. A hero defeated by a demon king is usually left to feed the demons, so if Dion had failed to save him, the hero would have suffered the same fate. An incredible achievement while dealing with the demon king. However, it came with a price. He asked, did he figure out how to break the curse? Dion thought about it, and realized that he was talking about the seal of the demon king. He touched the seal through his clothes with a smile and replied that he had not found out yet. He thought it was not a curse, but a tracking spell. However, the Emperor thinks that he has become weaker due to the curse of the demon king. Seeing his smile, Eduardo thought that he still had a disregard for his health. He sent him there because only the demon king could lift the curse. He took a cup of tea and, after taking a sip, said that in that case, he thinks he needs to return to the demon realm. Although it is incredibly unpleasant for him to send one to such a terrible place. Dion knows that he is using him as a spy in the demon king's castle, but he won't say it directly. Eduardo asked what is happening in the demon king's castle these days. He replied that it was nothing new, but... He fell silent for a few seconds and the Emperor asked, but... Dion replied that he had met with an assassin, whom he had sent to the king's castle to kill him. Even though he was a simple pawn, he was still a candidate for a hero. Why did he send him to the demon realm? Eduardo replied that this was garbage, discrediting the title of hero. He assumed that he would die before he even reached the demon realm, but apparently he was able to survive thanks to the hero fragment. However, thanks to him, his status in the castle was certainly strengthened. He called him the commander of the Zero Squad, the demon Eret, and asked if this is true. Hearing this, Dion became nervous and realized that he already knew so much. He rose from the sofa and bowed to him, asking for forgiveness, and said that he did not have the opportunity to refuse his application. The Emperor smiled and replied that everything was fine. He did not mention this to accuse. The better it is accepted, the easier it will be to receive information. If he was accepted even in the demon realm, then he is truly a true talent. If what he really wants to ask? This is his last chance. Dion thought for a moment, and after a short pause he said his brother's name, and with an angry look asked why he put him in the role of a hero. He already knows that his only regret is that he did not kill him. He thought that he was the only one who survived from the Hart family besides him. No, it's the only one of the family who survived him, Dion Hart. He remembered a day from his childhood. As usual, he stopped on the second floor and raised his head high to look at the family portrait. Cruel went up to him and called out to him, saying that their father and mother were already tired of waiting. Hearing his voice, Dion turned around and called out to his brother, after which he went down the stairs to him and apologetically asked, "Is it already lunchtime?" Cruel replied that everything was fine, they needed to hurry. Dion grabbed his hand and asked worriedly, what if he gets punished because of him? His brother turned around before pulling his hand out of his grip and bringing it to his chest, saying that he was dirty because he had just returned from training. Dion gasped and looked at him in surprise, after which he smiled awkwardly and apologized, thinking that he didn't mind even if his hands were dirty. Cruel headed forward along the corridor, and Dion ran after him and asked him to wait. He thought he was too fast, he couldn't keep up with him. But suddenly he stopped abruptly and Dion crashed into his back. He didn't pay attention to it and turned around, asking, he must really like the family portrait? He looks at it all day long. Dion was delighted and confirmed his words with a smile, saying that whenever he looked at it, it seemed to say that they were family. Cruel frowned and said it was just a drawing. Dion looked away and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking, "That's how?" He wanted to say something else, but Cruel went further and said that he should not just wander around and stay in his room. Hearing this, Dion clenched his hand into a fist, telling him in his thoughts that he always felt lonely. He remembered the overheard conversation between two maids who were discussing him. One of them asked, "Isn't the second young master's red eyes frightening her? He also has white hair." The maid agreed with her and asked why he was so different from the others. She wonders if he is really from the Hart family? Hiding around the corner, he continued to listen to them. But whenever he looked at a family portrait, he began to feel part of the family. He wished he had been born with green eyes and black hair to match the rest. Under these thoughts, he and his older brother came to the dining room, and their father, sitting at the head of the table, sternly said that they were late. Didn't he tell them to hurry up because they had to attend the Imperial family's banquet today? His wife worriedly called out to her youngest son and asked if he was not feeling well again. It would be bad if he got sick on his return. Why shouldn't he stay at home? Dion replied that he also wants to go. His mother wanted to say something else, but her husband asked her to calm down. Dion can't stay at home forever. She exclaimed, how could she not worry? What if something happened to him when he was already so weak? He looked at her with a dissatisfied look and asked, does that mean she is offering to lock him up forever? They never showed his face to the emperor, so all sorts of rumors are already circulating. This can't go on any longer. He turned his gaze to his youngest son and asked, does he understand all this? He must always be on guard when he is away from home. No one should know about its shortcomings. Words about shortcomings stuck in the head of little Dion for a long time. He hung his head sadly and said that he would keep it in mind. He thought that he was sure his parents were unhappy with him. An appearance different from them, and a weak body. These are huge shortcomings in an extremely famous family. Suddenly Cruel called out to his father, and said that he had heard that he had hired a new sword master. Dion looked up at him and thought, did he change the subject for him? But this can't be, his brother doesn't care about anything around him. His father confirmed his words with a smile, and said that he did it because his skills were improving. It's quite difficult to find a great master. His wife smiled and asked, despite these words, he liked looking for a candidate, didn't he? Dion noticed that the atmosphere in the dining room changed as soon as his brother spoke. His brother is truly amazing. But since he is not the most outstanding child, he is lonely even when they are together. True, this loneliness is entirely his fault. He lowered his sad gaze to the floor and began to convince himself that everything was fine. He was also part of the family. If he tries, he can do it just like his brother. Then his family will love him. Soon the whole family went to the Imperial Palace for a banquet, and while Dion was wandering around the hall alone, some child called out to him. He turned towards his voice and asked, is it him? 3 kids came up to him and asked with evil grins if he was Dion Hart. Realizing that they were addressing him, he was greatly surprised. He was delighted to think that he was speaking to him. It's the first time he's talking to someone his own age. He greeted him with a smile and thought he was so happy. But what if he makes a mistake? The boy asked why he was on his own. Dion replied that his family went to his brother's sword master. He asked, without him? Does he really not understand anything? Dion felt something was wrong, and his face darkened. The boy said that everyone already knows that he is the black sheep in the Hart family. Is it true that his family locked him up? Dion replied that of course this is not so. He was just sick a lot. The boy came very close to him and said that he was lying. He got close to his face and said with a nasty grin that he was a dirty idiot. White hair and red eyes inspire fear. Even if they are his family, they can't love someone like him. His family abandoned him, he's a monster. Listening to this, Dion clenched his teeth, but in the end he could not stand it and hit him in the face. He clenched his hand, red after the blow, into a fist and, almost crying, told the boy to stop. Why is he talking about this nonsense if he doesn't know anything? His family loves him. Because of his blow, the boy became very angry and hit him back, exclaiming, how dare he? Dion fell to the floor and the boy crouched down next to him. He grabbed him by the clothes and started punching him in the face and asking if he thinks he is a member of the Hart family just because he bears their last name? He's a monster, he's just a mistake. The capillaries in his eyes turned red from anger and he, without ceasing to beat him, shouted that he was a monster who had been abandoned by his own family. Dion exclaimed in his thoughts that this is not so, he is not a monster. Another boy saw that things were getting out of control and grabbed his friend by the shoulder and told him to stop. The boy stopped beating Dion, but a huge bruise had already appeared on his cheek, and blood was pouring out of his mouth. He thought about his family, and at the same moment he heard his brother's voice calling him from the side. He looked to the side and saw Cruel, who was running towards him worriedly through the crowd of nobles and shouting, "What the hell is going on?" He said something else, but Dion could no longer make out his words. Tears flowed from his eyes, after which he lost consciousness. He had a dream in which he fell ill. A doctor arrived in his room to check his condition. Dion's parents asked how he was. The doctor replied that the second young master had a very weak body. He is extremely susceptible to stress and must avoid the sun, so he needs special care, although his liver is quite strong. The mother covered her mouth with her hand in shock and exclaimed, "Is it that bad?" Her husband covered his face with his palm and said that such children had never been born in their family. How could this happen? Dion opened his eyes and mentally asked them for forgiveness. He reached out his hand to them and thought that he would try even better, but let them just not hate him. But his brother took his hand instead. Dion looked up at his older brother and he, stroking his hand, said that everything was fine. Dion smiled and thought that if they saw this, they would understand that his family loved him. But suddenly his brother said that he did not need to do anything. No one expects anything from him anyway. Hearing this, Dion's face darkened, after which the words that he was a monster thundered in his head. He suddenly opened his eyes and, with tears in his eyes catching his breath after the nightmare, sat up on the bed and looked around. His mother's worried cries were heard outside the door. His parents came into the room and she asked what happened. How could he get involved in a fight in the palace? His father said displeasedly that he had told him to be especially careful outside the house. And what did he do? Even after their son became ill, the first thing they did was scold him. He trembled with fear and apologized to them, telling his father that they were the ones who started it first. He remembered the words of that boy and wanted to talk about it, but suddenly he covered his mouth with his hand and did not allow himself to do this, thinking that his dad would not listen to him anyway. What if he thinks the same way as those kids? He didn't say anything, but his mother started crying. His father hugged her and said that he believed it was too early for him to go out into the world. He will still spend some time without leaving the walls of the house. He gave him a displeased look and told him to think about his actions in the room. After that they left, and Dion plunged into dark thoughts. He doesn't want to be abandoned. He wants to be loved. But he is sure they are disappointed in him. He can't get into trouble anymore. He needs to try harder to overcome his weaknesses. He must become the one who will not tarnish the name of the Hart family. Some time has passed since that incident. Servants passing by his room asked, "Does the young master still not leave the room today?" Another servant confirmed these words and said that it was so sad to look at him now. He tried so hard, but who would even acknowledge him? Dion, meanwhile, was sitting at the table and studying hard. Suddenly he was interrupted by the laughter of his family coming from the street. He went to the window and pulled back the curtain to look. Outside in the garden he saw his parents and his older brother walking with smiles on their faces. After watching them, envy began to arise in Dion, but he quickly threw this feeling aside and went to the chest of drawers, taking a wooden sword from the box. He grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and concentrated, thinking that if he tried, his family would definitely recognize him. He swung his sword with the thought that if he wanted this to happen, he needed to become stronger. Today he will train 30 minutes longer. He trained until it got dark outside. He continued to swing his sword diligently, and drops of sweat were already pouring from his body onto the floor. It was hard for him, it seemed like he was about to die, but he couldn't stop. He needs a little more. With this thought he continued to train until Cruel ran into his room. Dion's nose began to bleed, and his older brother grabbed the sword and worriedly told him to stop it. Dion looked up at him with a confused look and called out, after which Cruel grabbed him by the shoulders and exclaimed, "What the hell is he doing?" He replied that he was training to become stronger. His older brother got angry and shouted that he told him not to do anything and sit quietly in the room. He doesn't have to do anything. Hearing this, Dion was dumbfounded, and then sadly lowered his head and wondered, should he not even try? Cruel called out to him, noticing that something was wrong, but at the same moment Dion looked up at him and answered with a smile that he understood, he would not do anything. After his older brother's words, he got it into his head that he was a mistake, so no one expected anything from him. He apologized to him and said that he thought he needed to rest. He doesn't mind, does he? Cruel was about to leave, but stopped in the aisle and turned around to look at his little brother. At that time he went to the window and wondered then, what should he do to be loved in the family? So years passed. Dion turned 14 years old. The butler knocked on the door of his room and went inside, asking if he would eat in his room as usual today. Dion, who was sitting on the floor by the curtained window, looked up at him and asked, "What about the others?" The butler wanted to talk about the Count and Countess, but 17-year-old Cruel intervened and said that their parents had left to deal with an urgent matter. Dion was slightly surprised by his arrival and asked if he shouldn't be at training. Cruel entered the room and, putting the chessboard on the table, replied that he had finished in the morning. Let him come over and they will play chess. After Dion stopped trying, his brother occasionally came over to play chess. Dion agreed and added that he would be happy to play. Cruel looked up at him, slightly puzzled, and thought that he had switched to polite speech. He asked, did he take him away from important matters? In response, he grinned and asked, is this some kind of joke? What business could he have in his room without a single guest? He cursed in his mind and thought it sounded like he was making fun of him. He walked up to the table and pushed back his chair, saying that it was not occupied. His brother said that with the country in chaos, their parents were incredibly busy. Dion took a step and thought that he no longer remembers the last time he saw his parents. Everyone says that they are very busy, but he is sure it's all because of their reluctance to see him. He answered his brother that he understood everything, and thought that he knew that it was a lie, but there was a reason why he wanted to believe it. Sometimes when he should be sleeping, his mother visits him. She apologized to them one last time, wished them sweet dreams and left, after which he began to cry. Although he vowed not to expect love from his family, he unconsciously puts meaning into her trivial actions and begins to hope. How pathetic he is. But maybe they really are busy. While he was busy with these thoughts, his elder brother suddenly said that he, too, would not be able to come to play with him for a while. Realizing that he had again been burned by senseless hope, he smiled nervously and asked for his forgiveness, saying that it must be burdensome for him to constantly look for time for him. Cruel responded that this was not the case at all. When the war starts, at least one family member will be called up, therefore. Before he could finish speaking, 3 knights burst into the room. Cruel jumped up from his chair and asked displeasedly, "What is it? Who are they and how dare they break in here?" The knight replied that he was here to deliver a message from the Empire. Which one is Dion Hart? Hearing his name made him very nervous. The servant pointed to Dion and said that that man over there is Dion's young master. The knight approached him and clenched his hand into a fist, and Dion, noticing this, was very frightened. The knight in a firm voice asked him to go with them and, without waiting for an answer, grabbed him by the hand and dragged him along, saying that they would explain all the details along the way. He took him out of the room while he asked him to wait, and the other knights asked, "Is this child Dion Hart? He's so skinny. Can he hold a sword in his hands?" Another knight said disgruntledly that they just wanted to get rid of him on the battlefield. Cruel grabbed the hand of the knight that was holding Dion and told him to wait. He is sure that military service is not prescribed for him. There is some mistake here. The knight withdrew his hand and replied that the Hart family had filled out the official document of the Imperial family. They are doing what is prescribed, so he better talk to his parents about whether this is a mistake. They led Dion along the corridor of the estate to the street, and he thought, what does this mean? His parents decided to send him to war? But he is weak. If he takes part in the war, he will simply die, unable to stand up for himself. So why? He immediately remembered how his mother came to him at night and apologized. He began to cry and thought that this could not be true. He turned to the door and wanted to say something to his older brother, but fell silent and saw that the doors were closed and he was not there. His face darkened and he thought, do they all want him to die? Because he is a mistake that brings shame to the Hart family? He chuckled sadly at the thought that his family had ultimately abandoned him. After they arrived at the gathering place, a sword, huge for his height and age, was thrust into his hands. One of the soldiers said that soon they would all be sent to the front line. If they don't want to die, then let them become stronger. Dion made a face, looking at the sword in his hands, and thought that it was heavy. Soon everyone learned about his origin and began to ask what the son of a famous family was doing here. All the children of the nobles have already been sent to safety. It seems that the rumors about his family relationships were true. At first glance it is clear that he cannot hold the sword in his hands. Most likely he will die soon. What a misfortune, he is so young. Hearing this, Dion began to cry and quietly said that he did not want to die. From that day on, his life became a hell of a different order. Seeing the death of one of his comrades and hearing his dying cry, he froze in horror. Endless battles, screams from all sides, and the sickening smell of blood. The Imperial soldier who was behind him was killed by a blow to the back, and his corpse fell with all its weight on him and knocked him to the ground. He turned around and, seeing the soldier's face frozen in death horror, began to cry. He tried to get out from under his corpse and shouted that he did not want to die. At that moment, an enemy soldier approached him and raised his sword over him, and he looked up at him in fear with the thought that he did not want to die in such a place. But a commander-in-chief named Nemesis came to his aid. He slashed the enemy on the back with his sword, after which he loudly told Dion to pull himself together. How much longer will he think like this? If he cannot hold a sword, let him choose another weapon. And if he has no weapon, let him tear his enemies apart with his teeth. He threw a dagger at his feet and exclaimed, "And what, that he is young and weak? While he is here, he must fight to survive." Having listened to him, Dion pulled himself together and, trembling with fear, took the dagger. He rose to his feet and thought that he was right, he couldn't die like that. His gaze became firm and he thought that he would survive no matter what. He will kill, and kill again until he is overcome by fear. Having killed the enemy, he grabbed his head in pain, and then he vomited blood and he said that it was all because of his stupid body. When can he go home? He wants to go home so badly. At the same moment he was attacked, the enemy swung his sword, but Dion was faster. He knocked the enemy to the ground and plunged a dagger into his heart, after which he pulled it out and, sitting on the corpse, wondered if home was a happy place? He wanted to avoid all this, but in the end he killed again and survived. So the years passed. When there was a lull, gifts from relatives came to their camp. One of the commanders told the soldiers to go out and pick up the gifts they had sent. Dion, who was sitting in the tent and drinking alcohol, squeezed the parchment in his hand and wondered if they sent him something. This is the first time he has heard about such an event since he got here. The soldiers nearby were very pleased with the letters sent. One of them cried and told the others to look. His daughter wrote a letter for the first time since she learned to write. A soldier standing nearby laughed and said that it gave them strength. Another man said his mom sent home-cooked food, how he misses her. After listening to them, Dion smiled wryly and wondered if there was still hope in him. Of course, not a single gift in his name. Instead, he was given a letter appointing him as a frontline commander. At that moment he decided. The Hart family, who sent him to this hell, will suffer the same fate. He soon returned home and entered the family estate under cover of darkness. He opened the doors to the room where his parents were and went in, dragging the corpse of the servant behind him. Seeing him, his father covered his wife with his hand, after which Dion threw the corpse aside with the thought that he would finally accomplish his plan. He pointed a dagger in their direction and said with a smile that he had returned to greet them. His mother said his name in shock, but his father remained silent. Immediately after this, Dion rushed towards him and plunged a dagger into his heart. He wheezed in pain, blood sprayed from his mouth, after which he fell dead to the floor, and his wife rushed to him. Dion approached her and raised a dagger over her and said goodbye, and then mercilessly killed her too. The dream he had wanted to fulfill for many years had finally come true. Sitting next to the bodies of his parents, he chuckled quietly, and then laughed loudly and told them to just look at themselves. They shouldn't have done that to him. When he sought their love, they should have treated him better. But why, even having fulfilled his dream, did he feel so painful? Why is he in so much pain? This is what he wanted. What he had hoped for. His older brother entered the room and called out to him in shock. Dion immediately turned around and, holding the hilt of the dagger that he had recently thrust into his mother's heart, called out to his brother with tears in his eyes. Seeing the corpses, Cruel trembled and asked what he had done. Dion asked him for help and reached out his hand to him, but suddenly stopped and wondered, will he help him? It's just a joke. His brother flinched when he saw him jump up from his seat, and then took out his sword and parried his blow with a dagger. Dion shouted that he was just watching from the sidelines and eventually abandoned him to his fate. Suddenly he grabbed his head due to the growing pain from the voices in his head. One of them asked his brother for help, and the other wished him death. Dion began to cry again and thought that he was about to die from agony. Immediately after that another one appeared about how he needed to die. He thought that if he died, this pain. A voice interrupted this thought and told him to die. But suddenly everything became quiet, blood gushed from Dion's mouth, and he looked at his bloody palm. He fell to his knees and let go of the dagger, thinking, has he reached his limit? All because of this weak body. But he cannot lose consciousness here, he must kill Cruel. At the same moment, his brother desperately bit his lip and swung his sword. Suddenly someone pulled Dion out of his memories. It was as if he had woken up from a dream and opened his eyes, dumbfoundedly staring into emptiness. Leon Reiner, commander of the High Knights, called out to him and asked what he was thinking about. He didn't even listen to her. He immediately noticed her and recognized her. He approached her and said that they had not seen each other for so long. She bowed and greeted him, and he thought that she was the only normal person among the Psycho Knights. He is so happy to see her. Suddenly he realized that he was in a completely different place and looked around, thinking, is this the Imperial banquet hall? He remembers being ambushed by the Revolutionary Army while riding in a carriage. But when did he find himself in the palace? Has he also changed his clothes? Leon noticed that he was confused and said that he seemed unwell. Did he receive bad news from the Emperor? He answered hesitantly that this was not so, and wondered when he had time to meet him. If this is the case, then he must have been under terrible stress. And how was he able to defeat the Revolutionary Army? He decided not to dwell on it, and asked what was the reason for the banquet. Leanne asked in surprise, is he joking? He raised one eyebrow and looked at her in confusion, and she exclaimed, does he really not know? It's a banquet in honor of a new hero. At that moment Cruel approached them and said that this was a celebratory banquet in honor of the birth and debut of a new hero, Cruel Heart. He turned to Dion and said that this is where he is. Noticing him, Dion's behavior immediately changed and his face darkened. He cursed displeasantly and said that he knew that it was not just that he had dreamed that nightmare. He called him brother and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He took a closer look at him and thought that, unlike him, he had green eyes and dark hair. Hallmarks of the Hart family that he never thought he would see again. And the person he never wanted to meet again. He crossed his arms over his chest and silence reigned between them. After a short pause, Cruel decided to start a conversation with him, saying that on his last expedition, a few days earlier, he encountered the commander of the Zero Squad of the Demon Army. Dion's hands trembled and he asked, what's next? He wondered if he realized it was him. Cruel said that seeing how he easily raised the morale of the army brought him back to mind. Their spirit was high. Dion was surprised, beginning to understand what he was driving at, and his brother continued, saying that he had heard that he, too, was able to easily command on the battlefield. If he were on their side. Dion didn't let him finish, he let out a chuckle and Cruel froze, after which he laughed loudly and apologized, saying that he couldn't help himself because of how ridiculous it sounded. He looked him in the eyes with hatred and told him that there was no reason for him to fight on the same side, so let him stop coming up with unrealistic scenarios. Cruel replied that he understood. Dion looked into his eyes, they were still the same as then. Eyes full of indifference and showing no interest. He bit his bottom lip in rage and thought he was an idiot. After that he turned to the table and asked, shouldn't the guests of honor be on their way? He'll enjoy the evening before he leaves, so he shouldn't worry about him. He thought that instead of chatting with this idiot, he would rather eat pudding. It will be a great investment of time. His anger causes his blood sugar to drop. He took the cherry pudding from the table and tried it, thinking that this banquet was so stupid, he would just kill a little time before he went back. But Cruel did not leave even despite his brother's reluctance not to talk to him, and said that he heard he was leaving on a mission to destroy monsters. Dion sighed tiredly and thought, why does he continue to talk to him? He won't give this psycho a shred of attention, so let him finally leave. Suddenly Cruel asked something that he did not expect at all. He asked if he was hurt. Out of anger, Dion squeezed the bowl of pudding tighter and asked why he was so annoying today. He can take care of himself, so. He stopped short, and said that to be more precise, he didn't need to pretend to care about him. Even if he got hurt, he wouldn't let him know. Cruel frowned slightly and his brother said that he could continue to watch the parties as he always did. Like when he just watched as he was taken to war, like that. An oppressive silence hung between them again and Dion, stuffing the remaining pudding into his mouth, thought that he didn't need to waste air on it. He shouldn't have come to the palace, he only ruined the mood. Cruel looked away and wanted to explain, but the Duke intervened. Illuster clapped his hands and walked up to them, saying with a smile that the relationship between the brothers was so touching. Dion found out who it was, he led the opposition against the Emperor. Cruel bowed his head and greeted the Duke, and he said that he didn't need to be so formal. He turned to the honorary count and asked if this was not the first time they had met in person. He extended his hand to him and said that he had heard a lot about him. He was pleased to meet him. Dion thought, but why is he talking to him? He looked at his hand with an indifferent gaze, and then silently turned his head to the side. Everyone who noticed this asked in surprise, did he ignore the Duke? One lady got worried and asked what it was. Did he just ignore the Duke? Another lady said that this was to be expected from Count Hart. He shows such an attitude towards the only Duke of the Empire, when he himself is only an honorary count. Illuster continued to smile silently, and Cruel looked extremely surprised. Lian became very worried about the Count and he noticed this, thinking that he knew, but he had pudding in his mouth, so he couldn't say anything. With a straight face, he tried to chew as discreetly as possible and thought that first he needed to swallow it. He noticed how the smile on the Duke's face became terrifying, and his face darkened with irritation, and he thought that the Duke was about to boil with anger. It doesn't matter, he'll open his mouth later, but now he'll just shake hands. But as soon as he wanted to do this, Crown Prince Elpidius Desert approached them, greeted the Duke with a smile, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Dion got nervous and thought, is it smeared with honey, or what? Why are they swarming here like bees? In any case, he should greet him. He silently bowed to the Crown Prince and he, standing in front of him, told Illuster that he had not been in the palace for a long time. He supposes he was busy. Dion was surprised that he stood right in front of him, and the Duke bowed and apologized to His Highness. Elpidius replied with a smile that it was he who needed to apologize. It was presumptuous of him to wait for him, there must have been reasons. Although he smiled, in his thoughts he called him a cunning idiot, and wondered why he was hanging around Count Hart immediately after his arrival. His gaze became serious, and the thought flashed through his head that he would not sit idly by. He confidently clenched his hand into a fist and was already inflamed with the desire to protect the Count, and meanwhile he was trying to chew the pudding and thought that no matter what happened here, this was his chance. Now he just needs to swallow it. But at the same moment, Princess Alethea Desert ran up to him from behind and wrapped her arms around him for a hug, pressing on his stomach. A little pudding squirted out of his mouth, and she, hugging his arm, told her brother with a smile that he should have called her if he was going to meet the Count. She missed him so much. But before she could finish speaking, Dion coughed harder, and her gaze became frightened. Hearing her scream, Elpidius immediately turned around and called out to her in concern. Dion fell to his knees in front of the puddle of chewed pudding that had just come out of him, and covered his mouth with his hand. The princess sat down next to him and, thinking that it was blood, became very worried about him and exclaimed in fear that he was bleeding from his mouth. Elpidius exclaimed, "What's going on? Let them call the Imperial doctor, and quickly." Dion looked at the pudding and remembered how the princess dealt him a fatal blow to the stomach, causing the pudding to simply come out. He said that a doctor is not needed, it is not blood. But before he could explain himself, Lady Lian covered his mouth with a handkerchief and anxiously asked him not to speak. It was her fault, she didn't realize the state he was in. Because of this misunderstanding, Dion almost began to tear out the hair on his head, screaming in his mind that this is not blood, but pudding, let them at least listen to him. The Emperor also came to the noise that arose. He approached them and asked what kind of booth. Hearing his voice, Dion swore in his thoughts and looked in his direction, thinking, and the Emperor appeared? And with him General Nemesius, who is also the first hero of the Empire. Alethea looked down guiltily, and told His Majesty that it was her fault. The Count is bleeding because of her. She couldn't contain her strength because she was so glad to see him. Elpidius asked the Emperor for forgiveness. A little later he would reprimand the princess. Eduardo told them to stop, the Count is a hero. He couldn't start vomiting blood because of the princess's embrace. He was ambushed on his way to the palace, so it was most likely an internal injury due to fatigue. Dion said in his thoughts that this is not so. They are sensitive to the smell of blood, but due to the fact that there are many different aromas from perfumes in the banquet hall, they cannot understand it. The Emperor asked him why don't they call the Imperial doctor? He doesn't have to worry about being here. Dion nervously replied that he was fine, really. He thought he needed to explain himself before the misunderstanding went too far. Elpidius said that as he continues to refuse, he is beginning to become convinced that this is the curse of the Demon King. The Emperor replied that, to be honest, even if it were a curse, even the Imperial doctor would not help. Lian asked Dion if he could go, and he, answering that he was fine, wondered what he should say in such a situation. Since everything turned out this way, he will pretend that he is not feeling well and go to his place. He has already achieved his goals and met the emperor, so he can go home. He's not sure if stress is to blame, but he really doesn't feel well. He turned to His Majesty and bowed to him, saying that he thought he had better leave. He apologizes for not being able to stay until the end. But before he could finish speaking, his vision grew dim and he staggered, thinking that he was dizzy. Seeing this, the emperor extended his hand to him and called out in concern. When Dion had already lost his balance and began to fall, someone grabbed his hand and helped him stay on his feet. He turned his gaze to this man and thought that he was saved, after which he thanked him, but suddenly fell silent mid-sentence, seeing that it was his brother. He became very angry and waved Cruel's hand away, after which he looked up at him with an indifferent gaze. Dion clenched his teeth in anger, saying that he did not need his help. He cursed in his mind and thought, why is he leading you like this? During the 8 Years' War he was the object of his endless hatred. How dare he pretend to care about him now? The emperor, who put his hand on his shoulder and called out, interrupted his thought. Dion turned around and he said that it was obvious that he was not feeling well, so let him go home. Dion thought he was kicking him out. Under normal circumstances this would be considered an insult, but for him it is a sign of tact. He doesn't think he can hold out here much longer. He and Lian headed towards the exit and once again apologized to him, saying that in this case he was leaving. After that, the doors closed behind him, and his brother continued to look at the exit. Duke Illuster noticed this, although Cruel seemed indifferent, but there was some concern in his gaze. Noticing this, the Duke realized something and grinned. Time passed, they both went out to the Imperial garden for a walk. Illuster said that the Emperor definitely tolerates Dion Hart. But how dare he show such an attitude towards the guest of honor at a banquet organized by the Imperial family? The Emperor justified him by saying that he did not feel well. So how could anyone reprimand Dion and his rude behavior? He stopped and turned to Cruel, saying that he too was being too merciful to his brother. He replied that he just wanted to avoid spoiling the atmosphere in the presence of the guest of honor at the banquet. The Duke smiled and told him not to worry, he understood everything correctly. He knows why he was looking for him in the first place. That day he came to him with a request to become a sponsor. An unfortunate man who lost his family at the hands of his younger brother. Cruel said that if he could sponsor it, it would become the best sword in his hands. Illuster agreed, saying that he was not so stupid as to refuse the faithful dog that came with a prayer. But he is curious why he is asking him for a favor? He thought that if he just wanted to survive, he could choose from countless options, and yet, of all people, he decided to seek him out. He cannot understand whether he is smart or stupid. Cruel replied that this way he could make sure that he could protect. Remembering this, the Duke said that he had always wondered what he wanted to protect, but today he finally understood it. He wants to protect himself from Dion Hart. That's what he always wanted. Cruel looked down and confirmed his words. Illuster turned around and moved on, saying that in this case, their paths would converge. The Emperor's loyal dog must be eliminated. Cruel agreed, and the Duke thought that, to be honest, the fact that he is the Emperor's faithful dog is far from the main reason. His heart tells him that he is the greatest danger to the Empire. He will kill him, no matter the cost. After some time, Dion arrived back at the estate. He got out of the carriage and looked around with a tortured look. Lian approached him and asked if he was sure he didn't need any help. He walked towards the estate and scratched the back of his head, replying that everything would be fine once he got some rest. But suddenly he smelled something burning and immediately stopped, looking at the estate in shock. He saw the knights ahead and the main courtyard that was blazing with fire. He thought that everything was fine when he left, so why is everything on fire now? He got a better look at the knights in front and was surprised, because they were the highest knights. He thought, what are they doing here? Is he really imagining this? He closed his eyes and told himself that this was just an illusion due to a lot of stress. But he could not convince himself of this, and exclaimed in his thoughts that the heat on his skin was definitely not an illusion. He approached the knights and, pointing his finger at them displeasedly, exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here? What are they doing here?" The knights called out to the captain, and one of them said that they were idiots. He was now not a captain, but a count. Dion asked since when did his house become a zoo for mad dogs? A lit bomb fell right into his outstretched palm and he, looking down at it, asked what it was. "Looks just like a bomb." Lian called out to the count in horror, and he, finally realizing that he was holding a bomb in his hand, turned sharply and threw it to the side. The bomb fell into a flower bed, and a few seconds later, when the fuse had completely burned out, it exploded and flashes of flame appeared in front of Dion. He covered his face from the heat and thought, what the hell? What did these mad mongrels forget about him? Lian approached him and asked if he was okay. The senior knights ran up to their commander, and at the same moment, a wounded man came out from the direction where the explosion occurred. He said that the real hero threw it back when he threw the bomb as a surprise attack. After these words, his strength left him and he fell to the ground. The High Knights asked, was anyone still alive? Dion wondered, was there an outsider there? How was he supposed to know? He saw the symbol of the Revolutionary Army on the corpse and exclaimed, did they even get here? The High Knights were happy and said that the idiot revolutionaries threw a bomb at his house, so they quickly dealt with them. Dion asked why they were at his house. The knights' faces immediately darkened and they became nervous, trying to explain themselves. Dion wearily covered his face with his palm and said that he was sure that the highest knights had joined the official knights of the empire. Isn't that right? He looked at them with a displeased look and asked if they were thrown out because they were causing trouble. The knights hugged him and asked, was he worried about them? Why does he want to disappoint them? Their home is his home. Where would they go without him? They might have been a nuisance, but they weren't kicked out. They continued to squeeze him more and more tightly in their arms and he, calling them crazy, ordered to let him go. But they did not react at all and he called Lian. She immediately came to the rescue and they let him go, after which she began to scold them. How dare they allow themselves to behave like this towards the Count? They are the only ones who treated him with such disrespect. Dion moved away from them with the thought that they were crazy. He turned around and thought that anyway, the idiots from the Revolutionary Army were here too. As if the attack in the carriage wasn't enough, they ambushed the top knights known as his personal knights. Apparently they are desperate to kill him, but what has he ever done to them? While he was thinking about this, he suddenly noticed two men from the Revolutionary Army aside. The man threw the hand of his exhausted comrade over his shoulder and, noticing the Count's gaze, cursed and said that he had been noticed. He decided to run away and Dion thought he made a mess, what to save his comrade. If he wants to get information about the Revolutionary Army, he must catch at least one of them alive. Fortunately, Remember arrived in time. He grabbed the men by their clothes and threw them both to the ground. After that, he immobilized them and Dion, who was shocked by what he saw, said the butler's name in surprise in his thoughts. Remember stood up and told Dion that they almost missed him. He is delighted. He thought he was in mortal danger, but he did not expect that he would throw the bomb back at them. Dion remained silent and thought that he was sure he was an unusual butler. Remember took a closer look at his appearance and asked if something had happened in the Imperial Palace. It's only been half a day, but he already looks tired. He replied that it was nothing. Lian approached them and said that the Revolutionary Army had ambushed him on the way to the palace. She thinks he has internal injuries, aggravated by travel fatigue. Remember replied that he now understood why he returned so early. He smiled and said that he would take care of the rest, so let him rest. Meanwhile, the surviving man from the Revolutionary Army had his hands tied. He clenched his teeth in hatred and looked up at Dion, thinking that there were 3 people standing on the way to the Emperor. Supreme Commander of the 8 Years' War, personal guard of the Emperor, Nemesis. A man who keeps the population calm with his outstanding policies and handling of finances, Chancellor Ardal. And finally, the commander of the vanguard in the 8-Year War, as well as the Emperor's faithful dog, Dion Hart. Dion decided to go to the estate and entrusted all the affairs to the butler, and the soldier of the Revolutionary Army did not take his eyes off him and thought that he usually acts from the shadows, so his presence is unpredictable and difficult to track. This time he went on a mission to exterminate monsters, but who knows what mission he signed up for behind closed doors. For the revolution to succeed he must be eliminated. He shouted that despite his failure, the Revolutionary Army would not surrender. He's just the Emperor's dog. The High Knight got angry and grabbed him by the clothes, asking what did he say. Who did he call the Emperor's dog? The Revolutionary Army soldier was afraid and the knight said that from the very first day of their battle in the 8-Year War, none of them had raised a sword for the Emperor. He clutched the emblem on his cloak and thought that they always raised their swords for Dion Hart. The man asked, then what were they doing? The knight replied that it was none of his business, stop bothering him when he was already tired. He took out a sword and waved it, telling him to die. After that, he dealt him a fatal blow, and Remember, who was standing nearby, noticed this. He sighed tiredly and said that now he would have to clean up even more. He thinks that they will report to the Count that the dog bit him to death. After some time, on one of the city streets, A little girl named Sia was sitting against the wall of a house, her stomach growling from hunger. She remembered how the man grabbed her clothes because she touched his food, and thought that since that day she had not been able to eat a crumb. At this rate she will die. Since people die in the slums all the time, her death would come as no surprise to anyone. Will anyone even cry for her? A boy named Paul approached her and said that she looked almost like a corpse. She looked up at him and he, handing her a loaf of bread, said that there was nothing to be done about it, so he would give her a loaf. She exclaimed in surprise, "Where did he get this?" He sat down next to her and replied that he was at the Church of Redemption. She didn't understand what kind of place it was, and he explained that they visited the slum dwellers and gave people free bread and water. She asked suspiciously, "Free? But this cannot be. Did they hide something inside?" He exclaimed that this was not so. Would he give her something like that? The mutilated neighbor ate it, and nothing happened. She replied that that guy would eat everything if it was free. He asked displeasedly, "Does she not believe him? He's not lying. He thought about her all the time. She hadn't eaten anything for a week. If she doesn't want it, then let her return it." He wanted to snatch the bread from her hands, but she did not let him do this and asked if the Church of Redemption is connected with religion? Do they have to pay a fee to become part of their flock? She looked down at the bread and thought, did they really give people food and water for free? Paul stood up sharply and said that she didn't have to believe it if she wanted. He himself will go to the Church of Redemption. Only she will lose by not trusting him. She might even throw the loaf away. She gasped when she saw him leave, and then looked away and thought about it. She called out to him and thought, what difference does it make if they poison the water and the bread? He stopped and turned around, after which she jumped to her feet and ran towards him, asking him to wait for her. She thought that it did not matter whether she died of hunger or poison. If they truly provide food, as they say, then it does not matter whether they bring salvation or damnation. After that, she and her friend set off on the road. It's been a week since Dion returned to the Empire. The part of the estate that was engulfed in fire was more or less put in order, and the mad dogs, who returned without warning, received their own residence from him. Therefore, he can only wait for the Emperor's call, carefreely enjoying life in the human world. So he thought, and now he was dealing with a pile of papers that had accumulated on his desk. He looked displeased at the document and asked, does he want to build another dam on the Heart territory? Is he completely crazy? Does he even understand how much money and time it takes? Whose proposal is this anyway? Who dared to do this? Remember, who was standing opposite him, replied that it was him. Dion immediately changed his mind and stamped it, saying with a nervous smile that he understood that this was only a temporary solution, but one could not be careless in such matters. It's not such a bad decision to build a dam, he approves of it. He remembered how the butler dealt with those two and thought that after that incident he could not behave carefree towards him. If he had not brought all these documents, he would have burned. Suddenly the voice of a knight was heard from the window, exclaiming, "What does he want?" Dion walked to the window and pulled the curtain aside, seeing the high knights outside arguing with others. The knight exclaimed that they took all their food from them yesterday. And now they are also damaging property? The high knight asked, is he only angry because of this? He's so pathetic. After watching them, Dion thought that he expected that conflicts would arise since the knights of the estate and the high knights did not get along. He already sees who is to blame in this situation. He tiredly rubbed his face with his hand and asked, do the high knights have nothing to do? Remember replied that he believed His Majesty constantly sent them on missions. But since they have returned under his command, until now, until he loads them with work, they have nothing left to do but train and wait for new challenges. He tiredly sat down on a chair and asked why His Majesty returned them to him. He thought that he was already missing the demon realm, where he didn't have to do anything. Who would have thought that he would be missed? Remember asked if it was because he was worried about him? Dion looked up at him and asked in disbelief, is he worried? Isn't he tired? Let him know if he needs time off. The butler asked him not to treat him like a frail old man, he upsets him. Isn't the return of family knights, even if they have already become Imperial, standard practice in order to avoid treason? He would not have returned his troops if he did not believe in his loyalty. Dion was surprised and thought that from the outside it looked like this. Although it seems to him that he simply could not cope with them. Mad dogs will not become docile once under the control of the Emperor. He looked at the mountain of papers and asked why there were so many overdue cases. From that day on, he transferred the Heart estate to the Emperor. He looked at several cases and said that he was only temporarily handling everything. Why did he have so much work to do again? Remember looked very surprised to hear this, and Dion said that if he was so worried about him, then let him finally take these lands for himself. The butler said that he did not seem to be aware, but His Majesty had transferred the title back to his name. Dion looked up at him, and then responded in surprise that this was the first time he had heard about this. Remember pointed his hands to the entire room, where even stacks of papers lay on the floor, and said that the official document was somewhere here. Dion was already very tired of this and got up from his chair, saying that he needed to find a way to return the estate to him. He bit his lip in rage and thought that he had gotten away with giving him the title of Count for the sake of protecting the borders, but he did not need the hard estate. He doesn't have any good memories associated with it. Not even that, only the worst is associated with this. He clenched his hands into fists and told the butler that he wouldn't leave it that easily. He needs to pay a visit to the emperor. Suddenly the voice of his servant came from behind the door, notifying him that the crown prince and General Nemesius had arrived to him. He was confused and thought, are the crown prince and the general here? But why? Moreover, the general does not like him at all. Meanwhile, the crown prince and the general were waiting in the main hall. Nemesius looked at the cloth-draped portrait on the second floor and thought, is this a family portrait? Despite moving to the new hard estate, apparently he still moved it here. The servant came down to them and thanked them for their visit. He escorted them to the living room. Elpidius apologized that they had come without warning and said that he needed to talk to the count. Some time ago he was drinking tea in the garden with his sister Alethea. He said that he had heard that the Honorable Count Hart had caught alive the revolutionary army that had ambushed him on the estate. She looked down dejectedly, thinking about Dion, and he asked why she was so sad? She covered her face with her hands and asked, he doesn't want to see her anymore, right? She thought so, it was all over. All her efforts went to waste. He replied that he did not think her efforts were serious in the first place. She jumped up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table, telling him to admit it. She's beautiful, isn't she? She is a princess, but she has never seduced anyone. She may be inexperienced. Her brother was a little surprised, and she said that she never wanted to bring such problems. He even started vomiting blood. Her brother smiled nervously and said that he said it wasn't because of her. In his thoughts he added that even though she jumped on him with a hug with all her might. She asked, she should apologize, right? He asked if she wanted to see him in person. She confirmed his words and he strictly replied that she couldn't. He thought that he would not dissuade anyone else from doing anything else, but this was forbidden. He explained the refusal by saying that regardless of whether she came herself or called him to her, it would be a scandal. She replied that it was even better. If she uses this scandal as a reason to marry him, then. Her brother loudly put a cup of tea on a saucer and sternly pronounced her name, thereby not allowing her to finish. He thought she was a naive but essentially stupid princess. But this is only an image created to deceive. He said that she did not love Count Hart. She was slightly surprised, and then smiled ominously, and said that even if she didn't love him, but for the sake of the Imperial family she could do it. She sat back down on the chair and he smiled slightly, saying that if she showed him next to him how logical she thought, then her image of a stupid princess would arouse suspicion. However, if she wants to stop, then he's all for it. She sighed and replied that everything was fine, they should, no matter what, stay together, since the nobles were already discussing who would inherit the throne. Be that as it may, the plan regarding the count is still in force. She expressed her feelings towards him, everyone is aware of it. If their eyes are in place, no one will dare to encroach on him. If they can tie such talent to the Imperial family, or rather to the emperor. Elpidius did not let her finish and patted her on the head, after which she looked up at him in surprise. He said that he was sure she had her reasons for doing this, since she was not deprived of intuition. He knows that this is not the first time he repeats this, but she can stop at any moment. She laughed and smiled, thanking him. By the way, could he find out what Count Hart thinks about her? Because of this question, his hand froze on her head and he said that she had misunderstood. She winked and said that they would be in a difficult situation if the Emperor's precious talent was upset by this incident. Is not it? Now, remembering this and sitting in the living room of Count Hart, he thought that he understood that they were here in order to find out whether the princess's behavior had upset him. But since they had come, they would at the same time force him to work for the Emperor. Dion walked into the living room and nervously thought, why the hell did they forget here? He bowed his head and raised his hand to his chest, welcoming the future of the Empire. Elpidius smiled and pointed to the sofa, asking forgiveness for the sudden visit. Let him sit down. Dion sat down on the sofa next to him and thanked him, asking what brought him to him. He replied that he wanted to discuss something with him. The general said that he also had something to do with him. Since they are all busy people, it will be brief. Dion noticed the stern look Nemesis was giving him and agreed with the Crown Prince's words, thinking that he was ready to tear him to pieces with one look. Is he really so hated by the general? He's not just hateful, but rather, his thoughts were interrupted by the words of the Crown Prince, that first of all, he would like to apologize. Dion replied that if this is a sudden visit, then it's not worth it. The Crown Prince said that he apologizes for this too, but he is talking about what happened at the banquet. That day the princess was incredibly rude. Dion remembered the pudding incident and thought, is this what he's talking about? Elpidius said that he reprimanded her seriously, so this won't happen again for a while. Dion drew attention to the words, for a while, and replied that this was also a rather trivial event for an apology. The Crown Prince was a little happy and asked, is this true? He's glad he didn't get mad at them for this incident. Dion thought that of course he was stunned, but this was not the first time for him. Besides, it was a manifestation of warm feelings, so how could he be angry? The prince said that to be honest, he would like to ask a favor. Dion thought that he had finally gotten to the point, and nervously clenched his hands into fists. What kind of favor does the Crown Prince want to ask for, that he came in person for this? But contrary to his expectations, Elpidius asked if they could become friends? This question stunned Dion, and at first he did not believe his ears. Elpidius shrugged his shoulders in frustration and said that he wanted to get closer to him, but he was always so busy, so they couldn't see each other often. Dion asked in shock, did he come all this way for such a request? He replied that the title of Crown Prince was too heavy for self-will. He cannot even make a friendly visit to the person with whom he wants to establish a relationship. So he came under the pretext of apologizing for his sister's behavior. He awkwardly touched his neck and asked with an apologetic smile, is this kind of proposal too awkward for him? Dion exclaimed in his thoughts, what an obvious question. How can he accept such a ridiculous offer? His face darkened and he was about to say that he did not dare to be his friend, but he met his eyes with the terrifying gaze of the general, and immediately fell silent. After that he shuddered and looked away, saying that he would consider it an honor to become a friend of His Highness the Crown Prince. He thought that he looked as if he was ready to finish him off if he refused. What dedication! Elpidius was very happy and grabbed Dion by the hand, saying that in this case, from this day on they will be friends. He will do everything possible to make them closer. Just think, he will become friends with the one whom the Emperor values most, he is so happy. But Dion did not share his joy, his face darkened and he lowered his gaze, saying that it was a great honor. Elpidius thought that it was obvious that this was a huge pressure for him, but he did not refuse. He knew that, unlike the rumors, he had a good heart. He would actually be happy to get along with him. He said that he should then come to him every time he happened to visit the Imperial Palace. They can spar, drink tea, and talk about life. Dion imagined how they were friends and fell into even more shock. He said that it might not be so simple, but the Crown Prince stood up and interrupted him, saying that since he had heard the answer he wanted, he must go. Dion wanted to say something else, but the Crown Prince interrupted him again and said that there was no need to see him off, since he still needed to talk with the general. He left the living room and waved his hand to the general, saying that he was heading back. Nemesis wished him a safe journey, and Dion jumped up from the sofa and extended his hand in his direction, asking him to wait. Elpidius smiled and called him his friend, saying that he was looking forward to their next meeting. Dion in his thoughts asked him to wait and not leave him alone with the general, but the door slammed and Dion was left alone with Nemesis. There was silence in the living room and he thought, what should he even say to him? The general called out to him and said that they had not greeted each other in this way for a long time. Dion turned around and agreed, after which he wanted to ask how he was doing, but the general interrupted him and said that he would not delay because he was busy. His Majesty wishes him to hand over to him a soldier of the Revolutionary Army whom he was able to capture. The purpose of this is to find out his identity and calculate their base. Of course, since he was the one who caught this soldier, he has the right to refuse. Dion was glad that he got straight to the point and thought that he also didn't want to talk for a long time with someone who couldn't stomach him. He will send him away and rest. He turned to the exit and said that of course he would hand it over to them, let him follow him. After that they came to the dungeon and the knight took a soldier of the Revolutionary Army out of the prison cell. Dion said it was him. He tied it up so he could pick it up right away. The knight led the soldier outside and the general watched him go, after which he turned to the count and said that 3 people were ambushing him, 2 of them were dead. Although reports indicate that only 1 died from the explosion, the cause of death of the second is not explained. Dion didn't understand and asked what he meant by this. Nemesis asked if he knew how the man died. Dion remained silent, and he thought that he does not despise people without reason. By observing him closely during the 8-year war, he discovered the truth about Dion Hart and his sudden personality change. For the first time, a nobleman was called up to serve as an ordinary soldier. Since he was assigned to his unit, he could not help but use it. He entered the tent and saw Dion sitting among empty bottles of alcohol and asked if he was okay. A child too weak to survive in a war zone chose violence as a means of survival. In order not to die, he decided to kill others, and this drove him crazy. He sat down next to him and patted him on the shoulder, saying that he had been stuck here for 3 days, it was time for him to come to his senses. He thought that he had barely survived until now, after which he said that this was his way of survival. No one would blame him for this. But since he made that decision, he will have to accept the guilt that comes with it. Dion finally woke up, he looked up at him innocently and asked what he was talking about. The child who was tormented by guilt after every battle finally decided to share her identity. Dion said that if he was worried about his injury, then everything was fine. Nemesis's look became surprised and he said that he was talking about the battle before. But Dion did not let him finish and called out to him, saying that he did not understand at all what he was talking about. Since he could switch according to necessity, it would be more accurate to call this his nature. The madman's nature turned on during bloody and brutal battles, driven by the instinct of survival, and his ordinary nature participated in ordinary battles and remembered only them. These were its 2 parts. Dion smiled and said that he was probably too tired to remember the details, but if he was able to survive without killing a single enemy, then he must be incredibly lucky. Nemesis thought, lucky? No, he could not even resist the feeling of guilt inherent in man. He just chose a more extreme method of survival. Now, remembering his behavior in the war, he said that he would rephrase the question. Does he remember how the other person died? He thought he wondered how much longer he would deceive himself by turning a blind eye to his own actions. He finds him disgusting because he has abandoned his humanity. Dion began to speak and the general thought that if he decided not to ignore it like he had done in the past, then he... At that moment Dion interrupted his thought, saying that he was not at the scene at that moment, so he would not be able to say for sure. Based on what was reported to him, he was torn apart by a pack of wild dogs. Hearing this, Nemesis understood everything. He turned to the exit from the dungeon and said that in that case, he would go. He's busy, so he doesn't have to accompany him. Dion bowed slightly and wished him a good journey, and he thought that, as expected, nothing had changed. Wild dogs in Hart County? This is just nonsense. He's sure it was he who laid hands on that idiot. Surely he took advantage of his more comfortable nature to accomplish this. He left the estate and thought that the weakness of someone who carries a huge responsibility on his shoulders could lead to disaster. That's why Dion Hart is a truly dangerous element. He turned around to take another look at the estate, and wondered why His Majesty kept it with him. Time passed, Dion woke up from sleep and opened his eyes, after which he said that it seemed that he had passed out, although he only wanted to take a little nap. Suddenly remember, who was standing next to him, asked if he woke up. Dion shuddered in fear and thought that he had frightened him. He asked, has he been waiting for him all this time? Did he sleep for a long time? The butler replied that it would not be that long. Anyway, how is he feeling? He has no idea how scared he was when he lost consciousness. Dion was slightly surprised that he lost consciousness, and replied that now that he had rested, everything was fine. Remember said he called a doctor for a checkup, just in case. He said that due to his weak body, fatigue and stress could have been a factor. Dion pursed his lips in displeasure, thinking that this was to be expected. His blood pressure rises at least once a day. The butler said that he would like to offer him something. This made Dion feel a little uneasy, and he said that he was listening to him. Remember asked why not order the High Knights to go on an expedition to tame monsters. Dion looked up at him with interest and replied that this was a great idea. He thought that the knights cause trouble every now and then. He's sure they'll calm down if they lose energy, right? And this is not at all because he considers it unfair to work alone. The butler said that he knew he would agree. Since there is a nest of monsters near the boundaries of the estate, he will direct them there. Dion was very happy, but kept a straight face and told him to organize it as soon as possible. These crazy dogs will finally be out of his sight, and he can breathe easy. That's what he thought, but after a while everything turned out to be completely different. Lady Lian, who was riding ahead of everyone on her horse, turned around and told the Count that they were almost at the border. He, who was riding among the rest of the High Knights, lowered his gloomy gaze and thought in shock, why did they drag him along? He turned his gaze to the smiling Lian, and then, purely out of curiosity, asked one of the knights why he needed to be here. He asked with a smile what was he talking about. Why would he miss such a fun task? The other knights agreed and said that he must be quite tired of sitting in his study all day. They already know that he is tired of looking after them, since all they do is rage. Doesn't he feel depressed? It had been a long time since he had seen blood. Dion made a dissatisfied face and in his thoughts called them crazy. Not seeing blood is even better. What kind of nonsense are they talking about? He wanted to refuse them, but when the knights were informed about the expedition, one of them threw himself on the floor and hugged his leg, asking him to go with them. He asked to let him go, and at that moment other knights approached him, saying that he was part of the higher knights. Why does he send them out to have fun without him? They definitely need to go together. Dion thought nervously, are they even out of their minds? Taming monsters at the borders of the Empire. What part of this sentence do they find funny? He wanted to answer them that he would deal with the documents, but Remember interrupted him and said that he could go. Dion didn't understand what he meant, and he replied that he had been making fun of him off and on for the past week. Let him perceive this short vacation as his retribution for such behavior. Hearing this, the High Knights almost cried at the thought that he was too busy to go with them on the expedition. Their hearts ached for him. They are the only ones who can save him. After that they exclaimed that even the butler allows him, so they can all go together. Dion didn't agree and thought that he shouldn't treat him the same as them. But Remember changed his mind by asking if he went, wouldn't the idiot who was hiding make his move? He will catch a rat, so let him go and rest. Remembering his words, he thought that he could not refuse after this. That's right, they need to catch a spy. He remembered how he almost died twice from the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, and thought that if they didn't catch him, he might die. One of the knights noticed that he had a sad expression on his face, and said that they were the only ones here, he did not need to be shy. They had already heard that he recently went on a monster-taming expedition alone and returned with a big smile on his face. Dion answered him in his thoughts that this was only because he had a good rest in the castle of the Demon King. The knight said to let him off steam this time too, but at the same moment another knight pointed his finger at a bunch of monsters that appeared in front of them, and told everyone else to take their positions. They dismounted from their horses and ran to attack with loud screams and smiles on their faces, and Dion looked after them in shock and said that they were crazy. He already misses the demon realm. At least he felt physically comfortable there. Time passed, Lian approached him and caught her breath after a difficult battle. Her appearance made him sure that she, too, was tired. She is a knight who was personally recommended by the Emperor when he requested someone capable of controlling the bloodthirsty phantom knights. She sets the standard for a knight, and is incredible herself, unlike those crazy dogs. Lady Lian could easily join any order of knighthood, he somehow even feels awkward. Is this how parents feel when their children bring nothing but problems? She asked, will he not participate in the battle? He watched his knights mercilessly tear off the monster's limbs, and said that he thought it would be better to let them have their fun. She replied that he was so tactful. But in reality Dion simply did not want to fight among these psychos. He wished they would just kill them all so he wouldn't have to be a part of it. In the midst of the battle, one of the knights grabbed his comrade and calling him an idiot, exclaimed that he was the first to notice this monster. He showed him the middle finger and asked if he cared. He was the first to go for it. Another knight called out to Dion and asked if he would join. They seemed to be enjoying their vacation much more than he is. Dion waved his hand and said that he would take care of his vacation, don't let him worry. The knight with a smile told him to hurry up, they were almost finished. Dion got angry and thought that he was not going to participate in this, so let them move. He has a feeling that if he gets in the way, something will be destroyed. But at the same moment he had a strange feeling, which he froze for a moment. He quickly turned around, after which an arrow fired from the direction of the forest pierced his shoulder, and he clenched his teeth in pain. Lian asked worriedly, is he okay? But he no longer listened to her, and was immersed in his thoughts. If he had not turned around, the arrow would have hit him in the throat. Where did it come from? Ambush? But who? Representatives of another country? They wouldn't do that if they didn't want to start a war. If not them, then they are assassins sent by someone who wants him dead. With a blurred look, he looked towards the forest and saw among the bushes and trees 2 mercenaries, an archer and a swordsman. Saw that the arrow hit the wrong place. The archer took out another arrow and asked, "Did he dodge?" Dion furiously called them vile creatures, and the worried Lian looked at him in horror. He turned to her and told her to cut it off. As close as possible so that you can no longer see. She replied that if she did that, he would suffer more during the removal of the tip. Dion remained silent, and she, realizing that judging by his mood, he would not repeat it twice, sighed heavily and said that she would do everything now. After that, she cut off part of the arrow, and Dion, pinching his wound, thought that the arrow tip would penetrate deeper and deeper, because of which he would experience severe pain. After that, he took off his hood and called out to the senior knights with a smile, ordering them to prepare the drug. Meanwhile, on the other side of the border, the man standing on the fortress looked at the battlefield and asked, "Is that idiot who was wounded the 3rd hero of the Empire, Dion Hart?" The guy standing next to him answered, "Judging by his blonde hair and the fact that there were bloodthirsty ghost knights with him, it was most likely him." The man asked who he was fighting there? He thought that he was calmly taming monsters, but what was going on there? Is this an internal conflict? He is a hero of the Empire, but the wound he received is not going to heal at all. A thought occurred to him, and he grinned and said that only 2 years had passed since the end of the 8-year war. And the notorious Dion Hart was injured. He is sure that the Empire does not want war now. If they blame these idiots for attacking the kingdom, they could get hefty reparations from the Empire. Meanwhile, the High Knights threw several pills into their mouths, and Lian asked in surprise, "What kind of drug?" He pulled out a dagger with a smile and replied that it was a drug that temporarily disables common sense. She exclaimed, "Isn't this forbidden?" He pulled his legs out of the stirrups and climbed onto the saddle, after which he sat down and told Lian that they simply did not need to show off their use. She exclaimed, "What does that even mean?" The mercenaries came out of their hiding place, and one of them asked what they were waiting for. Let them kill them at last. Dion's horse ran towards the enemies, and after that he pushed off from the saddle and jumped forward, ending up directly above the enemy rushing towards him. He swung his dagger and said that he was the first. The mercenary, meanwhile, became very nervous and said that he was very fast. A moment later, Dion stabbed 2 daggers into him and fell to the ground with him, falling on top of him. He said that it was better for him not to move until he did the same to his leg. The guy whimpered in pain, and Dion, looking up at the others, said that since he caught one alive, then he sees no point in the lives of the others. One of the mercenaries exclaimed that he was an idiot, after which he swung his sword, but at the same moment his stomach was struck by a sharp spear from a knight. The rest of the High Knights on horseback ran past Dion, who had risen to his feet, and began to attack the others. He called out to Lian and ordered her to ensure that he did not die. She replied that the order would be carried out, after which he turned his gaze towards the knights and sighed displeasedly when he saw what one of them was doing. The knight raised his sword over the enemy to strike him a fatal blow, but at the last moment, he hesitated and stopped. He looked at his condition and thought that he would die even if he didn't finish him off. At the same moment, Dion rushed past him and, piercing the enemy's body with a dagger, asked what he was doing. The knight called out to the captain in confusion, and he said that they were mad dogs on the battlefield, but they became knights. So they think they must now be generous? All the other knights became nervous when they heard his stern tone of voice. He asked, "Did they not take the drug? They are still so weak. If they are not capable of even this, then none of them will survive. Not that they have the talent to grant their enemies forgiveness and still survive." Didn't he repeat this over and over again? Let them cast aside guilt and retain only the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Let the madness consume them. Having listened to the words of the commander, the knights with crazy smiles attacked the enemies, and Dion said with a smile that all this was for the sake of their survival. The entire battlefield was captured by a murderous aura, and one of the mercenaries thought that they had chosen the wrong enemy. Why were they so greedy? But it seemed to them too sweet and offered to refuse. Some time ago, the man asked Cruel if everything would really be okay. Even if they inflict injury, he will still give them half the reward? Cruel replied that he was just adding a small item to the assassination mission. There's probably nothing wrong with that. The man said the order was to kill Dion Hart. Why did he pay out of his own pocket to add the conditions? He thought that if the Duke found out about this, then... Cruel interrupted his thoughts, telling him not to worry. He will take full responsibility upon himself. The man thought that he must despise Dion more than anyone else in the world, but from time to time he does strange things. What does he need from him? While he was thinking about this, he took a closer look at Cruel, who began to sort through the papers on his desk. His eyebrows furrowed slightly and he thought about his little brother. Now Dion and the highest knights clash in battle with hired killers. It's a ferocious battle with swearing and screaming and full of dirty tricks. Incredibly brutal battle. The man at the epicenter, and the way his eyes shine as he tears his enemies to pieces with a laugh, resembles a bloodthirsty ghost. The surviving mercenary could only watch the death of his comrades and wonder, is such a person a hero of the Empire? He cried and said that they shouldn't have interfered in the first place. How can anyone remain sane after facing such psychopaths? At the end of the battle, the knights approached their commander, and the mercenary thought that it was no wonder that they were called Deadly Ghost Knights rather than Supreme Knights. Dion, whose gaze was turned into emptiness, suddenly turned his head towards the mercenary and he thought, aren't they closer to a demon than people? After that, Dion came up to him and said that he didn't know if they were blinded by money or if they were just stupid. He plunged a dagger into his shoulder and asked, maybe all at once. After that, the mercenary screamed loudly in pain because he kicked his legs, and Dion put his foot on the hilt of the dagger and said with a smile that he, too, was not happy with the torture. So he'd like to just hear who's behind it. He pressed the dagger deeper into his body with his foot, and he clenched his teeth, cursing quietly. Soon they learned about what had happened in the Imperial Palace. Chancellor Ardal approached His Majesty and said that a complaint had been received from the Kingdom of Ilion. Eduardo, who was writing something on parchment, looked up from his work and looked up at him, repeating, complaint? Ardal said that Honorary Count Dion Hart must have been quelling monsters close to their borders. The kingdom insists that the battle they were involved in as a result of an ambush near the castle walls was an attempted armed invasion. Eduardo asked again, is it an ambush? Is Count Hart okay? He replied that he had been shot through the left shoulder with an arrow, so that it would be difficult for him to use his arm for about a month. Eduardo smirked and said that in the midst of all this, the Ilion kingdom was apparently asking for some compensation. Ardal confirmed his words and he thought that he was sure they had decided that they would not get involved in the war since Count Hart was wounded. He put his pen on the table and said that they must at least have brains, if they don't have muscles. He believes he has been too quiet all this time. Hearing this, the Chancellor became nervous and began to understand what he was driving at. He excitedly said that they could accuse the Ilion kingdom of organizing an ambush to corner them. Eduardo refused and looked at him with a smile, telling him to prepare for war. General Nemesius looked at him in surprise and Ardal exclaimed, war? This is impossible. Only 2 years have passed since the end of the last war. He replied that 2 years was enough for rest. The Chancellor objected, saying that declaring war would involve enormous costs. The Emperor immediately responded that they could gain money and resources in the process of capture. That's what they did during the 8-year war, so there's no reason why it won't work now. Ardal wanted to object, but the Emperor called out to him in a firm voice, preventing him from doing so. After that, his face darkened and he said with a slight smile on his face that he was a tyrant. Ardal clenched his teeth and became very worried. He couldn't find anything to answer. Eduardo said that he was planning to conquer the continent, so this comes in handy. Ardal, no longer daring to object to him, only nodded and thought that if he wanted to be a tyrant, he should not abandon his duties. The Emperor was obsessed with responsibility and guilt over the murder of his relatives. He didn't plan to stop at this stage and become irresponsible. His responsibility, which became a bondage, caused disaster. Even though it doesn't hurt to be responsible, he prioritized his guilt for killing his siblings, relegating the people of the Empire to the background, which is the wrong order of hierarchy anyway. If disaster cannot be avoided, he hopes that it will not harm the Empire. Having accepted his decision, he said that he would secretly develop a budget. Nemesius turned around, giving him a nervous look, and Eduardo said that the Chancellor was catching on quickly. In that case, it's time for him to get to work too. He turned to the general and asked if he had heard of the Church of the Redemption. Nemesius clarified, is it about a cult gaining momentum in the slums? Eduardo said that with the country in chaos, he can understand the population turning to faith to find peace. But the Church of Redemption has become too powerful. And before starting a war they had better eliminate any threat. He wonders who is best to handle this. Of course, he will entrust this to Dion Hart, since he was the cause of the riots. He smiled slightly and thought that he had no intention of punishing him. Nemesius asked, did he say Dion Hart? Eduardo confirmed his words and said that since we were talking about proceedings with a small group of fanatics, even despite the injuries, he should cope. Suddenly he fell silent mid-sentence, remembering that he had completely forgotten about something. The general's face darkened and he said that he objected. This man was dangerous. The emperor remembered that the general had always been cautious towards Dion Hart. He said he definitely didn't like him. Is it because of his brutal way of neutralizing his enemies? Nemesius replied that he was sure this was just his way of survival. However, Count Hart divided himself into two personalities. His Majesty seemed a little surprised to hear about this. Nemesius exclaimed that this idiot has the mental health of a sandcastle, as he can't even bear the weight of his own responsibility. What does he think will happen to him if his sanity finally collapses? As soon as he comes to terms with reality, the wall he built will crumble to dust. Eduardo interrupted him and calmly asked, "So what?" The general did not understand why he reacted so calmly, and Eduardo smiled, saying that he was already aware of this fact. Nemesius was surprised and exclaimed loudly, "Then why?" The emperor replied that this decision would have to be made by Dion Hart. Even if something happens because of him, it will be his responsibility. Nemesius became nervous and exclaimed, "How can he say that? If the sword is broken, it will also affect its owner. Responsibility for his actions may shift to him." Eduardo lazily rested his head on his hand and replied that this was nonsense. "Isn't that the role of the emperor?" The general called out to him displeasedly, and he raised his hand, telling him to stop. He knows he has chosen the path of a tyrant, but he can become a great ruler for those he values. He will also forgive his current disrespect. For he is not so incompetent that he cannot generously forgive the mistake of a devoted subordinate. Nemesius gritted his teeth and then calmed down and bowed to him, apologizing to him. He wanted to say something else, but the emperor smiled and said that it was not that he did not understand his fears, so let him not worry. As if he could leave such a dangerous person next to him for no reason. He remembered the day when Dion came to him and knelt before him asking him to let him destroy his family. Then he saw in him a crystal clear feeling of hatred, murderous intentions, rage. He had nurtured hatred of his family for 8 years, ever since he was sent to the front at age 14. And so, when he was finally recognized for his services, and he stood before the emperor, he only wished for revenge. Most likely, for the County of Hart, the emperor was a pleasant sight, an example of someone who staged a coup to take the throne. He had no reason to refuse him. But he decided to use it as his sword, wanted to improve it as much as possible and strengthen it. Hearing his request, he asked, "Is he so valuable that he should allow him to destroy a respected family?" Dion asked what he should do. Eduardo replied that the hero was going on an expedition to kill the Demon King. Why shouldn't he accompany him? He gave the order to face the Demon King as the hero's ally. The result was incredible, because he was able to return the corpse of a dead hero. After that they met him late on a rainy night. The emperor said it was amazing. Does he still feel the same emotions? Dion confirmed his words, and Eduardo thought that was such an achievement. Everyone would have to recognize him as a hero, even if he did not possess the hero fragment. He smiled unkindly and said that he thought Hart County would be quieter than usual today. What does he think? Dion frowned slightly and peered into his face. He understood what he meant. After that, he bowed his head to him again and thanked him for his time. But was it fate? Cruel Hart returned late that night. He noticed that Dion killed the people of his county, and in the end he was able to survive. Thinking back to this, Eduardo said that in the end, Cruel became a trump card against Dion. Whatever the reason, he killed his own family. The only one left is Cruel. To get rid of his brother, he still needs him. And Cruel serves Duke Illuster to ensure his own survival. Two brothers hold each other tightly by the neck. So as long as Cruel lives, Dion will be by his side. Time has passed. As soon as Dion opened his eyes, he saw that he was in a sea of blood, from which corpses were climbing and grabbing his legs. He was very frightened and, looking at the blood flowing down his hand in drops, he exclaimed, "What is this?" The dead howled loudly and he shouted, "What does it all mean?" Fragments of memories of what happened during the expedition flashed through his head. A strange but familiar voice in his head told him to be consumed by madness. A little more, all this for the sake of his survival. In pain, he grabbed his head and clenched his teeth. Tears flowed from his wide eyes. When he began to realize what he had done, his other self closed his eyes and told him that he did not need to remember it. Even if he remembers, let him ignore it. He came close to his ear and whispered that it wasn't him who did it. Waking up from a nightmare, He jumped up on the seat of the carriage and thought that he seemed to be dreaming. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and he noticed that his wound was bandaged. He tried to stretch his shoulder and thought that he had arrived at the border and the killer had put an arrow in him while he had to deal with the monsters. The knight who was riding next to him on a horse looked into the carriage and told him that they had arrived at his estate. Dion got out of the carriage and wondered when they managed to return. While he was unconscious, the situation had already been decided. He doesn't remember anything at all. If not for the wound in his shoulder, he would have considered it a bad dream. The servant put a cape on him and Dion did not notice the butler, asked where he was. Meanwhile, Remember was in the forest not far from the estate. He looked at the servant and said that he expected this, but quite unexpectedly it was he who turned out to be the spy. Now they will talk about the customer. The spy, who was pinned to the ground by the cloaked man, exclaimed, "Who is he? He's clearly no ordinary butler." At the same moment, a knife was thrust into his throat and his body fell to the ground, and Remember said that he wanted to find out about the customer, but he had already died. The shadow of a messenger pigeon that was circling above them in the sky fell on him, and he looked up at it, thinking that this was not the only one from whom he could get information, so it was not important at all. The man who dragged away the servant's corpse said that Count Hart had returned. Remember straightened his tie and said that they were completely behind schedule. Let him follow this bird and find out who he was involved with and who is behind everything. He was about to return to the estate, but stopped and threw a dismissal note on the servant's body, saying that with the power of the butler he would cancel his employment contract. Soon he returned to the estate and went into the Count's room, who was sitting on the bed and resting. He greeted him and Dion looked up at him. Remember said he heard he was injured. "Everything is fine?" He replied that the arrow hit his left shoulder, so it didn't affect his routine much. The butler smiled and asked, "He is right-handed, right?" "What a blessing, otherwise they only have documents accumulated." Dion grimaced with displeasure at his joke and asked, "But wasn't he also injured?" "He smells blood." Remember brought his hand to his face and sniffed, asking if he could feel it. He had just dealt with the spy. A few drops must have landed on his suit. He was in such a hurry to greet him that he didn't think about the smell. Dion asked in surprise, did he find and kill the spy? The butler replied that he wanted to catch him alive, but something unexpected happened, so he asked for forgiveness for that. Dion said he doesn't need to apologize. Since this happened unintentionally, then nothing can be done about it. He thought, did he kill him with his own hands? What kind of butler is this? All he knows is that he comes from a small settlement on the central continent. Remember said he heard he also dealt with the killer. Was he able to find out anything? Dion looked away and answered hesitantly that everyone died there too, so it was not possible to find out the instigator. He thought he couldn't remember anything, but he's sure that's what happened, judging by the situation. Remember said that if he was unable to find out, then this most likely means that the initiator should be taken seriously. Thus, the circle of suspects is narrowed down to the Revolutionary Army, an enemy country, or the head of the nobility, the Duke of Illuster. And what it all comes down to is that the latter is the most likely suspect. In any case, he cannot cope with this opponent on his own. Therefore, why shouldn't he ask the Emperor for help? Dion remained silent and looked at him in surprise, thinking that his butler was so useful. Noticing his gaze, Remember lowered his eyes and said that if he had crossed the boundaries of what was permitted, then he apologized. Dion thoughtfully rubbed his chin and replied that, on the contrary, he was grateful to him. He figured that he was planning to visit the Emperor and return the Hart estate to him anyway, so he might as well get this over with before he got into any more trouble. For example, getting rid of bloodthirsty ghost knights and losing jobs. He would get a peaceful and quiet life as soon as possible. Soon after, he went to the Emperor's palace, and the knight at the entrance to his office said that His Majesty was holding a private meeting with the Duke of Illuster, so he would have to wait. Dion replied that he understood everything and thought that he hoped that he could see him right away. He turned around and walked down the corridor. I think there's nothing to be done, he needs to kill time somehow. But as soon as he thought about it, Alethea's cries were heard calling him. Ahead he saw the Crown Prince and his sister, whom he was holding back so that she would not attack the Count. She looked up at Elpidius with a dissatisfied look, and he waved his hand at Dion, asking him to excuse her with an awkward smile. Dion raised his hand to his chest and bowed, welcoming the future of the Empire. Elpidius approached him and winked, saying that there was no need for these formalities. Aren't they friends? Dion felt sick for a second at this word and the Crown Prince, again calling him a friend, said that he heard while walking along the corridor that he needed to occupy himself with something before meeting His Majesty. Dion did not understand what he was hinting at, and soon he found himself in the garden without even noticing it. Elpidias took a sip of his tea and Alethea sat close to Dion and began hugging his arm as he wondered in shock why he was here. The Crown Prince said that he was glad that they had the opportunity to have tea in the palace. Dion nervously took a sip of tea and replied that it was a great honor for him. He thought that if only he had known that he would encounter them, he would have come later. Elpidias said that apparently he likes tea. He would give it to him with him. Dion wanted to thank him, but Alethea interrupted him and asked if he was tired of just drinking tea. Let him try these cookies. Immediately after these words, she stuffed a cookie into his mouth. He came to terms with it, deciding not to think about it. Everything has its time. While she was feeding him cookies, Elpidias said that he heard he was injured while destroying monsters. He has to be extra careful because of the curse that weakens his body. Why is he so actively involved in attacks against monsters? The princess exclaimed, "Is he wounded?" Dion answered in his thoughts that he was participating in this under duress. He swallowed the cookies with difficulty and asked their forgiveness. He washed down the cookies with tea, and the Crown Prince asked him to be careful. He still needs to serve His Majesty for a long time. Dion thought, how long? It sounds ominous. He wants to free himself from responsibilities and live for his own pleasure. When will the Emperor be freed there? He's already so embarrassed. Unexpectedly for him, Elpidias said that he was only saying this to him, but in fact he did not want to become emperor. Dion sprayed tea from his mouth at this news, but Elpidias did not pay attention to this and said that now he is the Crown Prince, nothing can be done about it. But since he and the Emperor are separated by only 8 years, shouldn't he prepare to retire at the same moment when he also resigns? Choking on tea, Dion began to cough, and while the princess was worried about him, he thought, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? He doesn't need to tell him that. He is not interested in politics, he doesn't even want to hear about it. Elpidias looked down in disappointment, and said that if he had to take the throne, it would only be if something happened to the Emperor. He hopes this never happens. As he already knows, His Majesty is like a brother to them, they only wish him happiness. As he said this, Alethea's expression became sad. Dion remained silent and thought that he knew how much the Crown Prince and his sister respect their uncle the Emperor. The current Emperor, and the previous 9 princes. Remembering that he killed all his brothers and sisters along with their children, it will be difficult to explain the calm existence of the Crown Prince and Princess, also taking into account that their lack of hatred for their uncle is quite strange. But there is a reason for this. The first prince, the father of the Crown Prince and Princess. He was kind, unlike most of the Imperial family. He was kind even to the 9th prince, who had no hope of claiming the throne. Until his death, he visited the 9th prince with his children, so they value each other like siblings. Their relationship is even closer than family. It is said that if the first prince had lived, the 9th prince would never have taken up the sword. Elpidias took the count's hands and said that they were worried about His Majesty, who alone carried the whole load on his shoulders, so he asked him to take care of him. Dion hesitantly agreed, and Alethea asked her brother why he was burdening the count with such speeches. She's sure he would have done the same thing himself, even without his words. He laughed and said it was true. While they were talking, Dion's face darkened and he asked if he could go to the restroom. They looked at his empty cup and said that he had drunk a lot of tea, so let him go. Dion headed towards the exit of the garden and thanked them, and they looked after him, and after a short pause, Elpidias said that he had escaped. His sister agreed and said that this conversation was too difficult for him. He smiled at her and said that he was being frank. He thought that something was hiding under the deceptively calm surface of the water. The tip of the sword always pointed towards their uncle, the Emperor. Everyone around him told him that if this continued, he would never be able to take the throne of the Emperor. They will help him get the place of supreme ruler. The nobles begin to be indignant. Let him take disciplinary measures against the tyrant. Not that he had succumbed to all this nonsense, but their appeasement in 2 years had turned into an appeasement with a hidden threat. He told his sister that they did not know when they would take provocative action, so they needed to prepare a decision in advance. Alethea said that the Emperor, or rather His Majesty, needs someone who will unquestioningly be on his side. Since Dion Hart is an outstanding person, just having him on their side could turn the tide for them. That's why she's trying to persuade him, right? Of course, this does not at all contradict the sincerity of her feelings. Her brother laughed and agreed, saying that he hoped the honorary count would become a faithful ally of His Majesty. So loyal that no matter who stood in the way of serving the emperor, even if representatives of the nobility were there, he would be able to kill them without any questions asked. Meanwhile, Dion wandered around the palace in search of a restroom. Since he always left immediately after a visit to the emperor, he does not at all understand where he is now. He walked past the office, and at the same moment a man came out holding a stack of papers in his hands. Dion called out to him, and the man flinched in fear, as if he had done something. Dion walked towards him and thought, why is he so scared? He's used to people immediately running away when they see him, but now he can't let that happen. He really needs his help. The man backed away in horror and asked excitedly how he could help him. Dion thought that first he needed to smile sweetly. The sweet smile on his face turned into a terrifying one, and his eyes narrowed unkindly, after which he asked, does he know where he is? But it turned out to be a complete failure. The man screamed in horror and took out a knife from somewhere, after which he slashed Dion on the shoulder, which he clearly did not expect. He gritted his teeth in pain and thought that he just wanted to know where the restroom was. What the heck? The man rushed past him, and because he swung the knife so hard, he lost his balance and fell to the floor, scattering papers. He turned around and, remembering the Count's question, realized that he had been accurately identified. He finally managed to steal the document after so many failed attempts. He looked at the honorary Count, whose face was gloomy and intimidating, and thought that in the end he had been caught red-handed by this Dion Hart. His chances of surviving are slim to none even if he tries to escape, so he should attack when he least expects it. But before he had time to do anything, at that very moment Cruel grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high above the floor, from which he began to choke. Fury appeared on Cruel's face, and the man wondered in surprise what he was doing here. Seeing his brother, Dion raised one eyebrow in surprise and called out to him, thinking, what the hell is he doing here? Cruel turned his head in his direction and frowned slightly, and then noticed that he was clutching the wound on his hand, and his face immediately darkened with rage. He squeezed the man's throat even harder, causing him to drop the papers and begin to beg him for mercy. The documents fell right in front of Dion's feet, and he wondered what they were about. He bent down to pick it up, but Duke Illuster, who had just approached them, did the same. Noticing him, Dion stopped and looked up at him, and Illuster began to examine the document. He grinned and said that it seemed like a very important palace document. He greeted the Count and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He had just met the Emperor, but he did not think that he would run into him here. Did he also come to see the Emperor? Dion confirmed his words and said that he needed to return the estate and asked the Emperor for something. He thought that he doubted that he should reveal all the cards to him. Illuster looked at the man who was knocked to the floor by Cruel and said that he managed to catch the palace spy during a short wait. Doesn't the Emperor thus remain in his debt? Dion wanted to answer that this was not so, but the Duke did not let him finish and said that he was not going to take his glory for himself, so that he should not worry. He is sure he would have dealt with the spy even if Sir Cruel had not appeared. Dion told him in his thoughts that everything was wrong. There is just sheer stress here. At the same moment, the Crown Prince and Princess appeared in the corridor. Noticing the Count, they loudly called out to him. Dion remembered that he had tea with them, and Elpidius said that they were worried that he had not returned for a long time. Noticing a wound on his shoulder, he stopped mid-sentence and ran up to him, excitedly shouting that he was bleeding. Someone should call the palace doctor immediately. Due to severe stress, blood flowed from Dion's nose and, holding his nose with his hand, he began to curse his body in his thoughts, and answered His Highness that everything was fine. Alethea exclaimed in concern that this is not normal, he is bleeding. Elpidius said that the doctor will be there soon. What actually happened here? Cruel replied that he believed he was injured while dealing with the spy. Illuster thought for a moment, and said that the weapon could have been treated with poison. The Crown Prince exclaimed in surprise, a spy? Dion felt bad, and he thought that this was happening again. Noticing his condition, the princess asked him not to lose consciousness. A second later a doctor appeared in the corridor, running panting towards them and shouting to His Highness that he heard there was a patient here. All eyes turned to him, and he, seeing the honorary Count among them, began to tear out his hair and exclaimed in his thoughts that this could not be. Dion Hart again? During the banquet, he rushed headlong because he heard that Count Hart needed an ambulance, but by the time he appeared, there were only high-ranking officials around, looking at him with condemnation. His whole body began to tremble when he began to examine the Count's wound, and he thought, why was he shaking so much? The doctor, meanwhile, thought that these high-ranking people were so worried about the Count's health, so let him finally stop getting injured. He feels as if every challenge takes away 10 years of his life. The Crown Prince worriedly asked the doctor how he was. Was he poisoned? He answered in a trembling voice that there was nothing wrong with him. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Elpidius grabbed him by the clothes and exclaimed that he was bleeding. How is this possible? Is he sure he examined it properly? The doctor confirmed his words and Dion said that he was fine. But no one listened to him, and he thought that at this rate, the number of his enemies would only grow. Nemesius approached them and, having heard their conversation, said that this means this is a manifestation of the curse of the Demon King. He greeted everyone and Dion thought, why are more and more people gathering here? The general looked at him displeasedly and said that he had come to convey a message, since His Majesty had called the honorary Count hard to him. Noticing his burning gaze, Dion thought that he was looking at him, as if saying, is he again? He could convey this through a servant if he did not want to go. After this he said that since His Majesty was looking for him, he should go. But before he went he turned to His Highness, and said that he was grateful for his concern, but he need not trouble himself to worry about him. After these words, he headed towards the Emperor, and Elpidius silently looked after him. He clenched his hands into fists, as he replayed his words in his head, after which his gaze became upset, and he thought that he most likely believed that he did not need to bother others since there was no way to get rid of the curse. How can you continue to misinterpret his actions when he is so considerate? This is truly unfortunate. Dion meanwhile thought that he didn't look happy. Was he being too arrogant? Soon the Duke and Cruel left the palace and got into the carriage. Illuster looked out the window and thought that this was definitely a war budget. Despite his assurances that there will be no war in the near future, he needs to exercise great caution. He touched his chest with the thought that in order to achieve his goals, this time he would especially help His Majesty's plans. Meanwhile Dion met with the Emperor. Eduardo said he didn't look well. He heard that he had captured a spy. Had he really received a serious wound? Shrinking in his chair, Dion looked away and replied that it was not so. Eduardo said that he was sweating profusely. Dion still replied that everything was fine. The Emperor sighed heavily and said that he did not need to hide his condition from him. He is one of the Empire's most valuable talents. Dion looked down and agreed, thinking that surprisingly, he actually felt fine. He just really needs to use the restroom. He had to go there first before going to the Emperor. Eduardo asked what he owed for the pleasure of his visit. Dion looked up at him and said that this concerns the heart estate. The Emperor immediately replied that if he was going to return it or something like that, he would immediately refuse. Dion was so confused by his quick refusal that the need to use the restroom temporarily ceased. He decided to ask about the highest knights, but Eduardo immediately cut off his words, saying that this also applies to the highest knights. Dion was already starting to get angry. He asked what about his resignation. The Emperor did not agree and said that sometimes he talks such nonsense. Dion flared with rage and thought, why is this nonsense? He needs rest. Eduardo handed him the document and said that if he fulfilled one of his requests, he would fulfill one in return. Dion looked at the document and asked in surprise, the Church of Redemption? The Emperor said it was a cult that had become rampant in the slums. He wished he could get rid of it. Dion thought that he was so tired of listening to this. Maybe he should also refuse, despite the possibility of fulfilling his desire? He put the document on the table and was about to refuse, but Eduardo said that he had given the same task to the Duke of Illuster and Cruel Heart. If Cruel completes the task, he will grant one of his wishes. Dion didn't let him finish and jumped up from his chair, energetically exclaiming that he would do it. Eduardo smiled slightly and agreed, after which Dion realized that he blurted out this out of emotion. He fell for the provocation. But who can know what Cruel desires? He needs to stop him at any cost. Eduardo looked at him contentedly and thought that in fact, the request to eliminate the Church of Redemption came from the Duke. And although he can guess why he needs this, he cannot allow his plan to come true. He said that in such a case, choosing between Dion and Cruel, he would grant the wish of whoever completed the task first. He thought, if he offered a reward, wouldn't it be better to reward Dion, who is on the side of the Emperor, more precisely, on the side of Eduardo Desert. Dion folded the document and put it in his inner pocket, confidently saying that he would be the first to complete this task at any cost. He thought that since things had turned out this way, he was absolutely going to win over that idiot, Cruel. After a while, Dion sat in his office and dealt with matters. The butler brought him a cup of tea, and he made a face and said that lately he had only been bringing him this tea. Remember asked if this was the drink he enjoyed in the company of the Crown Prince, and then received as a gift? Dion took a cup of tea and thought that the aroma was pleasant, but after each cup he felt the urge to go to the restroom because of the previous incident. Remember pointed to another cup and said that he must not forget that he also needed to drink this elixir. He looked at the green liquid in the cup and asked, "Is it really necessary?" Next to the elixir was a note from the doctor asking him to drink it for the common good. Remember said that this elixir should have a beneficial effect on his body, as this was conveyed by the palace doctor. If he is worried that there may be poison there, then he shouldn't. The drink has already been checked. Dion replied that it was not a matter of poison. He thought that he simply did not like bitter things. The butler seemed to read his thoughts and showed him the candy, saying that he had prepared the sweets too. Soon Lady Lian entered the office and notified the Count that she had returned. He asked, "Is the investigation completed?" He drank the elixir and asked, was she able to find out something about the Church of Redemption? She confirmed his words and said that, in all likelihood, it was a cult that spread its influence mainly in the slums. They gather believers and offer free food and water. She gave him a document containing all the information and told him that unlike many cults, they do not require loyalty or donations, but ask to spread the belief in redemption. Dion unfolded the document and asked if the concept of atonement was too vague. They are suspicious on many counts. Distributing free food must cost them a considerable amount. They are currently sponsored by several options. Remember said that given the scope of their activities, such sponsorship would be too expensive for the average nobleman. Dion washed down the bitter elixir with tea and thought that they did not want money or the role of a religious leader. What is their purpose? In any case, he gradually begins to get closer to the edge since he drank both the elixir and the tea. He got up from the table with the thought that first he needed to go to the toilet, and then think about the rest. Noticing this, Lian was delighted and asked if he intended to conduct his own investigation. She thought he wanted to set an example instead of giving orders to his subordinates. The Count is truly incredible. She said that since it might be dangerous, she would accompany him. Dion froze in place after hearing her words and asked in confusion where? He thought, should he go to the toilet? She replied that obviously she was talking about the Church of the Redemption. After a while, Dion himself, without noticing it, found himself in front of the entrance to the alley with her. He wondered in shock where he was and who he was. Lian looked down the alley and said that it would be leading to their headquarters. She gave him a robe and told him that he had better hide his identity now, the butler had prepared this for him. He put on his robe and thought that he didn't even have time to prepare. Moreover, he did not have the opportunity to go to the toilet due to the excessive enthusiasm of the Lady Lian who dragged him here. He had better leave before going anywhere. He went into the alley and told her that he would be back soon, she should be on her guard for now. He decided that he wouldn't repeat his past mistake and disappeared around the corner, and she asked if he would be okay if he went alone. She asked him to wait and ran around the corner and called out to him, but he was nowhere to be found. She exclaimed excitedly that he had disappeared. He didn't look well, so where did he go alone? She remembered his sickly appearance, pale face, cold sweat and biting his lip. She became very worried and wondered if it was possible that this was the curse of the Demon King. After going to the toilet, Dion finally felt relieved and decided to return to her. Thank God someone allowed him to take advantage of their hospitality. He was so worried that she would follow him. But coming out of the alley he saw not the Lady Lian, but Cruel. Cruel, hearing someone's presence, stopped and turned around. Dion called out to his brother in a rage, but immediately began coughing up blood and thought that this stupid body was coughing up blood out of sheer fear. He can't show his weakness in front of this idiot. With his hand over his mouth, he swung his dagger to strike, but his brother blocked the attack. He gave him a displeased look and said that he could not sit still with a wounded arm. Dion remembered how he was wounded by a palace spy and thought, is he talking about that wound? He replied that it was only a small scratch, but immediately fell silent when Cruel grabbed his other shoulder and squeezed it tightly, putting pressure on the arrow wound. Immediately after that he jumped back, and Dion hissed in pain and cursed at him, pressing his wound. He thought, is he not talking about the right hand, but about the left shoulder? He received this injury from a killer while hunting monsters. How did this idiot know about this? Cruel said he was sure he was injured, but he was still able to move safely. Apparently they did not fulfill their task properly. Dion gritted his teeth in anger and exclaimed, was he the one who sent those killers? He clutched the dagger tighter with the thought that he should kill him here and now, and was ready to pounce on him, but suddenly Lian came out of the alley and called out to him, saying that she was looking for him because she was worried. But when she saw what was happening here, she fell silent, and then her face was distorted with surprise and concern. Dripping with cold sweat, Dion with a gloomy face called out to Lian and thought that he had almost lost his mind. She immediately stood in front of him and took out her sword, asking if he was okay. She thought he was bleeding, so it was definitely the influence of the curse. She is not worthy of her knighthood. How could she let him go alone when he didn't want to bother them? And he was able to repel Cruel's attack. Cruel, meanwhile, looked at her indifferently and thought that she seemed familiar to him. Is this the commander of the Order of Knights under the leadership of Dion? Lian wanted to attack him and thought that she would ask for forgiveness later. First she needs to deal with this guy. But Dion did not let her do this. He extended his hand in front of her and told her to move away. She called out to him in surprise and he, without taking his eyes off his older brother, thought that it would be great if she killed him, but he is considered a hero of the Empire. The advantage is clearly not on her side. Cruel sheathed his sword and asked if he intended to infiltrate the Church of Redemption. Dion said he didn't need to answer that question. His brother walked past him and he thought that since he didn't look like he intended to continue the battle, they should cut off communication there. Despite the fact that he was the one who lost his temper. Before leaving, Cruel stopped and told his younger brother that if he got involved in this, he would be in danger. Dion shuddered at these words and he, barely containing his anger, said that it was so nice of him to worry about him when he had already hired killers after his soul. Hearing this, Cruel froze in place and his pupils constricted. After that he hurriedly left and, looking at the map, said that he was a fool, he should have spent the rest of his days in peace. He remembered how he had coughed up blood and thought how much longer would he have to endure? He was born with a weak body and even received a curse from the Demon King. Although he doesn't know the details, he's sure he doesn't have much time left. Therefore, as long as he can endure until his death, he can finish everything. Dion, meanwhile, was smearing himself in mud, and Lian stood nearby. He looked at her and asked if she was going to do the same. She looks like a noblewoman. She hesitated and, holding back her nausea, covered her mouth with her hand and said that she knew that she should do this. Dion realized that she didn't want to get dirty. Since she is a born noblewoman, she has never done anything like this. He smiled slyly and asked, "But she's not going to leave him alone, right?" He thought she said she would never leave him again. But apparently it was a lie. Hearing this, Lady Lian became nervous, and then exclaimed that this was not so at all. She, like a knight, cannot go back on her words. She scooped up more dirt with her hands and, squinting her eyes in disgust, exclaimed that she would do it. Overpowering herself, she smeared mud on her face and then sniffed it, and Dion, watching her, thought that she was really disgusted. But nothing can be done, since they need to portray slum dwellers. Remembering how his brother advised him to get dirt in his hair, he clenched his teeth in displeasure, thinking that he was annoyed that this advice came from this idiot. He is sure that he is here for the same reasons, as he was given the same task of eliminating the Church of Redemption. He can end it later than him and absolutely refuses to cross paths with him again. He thinks he needs to hurry. He came around the corner and told Lian to hide the sword and come back. She looked up at him in surprise and he put on his hood, saying that he would go inside first. She asked him to wait and asked why he was going alone again. He didn't answer and headed towards the entrance, mentally apologizing to her. He didn't have time to wait. Meanwhile, Shylin stood at the entrance. Noticing movement to the side, she looked towards Dion, and he thought that he needed to complete the task faster than Cruel. But while he was walking, suddenly his legs gave way and he began to fall. In an attempt to catch his balance, he got tangled in his legs, and then fell face first into the ground and rolled forward, stopping right in front of Shylin's feet. Lian, peeking around the corner, was shocked, as was Shylin, because it's not every day that someone falls so spectacularly right in front of their feet. Dion, meanwhile, became very ashamed. Because of this feeling he did not even dare to move and only in his thoughts asked someone to kill him. Shylin came to her senses after what she saw and worriedly asked him if he was okay. He remained silent, and she came up to him, saying that he must have been hungry for so long that he did not have the strength to stand on his feet. Perhaps he even hurt himself. Can he get up? Dion started to get up, and when he wanted to answer that he was fine, he started coughing up blood again and Shylin was very scared for him. He said it was because of a chronic illness he was born with. Everything is fine, it is not contagious. A priest came out of the church and helped him up, and she told him not to worry and to come in. Inside he will find a place to rest. Lian meanwhile watched him, She thought with admiration that he was simply incredible. He played so naturally and naturally penetrated inside. It's like he's really poor. She will follow in his footsteps. But when she wanted to enter the church under the guise of a poor man, Shylin smiled at her and asked for forgiveness, saying that there were no empty seats today. Leon was surprised by this and Shylin, pushing water and bread into her hands, asked if she needed this, right? Let her come back another time, she offers her most sincere apologies. She went inside the church and told her to take care of herself. The priest began to close the doors and Leon extended his hand to her, asking her to wait. Shylin thought that pests were starting to appear. Her aura cannot be blocked by any dirt, and she has such a noticeable proud gait. This man is definitely a spy trying to investigate inside the Church of Redemption. Most likely she is a noblewoman. She looked at the newly arrived poor man sitting at the table, who was holding his wounded hand, and thought that compared to her, he did not have a firm gait, because of which it was obvious that he had not eaten for several days, a hand that could be injured, their spitting of blood. A clear indicator that he lives in a slum. She brought him a cup of tea and he thanked her, saying that he heard that you can get food here if you come here. Apparently this is true? She confirmed his words with a smile, and said that she would bring everything, so let him feel at home. Dion asked what the price is. She replied that he would not have to pay, so he should not worry. He needs to rest and eat well. He glanced at her and thought that he hadn't noticed anything suspicious when he walked inside. This place looks like a typical temple with kind priests and impoverished but still happy people. The guards resemble holy knights. However, the fact that nothing stands out already raises suspicions. Unexpectedly, Shylin asked, "Is he uncomfortable?" He looked at her in surprise, and then lowered his gaze and pulled his hood tighter, saying that everything was fine, his appearance might confuse others. He thought that although his face was not familiar to many due to low social involvement, his eyes were red, which was quite a rare occurrence. Shylin suspected something about him. She smiled slightly and said that if that was the reason, he could relax. She took off his hood and said that no one would judge him by his appearance. Dion was very scared and nervous because she saw his face, and cursed in his thoughts. Shylin was surprised to see his appearance. She stretched out her hands to his face, and turning his face towards her, peered into his eyes and said that his eyes were red. This scared Dion a lot, and he nervously thought what should he do. Shylin frowned and wanted to ask something, but Dion didn't let her do it and asked in an upset voice, "This is disgusting, right?" She didn't understand what he meant, and he, lowering her hands, looked away and said with a sad smile that he knew she wouldn't like it. Who could possibly like his eyes? Even his own family abandoned him because of them. Shylin fell for this and exclaimed that this was not true at all. She did not consider his eyes disgusting. Does he know a man named Dion Hart? She just asked because he was rumored to have red eyes too. Dion thought, did it really work? He asked, is she talking about the hero of the Empire? She confirmed his words and said that there were bad rumors about him, that he was a vampire or even an evil spirit. This is not without reason, is it? She is sure that he is a terrible person. Dion lowered his head dejectedly and smiled wryly, having learned what rumors were circulating about him. Shylin crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him suspiciously again, thinking that it couldn't be that this fragile guy was the famous Dion. She smiled and asked, did he come knowing what kind of place this was? He asked, isn't this a place where the poor are given bread and water without asking for anything in return? She replied that this is how most people perceive the Church of the Atonement. Dion remained silent, and in his thoughts asked her to tell how they were able to spread their influence so quickly, and she, like a saint, spread her arms to the sides and said that this religion was created to save the oppressed and suffering from the rule of the tyrant Eduardo. The reason he lives in agony is because of the emperor. If he ruled the lands peacefully, would he experience such suffering? He nervously agreed and in his thoughts told His Majesty that these were not his words. Shylin said that even his fall can be blamed on the emperor for not making the road properly. Dion thought, is this true? No one before him could save the poor, and she is going to put all the blame on the emperor? Despite the dirt, she took his hands and told him that the Church of the Redemption was not like other religions. They believe only in redemption. They don't believe in money or anything else. Dion thought that there was an inexplicable calm, sweet speeches and an absurd doctrine. However, when all this is accompanied by rations, then one can believe in it. He wonders who is behind all this. He asked if faith would truly lead him to redemption. Who will save him? Some time passed, he had already managed to get used to it a little and remembered Shylin's answer. Once he becomes a devoted believer, He will know everything himself. He irritably took a bite of bread and thought, why should he become a believer? Everything seems suspicious, but he has no evidence to confirm. And it doesn't look like they did anything to the bread. Apparently, he will have to crawl through every corner here to get to the bottom of the truth. Suddenly he felt a push in his back and immediately turned around, seeing a little girl behind him. It turned out to be Sia. She apologized to him, and he thought that she looked about 12 years old. Despite her poverty, her face seems filled with life. She looked at him with admiring eyes and asked, "Is he a new believer?" He confirmed her words and, looking at her expression, realized that she was happy. Sia introduced herself and said that she was pleased to meet him. It was hard for him on the street, right? Hearing this, Dion thought, is his face so haggard? He didn't answer, and she told him not to worry, now he's with the Church of Redemption. Here they will give him food without asking for anything in return. He asked, is this true? It's simply amazing. Judging by her happy eyes, he realized that she had not been brainwashed. But why does she then praise the church so much? He patted her on the head with a smile and said that he really wanted to believe in redemption. She was happy and said that she knew he would like it here. He thought that nothing seemed suspicious here. But how is this even possible? He turned his gaze to the door where the guards were standing, and thought that he needed to look into the protected rooms. Sia said with a smile that it seems like he is going through redemption too, which is great. Suddenly Paul called out to her, and asked what she was doing there? They need to go pray. She called out to him in response, and Dion, noticing his gaze on her, thought, is this her brother? Why is he staring at him like that? Sia apologized to Dion that it was time for her to go, and they said goodbye. He walked further down the corridor with the thought that he needed to figure out how to get into the secure rooms, and Paul began to scold Sia for talking to strangers. She smiled and told him that he turned out to be a nice person. Dion thought, what is Lady Liane doing outside? Suddenly one of the priests called out to Dion and asked him to wait a minute. Because of this, he shuddered and slowly turned around. A little time passed, and Liane wandered around the church building. Peeking around the corner, she said she thought she felt movement there. Was she wrong? It seemed to her that she would be able to sneak in from the back gate, but it didn't work out. If she can't even infiltrate normally, how can she look the Count in the eye? She noticed that there were a bunch of loaves of bread lying on the ground in front of the window and thought, where did this come from? Suddenly Shilen shouted behind her and told the guard to immediately call the security captain. Liane approached the source of the sound and, peeking around the corner, began to eavesdrop. The guard asked what she was talking about. Shilen crossed her arms over her chest with displeasure and said that they had an outsider. If he weren't a hero, he'd have to take responsibility and quit, so let him consider himself lucky. Liane got nervous and thought, are they talking about a hero? Really, the Count? She realized that he had been caught, and in her thoughts told the Count to wait for her, she would come to his aid. She broke the window with her foot and got inside the church, and the priests inside were scared. Having walked inside with a firm and confident gait, she asked them where the Lord was. Dion, meanwhile, was sitting in some room and trying to catch his breath, glad that he survived. He thought that since they called him, they would immediately grab him, but they only handed him an armful of bread. The caring priest noticed that he was tired and kindly gave him bread. He walked from side to side, but for a moment he was afraid. Fortunately, he was able to climb back through the open window. He looked at the room he found himself in and thought, is this a prayer room? There's nothing that stands out here. He reached the end of the hall and, pulling back the curtain that hid the brick wall, asked displeasedly, what were those disgusting purple curtains? Hearing the sound of approaching steps behind him, he turned around in fear, and immediately after that the priest entered the hall along with Shilen and the poor people, and froze in surprise in the passage. He asked what's going on here? A gust of wind hit them in the face and rushed into the hall through the open window, after which the priest exclaimed that it was open. He took his place and said to check everything here carefully. Someone may wish to penetrate their redemption. Shilen stood next to him and glanced sideways towards the curtains behind which Dion had disappeared. More precisely, Cruel hid it there. Holding him down and covering his mouth with his hand, he whispered to him to be quiet if he didn't want to be caught. Dion got angry and thought, why did he run into him again? His mood is now spoiled, he will leave now. Through a small gap between the curtains, he saw Shilen take the place of the priest and tell the people gathered in the hall that they now needed to pray for their redemption. Today she gathered only devoted believers of the Church of Redemption. Dion realized that this was the woman who had let him in. She must be in a high position if even the priest stepped aside. She said that instead of simple prayers, she prepared something that more strongly reflected true atonement. Dion became interested and thought, true redemption? A joyful whisper was heard in the hall and people began to thank her, and Sia beamed with joy. Shylin pulled the curtain aside and said that they would now go into a room that only devoted believers could enter to hear a more detailed explanation. She touched the wall and said that this wall may seem completely ordinary to them. Her hand passed through the wall and a magical glow began to emanate from it, after which she said that only the chosen ones can pass through this wall. Dion was surprised and thought, what is this? Shylin asked people to go inside and they, one after another, passing through the wall, found themselves on the other side. Dion thought, is this magic? It was Sia and Paul's turn. They held hands and Sia happily invited him to go inside. They walked through the wall together, and Shylin followed them, after which she looked suspiciously towards Dion's hiding place, and walked through the wall herself. Silence reigned in the hall. When Cruel was convinced that there was no one here, he let go of Dion and he pulled back the curtain and ran away from him, gulping air. He caught his breath and wiped his mouth with displeasure, beginning to swear. After that, Cruel calmly came out from behind the curtain and looked at his brother with an indifferent gaze. Dion told him to stop interfering in his affairs. He can take care of everything on his own. Cruel replied that it would be much more burdensome for him if they captured him, which would cause them to raise security. Dion exclaimed irritably that he could have hidden without it. Cruel just agreed, and Dion, looking at his indifferent expression, thought that this was driving him crazy. He took a deep breath, collecting himself, and then walked up to the wall and thought that he would just complete the task and get out of here. He felt the wall and thought that it had touched a certain place somewhere here. He felt that there was something here, and then he saw the gem and was very surprised to realize that it was an enchanted object. As long as a person pays a certain price, the item can create an effect similar to magic. This method was created by humans to use magic that only demons are capable of. But not everyone is able to use enchanted objects, and the sorceresses themselves are not so easy to come across. Is the Church of Redemption able to find a use for incredibly rare enchanted items? This item is quite high quality. He is terribly interested in who is behind this. Well, what kind of headache? How he would like to just pick up and leave, but if he gives up, the desire will go into the hands of this idiot. He cannot allow this. At the same moment, a priest burst into the hall and shouted that they had an emergency situation. Fortunately, Dion and Cruel managed to hide in time and the priest did not notice them. He ran up to the wall and said that they needed to immediately notify Madame Shylin. Dion, who was sitting under the table in the meantime, tried to calm down the frantic beating of his heart and thought that he needed to knock before breaking in. The priest looked at the magic stone and asked, "Can she hear?" "They have an outsider. Someone is looking for their lord and causing disturbances in the building." Dion thought, has someone else infiltrated the Church of Redemption? A second later, someone knocked down the door to the prayer hall and the priest froze in shock. He turned around and in a voice trembling with fear asked who she was. Leanne got angry and asked where her lord was. Hearing her voice, Dion thought that she forgot here. He told her to quietly follow him, so why make such a farce? She grabbed the priest by the clothes and threw him to the floor, and he asked her to wait, and asked who exactly was her lord. She hesitated and thought that he was the one for whom the knight would give his life. She has no right to call the earl her lord, since she is bound by a contract with his majesty. But she cannot call him count or hero when he is here. She confidently answered the priest that he was her lord. He got very nervous and asked, "Is that his name or what?" Leanne exclaimed that it was none of his business. Dion, meanwhile, covered his face in shame and thought, why is she acting so recklessly? He considered her the only normal one among the madmen, but now he understands how she found a common language with those mad mongrels. He looked at the glowing magic stone and realized that the connection was not complete. He will be caught if he goes out. What should he do? Shylin, meanwhile, stood on the other side of the wall and heard the entire conversation. Leanne asked, so he doesn't know where her lord is? The priest exclaimed in response, if she continues to call him lord, then how will he understand? Hearing the voice, Shylin realized who it was. It's that strange night girl at the main gate. A knight who is looking for her lord. Coincidentally, there is a poor man with scarlet eyes. It was Dion Hart. She knew that the Emperor had entrusted the task to him, but she still let her guard down. As soon as Cruel Heart got here, they beefed up security. Some time ago, she found Cruel in the church room that opened the window. She asked how he got into the building when all the windows were closed. He turned around and said nothing, and she, leaning on the doorframe, said that she knew what he was planning, but she wouldn't buy it. She's sure the Duke sent him here to check. He already received important information from the Duke, didn't he? She remembered how Illuster gave him the plan and told him to complete this game as safely as possible. He's confident he can do it, right? Then Cruel replied that he would not disappoint him. Shylin left the room and said that as one who serves the same master, she can only not call the guards. She will strengthen the security before Dion comes here, so let him figure out how to leave. Remembering this, she thought that this secret room was not indicated on the plan, but here it is. She hopes he will not disappoint his master, since he wants him to win. However, she never thought that Dion would walk through the main entrance. She returned to her place and apologized to the people, thinking that since they had already achieved the goal of the Church of Redemption, all that remained was to clean up the place. She can only hope that it will be Cruel and not Dion who will cleanse this place. Everything is according to his will. She smiled as if nothing had happened and suggested continuing the prayer. Meanwhile, Lian hit the priest and he fell to the floor, losing consciousness. After that she sighed and said that she thought she was done here. Where the hell is her lord? She should look for him somewhere else. At the same moment Dion crawled out from under the table and loudly called out to her, which was unexpected for her. She joyfully called out to him and said that he was fine. But why did he leave there? Dion looked at the magic stone and thought that it was no longer glowing. He was sure the connection had been interrupted. He said that they would talk later. First they need to leave here. Unexpectedly for him, Lian sat down on one knee in front of him, and he called out to her in surprise. She said that she addressed him as her lord because she was not sure what words she should use. So she apologizes? He replied that everything was fine. They were in a difficult situation, so there was nothing they could do about it. She looked up at him with confidence, and said that she intended to take full responsibility. He didn't understand what she meant, and she said that she didn't realize it when she first met him on His Majesty's orders, but now, having served him for a while, she understands. He is meticulous enough that he is willing to trudge through the mud and sacrifice all his pride for the sake of a task, and he is brave enough to face his opponent face to face. From this moment on, she, Lian Raynor, vows to serve him for the rest of her life, as long as it does not contradict the wishes of the Emperor. Dion was stunned by such sudden words, after which she said that she would serve him as her master with all her heart. Dion thought that he had never imagined that she would take the oath of a knight here. He will not refuse, since it will only benefit him, but she is so strange. But she mentioned that she would be faithful as long as it did not contradict the will of the Emperor. Therefore, her priority will be the Emperor and Empire, not the Lord. He put one hand behind his back, and clenched the other into a fist, and brought it to his chest, saying that he would do everything to prove that he was worthy of her devotion. She looked up at him and smiled slightly, asking if it was time to go back. He agreed and said that today they would retreat. If they intend to conduct a thorough investigation, then they will need high knights. And they also need a talented sorcerer to uncover the secrets of this room. 3 days later, Dion was in his office and thought, is there really no smart sorcerer in the whole empire? He heard that 99 out of 100 sorcerers come from the south. So does it really mean that in the north there is absolutely no person needed? It would take too long to hire someone from the south. He hopes Cruel doesn't find the sorcerer before him. At that moment, Remember entered the office and told him the good news that they had found the sorcerer. Dion was very happy and said that this is really good news, they need to start preparing now. Remember said that this sorcerer's village is only 1 day's journey away. A day later they reached a small village among the mountains and, having examined the entire settlement from a high cliff, they said that they were there. Lian noticed that this is a rather small settlement. They went downstairs and Dion, wiping sweat from his forehead, said that sorcerers often live in solitude with several comrades. He thought, why did they all have to settle in such a wild area? Lian noticed that he was tired and asked if he was okay. He confirmed her words and she asked him to speak to her without formalities. After all, he is now her lord. But he did not agree and thought that he was an honorary count, and she was a blood noblewoman from an authoritative family. Who knows what can happen with informal contact? He said that they need to hurry up and find the sorcerer. But when he saw Cruel on the road to the village, he fell silent in mid-sentence and cursed loudly. Cruel immediately turned around and gave him an indifferent look, and Dion asked irritably, did he say that out loud? He apologizes, he was just very surprised. Cruel remained silent and he thought, is this idiot stalking him or what? Most likely no. Since they have the same task, their paths simply cross. Suddenly a stone flew towards Dion and hit him right in the head. The stone fell to the ground and with it drops of blood that appeared from the wound on the head. Seeing this, Cruel immediately turned around and looked at the person who did this in surprise. Dion touched the wound on his head, and Leanne asked worriedly, "Is he okay?" The old woman who threw the stone said loudly that disaster had overtaken them. They should throw him out of here, or better yet kill him. The men grabbed her arms and tried to hold her in place, asking her to calm down. But she did not react at all and loudly shouted at them to get out of their village. Leanne got angry and shouted, "How dare she disrespect the Lord?" Unexpectedly Dion laughed loudly, and then looked up at the old woman with a furious look and asked, "Is it a disaster?" He took a few steps towards her, making the villagers nervous, and said that this was not so. He came very close to her and looked into her eyes, asking, "It's more evil than disaster, isn't it?" The old woman clenched her teeth and shouted that they must kill him, immediately. She began to incite the others to kill him, and Dion walked away from her and thought that she was a mischievous old woman. The man called her Madam Sorcerer and asked her to calm down. Hearing this, Dion was surprised and thought, "Is this old nag a sorcerer?" Suddenly Madam Sorcerer broke free from the men's grip and grabbed Dion by the hand, saying that he shouldn't hate everything. He needs to remember this, he should not hate anyone or anything. Otherwise there will be a disaster. Dion irritably pulled his hand out of hers and clenched his teeth, asking what nonsense. He thought, when did this strange fear manage to come so close to him? And where does she get such strength? Madam Sorcerer's granddaughter ran, put her hands on her grandmother's shoulders and asked her to calm down. Hearing her voice, Madam Sorcerer immediately turned around and said that this idiot is a disaster. She sees it too, right? She confirmed her words and said that nothing had happened yet. She herself taught her not to judge a person hastily. Her grandmother agreed with her words, and Dion began to stretch his wrist with the thought that she was such a senile girl. If this old woman is a sorcerer, then he will be forced to abandon plans to take her with him. Will he really have to look for someone in the south? Suddenly Ran asked him to wait, and said that she was waiting for him. He looked at her in surprise and she told him her name. She was the granddaughter of the elderly woman he was talking to. First she wants to apologize to him. He scratched the back of his head and replied that there was no need for that. He already wanted to return anyway, so she shouldn't worry. She asked, "He is here to find the sorcerer, right?" He was surprised and asked how she knew about it. She didn't let him finish and replied that because she was also a sorcerer. She knew that he would come here in search of a sorcerer to resolve the issue regarding the Church of Redemption. If he takes her with him, he can achieve his goals. Out of surprise, Dion could not say a word. He thought that she really knew everything, but this was unknown to the public. He was suspicious of her due to her youthful appearance, but her skills are quite good. He glanced sideways at Cruel, who was silently waiting nearby, and thought that if he didn't take her, then that idiot would, right? This is better than looking for a sorcerer in the south. Besides, he will be happy if he interferes with Cruel's mission. He shook Ran's hand and said that in that case, he was counting on her, after which he laughed in his mind and thought that he was the first. After that, Dion and his knights left with the sorcerer, and Cruel silently looked after him and thought that it would be okay if he didn't get the sorcerer. Even though the Duke ordered him to prove his worth, his priority is his victory, so he will definitely find another sorcerer or come up with a different plan. However, he wants to clarify something with the elderly sorcerer. Unexpectedly Madam Sorcerer touched him and with a gentle smile on her face called her child, saying that he was also here. She hugged him, which made him confused, and asked, "What does this mean?" She said he's been through a lot, but don't let him worry, she doesn't hate him. If she begins to hate, no one in the world will love him. An unloved creature will live a short life. And he should live long and win the battle, right? A battle to see who can live the longest. Hearing these words, Cruel fell into a stupor, after which she said that she hoped he would win. He is a child who foreshadows destruction, but if he wins, this will not happen. The catastrophe is over. However, if he is on the verge of death or wishes to die, then let him make sure that he kills that child before he leaves this world. Because of her words, Cruel became angry and pulled the sword out of its sheath, placing the tip directly at her neck. She just grinned at this, and the villagers called out to her in concern and asked what he was trying to achieve. Cruel's face darkened with anger, and he told her that he would deal with everything himself, let her not go to hell. Even without her words, he had already made his decision. His death will come after Dion's death. Meanwhile Dion and the others were on their way back. He thoughtfully told Ran that her grandmother said she saw it too. Was she talking about his future? She confirmed his words and said that she still sees it. He asked how she was able to predict his future even before meeting him. She replied that they were predicting the future of one child from the village. However, they could not do anything about what they saw about him, since their destinies were tightly intertwined. Dion asked, "And who is she talking about?" At the same moment he noticed a young man named Dan standing not far from the path and looking out from behind a tree. He didn't care at all that he was noticed, and Dion thought, "Who is it? Has he been following them all this time?" Leanne walked up to him and whispered that since he didn't say anything, she decided to do nothing and let him look at him. "Is there something wrong?" Dion remained silent and thought that she was still reading it very strongly. Ran said that although they couldn't go into details about fate and the future, there were some things she could reveal to him. Hatred for him is like a mountain fire. It starts with a small ignition, but grows exponentially until it consumes everything. Otherwise, the child is like a bomb that can explode at any moment. When a bomb explodes, a fire starts. But if a fire starts first, the bomb will definitely explode. Dan came out onto the path and sat down on his knees in front of Dion. He said his name and asked permission to join them. His look became confident and serious, and he said that if he was a disaster, then he would need him in the future. He remembered how one day his fate was revealed to him. Madame Sorcerer backed away in shock and hit her back against the wall, and people around started asking her, "Is she okay? What did she see?" Very young Dan, who was sitting on the floor, called out to his grandmother in confusion and asked what was wrong. "Is there something wrong with his future?" She shouted in rage that he was a puppet. "He is a vile creature who will serve disaster, a great supporter of disaster." From that day on, the village completely changed its attitude towards him. Other children started throwing dirt at him, and he asked what that meant. They shouted that he was a puppet of disaster, let him leave their village. Dan didn't understand what was happening and couldn't get used to the changes. Ran asked them to stop. They can't punish someone for something they haven't already done. Friends and neighbors with whom he used to have fun turned their backs on him, as if all the events before were a lie. One of the villagers told Ran that he was a supporter of the disaster. What if they, too, are drawn into the events if they are nearby? Dan was angry. They turned away from him just because of one prediction. If they are all so sure, then he will live up to their expectations and become the first hand of disaster. Since his fate and the fate of the disaster are intertwined, he should wait, and he will definitely meet him. And here he is, a man who appeared after a long wait. Hearing the voice of the sorcerer screaming at Dion and calling him a disaster, he was very happy. He knew as soon as he saw him that he was a disaster. He finally found it. Time passed, Dion and everyone else returned to the Heart Estate. The butler greeted the count and, looking behind him, asked who this child was. Dion turned around and, looking at Dan, realized that he was talking about that idiot. Leanne replied that he was a villager whom the Lord had decided to take with him. Dion thought, when did he say that? Dan introduced himself to the butler, and Dion thought that he told him to do what he wanted, but he actually went with him. Dan confidently clenched his hand into a fist and said that he lacks education, so he may not know much, and he also has little experience in battles, but he will not let his master down. Dion remained silent and looked at him displeasedly with the thought that maybe he should return it right now. Why the hell does he call him his master? Since his mission was a priority, he decided not to dwell on it for now, and told him that they would talk later. They will leave the estate as soon as they complete their preparations, so let them be ready. He turned to Lady Leanne and ordered her to bring 10 volunteers from the highest knights. Dan called out to him and asked if he could come with them. He replied that he should wait here for now. He thought he said he had no combat experience. So how will he help him? He has guards, so everything will be fine. Since he cares about him, he cannot be allowed to die. Dan pursed his lips and looked away, saying that he understood. Dion realized that he was upset and sighed, thinking, did he really want to go with him so badly? He doesn't know what his goals are, but he looks suspicious. However, he cannot say that he does not like them. Night soon fell and a burning smell spread throughout the church. The women who were cleaning the hall smelled it and said it was as if something was burning. Meanwhile, a fire broke out in the main hall. One of the high knights told them to leave the building without nonsense, then they would leave them alive. A loud scream was heard from the side and he looked in that direction, remembering his recent conversation with the count. Dion said that they need to start a fire in the Redemption Church building. While he is infiltrating, they must start a fire, examine the situation and kill every suspicious person. Not ordinary believers, but really suspicious idiots. So no drugs, it won't be good if they lose their minds. The knight asked why. Wouldn't it be, or would it be easier to just cut out everyone present? Another knight agreed with his words and said that he was too soft. How is he going to survive in this world? Dion repeated irritably in his thoughts, is he soft? He told him to stop bickering and do as they were told, but Rand suddenly interrupted him and told them that it was her request. Now is not the time for bloodshed. The knight asked, now? She replied that she could not tell everything, but all this was for the sake of the count. Hearing that it was all for the sake of their captain, they were delighted and said that they could trust them. Remembering this, the knight thought that at that moment he believed that they only needed to carry out the order. But looking at the people running in panic, asking the knights to put out the flames, he realized that there were only disabled people, the elderly and children. He became very nervous and thought, how could they cause disturbance in such a place? The believer who was sitting on the floor with a girl nearby said that these were knights in white uniforms. He heard about them, these are bloodthirsty ghost knights. The girl exclaimed, knights belonging to the vampire count? Why would someone so powerful be interested in this place? These words reached the knight's ears and he thought, because the Church of Redemption is a cult? But who cares? The girl exclaimed that she felt at least a little better, she just felt the taste of life. The knight thought that it didn't matter even if it was an evil cult that was only hiding behind atonement. Sia ran up to him and grabbed him by the clothes, with tears in her eyes asking why they were doing this to them. Let them just leave here. The knight thought that it didn't matter even if they were planning something bad. Whatever it is, everything is better than dying of hunger. Sia shouted that if they were going to destroy this place, they should kill her first. These words shocked him, and he remained silent. She said that if this place disappears, she will have nowhere else to go. She begs him to stop. The knight put his hand on the hilt of his sword and thought that since it touched him in execution, he could not get away with it, so he needed to use her as an example. Seeing this, Paul became very frightened and called out to Sia, asking her to come here. Gritting his teeth, the knight raised his sword over her to strike, but could not. He released the sword and it fell to the floor with a clang. Cold sweat appeared on the knight's face, and his body trembled. He could not do it. It would be better if they were ordered to kill everyone, then they would, without remorse, take this place away from everyone. This place is their last hope. They are so desperate that death is better for them than the destruction of this place. Meanwhile, the believers gathered on the street. A woman with a child in her arms looked at the burning church and said that Dion's heart was the sword of the emperor. It turns out that the destruction of the Church of Redemption was his order. She will not forgive him for destroying paradise. It was at that moment that someone's sword turned against the emperor. Meanwhile Dion, along with Leanne and the sorcerer, were in the prayer hall. They showed Ren the magic stone and Dion thought that the fuss had come just in time. He felt nothing in the prayer room. Ran raised her hand to the magic stone and said that she definitely felt something. She believes they use the stone as a means of casting spells. It has many functions such as communication, space distortion. Before she could finish speaking, the magic stone shone very brightly, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it here?" She jumped back in fear and Dion caught her, asking what is it? She exclaimed that it was not a charm, but the magic hidden behind the charm. He was very surprised and asked, "Is there magic in the kingdom of people? What does it mean?" She said that she was sure that it was based on the property of space distortion and was activated through magic. Dion thought, why is there magic in the human kingdom? Does the demon king know about this? Ran approached the magic stone again and said that she had figured out the structure, she needed a little time. He looked at her in surprise and thought, are sorcerers able to pass through the space created by magic? He doesn't think she's an ordinary sorcerer. The magic stone shone again, and then the wall in front of them distorted, and she said that now they could enter. Dion remembered how Shylin opened the passage and realized that she had succeeded. He swallowed nervously, collecting his thoughts, and then extended his hand forward and walked towards the wall, telling the others to follow him. When he entered the wall, a bright blinding flash appeared before his eyes, but he did not stop and moved on, covering his face with his hand. When they were on the other side, the light disappeared and they froze in place in surprise. In front of them was a prayer hall, but slightly modified. There were magical seals on the floor and walls. Dion did not immediately notice this and asked in confusion, "Did they just come back?" Rand replied that the room was different, he needed to look around. "Does he see cracks in some places?" He noticed this and she said that there was a seal along the entire length of the floor. She pointed to the door between the curtains and said that it most likely had something to do with that door, since it was the center of everything. Dion wondered what was behind the door, and Leanne said it looked dangerous. She went to the door and said that she would go first, but Dion did not agree and asked her to wait. But it was too late, she had already opened the door and a dark forest appeared before them. She was very surprised and asked what was going on here. Rand said it was magic pretending to be enchantment again. They forcibly combined another space. She believes they need to open the door in a special way to get into the true room behind the door. Dion said that in this case, their goal is that very true room. Rand agreed and said that more precisely, they need to perform a certain action in order for it to be automatically transferred. He asked how long it would take her to figure out what exactly needed to be done. She sat down and began to examine the seal, saying that since magic was an unfamiliar area to her, she would need at least 10 minutes. Hearing this made him nervous and thought it was taking too long. What if someone is already in the room? He remembered his brother and thought, if they had already received it, why did they come and look for a way back? Not that he had any other options. Will he just have to wait? Because of his worries, he began to walk in circles with the thought that he did not want to lose to Cruel. While Rand understood magic, Leanne watched her lord. From his pacing back and forth, she realized that he was very worried and thought that His Majesty had personally entrusted him with this mission. Suddenly she had an idea and she took a chair, then she took out a cloth from somewhere and put it on the chair, making a soft seat. After that, she sat down next to him and pointed to it with a smile, asking Dion why doesn't he sit down and wait? But suddenly her eyes widened in surprise, the Count suddenly disappeared. She looked around in confusion and said that he had just been here. She began to get very worried and called for the Lord, and Ran, hearing this, seemed to understand where he had gone. Meanwhile, he found himself in a dark room and tried to comprehend what had just happened. But he was not alone in the room, Cruel was also here. Seeing his brother illuminate the room with a torch, Dion got angry, and Cruel was not even surprised by his sudden appearance, and silently put the folded document in his inner pocket. Meanwhile, the Church of Redemption grew ever stronger. Shailin, who hid behind a stone from the side of the forest and watched everything from afar, thought they started a fire? Apparently they are trying to drive out the residents and find those deeply involved. But they act too softly. If she were in their place, she would isolate the entire building and kill everyone inside. Having picked up important documents, she headed into the forest with the thought that Dion's highest priority is to find evidence, as he needs to obtain information about who is behind the Church of Redemption in order to strike the main thing and completely eliminate the church. But in the end, victory will be hers. He won't get what he wants. Meanwhile, Dion noticed that Cruel had put something away under his clothes, and he also saw a whole mountain of papers in front of his feet. He grinned and said that it worked quickly wherever he got the information. Cruel remained silent, and then threw a torch onto the mountain of papers and they instantly flared up, illuminating the room. Dion was at first confused, and then got angry and exclaimed, "What is he doing?" He rushed to the papers and thought, does he even know what it cost him to get here? He extended his hand forward with the thought that he should at least save something, but before he could get closer to the flame, Cruel grabbed his hand and stopped him. Dion tried to break free from his grip, but he failed and he told him to let him go. He's crazy, why did he burn everything? Cruel was silent and he exclaimed, doesn't he need it? He clenched his teeth and began to curse his body in his thoughts. He doesn't even have the strength to remove his hand. And the heat makes it more and more difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly his brother grabbed him with his arms and threw him over his shoulder, and then headed towards the exit. This only made Dion angry and exclaimed, what is he doing? Has he gone completely crazy? Let him release him immediately. They left the room and he, again asking to be let go, coughed. If he ignores his actions, one question still haunts him. Who is behind the Redemption Church? There are not many people who can organize this. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. Who, besides the ruler, has unconditional power? He remembered the curtains in the prayer hall and wondered who represents the color purple? And who does Cruel serve? He remembered the Emperor's words that he had entrusted the same task to the Duke of Illuster and Cruel Heart. He realized that this was the work of the Duke and, boiling with anger, said his name and began to swear, asking, did they dare to make him look like an idiot? He gritted his teeth and thought that it was just a waste of time from the beginning. Why didn't he think of it right away? He hit his brother in the face with his elbow and told him to let him go, but he continued to hold him tightly. Dion exclaimed, did he like watching this whole circus? He cursed loudly and they walked through the door, finding themselves in the prayer hall. Dion again asked Cruel to let him go and suddenly coughed up blood. Seeing that Cruel had taken Dion out of the mysterious room, Leanne called out to her lord in surprise, after which Cruel threw him into her hands. She became very worried and exclaimed that he was bleeding. "He is okay." Wiping the blood from his lips, Dion, his face grim with rage, looked up at Cruel. Hatred for an aristocrat is like a forest fire, and it will consume everything completely. Pausing to cough, he told his older brother that he would finish him off. Cruel looked at him indifferently, and said that if he wants to live, then he should not talk about what he discovered here. After that, the words of the sorcerer flashed through Dion's head that he should never hate. Some time has passed since the fire in the church. Resting in his bed, Dion looked at the ceiling and remembered the events of that day, after which he cursed. He thought he took some documents, right? Despite the fact that he planned everything with the Duke, since he has the evidence, victory is also his. This idiot doesn't make his life any easier. He should have just killed him. His thoughts were interrupted by Leanne, who entered his room and asked, "Is he awake?" He sat up on the bed and asked, "Has the sorcerer already left?" She confirmed his words and said that she had just left. If she had known that he was already awake, she would have told her to say goodbye to him first. He was slightly upset and thought that he had a question for her. She asked what kind of question. Dion thought that he would like to ask her to put a curse on Cruel, but he couldn't tell her that. He scratched his cheek and decided to lie, saying that he wanted to ask how she managed to break the spell. She replied that if he meant the opportunity to enter the hidden room, then this was entirely his merit. Although she was able to break the spell not long after. He didn't understand what she meant and said that he hadn't done anything. She replied that according to Ran, if he walked 3 circles counterclockwise and 2 circles clockwise, he would automatically be transported to a hidden room. Dion wondered when he did the circles, but suddenly remembered that he was walking back and forth while he was thinking. He was very surprised that he accidentally got there, and in his thoughts he exclaimed, "Seriously?" Leanne asked if he knew how surprised she was when he disappeared. She's already noticed, but she thinks he's incredibly lucky. He covered his face with his palm and sighed, thinking that if it were like that, he wouldn't live like this. Leanne said she thought Ran left a note with the butler before leaving. Should she bring it to him? At the same moment Remember entered the room and said that if they were talking about a note, then here it was. He glanced sideways at the man who was following him and said that a guest had arrived. An Imperial knight appeared in the passage. He greeted the honorary count and said that he had arrived to escort him to the palace by order of His Majesty. Dion's face darkened at this news and he thought dissatisfied that the time had come. Some time later in the Emperor's house, Eduardo woke up after some nightmare with a surprised expression on his face. He calms down and thinks that since he became Emperor, he has never been able to sleep peacefully. How can he sleep peacefully when every night he is tormented by the people he killed? He notices several ghosts in the room who look at him and call the Emperor. These were the ghosts of people whom Eduardo killed, and he says that now they are looking for him even in reality. These ghosts call him by name and say that they hate him. He just has to die. Why was he the only one who survived? He killed them all, so why? The ghost grabs Eduardo by the throat. He looks away and says that he believes that he really hates him. Elpidias enters the room, sees the Emperor strangling himself, and calls out to him loudly. He goes to him and says that he has come to report that the honorary Count Dion and the hero Cruel have arrived. He is okay. He doesn't look good. It must have been another nightmare. He will call a doctor for him. Eduardo looks in his direction and very quietly says that they annoy him. Elpidias stands in the crowd of ghosts that he sees and calls out to his uncle with a blank expression. He looks around and wonders where he is looking. Apparently someone other than him entered the Emperor's chambers. He asks in a worried voice, "Is he hallucinating now?" Eduardo says it doesn't affect his daily life. Elpidias says that's not the problem at all. He will immediately call a doctor for him. Eduardo calls him by name and thinks that even though he feels sorry for him, he says that he was quite busy preparing for the war and because of fatigue he began to hallucinate. He thinks that he does not intend to get rid of these nightmares and hallucinations. Would he believe him if he said he was happy? He pats him on the shoulder and says it's nothing, so he shouldn't worry. Elpidias grits his teeth and asks why he says this is nonsense. He's hallucinating. He turns around and asks loudly how much longer he intends to carry the burden of guilt. He has already compensated the heirs of the families enough, and still remembers everyone who died. Eduardo is going to change his clothes and says that he knows that he is sick. But if it weren't for him, then they would be alive. Elpidias wants to say something about this, But he does not listen to him and says that he made the decision to start an 8-year war. Whether his enemies or allies, they all lost their lives because of his choice. Eduardo looks at the ghost's hand on his shoulder and says that this is a burden he must bear not only as an emperor, but also as a man. After he changes his clothes, he stands in the crowd of ghosts and says that he shouldn't worry. He carries too much of a burden to give up so easily. Some time later, Dion stands in the castle with a very dissatisfied look and says nothing. He turns to his brother and asks why he keeps glaring at him. Immediately after this, Cruel turned away, which angered Dion, and he thinks that he is ignoring him again. He arrived here immediately, without really resting, since he was called by the emperor himself, but who would have thought that this freak would be called at the same time? Was it really impossible to meet them at different times? Someone came to them and said that the emperor had given them permission to enter. They enter the hall and see Eduardo, who is sitting on the throne, and says, "Welcome." The Hard brothers bow to him, and at the same time say, "Eternal sunshine of the empire." Cruel says his name, and says that he is his servant, greeting him. Dion says his name, and says the same thing. They think he called them in to praise them, but he doesn't look happy. Maybe something is wrong? Eduardo looks at them calmly, and says that they should raise their heads. He heard that they successfully completed the mission given to them. Dion thinks he looks terribly unhappy. Eduardo says that he has heard that the honorary count has exhibited rather violent behavior. Dion was very shocked by this, and wondered if it was because of him? He does not show his surprise and says that he apologizes for this. Eduardo says that he only killed those who were deeply involved in the affairs, leaving the rest alive. Dion was embarrassed by this and wondered why he had to be reprimanded in front of this freak. Eduardo says that, however, he was actively creating ways to find out those involved. Dion thinks about it, so he's not telling him off. He continues his speech and says that despite the fact that he knows how Cruel behaved, he was the one who found the suspect and brought the necessary evidence. They both distinguished themselves, but since he got the evidence, he gets the wish. Dion is not happy about this and thinks that this was to be expected. Cruel bows and says that he is grateful to him for this. Eduardo asks, so what does he wish for? Dion thinks that even if it was a setup by the Duke and his brother, he has no evidence to prove it. Cruel says that he would like to obtain the rights to the Hard estate, which is currently held by the honorary earl. Dion was very surprised by what he said and wondered what it meant. Eduardo asks if he wants the Hard estate. It is very interesting. First of all, what does he think about this, the current owner of the Hard estate, an honorary count? Dion, looking very unhappy, says that this is his land and he will not give it to him. In fact, he would just like to say so, but he says that these possessions were a heavy burden for him. So he will be grateful if he takes it away from him. He is angry and thinks that he wanted it back, but he is disgusted that now this freak is taking it away. Eduardo says that in this case everything is decided. But does he know that in order to claim an estate as his own, he needs a title? Since the County of Hart already exists, it is impossible to award it with another title. He can either keep the Hart name and take on another, or become the true patriarch of Hart County. What will he prefer? Dion thinks that seeing the Emperor for the first time since the end of the 8-Year War, he offered him the same thing. Some time ago. Eduardo says he will give him his full support, so why shouldn't he become the patriarch of the Hart family? Dion wonders, as someone who survived to take revenge on his own family, why would he accept this role? Just the name gives him goosebumps. He asks His Highness to forgive him, and says that he does not want this role. He thinks that he wanted to be remembered for his anger and desire for revenge, and had no intention of throwing away his name after everything was over. Eduardo says that he does not want the position of patriarch, nor the deprivation of the surname. What should he then do as a reward? Dion says that if he can get one wish, then let it be the opportunity to destroy the family with his own hands. Eduardo says that whatever he wants, it will be easier to do with the title than without it. Dion thinks that he then awarded him the title of honorary count. In the present, he thinks that since it won't be passed on after death, it simplifies everything. This was the Emperor's best decision in this situation. Cruel did not receive any other options other than those voiced. Since there is no room for 2 honorary counts, he has no reason to refuse, which means he will most likely choose the option of becoming the patriarch of the Hart family. This is amazing. This time he will destroy everyone in his family, including his brother. Cruel says he doesn't want to take over and give up his family name. Dion was very surprised by this and sharply turns to him. He looks at him and wonders why he decided that. His family's county, it is a real county, with a rich history, unlike the title of honorary earl, which he received. However, the only direct heirs of the family are both of them. Therefore, the seat of the patriarch of the Hart family is currently vacant. Why does he refuse such an opportunity? Is he not against leaving the family without a successor? But at the same time, he does not want to give up his surname. Eduardo sighs with a dissatisfied look and asks if he also refuses. They are both so stubborn. Dion wonders if the reason is that he misses his family? This is not so, perhaps he wants to take revenge on him. Eduardo asks, in that case, why not transfer ownership to the Duke of Illuster? He is confident that it will give him the power of a manager if he wishes. Cruel tells His Majesty that he is grateful for the offer. Eduardo begins to get up from his throne and says that this means that they have resolved this issue. Dion just started to think that he could finally go home, but the Emperor immediately says that everyone is free except the honorary count. Cruel bows and agrees with His Majesty. Dion panics that he is leaving and thinks that he should not leave him. Or rather not so, he must leave here immediately. After he left, they remained standing in this hall and silently stood in their places for several seconds. Dion wonders what he should do in such a situation. He finally realized that he is not the one he needs. This is unfair. He made a mistake himself. Eduardo looks at him silently and thinks that it doesn't look like he's happy. He is sure that this is because he lost his estate. I wish he would say what he wants and not keep it to himself. He starts going down the stairs and says that he would have found out sooner or later himself, but he plans to declare war. Getting rid of the Redemption Church came at just the right time. The kingdom of Ilion became too noisy, and it became unbearable. Dion asks if he is going to declare war on the kingdom of Ilion. Eduardo says with a smile that this is where it all begins. Dion wonders what he means when he says it will begin. He clenched his teeth tightly and thinks that he is very tired of wars. This time he will finally unite the continent. Eduardo says that is why he would like to leave the Demon Kingdom in his hands. The Demon King will not sit idly by while the Empire takes over the continent. Since he is the only person who has gained the trust of the Demon King, he needs him to be by his side and serve as a guarantee that he will not interfere. Dion breathes a sigh of relief and thinks that he still wants him to return to the demon realm. He says he will do as he wishes. Eduardo is about to say something, but pauses and points his finger at the Demon King's mark on him. After this, he says that he hopes to see him next time without this seal. Dion closes his eyes and says that he will do everything possible for this. He thinks he didn't even accept his resignation letter, what to say about the seal. Some time later, Illuster sits in his office and asks. He received the Hart estate as a reward, is that really enough? Cruel, who is standing in front of him, agrees. Illuster put his hand on the document lying next to him and says that if you think about it, when he last encountered Count Hart in the palace, he was talking about trying to get the estate back. He says with a very scary look that he hopes he didn't take it for himself for his brother's sake. Cruel says he couldn't wish for anything more. Illuster continues to look at him with the same expression and says nothing. He smiles and says that of course it is. Apparently, he is too nervous before the upcoming meeting. He thinks that this is definitely not true. He probably felt bad about Dion owning this property. Illuster puts his hand on his shoulder and says that he doesn't blame him since this situation was only to reward him. Was there anything else worthy of mention? Cruel with a calm face says that nothing special happened. He remembers what happened on the mission and thinks that Dion found out. He wanted him to achieve the appropriate results of the game and leave, but he had already realized that the Duke was behind everything. He imagines Dion asking if he liked watching this whole circus. Cruel thinks that if the Duke finds out about this, then he doesn't have time to finish his thought because Illuster calls his name. He comes to his senses, turns around and sees the Duke standing at the door and saying that they must go, otherwise they will be late for the meeting. Cruel goes after him and thinks he needs to hide it no matter what. He leaves this office and thinks that if the Duke finds out that Dion knows about everything, he will want him to kill him. Illuster notices Shaolin standing in the hall and says that she has finally returned. She notices him and calls him Lordship. He smiles and says that she did a great job with the Church of Redemption. She says that she only did what she had to do. Moreover, the Church of Redemption still has many followers. At this rate he will be able to achieve what he wants. The goal of the Church of Redemption is to create believers who are absolutely devoted to the Duke of Illuster. They must consider the Emperor to be the real villain, while the Duke must be their redemption. But this goal of the Church of Redemption is only a stepping stone towards the Duke's real goal. At this rate, he will be able to get what he wants. Shylin with a determined look says that he can rely on her. She thinks that for the sake of the Duke, she will succeed no matter what. Sometime later in the office, where several people had gathered around a long table. Concerned people ask, "Is this a sudden meeting? Does anyone know why they gathered here?" He's not sure about it, but it's definitely something important. The Emperor would not convene them all just like that. Illuster sits with them and thinks that they are idiots. At a sudden meeting of the Great Council, he can only announce one thing. He smiles and thinks about what the Emperor excels at. What he does to prove his worth. This is a declaration of war. After that, the door to this office opens. Eduardo enters the office with Nemesis and asks if everyone has already gathered. He sits down in his seat, and all the other people stand up and say, "Eternal sunshine of the Empire." Eduardo says they should take their seats. First, he would like to thank them for arriving despite the suddenness. Illuster looks at him and thinks he looks annoyed. Maybe he doesn't feel well? Eduardo says they should let him get to the point. 3 days later he declares war. People were very confused by this and asked, what did he say? Only 2 years have passed since the end of the last war. And now they are starting a new war? Eduardo says he didn't do anything because no one was openly hostile to them. But it seems that some have forgotten the fear of the Empire in 2 years. The man says that if he wants to declare war on the kingdom of Ilion, then they really behaved inappropriately, but surely there are other ways to solve the problem than declaring war. Eduardo says it's not just Ilion. There are other countries that behave relaxed towards the Empire. People from another country say that he heard that Dion was killed. Is this the Emperor's vampire? Since that devil was killed, he believes the Empire will calm down for a while. Eduardo says that when the hero was wounded, other kingdoms were waiting for the opportunity to strike. He thinks difficult times produce heroes. Countless numbers of them were born and died during the 8 Years' War. Only 3 survived. Dion is the last one worthy of fame, but it is his name that is widely known to the public. Eduardo says that thanks to Dion, they were able to defeat half of their forces, so it's easy to assume that he is the driving force behind the Empire. It is the weight that his name carries. But shouldn't the continent know that there is more than just him in the Empire? Conquering the continent is a long-term goal that had to be put on hold for some time. One of the men says it's still too early for that. The other man agrees with him. Another man says that they have not yet managed to get rid of the revolutionary forces. It is too dangerous to start a war when there are internal enemies in the Empire. Eduardo smiles as he goes to drink from his cup and says that is a good point. That's why he called them together to find a solution. One of the advisors says that for the sake of the inhabitants, or rather for the sake of the Empire. Eduardo loudly puts the cup back and says that it seems they are forgetting something. He emits a strong aura and says that he is an emperor. If they are talking to him without the intention of insulting him, then they should not finish this sentence. All the advisors immediately bowed down and agreed with His Majesty. Eduardo says the issue of war is not discussed. They must come up with a solution to the problem with the revolutionary army by the next meeting. After that, the advisors leave and say what it means. This is how he decided. And what should they do about it? Illuster starts to leave, but Eduardo calls out his title to stop him. He bows to him and the Emperor says that the criminal behind the Church of Redemption has been exposed. And he appears to have been in confrontations with other aristocrats. Illuster continues to bow, agrees, and tells His Highness that he apologizes for failing to see through the internal strife within the nobility. He doesn't have time to finish because Eduardo very sharply takes out his sword, which he points at him. He asks with a very angry look, does he think he is an idiot? He thinks that the Duke never leaves his opponents alive. Illuster looks at him with a very cunning and calm look and says that of course this is not so. Eduardo thinks that since he cannot directly target those who support the Emperor, he most likely chose as a criminal someone who was like a speck in his eye. He says that at this time there are interesting rumors that the Emperor is evil, and the Duke is redemption. Has he heard anything about this? Illuster is not afraid of him at all and asks, isn't this nonsense that the ignorant talk about? Eduardo says this is definitely the case. After all, he is more of a disaster than evil. Is not it? Illuster wonders, does he consider himself a disaster? This is not true at all. He tells His Majesty that he cannot kill him. He thinks that the disaster does not discriminate against people, the Emperor does. Eduardo says that he seems to have forgotten that he has already erased one duchy from the pages of history. Does he really think that he will hesitate to destroy the latter? Illuster says that he is confident that this fact will not make him hesitate, but he still cannot kill him. He thinks it is impossible to start a battle against disaster. He says that he will not be able to start a war if the nobles begin to resist. He thinks that, however, he cannot restrain his greed when it comes to a person. Eduardo looks at him and says that he calls him evil. He pauses and puts his sword away as Illuster continues to look at him with a calm expression. He lowers his sword and says that, however, he is looking for it in the wrong place. Illuster thinks he desires his position as emperor. Some time later, he walks along the corridor and thinks that in order to take the power of the emperor, first he needs to get rid of the Imperial dog. He thinks with an evil smile that he needs to start taking active action. At the same time, Dion sits on the sofa with a surprised expression on his face and asks, "What did he say?" Elpidius sits in front of him and asks if he is heading to the demon realm. That's what he asked? He looks at him with a smile and Dion wonders how the crown prince knows about this. Elpidius puts his cup back and says that he doesn't need to try so hard. He is the future emperor. Does he really think that he will not know his secrets? After all, he must be ready at any moment to take the place of ruler. Dion asks him for forgiveness and thinks it looks like the emperor is sharing important information with him. Elpidius says that as he already knows, His Majesty ordered him to return immediately in case the Demon King decides to start a war. Dion remains silent with his eyes closed, and he says that no matter what happens, he will have to return. Dion looks at him with a very serious expression and says that he will mean it. Elpidius gets up from his seat and says that's good. He looks at him before leaving and says that he appreciates what he does. Some time later, he walks down the corridor and thinks that he is a hero of the Empire and the commander of a detachment of the demon army. What if the Demon King offered Dion something more useful than the human realm? He doesn't know what his uncle is thinking, but he always needs to be prepared for his betrayal. It is obvious that it is better to maintain friendly relations with him than to force him. Maybe it's all about his personality, but it's really complicated. He understands perfectly why they are afraid of him. If they form a bond, it will definitely help keep him in the human realm. Alethea met him in this corridor and calls him brother. She goes to him and asks how the conversation with the Count went. He left her aside. Elpidius says that he cannot do anything because they needed to discuss something important. That's why she didn't become crown princess? Alethea says she refuses to take such an infuriating position. It will be better if he does this. Elpidius calls her by name and says that she is next in line after her uncle and him. Alethea shocked him greatly by asking her brother why he was so impatient. Elpidius asks if she thinks he is impatient. She says that's not true. He has his reasons for this. The emperor only talks about the revolutionary army and war. She grabbed his hand, pulls him along and says that he should come with her. They came to the garden and Alethea says that she prepared tea for them in the garden. He needs to take a break. She looks at the servants standing nearby and says they can go. After that she sits down at the table and says that sometimes he needs to take things easier. Elpidius confused her by saying that her uncle began to hallucinate. Alethea asks what did he say? Instead of nightmares, is he tormented by visions? He says that she understood everything correctly. Why do the dead cling to him so much? Elpidius remembers the past and wonders. He knows that as the crown prince he shouldn't say this, but what else can he do? Eduardo is a precious family member to him. It is valuable enough that he turns his back on the world. Alethea asks if he has already visited the doctor? Elpidius asks how can he be forced? He's too stubborn. And not that it could somehow influence his sense of responsibility. It's like a disease. Alethea says. That he misspoke. This is a feeling of guilt, not responsibility. Elpidius closes his eyes, agrees with her, and says that she is right. He remembers Eduardo, who stands against the background of the flames and says that he is sorry. Since it is his fault, he will accept full responsibility. Elpidius thinks that this is not so. He is not obliged to do this. He tells his sister that they don't have time. He finished his preparations as soon as he realized he was hallucinating. He will do his best, so she must focus on what she is studying. Alethea agrees with him, and Elpidius plunges into memories and thinks that they were young then. Youth in the Imperial Palace was perceived as a sin. At the same time, Dion continues to sit on the sofa and wonders what the crown prince knows and to what extent. What was the emperor thinking when he decided to give him information? Dan sees his scary aura and thinks that he has come to report something to him, but it seems that now is not a good time. What happened to him? He heard that the master's personality often changes, but today it seems that everything is more serious than usual. Dion continues to sit still and asks if he wanted to say something. Dan was embarrassed by this and agreed with my lord. He thinks it's a very dangerous atmosphere here. But if he hesitates, it will become even worse. He pulled himself together and says that he would like to try investing the money. Dion was very surprised by this, looks at him and asks, "Did he say money?" Dan says it's not that he became greedy. He wants to give him all the income. Dion approached him and they silently looked at each other without words for several seconds. He says that from the very first day they met, she wondered what his goal was. It cannot be that he will follow a complete stranger for no reason. He remembers their first meeting, when Dan said that he is poorly educated, so he may not know much, and he does not have much experience in battles, but he will not let him down. Dion asks, "It turns out that all this time he only wanted money, and is going to give all the income to him?" Only two options come to his mind. Or he wants to gain his trust because he wants something more from him. Or his goal is simply to follow him, although he is not clear for what reason. Dan is about to say something, but Dion hands him a note and says that whatever the truth is, it doesn't matter. He examines this note and asks what is it. Dion leaves and says that if he shows this to Remember, he will lend him money. He turns around and says with a scary look that he doesn't know what he's trying to achieve by being next to him, but he shouldn't get in his way. Some time later, when night fell, Dion got on his horse and Remember says that he packed everything he needed into a traveling bag. He looks at him and says he won't be in the Empire for a while, so he doesn't have time to finish because someone loudly calls him Count. His soldiers are jumping towards him and loudly asking how he can leave without saying goodbye. Lian gallops after them and loudly tells these idiots that they must stop immediately. One of the soldiers asks loudly if he is really leaving and just abandoning them. Remember notices them and says that he seems to have been caught. Dion was very embarrassed because he saw them jumping after him. He begins to gallop on his horse and says loudly that before he leaves the estate at their disposal, he must deal with these idiots. Remember turns to the army and says that again he is entrusting the old man with difficult tasks. The soldier who gallops ahead loudly says that they will go with. He does not have time to finish because Remember grabbed him by the clothes, throwing him off his horse and saying that since this is his order, he will listen and obey. The soldier looks at him in surprise and wonders, did the butler do this? His horse rises on its hind legs and begins to make very loud noises. The rest of the soldiers crashed into this horse, causing them to stop and start screaming loudly. Remember looks at these soldiers who have fallen from their horses and asks if they are okay. Lian stops next to them and apologizes for what happened. The soldier who is being held by Remember loudly says that he should at least make sure that the Emperor does not take them back. They are all drawn to the sight of Dion, which they see in the sky and says that they can do as they want. Someone is watching them from afar while Lian picks up one of the soldiers and says that they should stop and get up. The last one will receive 10 penalties. This man had a bandage with a picture of a bird on his hand, and one of the soldiers loudly tells the captain that they will die like this. Remember, who is standing next to them, notices this man who is watching them, but says nothing. The very upset soldier leaves and calls for my lord. Lian walks next to them and says that they must return immediately. Remember quietly says that it seems that they will not let my lord leave so easily. After some time on the road, Dion looks around and thinks, is the kingdom of demons in this direction? He stands next to his horse while he is watched by several people who are hiding in the forest. These armed men also had bands on their shoulders with the image of a bird. At the same time at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, someone asks, that is, he says that no action should be taken until the Emperor captures at least half of the continent? Illuster sits with a cup in his hands and agrees with him. The man sitting in front of him is silent with a very serious look. It was the head of the Revolutionary Army, Daniel, and he asks, he does not dare to doubt his decisions, but can he find out the reason? Illuster puts his cup back and says that once the war reaches its peak and there is no way the Emperor can stop it on his own, then he will get his chance. At this moment they will try to make up for the losses of troops, therefore, forces will be gathered from everywhere, including from the Imperial Palace. Daniel smiles and says that this means that they won't be able to fight back easily even if they rush into a frontal attack. Illuster smiles and says that he is very smart. Daniel tells his lordship that his strategies are excellent. He will follow his orders. A guy runs up to them, loudly calls the head and says that Dion secretly left the county on the orders of the Emperor. Daniel turns to him and asks, has he finally made his move? Illuster says this is a great opportunity. They don't know how he will change the situation, so they need to send someone to monitor him. Daniel leans on the table and says that since he has done a lot for them, he will send someone from his side. Aluster says that since he thinks so, he will gladly accept his gesture of goodwill. Daniel leaves the room and says that he will now give the order. Aluster continues to sit in his seat and smiles with a kind expression on his face. His face has become cunning and he thinks that unfortunately, the troops of the Revolutionary Army who will go after Dion will die. At that very moment everything happens as he predicted and these people were killed. He thinks that the Emperor probably predicted this development of events, and therefore sent someone to his protection. One of the knights does not immediately notice the death of his comrade, sheathes his sword and says that they have carried out the Emperor's order, so they can return back. He turns around and does not have time to finish his question when he is immediately killed. Aluster thinks that, however, the Emperor's people will not be safe either. After all, he foresaw such a turn of events and sent Sir Cruel in place. Aluster continues to sit in his seat and thinks with a smile that if those who receive the order do not return with news, then the Emperor will be nervous. This is just a pathetic trick to deceive the Emperor, but if they are lucky, they will be able to figure out Dion's purpose. After eliminating everyone, provided he can chase after his brother. Cruel looks at his brother and starts walking towards him, while Aluster thinks he gave him orders to confirm where he was going. At the same time, at the entrance to the burnt Church of Redemption, Sia sits outside while it rains. Paul comes up to her, covers her with his jacket, and asks how long will she sit like this. He calls her name, but she doesn't react to it and continues to look at the floor. Paul clenches his fist and thinks what if he hadn't brought her to the Church of Redemption. Although they have to be constantly on guard to survive, they would never have known that such heat could exist, and it would have been better for them. Especially considering that this world has disappeared. They continue to sit outside in the rain for a while and say nothing. Paul calls Sia and says that he is going to join the Revolutionary Army to take revenge on the Emperor who stole their happiness. She'll go with him, right? He extended his hand to her, and Sia looks at him with a lifeless look for several seconds. Paul imagines how things could be and thinks that the child he found in the slums is younger than him. Is this the feeling when he has a younger sister? Sia continues to sit on the ground and does not react to him in any way due to her depressed state. Paul clenched his hand into a fist and said nothing for several seconds. He leaves her and says that she can continue to live like this. It's worse for her if she doesn't go. He stopped and looks at Sia and thinks that he should stay close but not get emotionally attached. If he had followed the unspoken rules of the slums and not become attached to her, then maybe he wouldn't have been hurt. He starts crying and says it's too late. Now he can't ignore her. Sometime later in the demon castle on a high tower, Ririnel asks when will Sir Eret return? She misses him very much. Doesn't this constellation look like him? Her subordinate wonders whether she is standing guard or waiting for him. Ririnel felt something strange, and it immediately attracted her attention. She immediately takes off and says that she received a signal from the western gate. The guy was surprised by this and asked, "Did this happen again?" Last time the signal was because of another squad leader. The Demon King ordered her to stop wasting her magic like that. Ririnel very quickly reached the gate, stopped, and watched the passage. She was very happy and said that this time it is really Sir Eret. Dion notices her, and she calls him very loudly while flying towards him. Ririnel lands in front of him with a very loud sound. She says with a joyful look that they have not seen each other for a long time. How did his mission go? Dion looks at her with a calm face, but in fact he was very scared because of her appearance. Ririnel is embarrassed by this, and wonders how she can ask another squad leader about his mission. This is very arrogant. She says that she just wanted to know his opinion, and she was not at all interested in his mission. Dion says it was tiring. He found people who created a false belief and blindly believed in it. He thinks that it's not such a secret that he went to the kingdom of people, and it's better that way than upsetting her with his silence. Ririnel looks at him with an interested expression and asks what is religion. Dion thinks about it. They don't have a concept of religion, right? He says that simply put, it is similar to how demons follow their creator, the Demon King. Ririnel thinks it over and says it's stupid. Dion closes his eyes and thinks that from the demon's point of view everything is so. She says that if they want to believe in something so meaningless, they might as well believe in it. Dion was very surprised by this and asks what she said. Ririnel asks if it can be called a religion or a cult of Eret. He looks at her blankly and asks what is she talking about. She turns to him and asks him, he wants to meet the king first, right? It is now in Central Park. At the same time in the realm of demons. The Demon King says that they haven't been to the palace for a long time. What's happened? The Mermaid Queen asks, he heard about the Empire's attack on the kingdom of Ilion, right? The Elf King says it won't end that easily. Originally, this place was called the Abyss. Not only demons live here, but also other species. The head of the dwarves sits next to the silent vampire queen and says that the Emperor's goal is to capture the entire continent. This kingdom will fall first. Since control of the dimension is concentrated mainly in the hands of demons, therefore the Abyss is simply called the Realm of Demons. The Demon King says that he did not know that they were so interested in the human world. The Elf King asks, is he joking? After conquering the continent, they will want to come here, so as a ruler, he cannot sit idly by. He hopes that they will not harm his people because of the demons' naive behavior or their mistakes. The Demon King smiles and says that this is very arrogant. He opens his eyes and says this is wonderful. He stands up and says that the agent he sent to the human kingdom has just returned. His name is Eret. When Dion approaches him, he pats him on the back and asks how was his trip? The Demon King uses his magic and says that he has a couple of questions for him, so he came just in time. He heard that the Empire was attacking the kingdom of Ilion. The Emperor's goal is to conquer the entire continent, right? Dion agrees with His Highness and says that the Emperor wants to gain power over the entire continent. The Elf King says that he has heard about this agent of the Demon King. They all look at him with angry looks and he asks, does he really think the person is trustworthy? Dion looks at them with a very serious look and says nothing. The Demon King pats him on the shoulder and starts talking to get everyone's attention and pauses. He says that as long as Eret is here, he believes that he can be trusted. Dion looks at him and wonders, did he say while he's here? In other words, as soon as he turns his back on the demon realm, he will immediately kill him. The Elf King asks, so what is the Emperor's order? Dion looks at him and wonders if he is allowed to divulge this here? Surely he has reasons to ask now. He says that he said to watch the Demon King and not let him interfere in the war. And if the Demon King suddenly decides to enter the war, he must return no matter what. The Demon King says with a thoughtful look that this is to be expected. Dion says that this is another topic, but magic has been discovered in the human kingdom. While investigating the situation with a religion called the Church of Redemption, by order of the Emperor, he confirmed that magic was used instead of witchcraft. The Demon King asks with a serious face, is this how it was? He immediately puts on a kinder face and says that he is investigating the matter. And he should go and rest. Dion was confused and wondered what it was. A demon in the human realm used magic, and yet he didn't get agitated or angry? The Demon King does not let go of his shoulder and says that before going to his chambers, he must show his left hand to Ben. His movements seem unnatural to him. Dion looks at his hand and says that he has almost recovered, so don't bother. He does not have time to finish because Ben suddenly approached him and called him Sir Eret, which frightened him to such an extent that he began to cough up blood. This confused him greatly and he asked what happened to him. He is okay. The Demon King says that he must have overdone it, as expected. He needs to rest. Dion thinks that he scared him very much. When did he even get here? Concerned Ben says that he must show where he was wounded. He says with a tired look that he said that everything is fine with him. The Demon King looks at him and says nothing. The Elf King smiles and says that this is nonsense. What was he going to investigate there? What demon would dare use magic without his king's knowledge? Most likely it was his doing. The Demon King smiles at him and says that he is surprised by this accusation. Someone hits the table with their hands and asks loudly, is this important now? Is he not afraid of the consequences that might come from using magic in this way? Their species had already sensed the changing flow of the world. They feel that the world is waiting. Soon the world will send a hero. Unlike before, he will now become an absolute threat to the Demon King. The Demon King asks why he should be afraid of the future? The Elf King asks what does he mean? He calmly says that there is no reason to be afraid of him. The hero will appear, no matter what, and one day their paths will cross. Besides, he was bored anyway. After all, they themselves know that he has been living for a long time. The Elf King says that he doesn't care whether they kill him or not. He can do as he pleases. He thinks that he may be annoying, but he tried to remain tactful. After all, the leader of the demons who formed the line of defense against people. They all leave and he thinks it's only a matter of time. When people learn about their existence if they invade the realm of demons, they must develop a plan against the human invasion. Suddenly, they all begin to feel very strong pressure due to a dark aura that takes their breath away. The Demon King asks, this is all good, but could you have chosen your words better? He does not expect a respectful style of speech from the king of the elves, to whom he was only recently born. He stops emitting his aura and asks what does he even expect from children. The elf king turns to him with a very angry face, and the demon king says that he knows that elves hate demons, but next time he should try not to act so obvious and try to be more patient. At the same time, Ben calls Sir Eret and says that he should stop saying that he is fine. It should allow you to quickly check its status. Dion says he just needs to rest. Ben thinks it's happening again. He doesn't take care of himself at all, so those around him suffer. How great it would be if he valued himself the same way he values others. It seems that this trait in him has not changed at all. He plunges into memories of when he ran into the office and loudly called Eret. He sees a large amount of blood on the floor, which he coughs up. The disgruntled demon king loudly asks why the Zero Squad doctor is so late. Is this really why he appointed him to this position? Dion sits on the couch and says nothing. Ben asks him for forgiveness and thinks that he doesn't deserve to be his doctor. He knew that Sir Eret was suffering from the consequences of the battle with the hero, but still could not arrive in time when he needed treatment. He will not allow a doctor to live who could not fulfill his obligations. So he must be finished. Dion lies on the bed with a cloth on his forehead and says that he is not going to kill him. Ben apologizes and asks why he won't do it. Dion is embarrassed by this and asks, is this how he wants to die? Ben says loudly that of course that's not true. Dion asks why kill him. He's fine, so he should mind his own business. After what he said, Ben left the room and stood still with a very surprised face. He begins to tremble and his worried colleagues ask if he survived. How was he forgiven? He is okay. Ben cries and says that he is incredibly proud to be Sir Eret's doctor. He thinks that he knew that he was the most generous commander of the detachment, but he could not even think that he protects those who do not fulfill their duty. That day he made the decision to try his best to make sure something like this never happened again. Currently, he says loudly that he must examine it at least superficially. Dion turns to him, and with a dissatisfied look is about to say something. Ben doesn't let him finish by pointing to his pendant, which is glowing and saying that he should look at it. It is a magical stone created using his blood and the Demon King's magic. Dion asks what does this even mean? He wonders when he managed to take blood from him. Ben says that whenever his body has problems with the blood, be it poor circulation or waste, it lets him know about it. This stone also tells him his location so he can track him down before it's too late. However, this will not help him in any way if he suffers outside the demon realm. After all, he is prohibited from leaving this place without permission. But with His Majesty's permission, he will try to somehow fix this. Dion says in a dissatisfied voice that he should forget about it. Ben apologizes and asks what does this mean. Since we are talking about him, His Majesty will gladly do everything. Ed notices him and happily says that he is glad to have him back. He had been waiting for him ever since he heard about his return. But what is he doing here? Ben adjusts his glasses and asks isn't it obvious that he should be next to him? Ed begins to examine Dion and loudly asks if he is here. Does that mean he suffered in the human kingdom? Ben says Sir Eret is incredibly tired. Apparently he has a wound on his shoulder and arm. Ed gets angry and loudly asks if he really didn't have any escort there. These stupid people couldn't even protect him properly. Dion, with a dissatisfied look, thinks that he is actually also a human, and besides, he is the weakest of them. Ed says they are useless and weak freaks. Hien notices them and calls Sir Eret. He goes to them with a joyful face and asks if he has a minute. Suddenly his face changed dramatically because of what he saw. Ed surprised him greatly by grabbing him by the clothes and lifting him up. He gets very angry and apologizes to Eret Sir, and says that they will be back soon. Dion was very surprised by what happened and wonders why he suddenly got angry. The demon realm is so scary. Ben stands next to him and says that he knew this would happen one day. At that time, Ed holds Hien by the throat and presses him against the wall, making him unable to breathe. He says this is not the first time this has happened. How dare he, a lowly succubus, speak to Eret? He looks at him with a very angry expression on his face and asks, has he gone completely crazy? Hien cries and says that he likes the garden he tends. He reminisces and says that he said that the garden was a good place to calm his nerves, so he wanted him to feel the same peaceful atmosphere in his room. He takes out a small pot with a flower, and says that that's why he was bringing this baby to give him. This is a demonic plant, name is Cutie, characteristics, it stinks very much. Ed gets angry and says that it is impossible for Eret to like such a strange flower. Where did he even get this from? Hien says he thinks he really likes it. Ed says it's a very cute flower. He took the flower pot from his hands and says that he will pass it on. Hien holds his throat with a sad look and says that he wanted to receive praise from the Aruth. Ed looks at him and thinks that he wants to prevent him from even coming close to him, but Eret may be upset about the death of this gardener. Some time ago, Dion calls him and says that he shouldn't kill him. He didn't do anything wrong. Ed is still very angry, looks at him and doesn't say anything for a few seconds. After thinking it over, he says that in this case he will just talk to him. Currently, he says that he should not approach Eret so carelessly. If not for his words, he would already be dead. He thinks he is too kind. Some time later, a flower named Cutie hums some kind of melody. Dion sits in front of this flower in a scared state and just looks at it. He wonders why Ed accepted this from Hien. What actually happened? The flower begins to scream very loudly, which frightens him very much. Out of fright, he jumped back, pressed himself against the wall and looked at this flower. He thinks it's very scary. Ed said a while ago that this flower would never attack him. The gardener trained it well. Dion gets angry and thinks that's what he said, but what if it's a lie? He won't leave them alone the next time he sees them. He was even more frightened because someone threw a dagger next to him. He slowly turned his head and looks at this dagger next to his head. A girl comes into his room and says that this is what was to be expected from him. He felt her dagger and dodged it in time. It turned out to be the commander of the 2nd Detachment, Devilania, who greeted him. She says he remains so cool. Doesn't her blade really deserve at least some kind of reaction? As the commander of the 2nd Squad, which specializes in stealth, infiltration and assassination, Dion is about to say something, but does it very quietly. Devilania apologizes and asks what did he say. He coughs blood into his palm and thinks that he wants to live. He is so shocked that he cannot say anything. Devilania wonders what he wanted to say as he shakes in fear. She asks did he mean that he didn't feel any killing intent? She understood everything. But can she have a thirst for murder in relation to him? She sees a very dark aura that comes from Dion and says that as soon as he feels this, he will immediately kill her. He shouldn't be so angry. Dion thinks that out of everyone in the Demon King's castle, he is the most afraid of facing her. Because it really irritates him. Devilania points to the many gifts and says that she prepared all of these for him. He'll try everything on, won't he? Dion thinks it's not like he can refuse. More precisely, how can he refuse? He is afraid of her, and says that of course he will try it on. After that, he tries on everything she brought, and Devilania says that it is similar in design to the Demon King's costume. What does he think? He immediately refuses, after which he put on a different outfit, and she says that it suits him. He doesn't like it, and says it's not his style at all. He puts on the next clothes and she asks, what about the attire of the southern countries of the human world? Dion is very shy and says that this outfit is too revealing. Devilania takes out the next outfit and says that dressing it up is pure joy. He looks great in every way. Dion thinks that she should stop this, because he is already very tired. The commander of the 8th Squad named Hell opened the door to his room and says that he did not answer when he knocked. He notices that he is not alone here and says that he apologizes for the intrusion, he did not think that she was here too. Devilania looks at him upset, and Dion is glad that he was saved and says that there is nothing wrong with it. What's happened? Hell says he came by to say hello because he heard about his return. He tries to go inside, but the sword on his back gets caught in the door, which makes the others laugh and Dion imagines a dog that can get through because of the stick in its mouth. Hell fell to his knees out of resentment, and said that he couldn't even squeeze through the doorway. He knew he was trash. Why is he still alive? The deputy of his squad, whose name is Nine, runs up to him and she says that this is a common mistake. He carries a lot of weapons with him, that's why. Hell says he carries a bunch of weapons that he doesn't even know how to use. He's trash who doesn't even deserve to breathe. Nine says that's not what she meant. She had a headache. Hell says that he gave his deputy a headache. Dion wonders what they are doing. Is this some kind of joke? Devilania walks past Hell and says that unfortunately they will have to continue another time. She needs to run. She stops and calls the commander of the 8th Squad. She says with an evil smile that, as it turned out, in the first city some freak spoke badly about Eret. Is he sure that he should be here at this moment? Hell was surprised by this and immediately became serious. He disappears, turning into something like ink, and this surprises Nine. She gets angry and says loudly that her commander has finally mustered all the courage to say hello. Isn't this too much? She asks her to stop mocking the commander. Devilania asks what is she saying. She dares to raise her voice at her, even though she is only a deputy commander? Does she have a dying wish? Dion is very angry about what is happening and wonders what they did here. They should go somewhere already. However, where did the commander of the 8th Detachment go in such a hurry? The commander of the 8th Division, Hell, is a demon born from the shadows by the forces of the Demon King. Initially, he was supposed to monitor the cities, but received a secret mission as soon as the commander of the Zero Squad joined the demon army. The demon who stands in front of the commander of the 8th Squad is very frightened and asks to forgive him. He must ensure that information about the health status of the commander of the Zero Squad does not reach the human kingdom. The demon says that he will never speak about the commander of the Zero Squad again. He does not have time to finish due to the fact that he was killed with a quick blow of the sword. When the servants of the Demon King's castle start talking about Eret's appearance. When his face was revealed to the common demons during the first mission in the first city. And even when he fought the hero on the border. Hell found all the witnesses and shut their mouths. At one point he disappears after killing several people and says that he entrusted him with such an important task. He cannot afford mistakes. This could have ended badly. It is not surprising that the troops of the Empire, or rather the world as a whole, know nothing about the commander of the Zero Squad. Some time later, 9 notices a shadow moving next to her, and this attracts her attention. She approaches the commander and says that he returned very quickly. Hell agrees and says that he needed to correct his mistake as soon as possible. 9 says everyone can make mistakes. What matters is how he corrects his mistakes. Since he's already fixed everything, he's doing great. Hell was very happy with her words and asks if she really thinks so. In that case, does he have the right to greet Eret? He was even more delighted because 9 said that of course he could. She is sure that he is waiting for him. Dion lies on his bed while the flower next to him makes strange sounds. He felt the shadow approaching and turns in that direction. He got very scared and started coughing up blood when he noticed Hell looking at him through the slightly open door. He was embarrassed by this and says that he only wanted to greet him, since it didn't work out earlier. He is okay. Maybe I should call a doctor? Ben immediately runs into the room and loudly calls Eret. He goes to him and says that he felt a signal. What's happened? Hell is shaking due to panic and says that it is because of him. He controls many weapons with his magic, turns it on himself and asks if he vomited blood because of it. He must pay for this with his life. Ben gets over this and tries to defend Dion, who says that this is not true at all. He is glad to see him. He thinks that he should not die here. Otherwise he doesn't know what his deputy will do to him. Hell put the weapon away and says with a joyful face that Eret said he was glad to see him. How can he be so kind to trash like him who can't even do his duty? 9 stands behind him and quietly says that everything is fine. He's doing great. Dion thinks that he has a very annoying character. It is better to be kind to him and gently throw him out. He says that no matter what, he did a good job. And since he has fulfilled his duty, he should rest. He exudes a fierce aura that cuts through his peaceful appearance and natural downward gaze. Dion tells Ben that he would like to be alone, so he might as well leave. Hell admires him and wonders if this is the behavior of someone who has been strong all his life. He wants to know more about Eret. Can he come to him again? He says that in that case he should rest. Ben says he will go too. He should call him if he feels unwell. They all left, and Dion was sitting on the bed looking very tired, and the flower was stroking his clothes to calm him down. He thinks that he has finally come to the realization that he has returned to the world of demons. People must live among people. Since the Emperor ordered him to be a double agent, he should continue to fulfill his duties, right? He smiles and thinks that the demon kingdom will come to an end. The flower is embarrassed by this and makes a frightened sound. Some time later, Dion thinks that as a spy, he should start by stealing information. He looks around the library and says with surprise that there is such a huge hall here. He passes by a girl who notices him but doesn't pay much attention. She continues to read her newspaper with a calm look and says nothing. She realized who it was and was very embarrassed about it. She stood up sharply and loudly said welcome to Eret. All the other demons who were nearby immediately bowed to him. Dion looks at them and thinks that even though he is used to this attitude, it still scares him. He will simply find what he came for and leave. His attention is drawn to a book that is on the shelf. He takes this book and asks, "Is this a report on the analysis of the Empire?" This is a report regarding current heroes. By Adelia and Devalania. Dion asks, do they add new information every time? He opens the book, and it says that the first hero is Nemesis. Provides active assistance to the current emperor, and the former 9th prince, an ally of Eduardo Desert. Awarded the title of Marquis after serving as supreme commander in the 8 Years' War, thus becoming the only aristocrat without a surname. Second hero, Stigma Primero. Illegitimate son of Viscount Lofil. Was drafted during the 8 Years' War and received a new surname and the title of Marquis. Focused on fighting the barbarians on the southern borders of the empire, and has incredible physical strength. Dion looks at this and wonders, if they have information about them, then they also have information about him? The book says that he is the third hero and thinks that fortunately they don't have a portrait. It is written about him that by order of the Demon King, investigation is prohibited, as is showing interest. Dion thinks that it is unlikely that the Demon King will miss something. He continues reading and it says about the fourth hero. The book says that Cruel Heart is a blood relative of the third hero. It is known that he serves the Duke, the enemy of the Emperor despite this. Dion closes this book with a very loud sound and a displeased look. He gets very angry and thinks that he wants to know at least something about this freak. It pisses him off. The demons who are nearby are surprised by this, and say that he must be angry. They must run away from here quickly. Dion notices another book and wonders, is this book authored by someone named Caber? Wait, this is the Demon King, he wrote this book himself? The book says that a warrior is a chosen person who is given the power to destroy the Demon King. Their talent, strength, intelligence, lifespan and all other characteristics are superior to those of ordinary people. Dion thinks that he already knows this. Warrior fragments are absorbed by humans without any reason, after which they become creatures known as heroes. Despite the fact that the abilities are not comparable to warriors, the characteristics are still superior to the average people. Dion thinks that he already knows all this. He is surprised when he notices something that attracts his attention. He thinks it says something about the Demon King. This may be useful information. He was very scared and dropped the book because the Demon King quietly approached him and asked what he was doing here. He points his finger and says that he dropped the book. Dion is confused by this, turns to him and apologizes. He reaches into the book to pick it up. It says that the existence of the warrior and the Demon King is proof of the immaturity of the world. Dion picks up the book and wonders what the immaturity of the world means. He hopes that the book is not damaged. He turns around and asks His Majesty what brings him here. The Demon King smiles at the book he picked up. He snatches the book from him and says that he just had to take the book. Dion is embarrassed by this and wonders why he needs this particular book. He looks at the Demon King and wonders why he is looking at him like that. He pats Dion on the shoulder and says he's sorry for taking away the book he's reading. He hides his displeasure and says that everything is fine. The Demon King leaves and says that he has to go, so he cannot worry and continue with his business. Dion wonders, maybe he noticed that he was collecting information? He most likely meant for him to keep reading, right? Some time later. He leaves with obvious dissatisfaction, and the girl bows to him and wishes him a happy journey. Dion walks with a small smile and thinks he needs to go back to his room. What kind of spy is he? He can do puzzles at his own place. He notices two demons communicating with each other. The first girl asks what is the holiday in honor of. The commander of the 5th detachment has not returned for a long time. Why is this not a reason? Dion heard this and wonders if there will be some kind of holiday? The second girl asks, doesn't she know her character? She did not return all this time, because she was absorbed in studying all the rubbish filled outside. Dion remembers the commander of the 5th squad, and thinks that this is a person with such heightened curiosity that even the Demon King put her outside the castle. The girl says it's not just a back-to-work party. Mrs. Ole and her deputy, Sir Derniven, meet. Dion remembers the deputy commander of the 5th squad and imagines what it looks like. The girl who didn't know this loudly asks what did she say. Is this man with feelings on the level of a dead man dating someone? Dion coughs to attract their attention, which really surprised the girls, and they ask, is this the commander of the 0 squad? Since when has he been standing there? Dion, with a serious look, thinks that this means that demons are meeting each other. However, isn't it obvious? The girls think that he must be thinking about something. He probably heard everything they said here, since they were caught gossiping about their seniors. They think and imagine that Dion will now go mad because of this and want to kill them for it. They notice that he is looking at them with a frightening gaze and think that he will kill them. They hug each other, start crying and say that they apologize and ask for mercy. They notice that he has already left and ask where he went. Some time later, Dion walks quickly and thinks that he is not at all interested in who is dating whom. But if there is a holiday coming up, they will have it, right? Special wine of the demon realm. He opens the door and sees an empty room in which there is a large amount of garbage. Dion, looking very dissatisfied, asks what does this mean? It's already over, isn't it? He walks through this room and says that this is not even the same wine. Quite common, which can be found in the kingdom of people. He picks up one of the bottles, examines it, and thinks that apparently Ol brought it here because she was interested in the kingdom of people. It turns out he just came here in vain. Several demons with brooms in their hands came into this room and were very surprised when they saw him. Dion looks at them and wonders what is wrong with them. One of the demons points at him with a trembling hand and asks, "He is the commander of the Zero Squad, right? Did he really drink it all?" Dion gets angry and asks what did he say. He thinks he hasn't drunk a drop of alcohol here. Are they mocking him? The two demons run away while one of them says loudly that he is using informal speech. This means that an alarm is being declared. Dion is embarrassed by this and says they should stop. They run through the Demon King's castle and loudly say that the commander of the Zero Squad is drunk. The alarm is announced everywhere, and this greatly surprises all the demons who were minding their own business at that time. Someone loudly says that the commander of the Zero Squad, the demon Eret, drank alcohol. Everyone must take a defensive position. I repeat, the commander of the Zero Detachment drank alcohol. The Demon King is surprised by this and asks, "Is Eret drunk? Didn't this happen too quickly?" A large number of demons came to the room where they found him and put shields around him. He is surrounded by a huge crowd of demons who are armed. Dion looks at what is happening in surprise and wonders what they are doing. What's going on here? Someone loudly says that everyone should take shields and get ready. If even one of them retreats, they will all die. When the commander of the Zero Squad drinks more than he should, he kills everyone. Dion is very angry about this and thinks that he said that he didn't drink. He looks at them with an angry gaze and thinks that it has been a long time since he felt such an atmosphere. In the demon realm, everyone was against him drinking. Some time ago. The Demon King says that this is his order. He really likes to drink too much. Dion gets angry and asks why only he is banned. The Demon King asks, does he really not understand this? Dion thinks he really loses his head when he gets drunk. But can't they stop him if anything happens? He gets even angrier and thinks that he simply doesn't understand why these freaks react so exaggeratedly. One of the demons looks at him and thinks that he thought he had already calmed down, but ended up getting drunk. He hopes that everything will end well, but for some reason he's not sure about it. Everything is just like that day. 2 years ago, at a welcome party for the commander of Squad Zero. Dion pointed his dagger at one of the demons, which surprised him greatly. With his face reddened from alcohol, he asks, is he the enemy? On this day, an incident occurred that made all the demons recognize Sir Eret. The demon asks what he is doing? He had already told him that this was not so. Why does he keep asking this? Since he was going to get drunk, he shouldn't get rowdy after that. Dion doesn't listen to him, and waves his dagger. The demon gets angry because of this and loudly says that he is an enemy. What will happen next? It's all for the better. He never liked the fact that the Demon King created a position for him, and generally hired him into their ranks. Why is the commander of the Zero Squad higher than the commander of the first? They will see if he is worthy to sit so high. Another demon grabs his hand and tells him to calm down. This party is meant to welcome him. The dissatisfied demon asks, is this true? He was very surprised because Dion plunged a dagger into his chest. He coughs up blood and thinks he didn't notice it. Dion looks at him with a scary look and slowly says that he must be the enemy. He continued to strike with his dagger and thus, one of the commanders was killed in the blink of an eye. After that day, new rules began to apply in the Demon King's castle. First, if the commander of Squad Zero asks if he is an enemy, you must immediately answer no. This is the first stage. Second, if he starts asking for reasons, you need to provide the clearest possible explanation. This occurs during the second stage. Third, if he has suspicions about the answer, he must immediately take a defensive position. One of the demons quietly asks why they went on the defensive. Shouldn't they attack instead if they want to live? The second demon quietly says that if they injure the commander of the Zero Squad, then the Demon King will kill them. The first demon is surprised by this and loudly asks, what kind of nonsense is this? Another demon covers his mouth and quietly tells this idiot that he is talking too loud. He must not provoke the commander. The Demon King will deal with him, their task is to live as long as possible. Dion turned in their direction, which greatly frightened them. They hide behind shields and one of them asks, did he just smile at them? Will they die now? They cannot retreat, they must hold on. Dion doesn't understand this and wonders why they just got more tense. He smiled as innocently as possible. He is about to say something, but the Demon King comes into the room and tells Eret that he must stop this. The good thing is that he was not far away. Dion looks at them and wonders, did the Demon King come here? And also Ed and Ben? Isn't everything getting out of control? The Demon King asks if he can hear him. Dion panics very much and thinks that he hears, but does not know where to start. How can he get out of this situation? The Demon King thinks that he is only in the first stage if he is so calm. He says he shouldn't ignore him, he just needs to listen to him. Everyone present here is not his enemy. None of them have any intention of attacking. And he has no reason to kill anyone. So he should just put the bottle down and... He doesn't finish speaking because Dion put the bottle on the floor and says that he also has no intentions of fighting. He thinks that he just has to do as he says and then he will tell him that he is not drunk. He notices that they were surprised by this and wonders what's wrong now. Ben asks, did he just use polite speech? Dion doesn't understand what they mean, asks for forgiveness and thinks about it. He usually talks like that, why are they so worried? The Demon King asks Eret, is he really drunk? Dion with a calm face says that this is not so, he is not drunk. He just looked at the bottles because they are from the realm of people. He thinks that they are finally listening to him. Two demons who were very worried about this situation think that they are saved. The Demon King was silent for a few seconds and asks Eret, is he that bored? Dion is confused by this and asks what he means. The Demon King scratches his head with a smile and says that he should have known when he visited the library. Dion thinks he went there because he was trying to be a spy. The Demon King asks, in that case, would he like to visit the second city with Devilania? She requested permission for him to leave the castle. Dion apologizes and asks where and with whom should he go. He is shaking with anger and doesn't want this at all. The Demon King pats him on the shoulder and tells him that since there might be a war soon, he better go while he can. Dion leaves and wonders why everything is happening this way. Ed follows him and says that he will prepare everything for this. Ben asks why don't they check his health before leaving? The Demon King calls him and he stops while Dion and Ed leave the room. He points his finger at himself and asks if he will come see him before he leaves. Some time later. The Demon King is reading a newspaper in his office, and it says that the kingdom of Ilion is surrendering. The Empire wins. He says that he wanted to make his move when the Empire took over at least half of the continent. But it seems he has time. He brings the glowing crystal to his face, and says that it informs the entire demon realm. From now on, the entire demon realm is prohibited from using magic. They cannot use magic beyond magical devices with seals already created. The only exception concerns a threat to life. The commanders of the 2nd, 4th and 8th divisions must ensure that violators who use magic for no particular reason receive the punishment they deserve. They may even kill them. Devilania smiles because she received this order. Adelia also smiles and says that it looks like she will have a lot to do. Hell says that he received the task from the king because he trusts him. The Demon King removed this crystal and thinks that normally he would not pay attention to the appearance of a warrior, but everything is completely different when they are at war. Right now the best they can do is delay its appearance as much as possible. At the same time, Ed asks if he will really go alone. Ben says that he doesn't have to worry, because he will be with him. Dion says they don't have to follow him. The Demon King looks out the window and wonders, although it is not clear to him, whether the world will unite. How can someone predict and stop a typhoon? The King of the Elves sits in the garden with a cup of tea and feels something. He thinks with a serious face that in an instant, the entire demon realm stopped using magic. He smiles and says it's too late. He doubts that the king knows that the day of the warrior's appearance is imminently approaching. The world has already completed its preparations. It is just waiting for the right moment. The moment the world sends the warrior will be the worst time for the Demon King. And at the very end it is just waiting for the right moment. At the same time, Margrave Amiable tells His Highness that he asks for forgiveness, but difficulties have arisen in continuing the war. Eduardo looks at him with a frightening look and asks what's the matter. Amiable says that he understands that he took in the surrendered countries. And also, he did not touch the inhabitants and nobles of these countries, which he did not do during the 8-year war. But as long as the aristocrats of the losing countries are alive, the spirit of the country will not be broken. After all, the soldiers received during the war will not be loyal to the emperor. If they continue the war, they will begin to experience a personnel shortage at the front. They can replenish supplies, but cannot get more soldiers. For the sake of the people of the empire, he must stop the war. After he said this, he lowered his head and thought that he was finished. But he had to voice it for the good of the empire. He does not regret anything, he only hopes that he will grant him a painless death. Eduardo looks at him with a thoughtful face and says nothing, which surprised Amiable and made him wonder if he wasn't angry. The man who was sitting next to the Margrave asks him what he is saying. Can't they get more soldiers by mobilizing the common people? Eduardo continues to be silent and listen to what they say. They say it's too hasty. They're already telling the townspeople to fight for the empire, so what's the problem? Right, they can just send all the poor people from the slums to the front. Eduardo punched the table very hard to get their attention and silence them. He sat up and said that he didn't know about their talents. They bark well. Do they mean that they can fill the ranks by sending the common people to fight? They do not dare offer their personal soldiers, they do not offer to lead the troops themselves, but without hesitation they offer to mobilize the townspeople. Do they know why they pay taxes? This is their payment for safety and well-being. Therefore, the citizens have a right to defend the empire, and the empire has an obligation to protect its citizens. Amiable was very surprised by what he said and called His Majesty. Eduardo grabs his sword and says they need to set the record straight. He points his sword at them and says that he will not stop the war, and if he lacks soldiers, he will order them to participate in the fighting. The standard will be the same as during the 8 Years' War. As long as there are more than 2 men in a family, at least half of their personal soldiers and 1 man from the family will participate. If they decide not to participate, they will send 2/3 of their personal troops to fight. Mobilizing citizens would be a last resort. What's wrong with him? If they don't understand, he rephrases. They must go and prepare for war. They were all afraid of him and immediately agreed with His Majesty. They all left, and Eduardo remained standing in this office with a sword in his hand. He sheathes his sword and thinks that he understands that he has no right to be angry with them for putting the war on their shoulders. But since their emperor is not himself, shouldn't his subordinates at least remain reasonable? They are disgusting just like him. Eduardo lowers his head and notices a large pool of blood, created by his imagination, in which he is standing. A small smile appears on his face, and he thinks that apparently his hallucinations have gotten worse. It had never affected daily life before. He begins to hear the laughter of the ghosts that appeared in this room. Several ghosts walk towards him, calling his name and telling him that he must die. Eduardo looks at them and says that they are impatient freaks. The ghosts continue to walk towards him, laughing and saying that he should come with them. Eduardo looks at them with a tired look and asks, it's not that he planned to live the entire life allotted to him, but why is he in such a hurry? In the southern part of the empire there are constant battles with the barbarian tribe. With the silent permission of the emperor for the massacre, the second hero, Stigma Primero, is fighting here. He reads the newspaper and says that the empire is declaring war on its next target, the kingdom of Serhan. Therefore the emperor ordered him to prepare for war. The growing troops of the second hero, forced to fight the barbarians and diseases of the harsh south. Stigma got to his feet, laughs and says that here he is their emperor. This is great news. Barbarians are fun to fight against. But it's not even close to war, right? The man standing next to him asks, does he really like wars that much? Stigma says it's not that he likes it. He goes to the still-living barbarian lying on the ground and says that the emperor rewards significant merit. He kills this guy with a blow of his sword to the neck area. Stigma says that he wants to ask the emperor for something. He thinks that during the 8 Years' War he received the title of Marquis and a large estate in the south, as well as a substantial amount of gold and jewelry. He was satisfied with this until he heard what Dion asked the emperor. He asked permission to destroy his own family with his own hands. He smiles and thinks it's like he's been electrocuted. How could he think of something like that? It wasn't just shock, he felt pure ecstasy. Stigma says he wonders if he will join the war. The man next to him says that if he is talking about an honorary count, then so be it, but later. Stigma smiles and says he can't wait to meet him. It's time for them to prepare for war. They should just burn the rest, because they can be carriers of infection. He leaves the village that his soldiers burned and thinks that, like that freak, as a reward he too must ask permission to get rid of his own family. At the same time in the carriage, Devilania says with a displeased look that she thought they would be alone. Ben says this is the order of the Demon King. And even if he had not come, they would not have been alone. After all, they took with them so many troops of the 2nd Detachment. Devalania says what's amazing is that they didn't take any of their squad with them as they headed to the 2nd city through the outskirts. Ben says that he understands that the Zero squad is very elite, although the troops will only hinder Sir Eret. Dion looks out the window with a dissatisfied face and wonders why he should carry his squad with him when they are just heading to the 2nd city. Why do they keep talking about the outskirts? Even the Demon King. Why is everyone so worried about this place? He doesn't understand why he wanted them to go this way. He starts pounding his feet on the floor and thinks that if you think about it, Ririnel gave him a protective pendant before leaving, and the strange thing is that Ed checked if he was wearing the armor. As if he was being prepared for an emergency. But is this really all? He feels uneasy. Someone needs to take him away from here. Unexpectedly at the same moment they suddenly stop. Dion starts crying and thinks that if only everything would be fine. The demon opens the door to the carriage and says that they have an emergency. They are surrounded by a large number of demonic monsters. Dion looks at how the warriors fight against these monsters and thinks that the 2nd squad is fighting with dignity, but there are actually too many monsters. He turns around and thinks that they shouldn't just stand still. They need to do something. Devalania looks around and says they are crawling out from everywhere. It's so disgusting. Ben stretches his hands and says that in every city there is a detachment commander assigned for protection, but this does not apply to the outskirts. Dion looks at them blankly and wonders why they are so calm. It was as if they were expecting monsters to appear. Devalania says that at this rate, this number will be enough to invade other territories, not just demon lands. Dion panics and wonders why he was offered a walk around the outskirts. Damn Demon King. Demonic monsters are the responsibility of the Demon King. He must keep their numbers under control so that they do not encroach on the territories of other species. Having ordered his subordinates to walk along the outskirts, he forced them to walk along the borders of the territories of other species. And he, like a stupid idiot, voluntarily agreed to this? Someone needs to help him wake up from this nightmare. Devalania turns to him and says that she will start first. He must save his strength, since there are a lot of them here. Dion thinks that he doesn't want to do this at all. How can he deal with so many demonic monsters? Ben calls Sir Eret, who has his back to him. Dion noticed this and thinks he might have something to say since he was coughing up blood again. He turns to him and calls him by name. Ben asks if he's in any condition to fight today. Dion looks at him with a surprised face and wonders if he really avoided the battle so obviously. Despite the loyal attitude towards him, he is also a demon. If he finds out that he is weaker than him, he will kill him at that very second. Ben remembers everything about him and says that if you think about it, he always tries to avoid battle when he is not drunk or when his life is not in danger. Dion looks at him and wants to say something about this, but stops because Ben says that if an ordinary demon saw this, he would consider him a weak person. Dion thinks that sooner or later this had to happen. Demons aren't complete idiots. He says he wasn't trying to trick him. Ben says loudly that he understands him perfectly. They were both embarrassed by this and ask for forgiveness. Dion asks what did he want to say. Ben says loudly that he understands that there are countless of them, but they are only demonic beasts. He believes that they are so insignificant that he is too lazy to deal with it himself. Dion was surprised by this and looks at him blankly. Ben says that he is his personal doctor. Of course, he understands his train of thought. Dion is very angry about this and thinks that this idiot scared him very much. Ben makes him very happy by taking out a bottle of alcohol and telling him that he doesn't have to worry. He prepared something especially for him. Dion looks at him with a very joyful look and asks, "Is the demon realm special?" He suspected something and wondered if he was counting on him to say exactly that. What is suspicious is that he offers him alcohol after having forbidden him all the time before. Ben is embarrassed by his look and says that since it's all he has, he won't stop him from drinking it. Dion's eyes light up and his suspicion increases greatly. Ben pours him a glass of wine and says that all he needs is to relax and be in a good mood. He may not worry and just drink. Dion thinks that even he would not drink this suspicious alcohol now. He still drinks a glass of alcohol and thinks that there is no need to ask him twice. He looks at how the others are fighting and thinks that judging by the situation, he cannot avoid the battle, and if so, then he does not want to die without drinking. I won't drink too much this time. He drinks a glass of alcohol, and Ben stands next to him and looks at him. He sighs and mentally apologizes to Sir Eret. He remembers what happened earlier in the castle. The Demon King says that if Eret doubts during the battle, then he should give him a drink. He's too modest when he's sober. To such an extent that he even seems weak. But he loosens up as soon as he drinks. Ben looks at him with a surprised face and thinks it's true. Even though he enjoys fighting, Sir Eret is incredibly patient when sober. The Demon King with a sly smile asks if it would be better to give him a release before he goes crazy. Ben thinks that he is the ruler of the Demon Kingdom, who uses everything to the maximum efficiency. In the present he stands still and wonders if this is too risky. He gave him something to drink while he was still sick. It would be better to apologize right now. Unexpectedly Dion presses him very hard against the wall, which greatly surprised him. He says with an intimidating smile that this time he used his head. He thinks that alcohol and drugs are some kind of key. It is quite natural that the built wall will be weakened by this combination. He never tried to hide it, and besides, he couldn't. But how could one imagine that they would openly use this key like that? He asks, he understands he doesn't have much time, right? Since the Emperor is advancing faster and bolder, and the number of demonic monsters is growing exponentially, there is no time to sway. It wasn't that he didn't understand the urgency. He plunges his dagger into the wall next to Ben, which greatly scares him. Dion looks at him with an angry look and says that the fact that he is close to him does not give him the right to use him. Ben tries to remove his hand from his throat and says he apologizes. He thinks that it seems that this is not just an effect of alcohol. Dion says that since he did a lot for him, he forgives him, but next time this trick will not work. He pretends to care about him. He removes his hand with the dagger and says that he must remember whose personal physician he is now. He leaves and says with a smile that although initially he had no expectations. Ben hangs his head and thinks he's just an idiot, and Sir Eret is completely right. His face is red and he thinks that he is now his personal doctor and not the servant of the Demon King. He is about to tell him something, but a demonic monster is running towards them and someone warns the commander of the Zero Squad that a monster is running in their direction. Dion looks at this monster with a calm face while Ben calls him and tries to say something. He plunges into memories and thinks that he is very tired of bending over backwards trying to survive. But this does not mean that he will allow someone to use him. If anything, he will take advantage of himself. Dion runs to the attack with a scary smile and says that he will decide when to intervene. Sometime later, he is covered in the blood of monsters and stands still while a large crowd of demons gathers around him. He looks to the side, calls Ben, and says that he must contact the Demon King via video call. This greatly surprised him, and he says that he forbade the use of magic outside the walls. Although that doesn't matter. He will contact him immediately. He thinks he just almost made another mistake. He is Sir Eret's personal physician. His orders must always take precedence. The Demon King answers the call and asks what happened to him. He wouldn't use magic without. Dion turns to him and says that there are a lot more monsters than they expected. The Demon King says he is right. It seemed to him that 2 commanders and 1 group would be enough. He will send reinforcements. They can hold out for 15 minutes, right? Dion turns away from him and says that he and they will try to cope. The Demon King says that Eret must be beside himself with anger. Dion walks towards the crowd of monsters and thinks that monsters are still creeping in from everywhere. Do they have to wait 15 minutes? It had been a long time since he had been in a situation like this. The demons notice him and loudly say that Sir Eret has joined the battle. Now they are saved. Dion thinks that if he had given up at the first sign of despair, he would not have survived the 8-year war. He runs towards the monster who is about to attack him and thinks that the only difference is that his opponents are now demonic monsters. Dion starts fighting these monsters and thinks that he has to think a lot about how to survive in this situation. Suddenly, one of the monsters attacks him, causing him to cough up blood and drop one of his daggers. Ben is distracted from killing monsters and loudly calls his name. Dion grabs the dagger that he dropped and thinks that he should think about what he can do. He kills the huge monster by stabbing the dagger in the back with terrifying force. He looks at the monsters standing next to him and thinks that his specialty is not killing, but instilling fear. Demonic monsters remain true to their instincts, so they will retreat when they feel the fear overwhelming them. Although this may not work for them, because the goal now is not to make all the monsters retreat, so it doesn't matter. Ben looks at the monsters with a tired look and says that they won't dare lay a finger on Sir Eret. Dion thinks that if the demonic monsters retreat, they will be able to survive, but in the long term this is not the most optimal solution. He calls Devilania and she immediately turns to him. Dion looks at her and says they need to set a trap. He thinks that now it is necessary to kill as many monsters as possible. One of the monsters, who tried to escape, fell into a trap and lost his head as a result. A crowd of monsters notices many barely noticeable threads that are located around them. Dion looks at this and thinks that as soon as they move, they will immediately lose their limbs. These freaks most likely don't understand what's going on here. Demonic monsters are surrounded by a huge number of invisible threads. Devilania says she managed to lure them into a trap, but it won't keep them for long. What will they do next? She thinks that they were able to successfully trap the monsters in a net-like trap that was placed according to Sir Eret's instructions, as well as limit their movements. Ben treats the wounds of Dion, who was injured during the battle with these monsters, and notices something strange. He says that the treatment he provided to his hand is only a temporary measure, so he must be careful. Dion looked at him and only snorted displeasedly. He goes towards the trap, but Devilania says that he must wait. Is he heading into a trap to kill the monsters himself? Without proper skill, it will be difficult to detect the threads. She certainly doesn't doubt his abilities. Dion, with a creepy smile, says that he will find out everything on his own. Sometimes he gets very lucky. After that, he runs very quickly towards the monsters and dodges all the invisible threads that are located in his way. He looks up and sees two monsters who are about to attack him with their weapons. They strike at the same time, but Dion manages to dodge this attack at the last moment. Monsters fall into traps and invisible threads cut off their limbs. Devilania is very surprised when she notices this and asks how is this possible. He lured everyone to where the threads were concentrated. Can he really see this? Dion deals with a large number of monsters with the help of traps and his attacks. He turns around with a joyful smile and thinks that he sees it. At the moment when moonlight reflects from the threads, creating a slight flicker, he kicks the wolf, who is about to attack him, and throws him aside. That monster is trapped by this attack and dies immediately. Dion thinks that he doesn't know if the reason is that all his life he hid from light and heat, but he was always sensitive to light and felt more comfortable in the dark. He can definitely handle it because of his condition. He looks at something with a smile and asks, perhaps it's all about his luck? The monsters stand still and look at him in horror. Devilania looks at this and says that the tide of the battle has changed. The monsters are too scared to attack mindlessly. Ben looks in the same direction and says that there are still many of them. He thinks something terrible might happen. He's already at his limit. Among other things, his hand is injured. He asks when reinforcements will arrive. Dion's unexpectedly wounded hand shakes violently due to pain, and he loudly coughs up blood. Ben calls him, but he immediately says loudly that he must stop. He was embarrassed by this and said that he should cure him. Dion asks, didn't they expect this? He must not bother himself with feeble attempts and act according to the plan. Some time later, they continue to fight against a large number of monsters that try to oppose them. Dion also continues to fight and thinks that it looks like he could fall at any moment. Despite avoiding most of the direct blows, shock builds in his body. Moreover, his right arm refuses to move. Ben at this time fights against a crowd of monsters with the help of his bag. He notices something that frightened him very much and loudly calls Sir Eret. Dion sits on the ground and can't do anything while several monsters are running at him and thinks that he just has to hold out a little longer. Unexpectedly, someone saves him from a huge monster by hitting the monster's head with a dagger. The one who saved him also killed other monsters who tried to attack him. Unknown man greets Sir Eret. It turned out to be the commander of the 7th Detachment Silua, and she says that they have not seen each other for a long time. She ran as fast as she could because she heard there was a party. Dion slowly rose to his feet and wondered, did she say party? He turns to her with a very angry expression on his face and thinks, he will die very soon, what other party is she talking about? He grabs his wounded hand and thinks, what's wrong with his hand? He sees many corpses of monsters around and thinks about it. What even happened here? He remembers alcohol and thinks that it's true, he drank the wine that Ben gave him, and after that he took part in the battle. Could he have done it again? Silua with a very angry face came very close to him and loudly says that this is not Sir Eret. Dion doesn't understand what she means and asks for forgiveness. She says with a frightening aura that just a moment ago he was in front of her. Why and how is this possible? What should she do to see Eret Sir again? Dion wonders what's wrong with her. She stresses him out a little. Silua picks up one of the monsters and tells Sir Eret that it is a demonic monster. He must grant him eternal rest by piercing him with his dagger. Dion looks at this blankly and wonders what she is doing? What's wrong with this crazy woman? Silua with a happy face asks what is wrong with him. It can't be that he's scared. The loud noises must have spoiled all the fun for him. Devilania grabs her shoulder and tells the 7th Division commander that she needs to stop this. She had to come for protection. Silua loudly tells Sir Eret that he need not worry. Her subordinates will grind all but his share into powder. Immediately after this, several demons rush to attack the remaining monsters. Devilania looks at this and says that this is pure madness. To think that these were the reinforcements that the Demon King sent them. But how were they able to leave the border and come here? She hopes that she did not bring all the members of the squad here. Silua says she left a deputy in charge. Besides, aren't they an ideal reinforcer? She claps her hands with a joyful smile and says that since they almost figured everything out, Sir Eret should too. She doesn't have time to finish because Ben approached Dion and said that in his condition he shouldn't strain himself even more. He should rest while he dealt with the others. He realizes that he must have been terribly disappointed in him earlier, but he asks him to give him another chance. Dion doesn't remember this and wonders when it happened? Did he lose too much blood? He can't think straight. He says that in this case, the rest remains on him. Silua was very surprised by this and asked if he was going to rest. She asks him to show her his other side before they leave. Ben asks the commander of the 7th squad, why not help the commander of the 2nd squad? Silua is very upset about this and refuses the offer. Some time later, after they dealt with the remaining monsters, Devilania goes with her and says that except for the escaped monsters, they took care of everyone. Ben says the treatment is complete. Now he can move his arm again. Dion nodded and thanked him for this. Devilania turns around and says that it looks like everything is fine now. Isn't it time for the commander of the 7th squad to leave? Silua asks if she wants her to just leave after all this. She didn't think she was so heartless. Devilania says with a smile that it is for her own good. They are heading to the 2nd city. And she knows who is guarding it, right? Silua gets very angry when he remembers this and says that this is the commander of the 10th squad. She grabbed her head and said that it would be better for her to leave, because she doesn't want to see a freak who doesn't deserve his position. She bows to Dion and says that she will look forward to her next meeting with him. He looks at her and thinks that he didn't think she would back down so easily. However, he feels even better this way. They mention the commander of the 10th squad. This means that we are talking about Gacytel. Why does she hate him so much? Some time later, they all arrived in the 2nd city and were met by the commander of the 10th detachment, who bowed and with a smile told Sir Eret that they had not seen each other for a long time. The townspeople shout joyfully while Dion stands with a tired face and thinks that it seems that now he understands everything. The residents of the city are very happy that they came to this city and organize a holiday in honor of this. Dion sits on a throne of flowers carried by several demons. He is very embarrassed by what is happening and Gacytel asks how he feels about it. He prepared everything in a hurry as soon as he heard of his arrival. It's called a palanquin, straight from the human world. Only people of high status can ride this, which suits him perfectly. Dion covers his face with his hand and thinks that this is incredibly embarrassing for him. He puts his head in his hands and doesn't say anything, which caused misunderstanding from Gacytel, and he asks if he has a headache? Or is something bothering him? Dion thinks, he wonders if something is bothering him? He is worried about this whole situation, and so is he. In a short period of time, he was able to understand why Silua hated the commander of the 10th Division so much. Gacytel, with a very worried look, says that if he says what exactly worries him, then he doesn't have time to finish because a worried Ben knocks him down as he runs. He calls Eret Sir and asks if he has a headache. He should let him take care of him. They all stopped, and he actively said something while everyone was watching. One of the residents asks, so this means this is the commander of the 0 squad? He says with a happy face that he was wondering who would be taken in such an embarrassing way, but when the commander of the 0 squad is involved, it all becomes so cool. The girl next to him is also happy and says that of course, it's all because of his cool and relaxed aura. Since nothing was known about him, only various rumors circulated. He can see that he is a human because there is no demonic energy emanating from him, but how can a human have such an aura? Even other commanders find it difficult to please him. All the residents gathered to see the mysterious commander of the 0 squad. A man who had been given such a powerful title by the Demon King himself, whose presence was accepted by the proud squad leaders, and also whose role and abilities are shrouded in mystery. Those who saw him with their own eyes said that for them he was second in strength after the king himself. Dion is silent for several seconds, but having gathered his strength, he very quietly says the word away. Gacytel did not hear this, asks for forgiveness and asks if he said something. Dion repeated what he said earlier and it shocked him. He turns sharply to the villagers and loudly says that he wants them all to leave. What's wrong with them? He is confused by all these demons around. They must get rid of them immediately. Dion thinks this idiot misunderstood him. He feels bad from these flowers and their pollen, so he wants it removed. Why did he drive out all these innocent demons? The soldiers drive the citizens away and say that the commander of the Zero Squad wants them all to leave here. He's angry now. If they don't leave they will die, so everyone should leave here. Dion looks at it and thinks what if he keeps referring to it, telling everyone to leave. He looks at these demons and thinks that now they are mad. Now in their eyes they will become the enemies of all the demons in the city. Residents say that he has not yet seen the face of the commander of the Zero Squad. Maybe if they find the right viewing angle, they can see it from here. Dion thinks that it seems too late to hope for a holiday in this settlement. Devilania walks next to him and thinks that it seems like hell is in for some tough times. He notices several demons holding posters with his image and wonders what this is all about. One of these demons tells the others that they should all pray for Sir Eret together. They all clasp their hands in front of them and pray loudly for him. Dion wonders what is going on here. He remembers Ririnel saying that if they want to believe in something so meaningless, they might as well believe in him. Dion thinks this can happen. Is this really a cult of the name Eret? This is her doing, isn't it? He gets angry and thinks that he even gave her cookies to stop her from doing any nonsense. He looks down with a very angry expression on his face and says nothing. Gacytel kneels and says he apologizes. If he bothered him with something, he asks to forgive him. He is very worried about what is happening and wonders if there is a fishing line around his neck. Devilania did this? She holds the fishing line in her hand and says that it looks like he has disturbed Sir Eret. Maybe she should kill him? Dion was very embarrassed by this and thinks that he was sure that killings among commanders were unacceptable. Or they were just holding back, but in fact they can kill each other if they want, but then that means. He doesn't finish his thought and says everything is fine. He descended to the ground and said that there was no need to kill other commanders. He leaves and says they should just go shopping. Isn't that what they came here for? He thinks that if something goes wrong, he could be killed on the spot. Devilania puts away his line and says they will do as he says. Gacytel is happy about this, calls him by name, and says that he will serve him with all his heart, as if his life depends on it. Dion thinks he thought he had protection, but he was never so wrong. He is very worried and thinks that he needs to stay on guard. Sometime later on one of the streets of the second city, Devilania says with joy that she bought so many amazing outfits today. Dion changed into clean clothes and thinks he felt like he turned into a dress-up doll. Although it wouldn't be such a bad thing to change into clothes that weren't stained with blood. Devilania asks if they can move on? What about accessories? Suddenly Gacytel runs up to them, who interrupts her and says that these fruits are called mangoes. It is native to the southern regions of the human kingdom. Would he like to try it? Devilania got very angry with him, pushes him away and asks if he could stop interfering. Besides, where did he put all the bags? Gacytel says that they visited so many shops that they were probably hungry, and he gave the bags to his subordinates. Dion wonders if they can't just leave him alone? He almost collided with the horse, but Ben stopped him in time. He calls Eret and asks if something happened to him? Dion looks outside and says that the demonic monsters should be mostly in the bay. The strange thing is that the castle gates are so wide open. If you think about it, there are quite a lot of goods here from the southern regions of the human kingdom. Is the border really close to? He doesn't have time to finish because Gacytel turns sharply to him and asks with a worried look how he knew about this. Dion is confused by this and wonders what this means. Sometime later, they defeat one monster and Devilania says that the monsters here are also quite violent. Gacytel points with his hand and says that they should look at this. They opened a border near the southern regions of the human kingdom. Ben was very surprised by this and loudly asks how he could hide it. Gacytel asks when else will they, the city dwellers, have the opportunity to explore the human world? Since they just hit the border, he decided that they could enjoy it a little. Dion was very embarrassed by this and hit himself in the face with his palm because of this situation. Gacytel says that they even issued an order and moved in secret from everyone, just so as not to be discovered by people. And as they see it, they did everything possible to prevent demonic monsters from entering their world. Dion looks around and thinks that it seems he can breathe a sigh of relief. But what happens next? If the southern regions of the human kingdom were not part of the empire, should he even worry about them? Of course he should, this is a human world after all. He dismounts from his horse and says that they need to report this to the Demon King. Gacytel, looking very sad, agrees with him and says that he knows about it. Dion says that before that, however, they need to see for themselves. He thinks that he needs to check whether this place is really connected with the southern region of the human world, and if so, then he needs to check which country those lands belong to. He goes further and says that they must follow him. At the same time, on the other side, in a small country in the south, the man asks loudly, "What did he say? Demons, covered from head to toe in blood, cross the border to the human world? This is real madness." Another man tells His Majesty that he will immediately call the palace doctor. The ruler refuses and says that the doctor will not be able to cope with this. He thinks that he knew that demons were crossing the border, which appeared unexpectedly for them. However, since nothing was happening, I turned a blind eye to it, but now they are, at exactly this time. He is more than sure that the empire has gone crazy, so he does not need conflicts with the kingdom of demons at all. The man tells His Majesty that there is another, much bigger problem. The ruler asks loudly what could be worse than this. The man says that they have confirmed that one of the demons is the commander of the second squad, Devilania. As for the other unusual creature, apparently, based on the respectful attitude of everyone else towards him, this is the well-known commander of the Zero Squad. The ruler was very embarrassed by what he said and asked what he was doing here. They have to hide it. He raises his voice and says that no matter what they do in the human world, they must hide the fact that the commander of the Zero Squad and his company crossed the border of his country. At the same time, Ben tells Sir Eret that he must make sure to cover himself properly under his robe. The sunlight in the human world is much stronger. Dion hides his head with a hood and thinks that it is very hot here. Anyway, why did they follow him? Devilania asks where he would like to go first. To the main streets, where there are a lot of people, or to where it is quieter? Dion thinks that he wanted to visit the human world on his own. They should have stayed at home like Gacytel did. Since Devilania is familiar with the human world, it will be useful, right? He says that then they should go to a place where they can study the daily life of the locals. They need to find out where they are. Devilania says that in this case, they need to go to the market. Ben stops her because he saw someone, and she asks what else do they need? 3 people bow to them and one of them says that he asks for forgiveness for blocking their path. Dion looks at them and wonders, are these local knights? The man raises his head and says that they came to show their respect to the mercenaries who prevented the monsters from crossing the border. Thanks to them, many lives were saved. As representatives of the knights, they offer their gratitude. Dion is confused by this and wonders if they consider them mercenaries? He was worried that problems would arise. The man takes out a few things and says that as a gesture of respect, they should accept this small gift, this gold and robes. They decided to prepare their clothes since they assumed that after fighting the monsters they would be stained with blood. The good thing is that they took the robes with them. Ben and Devilia look at their clothes stained with blood because of what he said about it. Dion came to his senses and thinks that he was so immersed in thoughts about himself that he completely forgot about their appearance. Wait, anyone will say that his companions are not people, since they were not in robes. So why do they welcome them instead of driving them away? The man holds out a bag of money with shaking hands and asks him to accept it. Dion looks at him and thinks they are scared but not surprised. Apparently, they have already crossed paths with demons. It seems that in this southern country they know about the border of the worlds. Since the Emperor did not say anything in person, it seems that he does not know about it. It's true that in wartime, revealing information that his state has acquired another border is fraught with consequences, so they do their best to hide the fact that demons come to them and do whatever they want. Dion starts laughing, which greatly surprises the man standing in front of him. He thinks that since they chose to ignore them, it is a huge relief for him. These few men are afraid of him and wonder why he laughed so much. Dion thinks they're probably hoping they'll return quietly. The 3 men bow to them and wish them a good journey. Devilania thinks that Sir Eret seems to be in good spirits. Dion continues to laugh and thinks it's amazing they even gave them money. They don't have to worry, because he has no desire to cause problems. The men continue to bow silently as they walk away from them, and one of them suddenly raises his head. He thinks that he has incredibly clean clothes compared to the bloody clothes of his demon companions, as well as an unusual aura. Most likely, he is the same commander of the Zero Squad. They did everything they could for their master. They leave the rest of them. After some time on the market in this country, Dion walks down the street, looks around, thinks that there are a lot of people here. He blushes a little and thinks it's quite fun to look around. But he needs to start collecting information about this place. He runs into a guy who was passing next to him. Dion grabbed his shoulder, and Devilania followed him and loudly called Sir Eret after the incident. The man is a little nervous and asks, is he okay? Did they really crash into each other that much? Devilania wonders, is he so uneasy about encountering an ordinary person? Dion is very worried at this time and thinks that he feels her gaze on him, full of suspicion. He says his right shoulder still seems to hurt a little. Devilania says in a calm voice that this turns out to be the case. He wonders if this is plausible enough? Now Ben can heal him for full immersion. Instead, he grabbed the man and loudly asked this stupid man what he was allowing himself to do. The man was embarrassed by this and apologizes to him. Dion asks why he's going overboard when she's acting so calm. They were both embarrassed by this, and Ben thinks that he is a doctor. Devilania thinks that she should be the one to react sharply. They switched places very quickly. He asks Eret Sir if he is okay. She grabbed the man and with a frightening face asks how she can deal with him. Dion thinks everything is fine, they should stop this already. A large number of people have gathered around them, looking at them and asking what is happening there. One of the men raises his hand and loudly says that they must catch this freak. The other man immediately runs towards them and agrees with the man who gave this order. Dion thinks they look like royal knights. Now all attention is drawn to them. He knew that it would not happen without trouble. He raises his hand and says that he is sorry, but they didn't mean to cause trouble. He was very embarrassed because the guards walked past him. They grabbed the man he encountered and their behavior greatly surprised him. The man panics very much and asks what does this mean? Why did they grab him? One of the guards loudly asks how he dares to cause trouble in the middle of the market. They must take him away. The guards carry away the man, who begins to cry because of what is happening and asks what this means. They just bumped shoulders. Dion looks at this with great surprise and thinks that the human world follows the laws so well. Is everything really good? Some time later, someone tried to grab the bag of money, but Ben grabbed the hand. He asks this little person with a scary look how dare she try to rob Sir Eret? Has she already prepared a will? He squeezes this girl's hand very tightly, and she cries because of this. One of the guards is confused when he sees this and loudly says that they should wait. One of the guards takes this girl away while the other one bows to them and says that they will sort it out. After some more time, Dion tried some strange fruit, which made him feel sick and he wonders why it tastes so bad. The guards grab the seller who sold it to him and ask how dare he try to poison him. They must capture this scoundrel. Dion thinks that, of course, the fruit has obviously spoiled a little, but there is no need to arrest him for this. As soon as something was about to happen very soon, the guards appeared at that very moment. Some time later, the residents loudly say that they should have mercy. This will not happen again. What are the knights doing here? Dion, with a displeased face, thinks that it seems like they are trying to figure things out themselves before they cause a scandal and attract the attention of the townspeople. The villagers look at them and quietly say that they should not approach these people. Even if they only touch their clothes, the knights would immediately arrest them. But who are they? Maybe representatives of the nobility? Dion thinks that because of this they attract even more attention. He says it seems they can't continue the investigation now. They need to go back. His attention is drawn to the fact that someone next to him loudly says that he said that they should not sell DST leaves to all the merchants in a row. Why are those freaks so persistent? Another man says that they introduced themselves as Dan merchants. They are full of enthusiasm because they have just arrived. And they also insist that they want to import DST leaves. A dissatisfied man asks, so it was the Dan merchant? Why don't they meet them in person and see what kind of freaks they are? He fell silent immediately after noticing Dion standing in front of him. The man begins to worry about the way he looks at him and asks what's wrong with him. He says that he would like to inquire about the possibility of purchasing DST leaves from them. The seller turns away from him and says that this is how he turns out to be the buyer. He will immediately pack a pack for him. He looks at him and thinks that in appearance, he looks like an ordinary traveler. But where does he get such a scary aura? Perhaps this is a nobleman who is hiding his identity. Dion stands still and thinks that the tea leaves are dais. Due to the limited number of plantations, it is almost impossible to find this tea in the empire. For the same reason, its price among aristocrats is quite high. What southern country is so rich that it can sell such valuable tea even on a regular market? The merchant has finished packing the tea into a small box and hands it over to him. Dion remembers and thinks that this is the same small country that exports tea. The merchant thanked him for the purchase, and Ben threw him a bag of money and said that he could keep the change. Devalania also leaves and asks if he has already finished his business. Dion doesn't answer her and thinks that this country is called Tehan. The guards who have been watching them all this time say that they are finally leaving. It's amazing that they left without starting a riot. But it doesn't seem to him that it was the commander of the Zero detachment. He kept coughing up blood and was generally very weak. Then who could it be? He doesn't know, but he hopes that they won't come back here again. At the same time in the camp of the Empire, in a non-combat zone, Eduardo sits at the table and says that he requested a personal audience with him, having come all this way to ask. He forgot and asks what did he say. Illuster says with a smile that he wanted to ask if he remembered the death of the first prince, the father of the current crown prince and princess, as well as his older brother. Eduardo says they should all leave the tent. Immediately afterwards all the outsiders came out. He looks at him with a scary look and asks him if he remembers the death of the first prince. The death of a good man and the only one who looked after him. The best person of them all. Death by Duke Grades, right? Illuster asks, that's what people say, when in fact it killed him, right? An evil smile appears on his face, and he says that he already knows about it. Eduardo looks at him with an evil smile, and says that this is madness. He thinks that it was only after Duke Grades and his entire family were executed for the murder of the prince that he found out that Illuster was behind everything. But because of the uprising, the nobility had to temporarily ignore his crime. Who would have thought that the criminal himself would confess to his crime? He asks what is he up to. Illuster says he should first talk about why he got rid of the first prince. It was all about climbing to the highest position. Every prince and princess will fight for the throne if the rightful heir passes away, right? He planned to put on the throne someone he could control, but he never thought that the ninth prince, whose existence was simply insignificant, would take the place of ruler. Eduardo thinks that having taken the place of the duke, there is only one person left above him, and this is the emperor. Illuster has been this way since birth. He closes his eyes and plunges into memories. In this flashback, the current emperor tells him that he will return. He turns to his sleeping children and says with a smile that it won't take much time. He must look after his children. Eduardo stands in front of him and thinks that he should have kept him back when he first felt that something was wrong. He says everything is fine, he doesn't have to worry about it. He bows and the ruler strokes his head. He thinks that if he had known that this would be his end, he would never have allowed him to leave. When he first heard about his brother's death, he should have conducted a thorough investigation rather than rushing ahead with a sword in his hands. But the spread of a rumor that his other relatives had killed him in order to seize the throne forced him to draw his blade. He hates it, and is very tired now. Illuster says the murder of the first prince, the Church of Redemption and Dion's participation in the 8-year war. He already knew that he was behind all this. Some time ago. Dion's parents stand at the entrance to the castle and loudly ask how they could take him while they were not in the castle. A terrible mistake has occurred here. They had already reported that their first son, Cruel, would go to war. They even sent a request for correction, mentioning that there was clearly some error in the distribution. The guard says he repeats, they can't do anything. And they have not received any requests to adjust the lists. Dion's mom starts crying because of what he said, falls to her knees and says loudly that her poor son is so weak. She couldn't even hug him for fear that he would get sick. If only she had known that things would turn out like this. The father says that they should allow them to see the emperor. He will tell him everything personally, so they should let them see Dion. The guard says that the emperor is not in the palace now. The mother asks loudly why every time they come, the emperor is not there. Then, she asks to give him a message. They continue talking and Illuster looks at them as he passes by. Because of what he heard, a sly smile appeared on his face. Before getting into the carriage, he gave the documents to his servant, and said that he should burn this too. There was a request for correction in these documents. Conscripted from the Hart family, Cruel. Illuster says that he forged and hid the documents, so he did not know that Dion was drafted by mistake, at least that was the case initially. But when he found out the truth after the war, he stood aside and simply watched as Dion killed his family. If he finds out the truth, then I wonder how he will react to it? Eduardo's eyes light up with anger. He calls him by name and asks, does he really want to die? Illuster asks with a sly smile, so he didn't know? He can't kill him. If he takes his life without proper grounds, his glory will remain, and his reputation will only be further damaged. The glory of an absurd tyrant awaits him. Eduardo interrupts him by asking if he really thinks that he is afraid of embarrassing himself. Illuster says that of course this is not the case. However, the authority of the ruling family and its heirs will hit rock bottom. He is sure that this is not what he wants. He continues to smile evilly and asks, besides, he was pretending to be ignorant all this time, so does that make them accomplices? Eduardo looks at him angrily and says that he sees that as soon as he is given a reason, he begins to talk incessantly. Why shouldn't he try to hold out as long as possible? He eagerly awaits the day when he will execute him with his own hands. Illuster leaves the tent and thinks that the emperor only lives because he cannot die. This is the same look. He can't let him die if he wants to achieve his goals. Eduardo hides his anger and thinks that he will not retire until he gives Illuster the most miserable death. At this time he is about to ride off on his horse and thinks that he will not die until he kills him. That's why he came here to see him. He also gained influence over the revolutionary army. Everything goes according to his plan. Some time later, Eduardo rides his horse in an unknown direction. People from the revolutionary army are chasing him, moving through the trees. He notices this and looks at them while he continues to gallop. He pulled the reins to stop his horse. He stands still and hears only the sounds of the wind. Eduardo looks back with a smile and says that he just wanted to cool his head, but he is terribly annoyed when all sorts of insects chase him. After he said this, the members of the revolutionary army came out of hiding and took out their weapons. Eduardo looks at them and asks if they came here to see him. At the same time, the head of the revolutionary army, Daniel, returns home and calls his mother. A woman who knits, sitting on a rocking chair, tells her son that she heard that he will return after the task. She touched his face with her hands and says that it looks like he was hurt. Daniel says with a smile that when he was moving to Ilion, there was a conflict with a bloodthirsty knight. The wound isn't serious, so she shouldn't worry. He holds her hands and says that he cannot deceive her. His mom says she won't say anything about what he does or where he goes, because she trusts him. For a world where everyone is equal, without social hierarchy, one man gathered everyone with the goal of killing the emperor. His mother gave him a scarf that she sewed and with a kind smile tells him that he should be careful. And it was this man who declared that they must abolish the throne and create a world fair for all. He does all this for the sake of his mother. Daniel's mother was a noblewoman who ran away with a commoner. Even while living an ordinary, married life, even when his father died at the hands of a terrible nobleman, even when she was weak due to the stress she experienced, his mother always talked about her dream. When he was a child, she said that there was a world without kings and nobility, a world without social hierarchy, where everyone can be the master of their own country and a worker. One day such a world will come. Daniel remembered all these stories. His mother hugs him and says that she hopes that her son can one day see such a world. Watching his mother grow weaker day by day, he vowed to himself that he would make the world his mother dreamed of become a reality. Currently, Daniel lies on his mother's lap and says that he is a sinner. He fights for the revolution, but many people died because of his orders. And they will very soon start a war that will endanger the lives of everyone. His mom keeps patting his head and asks if he wants to stop fighting. Daniel raised his head and said with a serious look that this is not so. For the sake of his fallen comrades and for her sake, he will achieve his goal. So he asks her to wait for him. His mother with a kind smile says that of course she will wait. Like she said, she believes him. But he must return safe and sound. She holds in her hand a small jar on a rope that hangs around her neck and says that if he gets hurt, she will drink this poison to follow him. Daniel is horrified by this and says that she shouldn't talk like that. Suddenly a guy from the revolutionary army comes into the room and says that an emergency has occurred. Aiden led the troops to kill the emperor. Daniel was very surprised by this and asked what he said. Are they going to kill the emperor? At the same time, Eduardo looks at the soldiers who surrounded him and says that it seems they are not the only ones who came to see him. The soldiers do not understand what he means, but at that moment he sees many ghosts standing next to them. Eduardo dismounts from his horse and asks if they know how he got the throne. They don't seem to know one of the main leaders of the 8-year war who won the battle. He abruptly takes out a dagger that he was hiding under his clothes, and this greatly surprises the soldiers who stand around him. He plunges this dagger into his hand, which surprised them even more, and they ask what he is even doing. Eduardo stops seeing ghosts and says they don't have to worry about it. He only drove away the ghosts that annoyed him. He waves the hand he just pierced and says with a small smile that this is much better. He threw this dagger on the ground, walks towards them and says that now they can continue. Do they know the unknown hero who has the fragment? Or do they know the reason why he is traveling without guards to protect him? One of the guys loudly asks what is he saying. They have no reason to continue listening to this nonsense. He is about to order an attack, but does not have time because Eduardo cut off his head with one blow of his sword. He looks at them with a frighteningly calm expression and asks if they have heard the phrase, "Don't forget the past?" The girl attacks him, screams loudly and says that the emperor must die. Eduardo blocks her attack and says that they say that because forgetful people tend to repeat their mistakes. He very quickly kills the soldiers with his sword and says loudly that if they had remembered him when he committed treason, if they had remembered him during the 8-Year War, or even found out what he did during the hostilities, they would not have dared attacking him in such a mediocre manner. Eduardo continues to quickly kill these soldiers. Superior strength is the way he wields his long sword with one hand. His swordsmanship is wild and ferocious, as is his spirit. He was very surprised because he could not go further. He turns around and sees a guy holding him by the cloak and smilingly saying that he got caught. Why would anyone fight in such an annoying situation? He did not have time to finish because he was suddenly pulled towards his cloak. Eduardo pulled his cloak and with one hand pierced this soldier with his sword. The great power he possesses is enough to cut through mountains and even the skies. He smiles and asks why he should throw away the small attributes that demonstrate his position. The last remaining soldier looks at him with eyes filled with horror and thinks that now he has remembered everything. Talent hidden behind the title of emperor and tyrant. Eduardo slowly walks up to this guy and says that they all take him too seriously. He's the last one left, right? He recognizes this form and emblem. But if he remembers correctly, his head is not so stupid. Did they go AWOL? He swings his sword and says that in this case, it seems to him that there is no need to continue worrying about the Revolutionary Army. The guy trembles with fear and thinks that this is the name that stood above all the others, the owner of the fragment of the hero, Eduardo Desert. Some time after he killed all the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who attempted to assassinate him. He stands next to his horse and bandages his hand, which he himself wounded with a dagger. He looks at these soldiers and thinks that the Duke probably sent them to kill him. He had to know that they weren't much of a threat to him. Does this mean he is using the Revolutionary Army to overthrow him without wanting him dead at their hands? The goal of the Revolutionary Army is a world where all people are equal. But the Duke only desires higher position and power, so in the end he had to stop their revolution. At the same time, they received new recruits from the kingdom of Ilion. Is the Duke trying to control the growth of their forces by attacking him? Eduardo gets very angry, flexes his fists, and asks how dare he take advantage of him. Some time after the unsuccessful attack on the emperor, one of the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army says that in this way they claim that 1/9 of the Revolutionary Army has fallen. It seems that adjustments need to be made to their plans due to the lack of manpower. Paul, who became a soldier, asks in surprise, did he say that 1/9 of the army had fallen? Daniel, with a dissatisfied look, asks what he was thinking about when he tried to openly attack the emperor. He did a great job collecting the material, and now he can go. As soon as they have replenished their strength, they will again have to take a step back. He thinks that Aiden had doubts about postponing the fulfillment of the great goal, but he would not act so rashly. Why then did he do something like that? Paul says that as the emperor headed to the battlefield, his route became more difficult to track. How did Aiden manage to find him? Daniel thinks about this and thinks that a person with enough power to access such information. He remembers about Illuster and thinks that if you think about it, before Aiden left, someone noticed him talking to Shailin. Did she and the Duke plan to pit the Revolutionary Army against the Emperor? Some time later, Eduardo returned to his castle and his servant asks His Majesty, did he return on his own? Ardo runs towards him, notices the blood and asks loudly, the sun has just risen, and they have already ambushed him? Eduardo calmly says that if he died from this, then it would be fate. Ardo is very worried and loudly asks His Majesty how can he say such a thing? Eduardo walks past him and calmly says that it's just a joke. Is the Chancellor really unable to distinguish a joke from the truth? Ardo wilted because of such a joke and asks him not to even joke about such a thing. Eduardo plunges into memories and asks the Chancellor if he remembers. One of his sisters declared that she wanted to make their country rich, and one of his brothers wanted to turn the kingdom into a country that no one would dare look down on by creating an empire. His other brother wanted to unite the continent. They wanted to do so much to realize this goal that they could spend the whole day just discussing plans. But because of his actions, none of them could fulfill their dream. Therefore he has the responsibility to fulfill their wishes. He cannot turn away from the chosen path. And therefore he must carry a huge load. He cannot even imagine such a useless death when his life is scheduled by the hour. Ardo looks at his hand and thinks that the wound on his left hand is still bleeding. Most likely it refreshes the wound from time to time. The man who should be the core of the empire seems so vulnerable. He tells His Majesty that it is great that he has responsibilities, but he should not neglect his own safety. Eduardo doesn't let him finish his sentence by saying that he should have said it right away. He does not consider his body to be of any value, so what if he finds himself on the verge of death? He pauses, turns, and says with a smile that he hopes he won't insist on wasting precious military resources on restoring a piece of meat. Ardo was very embarrassed by what he said and loudly called His Majesty. Eduardo continues walking and says that he doesn't have to worry. He intends to shine brightly, until the very end. And thanks to someone, he doesn't even think about dying anytime soon. At the same time in the realm of demons, a new demon has appeared, acting as commander of the 9th squad named Trover. He fights against someone and names his skill, which he is going to use Earthquake. He claims that magic is his specialty, but in reality he uses his extremely trained body. His opponent, Deputy Commander of the 5th Detachment Derniven, jumped to the side and thinks that this is just a blunt blowdown. He channels magic into the tips of his fingers and makes several quick strikes with his claws, but Trover uses the shield skill. Asild and Jakar sit next to each other and watch their battle. Also next to them is Devilania, which is also watching what is happening. Dion sits next to Rirnel and thinks that he doesn't understand why he shouts spells if he doesn't even use magic. But this is not the most important thing. Why does he even have to be here? He looks up and wonders, how did this happen? Immediately upon arriving at the Demon King's castle, Trover asked for sparring, but he was able to refuse, citing fatigue. Some time ago. Trover laughs loudly and says that he has been waiting for this for so long. Sir Eret, today he asked him to be the judge, but once he rests, he should let him fight him. Dion remembered this and thinks that exactly, he asked him to be a judge, and that's how he ended up here. Trover noticed Ol, who looks at Derniven and says that she read people's romantic novels, and it's said that a knight who enters into battle dedicates his victory to the main character. He hugs her and asks, is this true? Ol says that so, he should dedicate his victory to her when he wins. Derniven says that of course he will do it. They start kissing, and a dissatisfied Trover loudly says that they should start already. He calls Sir Eret and says loudly that they should start already so that he does not have to suffer even longer. Dion agrees and wonders what he should say at the beginning of sparring in the demon world. Try, do your best or don't get hurt? This all sounds strange. Then, since they are in the demon realm, he smiles and says that they should try not to kill each other. He thinks this will do, right? After he said this, everyone immediately fell silent, which greatly embarrassed Dion, and he wondered what was wrong with the atmosphere. Currently, he thinks, did he say something wrong? Why did they react this way? It seemed to him that this phrase was suitable for stupid and cruel demons. Someone sitting nearby calls Sir Eret, which attracts his attention and makes him turn towards the voice. The commander of the 12th squad named Myers looks at him and presses his fist to his chest. Dion was surprised that he called him and thinks that he heard that he is quiet, but it's even hard for him because of how much. He looks most like a squad leader. He asks, did he want to tell him something? Myers lowers his head and tries to say something, but cannot find the words. He very quickly hid behind his deputy named Dahar and said that he would say it for him. His deputy, surprised by what happened, turns around and sees that Myers is very afraid or embarrassed. Dahar bowed, said his name and said that he was the deputy commander of the 12th squad. He asks to be allowed to convey the message. He says loudly with a joyful look that first of all, it was so cool when he told them not to kill each other. To think that he would allow the battle to come to an end only on the condition that one of the opponents could not continue to fight or surrendered. And he, of course, will not accept the latter outcome. Dion is confused by how he took his words and says that he should wait. When he is like that, he doesn't have time to finish because Dahar loudly says that none of the commanders had been so cold-blooded before. Keep it up, Sir Eret. He straightened up and said that was all. The demons who are next to him approved of what he just said. Dion was so shocked by this that he was speechless from the absurdity of this situation. Asild says with a smile that thanks to Sir Eret has become more interesting. But he doesn't think the winner will be revealed anytime soon. Jakar looks at the sparring with a calm face and says that apparently it is. Since Derniven previously received an offer to take over the post of commander of the 9th Detachment, they must be on the same level. Devilania says she heard that the number of rejections for the squad leader position was unusually high this time around. Ed refused at first. Dion turns to him and wonders, did he remain his deputy, despite such a good offer? Devilania says that Derniven then refused. And the third one was offered this position by Trover, right? At this moment he uses the blindness spell and strikes with his finger, but Derniven dodges this attack. Asild says that he was wondering why he refused, but after seeing him today, everything became obvious. Ol says that this is because he could not bear to be separated from her because of his great love. Asild turns to her with a surprised look and says that she scared him. Dion was also surprised when he noticed her and wondered when she managed to get here. Ol holds her stomach, calls Sir Eret, and says that she heard that with a certain probability you can create a child when two people love each other. This is true? Dion wonders, is she saying this about pregnancy? He wonders about the answer and thinks that it seems like she wants to have a child, but he thought that demons couldn't have children. Ol gives off a good aura and says that she has heard that such children are called blessings. Dion gives off a very dark aura as he looks at her. Trover at this time lifts a huge stone and loudly calls the word meteor. He throws this stone, and Derniven looks at it with a calm face and says nothing. Ol says that she would like to receive his blessing. Dion clenches his fist tightly, and a worried Rirnel calls him Sir Eret. He gives off a very dark aura, remembers what he did and thinks that since a child is considered a blessing, then he does not finish this thought, but the fight continues and Derniven went on the offensive. Ol looks at Dion blankly and asks why he looks so unhappy. She doesn't have time to finish because Asild closed her mouth and said that she should be quieter. Rirnel is worried about this and wonders what came over him. Is this battle not spectacular enough for him? Then what might he find interesting? She calls Sir Eret and asks if he knows that Trover originally used magic? She thinks it doesn't seem interesting at all. Dion calmed down a little, sighed and asked why then he doesn't use it now. Rirnel is happy that he showed interest, and says that it is because his mana is completely depleted. The mana used for magic could not be replenished, and she was sure that he knew how to control the flow. But because he put fun above all else, he used all the mana he had. And she wouldn't say that he had a lot of mana to begin with. Dion asks, does this mean that the commander of the 9th Division cannot use magic for the rest of his life? Rirnel says that's not true. There is another way to use magic. Using the power of the Demon King contained in their bodies. Since they are all children of the Demon King, their physical bodies are created by his own power. We can say that this is the purest and strongest mana. It is possible to use this. Dion thinks this means putting his life on the line. He looks at the fight and thinks, it turns out, knowing this, he wasted his mana for the sake of fun? He is a real madman. Trover throws a downward punch, but Dorniven manages to dodge the attack. He gets up and says what a slippery guy he is. Dorniven is a little tired from this sparring and asks if he will stop now. Trover jumps towards him and asks loudly, does he really hope for this? He does a lot of hits and lists name, lethal move, earthquake, blind and physical buff. Dion thinks he literally combined all his moves. He covers his face with his hand because of the dust that rose after that. After that, he notices a large stone that flies at him. He looks at it and thinks it's too late to dodge. Suddenly Ed stood in front of him and easily knocked the stone away. He turns to him and with a worried look asks if he is okay. Dion wonders how he destroyed such a stone, as if it were an annoying midge. He was going to say that he was fine, but couldn't because he started coughing up blood and thinks that this damn body is letting him down again. He looks at the arena and wonders, did they stop the battle because of him? Trover is very worried about this, and says that he did not think that this stone would fly in his direction. Sir Eret will definitely kill him. Dorniven says that apparently he is very brave, since he decided to attack the commander of the Zero Squad. Ed knelt down, lowered his head and said that he was asking for his forgiveness. Dion is embarrassed by this and calls him by name. He and Rirnel turn towards the arena with a very angry look, and he says that he did not realize that a room full of dust would be the worst place for him. Moreover, he didn't even think that there would be someone stupid enough to attack him. Dion was confused by the aura that emanated from them, and wondered what was wrong with them. Dorniven looks at them and thinks nothing of it, and Trover is very scared. Dion pats Ed on the shoulder and says he's fine so he shouldn't interfere. He turns around and says that he should probably go and rest. They may consider themselves to be a draw now and continue another day. He wonders if they can live peacefully? Why don't they fight without him? Someone says that he told him not to interfere. This means that if he takes revenge, it will be on his own. And he also declared a draw. It seems that he really is waiting for the battle until someone dies. Ben runs down the corridor, loudly calls Sir Eret, and says that there was a reaction from his pendant. Dion looks at him and says that as expected, he is already here. He is more merciless than any demon. Some time later, the Demon King smiles and tells Eret that he thinks it would be better for him to visit the Empire. He apologizes for calling him to him so abruptly. Dion looks at him and thinks that it's not surprising that he put a stamp as soon as he saw him. He asks, "Did something happen?" The Demon King puts the map on the table, agrees and asks if he can take a look at it. It seems that the story of the creation of an empire is not a joke at all. Dion was very surprised by what he saw and loudly says that they have already captured half of the continent. The Demon King points his finger at the place and says that they are now going to take over the kingdom called Esperanas, the smallest kingdom on the map. Given the size, it's only a matter of time before the gate breaks through. Dion thinks the name sounds familiar. Where could he have heard this? He remembers this and plunges into memories. He goes with remember and asks who he really is. He immediately says that he is the butler of a real hero. Dion says that's not what he's asking. He wants to know what he was doing, that he arrived at this estate by order of His Majesty. He thinks he is too suspicious and much stronger than the average butler. Remember thinks about it and says that he came from the country of Esperanas. Is this what he wanted to know? Dion was very surprised when he heard this and asks where it is. He wanted to know his identity, not where he was from. In present time, he thinks that in the end, he only heard stories about his homeland and found out nothing about who he is. The Empire is now at war with the homeland of Remember. The Demon King says that the Empire will not stop at conquering only the human world and will sooner or later turn its weapons against his kingdom. He no longer has any reason to continue observing. He starts emitting a dark aura and says that he will take part in this game. He placed his hand, from which strong energy emanates, on the card and says that he will turn everything against the Empire. He will also change the name of the war from human territorial disputes to battles for the survival of humans and demons. Dion looks at this with emotion and thinks that the real war is just beginning. The Demon King takes out his watch and says that he must leave right now. Since it is now dawn in the kingdom of men, if he leaves now, he will arrive by morning. Dion notices this and is about to say something. The Demon King asks if he is interested in this watch. Is it really a useful thing? Because in the demon realm it is difficult to judge time. Dion bows and says that in that case, he is leaving. He thinks that he still has this watch. He even feels embarrassed that he likes it. He simply gave him the first thing he could get his hands on as he continued to reach out to him after returning to the demon realm. He is about to leave the office, but stops when the Demon King calls him and says that this time he can return without gifts. But he must bring something back upon his return. For example, something like information. Some time later, the Demon King sits in his office and says that he didn't want to send him, but it must be against the rules. Since this is a war and a game between him and the Emperor to see who will take the prize of Dion. He puts the glass of wine on the table and thinks that the only rule here is that if someone tries to capture or kill him, he will be considered a coward and a loser. He must follow the rules. Because he doesn't want to. So that this fun game ends quickly. He needs to be careful when using Dion. At this time he walks along the corridor and says that he must immediately go on a mission. Ed says that he understands him and will immediately pack his things. The Demon King continues to sit in his office and says that he is a useful, but rather dangerous card. He says with a sly smile that a game of exhaustion will soon take place. Some time later, Dion stands in his room and thinks that he is sure that a situation will arise in which he will have to take part in a battle. Will he again be forced to bite the rag to relive this horror? He plunges into memories of wartime. Someone handed him a rag and asked if he must be sick. There are no visible wounds, but he is constantly coughing up blood. Is he a soldier of the Empire? Dion with a menacing look says that he must leave him, otherwise he will kill him. The guy says that he heard that in battles the weakest become the first target of an ordinary soldier. Whether he's swallowing blood or gagging with a rag, it's best to hide the fact that he's sick. He grabbed his head, which made Ed worry, and he asked if he was okay. The training ground certainly wasn't the best place. He doesn't have time to finish because Dion says that everything is fine. He wonders who this child is. He no longer needs to hide his condition since everyone already knows about it, but at the time it was really valuable advice. Ed asks if he is sure everything is fine. Why doesn't he check his health, just in case? Dion says he doesn't need it. It's just due to stress. He looks at his bag, which is next to the flower, and says that he will be back soon. Sometime later. He is riding a horse and something is moving in his bag. The flower sticks out of the bag and begins to breathe. He remembers that Hien told the flower that he should definitely look after Sir Erit instead of her. After some time in his estate, Remember stands with a teapot in his hands in front of Dion and says that he is glad that he is back safe and sound. He looks at him and says that he is grateful to him for looking after the estate. Remember says he was only doing his duty. However, why didn't he leave this bag with the servants? The hand with which Dion holds the cup begins to shake violently and he asks, is this what he's talking about? There is something important inside, so he would like to keep it to himself. He thinks as if he can leave it to the servants. He is very worried and wonders what this stupid plant is doing to him. He remembers that he was very surprised when he saw it in his bag and asked what it was. Dion thinks about it. When did it manage to get into the bag? If someone discovers this, it will turn into a disaster. No one should know about this. The flower begins to make sounds, which frightened him very much, and he began to cough loudly while drinking tea. Remember looks at him and asks if he's okay. He shouldn't rush. He will pour him another cup. Dion grabs his bag, thanks it and thinks it should just sit quietly. He put the mug on the table, realized that he needed to change the topic and said that the tea today was especially fragrant. Remember says he's surprised by what he noticed. He brewed him some leaf tea, which he had brought with him. If you think about it, Dan also brought a lot of this tea last time. He said that a trading company formed by him had started trading in this variety. Dion was surprised by this and asked if he organized a trading company. He thinks that, by the way, Dan just borrowed money from him before he left for the Demon Kingdom. He remembers everything he told him before leaving. Remember says the company is called Merchant Dan? And in a short time it grew exponentially. Dion invites him to sit down and drink tea with him and remembers what happened when he got to Tehan after crossing the border with the Kingdom of Demons. He wonders if that persistent merchant belonged to him. Remember sat down opposite him and asked. He showed pretty good resourcefulness, don't he think so? Why doesn't he look into this merchant class when the time comes? Dion agrees and says that he will do it as soon as he is free. He thinks that Dan seems to have taken a liking to him. He looks away and wonders if he will have free time. A full-scale war between the Demon Kingdom and the Empire will begin very soon. He remembered something and worriedly asked, by the way, how is he feeling? Remember says if it's a call to take time for yourself, he's fine with it. Dion calms down and says that this is not what he is getting at. His homeland is being attacked by the Empire right now. Remember puts the mug on the table and says that he meant Esperanza's. He heard about it too. Dion is very worried and wants to say something, but stops and thinks that he knew it. His homeland is under attack, leaving him with mixed feelings. He doesn't have time to finish because Remember surprises him by saying that everything is fine. Last time, he only briefly mentioned Esperanza's. Dion says that what he remembers is that it is a small kingdom in the center of the continent. Remember agrees and says that this was said to indicate the natural protection of the mountains surrounding the country. In other words, if they want to conquer Esperanza's, they will have to fight the countries that surround this kingdom. Otherwise they will lose more than they gain. Therefore His Majesty will soon deploy an army. He drinks tea and says that since Esperanza's is not the easiest target. Dion looks at him and thinks that he has such blind faith in his homeland. What kind of people live there? He will need to conduct a more thorough investigation. Suddenly, they both notice that the purple gem that is lying on the table in the room has begun to glow brightly. Dion thinks this is a communication crystal that the Emperor gave him. He very quickly walked up to the table, took the crystal and said loudly, "Prosperity of the Empire." Eduardo says that he should forget about this greeting. He just wanted the report since he heard about his return. Is now the right time? Some time later. Dion told everything and at the end says that in this way the Demon King will finally make his move. Eduardo thinks about this and says that in order to resist the kingdom of demons, the unity of all people is necessary, so he, apparently, needs to speed up the conquest of the continent. He thinks the situation has changed. Psychological warfare against the Demon King is the same as a war of pride. He has no desire to retreat. He asks if he has any other information. Dion is silent for a few seconds and asks if he needs to be informed about everything that does not concern war and demons. Eduardo says he can talk about it. He is confident that he would not keep useless information in his head. He thinks that he will not reveal his cards until he asks directly. He asks what the problem is, the monsters or the border? Dion says that a passage to the demon realm has been discovered in Tehan. Eduardo thinks that, however, all you have to do is ask, and he will not hide anything. He says that Tehan is a country in the south. This is valuable information, and he is grateful for his work. Dion is about to say something, but Eduardo beats him to it, and says that it looks like they will be able to see each other at the hunter competition that will take place next week. Dion was surprised by this and thinks about it. Why did he organize a hunting competition at such a time? Eduardo says that he is sure that he already knows since he sent the invitation, but he must definitely wear what he sent as a gift. Dion pays attention to the gifts that are on the table and wonders, is this what we are talking about? At the same time, Cruel sits in his office and reads the document. He sighs displeasedly, clutches the document, and wonders why there is no order. He definitely received a report from Dion, who returned from the mission. He goes to the window and thinks that it seemed to him that the Duke would order the Revolutionary Army or the murderers to immediately take action. At the same moment, Illuster enters this room and calls him. Cruel immediately turns around and greets him. He asks with a smile, he has already heard about Dion's return, right? There is some task for him. The time of execution has come. A week later at the hunter competition. Dion walks down the street, calls Remember, and asks if the place he wanted to look before the competition is the Merchant Den? Right. He is very embarrassed and asks, isn't this kind of look too attention-grabbing? Remember with a smile says that nothing can be done, since they definitely need to be present at the hunter competition. And he also cannot wear anything else. After all, it is a gift from the Emperor himself. Dion, in addition to being embarrassed, gets angry and thinks that this old man is just laughing at him. They both enter the building and Remember says that besides, Dan will be happy to see him. After they both entered, they saw a large building with a lot of people in it. A dissatisfied woman asks, is he joking now? She is an academy graduate. Does he really think that she cannot distinguish one grass from another? The man says that their merchants only work with high-quality herbs. Dion thinks there are a lot of people here. This merchant class is much larger than he thought. And how can he find Dan here? At the same moment he hears someone calling the master. He turns and sees a man who says that he heard that the Great Chukun Bridge has collapsed. What should they do now? Goods from Rvesh. Dan looks at him and says that the Great Pojin Bridge should be fine. He should tell them to use a different route. Recently their merchants have had opponents. They should be more careful on the way. Also, he should not let some freaks deceive him. Dion looks at him and thinks that with such behavior he really looks like the owner of a trading company. Dan is surprised when he notices him. He immediately gave the folder with documents to the man, calls my lord and asks, did he come here to see him? Dion agrees with him and wonders why he is so happy to see him. He tries to find words and says that his merchants are quite large. Dan was very happy with his words and says that it was all thanks to him. As soon as he mentioned that he served the honorary Count Hart, most of the problems immediately disappeared. Dion gets angry and wonders if he used his name. Dan examines his appearance and asks if he is heading somewhere now. Dion agrees and says that he stopped by on his way to the hunter competition. Dan says that since we are talking about a hunting competition, he heard that you can take an assistant with you. He comes closer, raises his voice and asks him to take him with him. Dion, without thinking even for a second, immediately refused him. Dan immediately became sad at the immediate refusal and asked why he was against it. In his absence, he studied swordsmanship and was very successful in this. So it won't be ballast. Dion doesn't tell him anything and thinks that's not the problem. He squeezes the hand in which he holds the bag with the flower and thinks that if he is nearby, he will not be able to get rid of this stupid flower. After all, he tried so many times to do this at home. The first attempt with a knife ended in failure. The second attempt by fire ended in failure. The third attempt by falling ended in failure. As well as poisoning, liberation, and the list goes on. He was constantly defeated. This competition may be his last chance to get rid of the demonic plant, so if someone is with him, it will become a problem. Remember approaches them and calls for my lord. He smiles and asks why he doesn't trust him this time. From what he saw, he trained hard for it. Dion covers his face with his hand with a dissatisfied look, and says that it's not a matter of trust at all. He looks at them and is about to say that he just wants to be alone, but he couldn't finish the sentence. He sees a very light aura that emanates from them, and from their faces he thinks that they want to say that he must fulfill the old man's last wish, and he will not let him down. Dion is very embarrassed by this and thinks that they should stop it. Even if they both look at him like that, he still won't change his decision. Some time later, Joyful Remember and Dan got out of the carriage and said that they had arrived. He is grateful to him for allowing him to accompany him. Dion at this time continues to sit in the carriage with a dissatisfied look and wonders why he is so weak. How can he get rid of the flower now? If he leaves it in his bag, it will start following him, right? Dan looks at him while he waits and gives off a suspicious aura. Dion gets out of the carriage and thinks that it seems like he should think about everything again after the hunter competition. He gets out of the carriage while Dan helps him and thinks that obviously the crazy plant is a problem, but this competition itself is inconvenient. He looks blankly at the people who stand nearby and look at him. Everyone around him looks at him in surprise, but says nothing. Dion wonders what's wrong. What now? He looks down and notices that he and Dan are holding hands. He was very embarrassed by this and abruptly removed his hand. He looks away and doesn't say anything, but Dan doesn't understand this and asks what's the problem. They look at the many soldiers who are standing in front of him, and Dion thinks that there are a whole bunch of them here. Leanne was very surprised by this and thinks that he is not a lady in a dress. Helping a grown man get out of a carriage is essentially an insult. Most likely, he extended his hand knowing that his body was weakened by the curse, and while such courtesy is respectful, ignorance is a sin. He not only made my lord look like an idiot, but also insulted the hero's honor. Dion calls Dan by name, and Leanne thinks that even the merciful milord will not forgive him for this. She was very surprised when she noticed his smile and the fact that he spoke, which he grasped on the fly. He pats Dan on the shoulder and says that he didn't feel very well today, so he's grateful to him. But he doesn't have to do that anymore. The soldiers smile and say that he has forgiven him. This seems to be their captain. This is so cool. Their captain, or rather the count, is simply incredible. Everyone would have accepted the count's desire to hit this guy, but he forgave him. Apparently, you shouldn't always believe rumors. He's right about that. He is a wonderful person. Leanne smiles happily at what they are saying and wonders if they saw the nobility with which he forgave his subordinate. Such is their lord. Dion actually felt very bad about this and thinks he almost died because of it. He didn't even think about how strange it might look from the outside, due to the fact that he was used to such an attitude in the demon realm. Whatever he said to Dan? It would only make him look like an idiot, so we can close this issue for now. He is confident that Remember will lecture him later. Dan follows him and continues to emit a dark aura with a serious face. Leanne calls my lord and says that he has come a long way. Is he feeling well? Dion says they haven't seen each other for a long time. One of the soldiers asks the captain, what about this bag? Doesn't he want him to carry it? Dion immediately removed the bag from him and says everything is fine, he shouldn't touch it. His behavior greatly surprised the soldiers standing in front of him, but they did not say anything about it. Dion asks, anyway, where are the others? There don't seem to be many people here. Leanne is about to say something, but stops. Elpidius goes to them and says that it is because he invited him early. Dion bows to him and says, glory to the Empire. His servant welcomes the future of the Empire. Elpidius pats him on the shoulder and tells the Count that they have not seen each other for a long time. Dion agrees and says that he heard that this was a reason to reduce the exponentially growing number of monsters. He thinks he almost said demonic monsters. Obviously this is only the official reason. And the real reason is to emphasize that the Empire is free enough to hold hunting competitions in the midst of war. Elpidius says that, as he said, they are seeing an increase in the number of monsters. To prevent possible accidents, they are going to get rid of most of the monsters in the hunting area right now, and leave a couple for the competition. And he would like the murderous High Knights to help with this task. He points his hand to the side and says that, of course, he does not insist, so if they refuse, he will transfer the commission to the Knights of the Empire. Dion looks at him and says it's not that he doesn't want it. Elpidius says that it's not that he didn't want to, it's just that they suffered losses among the Knights of the Empire. And of course, there are those who stayed up all night cleaning up the mess they made. Several knights standing nearby hum a melody and say that they feel somehow awkward. Dion looks at them and thinks they are disgusting monsters. He bows and says that he is grateful for his kind offer, he will gladly give him control of the High Knights. He thinks that although he is not sure that the Crown Prince can handle these wild idiots, it is not his concern, so he intends to rest before the hunting competition. He says that he is not sure that this will completely overcome the problems they caused, but he can feel free to use them. Elpidius asks what is he even talking about. It is obvious that he must lead them. Dion was surprised by this, raised his head and asked what he said. Some time later, someone loudly says that the Knights of the Empire must maintain formation, they cannot retreat. This person thinks that the Knights of the Empire have a clear system, so they control themselves. But the only one who is able to control the unbridled High Knights is Dion. Everyone knows about it. The High Knight, who runs ahead, loudly says that they must go on the attack. They must kill everyone they see in front of them. The Knights of the Empire were embarrassed by this, and said that it was impossible to attack without a plan. They attack the monsters, and one of them says that this monster with the horn is his. The rest of the High Knights also fight against monsters with particular cruelty. The Knight of the Empire is shocked by what is happening and says that this is such a barbaric method of fighting. He turns around looking scared and says that it seems they are following their leader. Dion notices that he is looking at him and thinks that he also feels shame every time they behave like this. It's not that this is the first time he's been misunderstood. A smile appears on his face, and he thinks that he will go home soon anyway. He had already come up with a plan for a situation like this since they had made him look bad countless times. His operation is to get wounded and go home. The knights look at him and say that the Count is so excited. His eyes are already unfocused. One of the monsters attacks Dion, and the knights warn him about it. He calmly looks at this monster, despite the fact that his horse is panicking and thinks that it should come towards him. Suddenly Leanne stands between him and the monster, and points her sword at the monsters. She attacks this monster with a very angry look and loudly asks how dare he? There is no way he can touch her, my lord. She very quickly dealt with all the monsters that were near him. Dion calls her, gives her a thumbs up and says that she protected him wonderfully. Leanne turns to him, and with a joyful smile says that this is nonsense for her. Dion thinks this is not a compliment. She says that he will do everything so that he does not have to take part in this battle, and protect him using his abilities to the maximum. He thinks he doesn't need her to protect him. At this rate, he will have to take part in the hunting competition, but he doesn't want to. Maybe he needs to fall off his horse and injure himself? Unexpectedly, at the same moment, his horse began to rise on its hind legs. The strap of his bag breaks, and he thinks that this is what he wanted, but not like that. Its bag with a flower inside falls to the ground, and it makes loud noises because of this. Dion notices that his horse is acting strange and asks what's wrong with him. Did she hear his thoughts? Dan asks him for forgiveness to get his attention, and he turns his head. He stands next to him and says that he accidentally touched the horse because he got his foot stuck in the ridge. Wasn't he hurt? Dion looks at him and wonders, is he asking him for forgiveness with such an expression on his face? He comes down to the ground and says that everything is fine. But next time he should be more careful. He looks around his bag and thinks that although something is wrong here, he doesn't want to say anything in case he's up to something. And why doesn't this joke make any sounds? Maybe it died? He hopes so. The flower immediately stuck out of the bag and made a loud sound, which confused Dion, and he thinks that it is obvious that this flower will not die from a simple fall. He tries to put it back in the bag and quietly says that it should go inside and not stick out. Dan stands next to him and calls him. Dion turns sharply to him and says that they will talk later. He notices a strange aura around him and calls his name. Dan looks at him and asks why he never gets angry. Dion asks what did he just say. He tells my lord that he has made so many mistakes today, and he is not even angry with him. He thinks he followed him because he is a disaster. It seemed to him that such a title was justified by rage, but he showed him only kindness and understanding. What if the Count isn't actually a disaster? Dion looks at him and thinks that he seems to want him to get angry. He is about to say something, but one of the knights loudly says that the monsters are advancing on them, so they must concentrate. Dion runs to attack and says that they will talk about this after the hunt. He thinks this is his ticket home. Dan looks at him with an angry expression and wonders if he really is a disaster? Dion runs to attack and thinks that this time he will definitely get injured and go home no matter what. He notices a huge monster and thinks that this monster will also fit. Since this monster is not too huge, if you are lucky, there will be no serious injuries. Leanne gets ahead of him again, kills the monsters he was galloping towards and loudly asks how dare they? Dion watches her fight against monsters and wonders, is this happening again? He notices another monster nearby and thinks that this won't do. He needs to find someone else. He looks at one of the monsters and thinks it's his next ticket home. One of the knights joyfully says that he killed this monster. Another knight grabs him by the clothes and says that he was the one who noticed him first. They both stop arguing and look at something with surprised faces. They look at Dion and ask the captain what's wrong with him. He looks at them so creepily. He looks at these knights with great anger, and wonders why they are trying so hard. He looks around and wonders, what about the others? Where could he find a free monster? One of the knights turns around and loudly says that he missed one monster. Dion immediately noticed this and understands that this is his chance. He twirls the dagger in his hand and runs very quickly towards this monster. The knights were very surprised when they noticed his movements, and thought that it couldn't be, he was going to use this stance. He hopes that she will use that very skill. How can he use this skill in normal monster hunting? Why is he so serious? Dion runs towards this monster with a sly smile and thinks that he is going to return home. He hears a sound and immediately turns around to look at it. He turns around and notices several knights running after him and shouting loudly. They jump on him and loudly say that they must stop the captain. They all hold him back with a worried look and ask if he is hurt. Dion gets angry at them for this and loudly asks these idiots what they are doing. Because of their actions, this monster escaped. The knight tells the captain that he was trying to pull off a dangerous trick. He wanted to use that very skill, right? Dion asks what does he mean? What skill are they talking about? The knight says that he is talking about a skill that allows him to temporarily increase his maximum speed and the strength of a body part in order to become the strongest and fastest person in exchange for terrible damage to bones and muscles. The knights think that thanks to the captain's sacrifice, they could survive in harsh battles, but now this is not the case at all. So why is he doing this? One of the knights reaches out to him and says that he asks him not to destroy his body. Dion only wanted to get a little hurt, pushes the knight away and says that he should leave him alone. He goes home. The high knights do not let him go. They cry and ask loudly, does he consider himself a worker bee? He upsets them so much with this. Dion coughs up blood and says that he will suffocate because of them. A knight approaches them and says that it seems they can return to the competition area since they are already done with the monsters. Dion was very surprised by this and asked loudly if it was all over already. This can't be true, they have to find more monsters. Is embarrassed by this and says that even if he really wants to, they need to leave some monsters for the competition. He wonders, does he thirst for even more blood even after this? It's creepy. The senior knights tell the captain that the competition will begin soon, so he must endure a little longer. Namely, he must wait a little and there will be an opportunity to kill as many monsters as he wants. They think they are so lucky to have him on their side. One of the knights turns around and something strange attracts his attention. Does he see Dan? Who stands aside and watches them from afar. Sometime later in the camp where all the knights had gathered, Dino lies on the bed and asks, does this mean he will still have to take part in the hunting competition? A flower comes out of his bag and makes sounds, and he thinks that when everything starts, the emperor will also be present. He remembers the conversation with Eduardo and thinks that since he basically mentioned the competition, he is sure that he has something to tell him. I wonder if this has anything to do with a war? Dion rolls over and thinks he hates this. He didn't even want to be part of this. Especially in the war against the demon kingdom. The flower crawls towards him and makes loud noises, which greatly irritates him. He turns sharply to the flower and says that he told him not to make sounds. Suddenly a knight comes into the room and loudly asks my lord if he can come in. He is surprised by what he sees in this tent and looks at it in disbelief. Dion threw a lot of fabric on the bed to hide the flower, and the knight asks what he is doing. He pretends to be warming up and asks if he wanted to tell him something. The knight smiles and thinks that it seems that the captain is really looking forward to the competition, and this makes him happy. Dion asks why did he come. The knight asks if he could take someone other than Dan with him. As your partner in the competition? Dion asks why he is suggesting this. The knight says that he feels uneasy at the thought of leaving him alone with this freak. When he looked at him while destroying monsters. How can I put it correctly? Did he think he was extremely irritated? Or terribly suspicious? Experienced burning hatred? Something from this. Dion asks, is this what he thinks? He understood it. The knight was delighted with his answer and asked if this means he understands him. Dion smiles, calls Leanne and says that she must take this man away. Immediately afterwards she grabbed that knight by the ear. She nods and agrees with my lord. The knight was embarrassed by this and asked when she managed to get here. They must wait, he said this seriously. They just didn't see his face. He asks him to take only one more person with him. Dion thinks that he can't take more people with him because of this stupid flower. He already has a hard time with one partner. Leanne lets the knight go, calls my lord and says that she doesn't know what others think, but she also agrees that he needs another escort. The knight was happy about this and asked, "Is that what she thinks?" He knew that she would agree with him. In this case, they simultaneously point to themselves and say that they will accompany him. They look at each other with displeasure and Lian says that it is her responsibility to look after my lord. The knight says it's not fair. Isn't it his turn now? She had already been with the captain before. Dion gets ready to go outside and says that he won't take any of them. This surprised them both very much. They turn around and ask what did he say. They leave the tent together, and the knight tells the captain that he swears there is something suspicious about him. Dion says he doesn't care. Or rather not so, it is his decision. The knight is unhappy with this and asks why he is acting like a child. Would he really not even give them a convincing justification for his stubbornness? Dion thinks, does he think Dan is suspicious? He remembers his dialogue with him, which took place not so long ago, and thinks that at that time he definitely behaved suspiciously. But if it's about him, then even he can cope with it, right? Dan notices them and bows, and the knight quietly says that he is acting extremely suspiciously. He must take it with him. Dion quietly says that he should leave him already. He thinks it's not like he got this far just by luck. He walked a short distance from his tent and a man approached them and asked if he was the honorary count of Dion. The man with a wide smile asks how dare people treat real counts and honorary ones the same? The world is definitely approaching its end. The knight became very angry because of what he heard and loudly asked what he said. Lian is also angry, but still stops him and says that if he makes a mess, it will affect my lord's reputation. Dion looks angrily at the man in front of him and wonders who he even is. The people who are watching them quietly ask, who is this fearless nobleman? He's not sure about this, but he's definitely stupid if he doesn't even know who he's insulting right now. Dion asks, so who is he? People standing around ask how dare he enrage the hero of the empire and the emperor's favorite sword? The man smiles and says it's good that he asked about it. He is the true patriarch of the Hart family. A real count. Everyone around was very shocked because of this, and Dion thinks about it. Is he Count Hart? The man points his finger at him and loudly says that he is not a fake like him. People quietly ask, is this the real Count Hart? He believed that their family had been killed. He had never seen this man before. Maybe he's from a sideline. It was a correct guess. Since there are collateral branches of the Hart family, descendants of the clan could survive. The knight gets very angry and asks how he dares to defame him? He should let him deal with him so that he never says anything like that again. Dion starts laughing and thinks that he heard that Cruel turned down the offer to become a count. It seems that in the end some outcast from a side branch became the patriarch of the family. He approaches this man point blank and with a terrifying look says that he must accept his congratulations. He hopes that he will do his best. He thinks that very soon the Hart family will be erased from history. He is so happy to see his family die that he gets goosebumps. The man is very dissatisfied with his behavior, leaves him and says something quietly. Dion smiles and thinks that he is sure that the greedy family members chose an ordinary idiot who is easy to control to be the head. Although, as it seems to him, it would be better if his family disappeared altogether than acquired such a patriarch. Elpidius takes the stage and attracts attention by loudly asking if everyone is ready. He is grateful that they took time out of their busy schedules to come here. He hopes that everyone will have a pleasant and accident-free time here. They can start as soon as they are ready. There is a tradition in the Empire for lovers to pass ribbons to the warrior who sets out on their journey, and for friends and family to give them scarves. Dion sits on a horse and asks, although he did not expect anything, but aren't they going to give him scarves? The knight who walks next to him says that it's as if they remember this. He was embarrassed by this and asked loudly, did he want a scarf? He'll get it right away. A little girl comes up to her brother and says that she is giving this to him so that he doesn't get hurt. The guy laughed, agreed and thanked her for it. Lian remembers herself as a child and says that it reminds her of memories. She also gave her brother a scarf during the 8-year war. Dion looks at her, calls her and asks if her brother was sent to war instead of her. Lian says with a smile that her parents forbade her to sign up as a volunteer. Her sword skills and health were better, so she was terrified to watch her sick brother go to war. She doesn't think she could go through a similar experience again. That's why she became a knight, and now her parents won't be able to stop her from going to war. Dion grips the reins tightly and says that's quite commendable. He goes into memories and thinks that it reminds him of how he lived. But the end of the story is completely different. Does he leave with Dan with a sad look? and the knights who were nearby waved to them and wished them good luck. At the same time, a revolutionary army soldier stands next to Cruel and says that they are well prepared. They have gathered enough weapons and assassins that even Dion will not be able to defeat them. This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. Cruel says that of course it is. He remembers what happened a few days ago. Illuster says he will negotiate with archers and assassins in hunting competitions. Even if he fails, he believes that he will complete what he started. Cruel sits next to him and asks if he knows where Dion will be. Illuster says he doesn't know, but he has a good guess. The Count hates being in crowded places, so if they lure him with the monster's tracks, they can pin him in a corner. Cruel looks at him and thinks that the Duke knows Dion well, but at the same time he knows nothing about the Duke. Illuster asks with a sly smile if it's time for his life to come to an end. Currently, Cruel walks through the forest and thinks that therefore, without suspecting anything, he will take part in the hunter competition. He sees the new patriarch of the Hart family asking where they are going without their horses. Dion says it's difficult for horses to enter this area. By the way, why are they chasing them? The patriarch displeasedly asks who told him that he was persecuting him. Dion doesn't pay attention to him, looks around and thinks that since he has reached the right place, he will pretend to hunt and in the meantime get rid of this flower. And why did he go to such a deserted place? This is so suspicious. Unexpectedly they shoot at him, but Dan manages to notice this and saves him by jumping to the side with him. Dion is very surprised when he notices that he was shot with arrows. They rolled together across the field for a very long time, and his bag flew to the side because of this. Worried, Dan asks my lord if he is okay? Dion holds his head and sighs because of the pain. He looks at him and asks how to understand this. Suddenly he notices another arrow flying towards them. With a kick he pushes Dan away from him, which surprises him. He falls on his back and several arrows pierce the ground between them. He looks at these arrows in surprise, and Dion looks around to find those who shot them. He notices a crowd of armed people and asks, are they not tired at all? All these people start running towards him and loudly say that they must kill him. Dion, together with Dan, enters the battle against the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. He very quickly deflects many blows with his daggers and thinks that this is very bad. He is about to strike back and thinks that he should have listened to the knights and taken more men. He kills one of the soldiers and wonders why he has to try so hard. He notices the patriarch, who is hiding behind a tree and shaking with fear and thinks that this unknown relative is not going to help at all. Dan has only recently started learning how to use a sword. Dion looks behind him and sees two soldiers who are about to attack him. He runs away from them and thinks that he has neither the strength nor the talent to deal with all these freaks. He rests one foot on the tree he just ran up to. He turns around with a blank expression and realizes that he is surrounded. One of the soldiers notices this and with a sly smile says that they should shoot now. Immediately after this, Dion saw many arrows flying towards him. He was very surprised by this and wondered how he could get away from all this. Dan notices this, realizes that he can't do anything and calls out loudly for my lord. The man from the Revolutionary Army was surprised because Cruel ran very quickly. He manages at the last moment to carry Dion away from many shots that hit the ground behind them. He moves very quickly away from the battle. They crash into one of the trees that was in their way. Cruel hugs his brother, who coughs loudly after the incident. Dion begins to bleed from his mouth, which stains the mask behind which he hid his face. He thinks that Dan did it, and is going to thank him for it, but is very surprised when he notices that Cruel did it. He tries to hide his face behind the hood, but Dion immediately removes his hand to the side. He looks at him angrily while squeezing his hand and asks if he really thought that he didn't know him because of some kind of robe? What was he even thinking? How should he interpret his presence here? At the same time, several soldiers die after being impaled by the vines of a huge plant. Dion notices that this is his flower, which has greatly increased in size and asks what is happening there. He wonders if this is really that crazy flower? Why has it grown so much? He notices that it is killing soldiers and wonders if it really gets rid of the killers. What is this anyway? Where does it have such power? The flower looks around and something attracts his attention. It happily waves at Dion, and he thinks that it should stop this. It's good that it dealt with the killers, but for some reason it seems to him that he was in even greater danger. Several knights of the Empire come running to this place, and one of them says that he heard an alarm. He was very surprised by what he saw and asked what it was. He had never seen such a monstrous plant before. The patriarch looks out from behind the tree, screams and says that it came out of Dion's bag, which lies in front of them. This flower saved him from assassins. He must be controlling it somehow. The knights look at this clearing and wonder, is this a monster that belongs to the Count? That seems to be the case. Is that really true? Dion gets to his feet and sighs irritably. He turns to the Patriarch with an angry look and wonders what this distant relative of his is even saying. Regardless of the truth, he must be aware of the rumors around him. Is it really because he is so stupid that he is completely fearless? He looks the other way and thinks that Cruel has apparently already escaped. They both irritate him beyond belief. Either way, the situation is not going in his favor, so he needs to deal with this demonic flower first. He stands next to the flower, which looks at him and makes loud noises. Dion looks at this plant and wonders if he really needs to destroy it this time? It's easier said than done. If he could, he would have gotten rid of it already. Suddenly this plant embraces him. He did not expect this and loudly asks what is it doing. This plant grips his body very tightly, and he begins to cough because of this. The knights who are holding their weapons in their hands look at this incomprehensibly and cannot say anything. One of them turns around and asks loudly whether it seemed to him, or he said that they were on the same side, wasn't it? The Patriarch is also shocked by this and says that this cannot be. They're pretending, aren't they? The knight asks loudly, who would even think of risking their life for this? They should rather help the Count. At this time Dion is trying to escape, coughing loudly and thinking, this monster was waving at it just recently, so why is it behaving like this now? He can't breathe because of this. He strikes hard with his dagger and loudly says that it must let him go. Because of this blow, the huge plant rolled several meters away from him. It begins to twitch and make loud sounds, but immediately after that it fell to the ground. The knights are shocked by what happened and loudly say that he has defeated this formidable new type of monster. Dan at this time runs to Dion and calls him. He extends his hand to him and asks if he is okay. He lost a lot of blood. Dion wipes his face and wonders, did he defeat this monster with one blow? And after that is okay? Of course. He coughs up blood due to his weak body, but is not seriously injured. From the outside it seemed that he had survived a brutal attack, but before he fell to the ground, the plant protected his head with its vines. And when he swung the weapon purely by instinct, it simply exposed a vital point and killed itself. One of the knights pokes the plant with his spear and says that it is even more vile up close. Dion looks at the plant as he walks away and thinks that it realized that it would be in trouble if those around them realized that they were on the same side, and therefore attacked to prove otherwise. No matter how much he tried to kill it, it survived, but for his sake. He turns away and thinks it's a stupid plant. Dan looks at him and is plunged into memories of what happened when the Patriarch told about the plant from his bag. He thinks that he also saw everything. This monster came out of the Count's bag. No matter how you look at it, this situation is extremely suspicious. But the monster, having attacked my lord and exposed himself to blows, got rid of all suspicion. It was the perfect way to end it all. The Patriarch says loudly that he already told them. It was a game for the public. That monster belonged to Dion. They must believe him, the true Count Hart. The knights are carrying a huge plant, and one of them says that he should calm down. How could a person even control a monster? Dion asks, is he satisfied now? Dan looks at his very serious face and thinks that he is pleased. A smile appears on his face, and he thinks that as soon as he saw the monster getting out of his bag, he stopped helping and started just watching. Now he was definitely convinced of this. He tells my lord that of course he is pleased. He thinks that Dion really is a disaster. What kind of human being can be able to control monsters? This is impossible unless we are talking about a catastrophe. He would never doubt him again. Sometime later, at night in the camp, Dion sits next to the Patriarch of his family, who is discussing something with the knight who accompanies him. The knight asks what's wrong with this sideline freak. He hid as soon as he was attacked, saving his life. The Patriarch quietly says that he must leave this estate as soon as possible, otherwise he will die. Who could have known that the rumors would be true? This freak set everything up. Why doesn't anyone believe him? Some time ago, Dion grabs him by the shoulder, turns him towards him and asks if he is staying at the Hart estate now. He says with an evil smile that apparently he managed to wash everything off. He knows that he tried so hard to paint all the walls with blood. The Patriarch was very scared because of this and asked what he was talking about. He wants to tell him that those rumors are about killing everyone. Dion interrupts him and says that he should let him know if he needs more help with cleaning. For example, from restless souls wandering the corridors or something similar. If he doesn't want to join the cleanup, then it's better for him to keep a low profile. Currently, Dion asks who knows? Maybe the competition had become too frightening an experience for him. The knight asks how such an idiot even became a patriarch? Someone loudly announces that His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Eduardo goes on stage with the crown prince and princess. Everyone bows to him and wishes him glory for the empire. He calmly asks if they all enjoyed the hunting competition that the crown prince was overseeing on his behalf. There seemed to be a little commotion, but apparently it was all over. He opens the scroll and says that he will announce the winners because he has something to say after that. He congratulates Cruel for defeating 4 monsters and getting 3rd place. Elpidius defeated 5 monsters and took 2nd place. People were surprised by this and wondered if the crown prince did not take 1st place. Then who won? Eduardo says that Dion took 1st place. The soldiers who stood around him begin to congratulate him, and he is shocked by this and wonders how he won. One of the knights says that this is a worthy reward for his efforts. Dion thinks that technically he only killed 1 monster, although many more murderers died at the same time. Eduardo says that since the monster plant was discovered for the first time, he added a few points. Dion is angry about this and thinks that he didn't need it at all. Eduardo rolls up the scroll and says that the hunting competition is coming to an end. But he would like to announce something before they leave for the banquet. As they all know, the Empire is at war with many countries. But there is more important news. For the moment they stop wars within the realm of people and declare war on the Demon Kingdom. The Demon King announced that they would take part in military operations against the human kingdom. Thus, they can no longer turn a blind eye to this situation. People say quietly, now they will fight not against people, but monsters. What should they do with the financial and human losses incurred in the war? They raise their voices, beg His Majesty's forgiveness, and ask if he believes that the kingdoms they waged war against will willingly accept the situation. Eduardo says they have no other choice. They are the only one in the human kingdom who can wage war against demons. Dion looks at him and thinks that this is very strange. Does he really not take into account that some people will try to side with the demons? The Demon King simply accepted him, an ordinary person, and even appointed him to the position of commander of the Zero Squad. He has no prejudice or ill will towards people. Therefore, even as a human, if he can benefit the demon realm, the king will accept him. Why does the emperor not take into account such an obvious fact? After some time in the forest, Eduardo asks if he feels uneasy about his sudden invitation. Dion walks next to him and says that this is not true at all. Eduardo says that it is very appropriate that he chose blood-red robes for him. How terrifying would he appear to the weak nobles when covered in blood? Dion was embarrassed by this, and thinks that he also did not want to end up in blood. Eduardo says that in any case, since he went through a difficult ordeal at the event organized by the Imperial Palace, in addition to the first-place prize, he will receive compensation for his efforts. Dion thanks him for this and thinks that it's not like he needs money. By the way, since when did the Emperor wear gloves? He believed that he did not like to feel anything that interfered with his sense of touch. Eduardo says he called him on a specific issue. Is he listening to him? He calls him by name to attract attention, causing Dion to come to his senses and call for His Majesty. He thinks that he has completely forgotten that he is right in front of the Emperor. Eduardo surprised him very much by saying that he wanted to say that he would also take part in the war. He looks at him with a serious expression on his face and thinks that he knew it. The ability to decide which side of his personality will hear this proposal is simply phenomenal. He says that so, he believes it is his time to make a decision. Whose side will he be on? They look at each other with very serious faces and Eduardo says that he hopes that he gave him enough opportunities. He thinks that Dion, who went on a mission to destroy monsters, but returned with the hero's corpse. It was an incredible feat for which he suffered quite a bit. He doesn't seem to be suffering from a serious illness, and yet he's coughing up a lot of blood. Is that seal on his collarbone the curse of the Demon King? He goes into memories when he asked if he found a way to get rid of the seal. Dion says that he thinks he will have to return to the demon realm. Eduardo thinks that at that time he could not even think about how events would unfold, sending him back to the demon realm. He said that the information he conveyed regarding the detachment commanders would be of great help to the Empire. But should he return to the demon realm? Dion apologizes and tells His Majesty that he has not yet found a way to get rid of the curse. Eduardo wonders who could have known that he would be so cunning. He sat in his office and thinks that he went to the demon realm to lift the curse, but failed. And yet the Demon King brought him back safe and sound. It seems he can use Dion as a spy, so he has nothing to lose. But it's strange. The Demon King decided to leave him alone? What if he is keeping secret that he is a spy for the Empire? What can the Demon King gain from this? The information that Dion received in the Demon Realm is so detailed that it could only have been obtained by someone close to the Demon King. And rumors about the commander of the Zero Squad only began to circulate after he began moving to and from the Demon Realm. It looks like he's not just working for the Empire. Now everything is clear to him. The Demon King also uses it. He remains neutral towards both the human and demon realms, continuing to work as a double agent. Currently, Eduardo says that he did not keep him in the human kingdom, even when he found out that he was providing information to the Demon King. Does he really need another opportunity? Dion says that he didn't say a word of lie while answering his questions. Eduardo smiles, agrees, and says that this is why he kept him by his side. He thinks that at first he was disgusted, but it's a shame to just kill him. He is not on his side, but not on the enemy's side either. He will not reveal information unless asked directly. He does nothing voluntarily, but follows every order. Despite some misunderstandings, he is an outstanding and talented person. As long as he possesses it, he will be a most useful figure. The one who holds the sword is its owner. Thus began a game with unspoken rules between the Demon King and him. He is sure that the Demon King thinks the same. Who is the best user of Dion? Who will be the first to win him over to their side? If he chose a side, how quickly would the enemy realize this and respond? Participants are the Demon King and the Emperor. Host Dion. The reward is also him. The next participant is also him. Eduardo puts his hand on his shoulder and says that whatever the curse is on him, he is sure that it will be lifted if they kill the Demon King. Everything he has achieved is here. He is sure that there was a reason why he was born into this world. And he can't live forever in darkness just because he's sensitive to light, can he? He's human, so he should stay here. Dion lowered his head and thinks that he lasted quite a long time. He knew that one day this moment would come. Eduardo says that he understands that this is all unexpected, so he will give him time to think. He hopes that he will give him a good answer. And for all his services he will raise his rank from honorary count to marquis. Dion thanks him for this with a small smile and thinks that he sees right through him. At the same time, in one of the tents, Alethea bites her finger and thinks she made a mistake. She should have given the Count the ribbon before he left for the hunting competition. If she had been more prudent, she would have been able to provide more help to her uncle. The people who stand next to her say that the Count has returned. I wonder what he talked about with the Emperor. Apparently they were discussing the award for first place in the hunting competition. Alethea approaches Dion and calls him my lord. He bows to her and says that his servant welcomes the future of the Empire. She looks at him and thinks that perhaps it is not too late, since she has already set traps, and if she continues like this. She says that she heard that something happened during the competition. She should have paid more attention. Dion interrupts her by calling her Highness. He asks, she shouldn't take it as pushy, but could they talk in a more private place? Alethea agrees and says that she will go with him anywhere where they can be alone. They walked away from the camp together, and she asks if he is feeling well. She regretted not being able to give him a ribbon as a sign of good luck in the competition, so it was especially scary to hear that he had been ambushed. Dion looks forward and says he is fine. Alethea says she is still very sad. There is no excuse for her action, she simply forgot about it. Dion turns to her and says with a smile that of course, it's quite easy to forget about this. Alethea apologizes and asks what does he mean. He says that he thought it was obvious that she had forgotten about him. She wonders what his facial expression means. He is upset? She begins to worry and thinks that this cannot happen. Dion continues to smile slyly as he looks at her, and says that it's because she doesn't really like him. Alethea thinks that he is openly mocking her. She lowered her head and thinks that he knew that it was all a game. She says he is right about that. She raises her head and with a flushed face says that if they are together, they can benefit each other. It's not such a bad offer. Dion frightened her very much by calling her Highness. Alethea sees his emotionless expression and realizes that she has been completely defeated. He takes her hand away from him and says that she shouldn't waste a second of her precious time on him. He leaves her alone and says that there is only one life. Alethea sits up, hugs her knees and takes a deep breath. She looks away and thinks that he was so short that he didn't even let her think about it. To ask for another chance. Doesn't he really want to get married? Even with such a face, he was not involved in the scandal with the lady. Perhaps it has a specific taste? She thinks about it and says loudly that this cannot be. Dion was very embarrassed and shuddered because of something. He thinks that he has been falsely accused of something. Stigma, who was standing behind him, grabbed him by the shoulder, forcing him to turn to him. He asks with a kind smile, "Where has he been?" Dion recognized him immediately when he saw him. He looks around and wonders, didn't he talk to the Emperor? How did he end up here? Stigma asks if he has any problems. Dion turns to him and realizes that he doesn't remember anything. He says he doesn't have any problems. He tries to remember and thinks that it seems that the Emperor said that he would give him time or something like that. He'll think about it later, but for now he needs to deal with what's right in front of him. He asks the Marquis, did he want something? Stigma smiles at him and says he missed him. How glad he is that he came across the younger one. Amiable runs up to him and asks who the younger one is. It would be unfair to put him as a judge since he would be biased. Dion doesn't understand anything and wonders what it all means. Stigma turns around and asks when did he say they knew each other? He speaks to his youngest for the first time. Amiable asks then why is he addressing him like that? Stigma hugs Dion and asks with a smile, maybe because he likes him? He is embarrassed by the actions of the Marquis and wonders what he is talking about. Does he like him? Amiable resigns himself, scratches his head and says that it means they should ask the Count to be their judge. Dion thinks they don't need to do this. They should just let him go. Amiable shakes his hand and says that first of all, it's nice to meet him. His name is Tenter Amiable. Dion tells him his name, and he says that he has heard a lot about his merits. Stigma says that's for sure, they didn't even introduce themselves. He states his title and name. Dion bows to him and says it's nice to meet him. He looks at them and wonders what is wrong with them. He asks what they want him to do. Stigma says it's just nonsense. There was a small dispute between him and the Margrave. He believed that he would be the ideal person to resolve their disagreement. He doesn't have to worry, because their dispute is quite simple. Dion gets angry about this and thinks that then they should solve it themselves. Stigma says that so, barbarians living in the youngest region of the empire. Amiable says they are called the Barbary tribe. Stigma laughs and says that he has trouble remembering the name of their tribe. Anyway, those barbarians invaded his territory, stole food and killed his people. For some time there was still a problem in the southern region. So they reported this to the Emperor. He does not expect reinforcements, but before the war with the Demon Kingdom begins, he will personally kill every single one of them. However, the Margrave was stupid. Amiable interrupts him and says that he contradicted him. Stigma agrees and says it was very short-sighted. Dion wonders, has he already met the Emperor? Stigma says that His Majesty told him and the Margrave to solve this problem themselves, since it affects their domain. Dion looks at them and thinks that this means they want to know whether it would be wiser to get rid of the threat before the war starts, or to convince them to join the battle against the demons. This is the essence of their dispute. But why are they, as well as the Emperor? He says that he would like to immediately apologize if he is wrong, but it seems as if the Margrave is confident that the Barbary tribe will not unite with the demons. Amiable says that they are people just like them. Even if they consider the Empire their enemy, they will not side with the demons. Dion asks if he is sure about this. There is no guarantee that they will be on the same side as their species. Amiable is confused by this and asks, how can he say that? Stigma couldn't help it, starts laughing loudly and says that he said everything correctly. Apparently he's pretty smart. The Margrave's only flaw lies in his gentleness. He pats him on the shoulder and says that people are guided by absolute power and hatred when making decisions. If the demons turn out to be incredibly strong, then people will take their side, as long as their lives are spared. And the same people are ready to sell their souls to the devil just to get rid of those they hate. Species is not a determining factor. There is a high chance that barbarians will team up with demons, since they do not have good relations with them. He clapped his hands and said that then everything was decided. He knew that he would take his side. Dion was embarrassed by this and apologizes, and says that he wasn't taking sides. Stigma doesn't listen to him, and says that he will report their decision to the Emperor. The Margrave can go. Amiable says that in that case, he will go. What about them? Dion says he needs to go too. Stigma points to him, and says that he decided to stay and talk to the younger one for a bit. After the Margrave has left, he turns and asks the younger one, what will he say? Dion tells my lord that he obeys him. He notices that many people are looking at him and thinks that he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, since he attracts everyone's attention. Stigma says with a sly smile that it looks like they have received too much attention. He looks at these people angrily and asks the younger one, he doesn't like this, right? The people who were looking at them were very embarrassed because of this and immediately turned away in different directions. Dion was surprised by this and thinks that one look was enough for him to do it. Such is the influence of the second hero of the Empire? Stigma looks at him with a kind smile and asks if he is still uncomfortable. Dion looks at him and says that this is not true at all. He just realized that he has brown eyes. Stigma continues to smile, but more evilly and grinned because of what he said. He agrees and says it's too common and cheap. However, what's wrong with that? He has his mother's eyes. Dion is embarrassed by this and thinks he is in big trouble. He said this without even thinking about the fact that he was born from a maid. He calls the Marquis and asks what he is doing with the bottle. Is he really going to hit someone? Stigma turns to him with a bottle and 2 glasses and with a kind smile says that it seems their conversation will be quite long. Why don't they have a drink first? Dion wonders if he is angry with him. He took the glass into which they poured wine for him and thanks the Marquis for it. Stigma says he can just call him by his name. Dion thinks that he hasn't had a drink for a long time and asks, in that case, should he address him by adding elder before his name? He notices a very strong surprise on Stigma's face and calls him to come to his senses. He starts laughing loudly and says that he knew not to believe rumors. It seemed to him that he was cold-blooded, but in reality he was so naive. Dion is confused by this and wonders what he means. Stigma agrees and says it would be great if he had a younger comrade. Now he understands why the Emperor values him so much. Dion was embarrassed by this and says that this is absolutely not true. What kind of nonsense is this? Stigma continues to smile and asks, does he not realize this? He should listen to him. The Emperor appreciates talents, especially those that are so reminiscent of himself. Those who start from the bottom, working their way to the top. Those who do not recognize their position and are obsessed with proving their worth. And finally those who killed their own family. Dion is very confused by what he just said and looks at him with great surprise. Stigma says that's why he likes him so much. However, how did he come up with this? This is incredible. Dion says he doesn't understand what he means. Stigma looks at him with a serious face and says that he himself asked for this as a reward for his success in the 8-Year War. Dion is about to say something about this and plunges into memories of his childhood. He watches with joy as Cruel studies from a textbook and his father asks if he also came to study to become an heir. But it will be a little difficult for him. Cruel says that everything is fine, because he is smart too. Father helped Dion practice with a wooden sword and says that he should try not to overdo it. He remembers how he happily ate with his family on the street, but these memories become darker. He remembers how his father said with a displeased look that he was a disgrace to this family. Why shouldn't he think about his behavior in his room? No one expects anything from him anyway. He imagines his mother looking at him with an evil smile while he slept and saying that she was sorry, but he had to die. Dion in the present begins to breathe very heavily and sweat runs down his face. Stigma was embarrassed by this, reaches out to him with his hand and is about to ask something. He stopped because Dion said he didn't understand what he was talking about. He looks at him with an angry look and asks, didn't he say that? Stigma smiles and thinks that he knew it. He says that he understood everything. He seems to know nothing about it. He wonders, would a person in his right mind ask such a thing from the Emperor? He snaps his fingers and asks why don't they stop talking and get something to drink. He has a fine bottle of southern liquor in his hands. Does he like strong drinks? He wonders if he refuses to talk about it in his right mind, then why not just drink him senseless? At the same time in the Emperor's tent, Eduardo asks the Duke what brought him here. He hopes that it won't take long since he still has to attend the banquet. Illustre says since he's busy, he'll get to the point. He asks His Majesty if he is hallucinating? Eduardo turns to him and asks what he wants to say. What kind of nonsense is this? Did he give him his precious time to listen to some nonsense? Illustre looks at him with a smile and asks him not to deny it. His left hand, which is not healed despite the fact that he has a fragment of a warrior, and his habit of looking into nowhere, forces him not to ignore this fact. He thinks that the Emperor is an important person who must move forward, but he is only focused on the past and those who are no longer there. How sad it is that he feels guilty at the slightest reason and gives into it so easily. How can anyone recognize an emperor who cannot support the weight of his own crown? Eduardo asks the Duke what is he trying to say. Illustre says it's just that his position seems to burden him. Isn't it time to pass this on to someone else? Eduardo grinned and asked, why empty talk when he can try to take the crown by force by killing him? Illuster laughs and asks what kind of creepy scene is this? He just wishes he could pass it on to him if he has the right skills. Hasn't he understood yet? A very sly smile appears on his face, and he says that what he means is that he turns a blind eye to some things. Eduardo looks at him and thinks that of course it is. He is the leader of the nobility, has one of the heroes of the empire under his command, has enormous influence over the population through the Church of the Redemption, and is associated with the Revolutionary Army. And yet in his control over the townspeople and nobles he does not overstep boundaries, and also ties the hands of the Revolutionary Army so that they do not do whatever they want. He asks why he wants this position. He thinks that the Duke made no real attempt to seize the throne. Illuster asks with a smile, is there always a need for a reason to desire power? Eduardo thinks that he is only protesting and putting pressure on him to give it up himself. He says that he strongly doubts that this is the only reason. Illuster says he may not understand. In that case, what if he told him that he needed power to protect something? Is this a worthy reason? The position of the emperor is the highest authority. Of course, everyone wants to have it. Eduardo grinned and asked if he really had someone to protect. Illuster continues to smile slyly as he looks at him and asks who knows. Eduardo says it doesn't matter, because he doesn't even want to know. In any case, he is confident that he knows that for a few words he will not hand over the crown to him. They continue to look at each other, and emit a very dark aura. Illuster bows to him, agrees with His Majesty, and says that he should let him take his leave and go enjoy the evening. He leaves and thinks that the Emperor does not feel the crisis at all in connection with this war. He didn't even turn his words against him to take advantage of his power. The likelihood that the nobles will betray the Empire and unite with the demons, as well as the possible unification of each other's countries with them. The Emperor takes into account all possible developments of events. Eduardo says it's late, so they should go straight to the banquet. Ardo asks His Majesty if he is feeling well. At the same time, Illuster continues to walk through the forest and says that this is very naive. He turns around and says there's nothing he can do. They must deliver this letter to Shaolin immediately. With their help they must begin to spread rumors about demons. No matter what. For example, that they betray each other and eat people. They just have to make sure that people don't trust demons. Several people to whom he said this immediately ran to carry out his order. Illuster mounts his horse and thinks that since he wants to start another war while he is emperor, he should help him. A sly smile appears on his face, and he thinks that since he cannot lose his empire so easily. At the same time at the banquet, people run away from Stigma and Dion who are fighting each other. He stops with his sword in his hand and notices the wound on his cheek. Dion, who has already accomplished quite a lot, looks at him and laughs. Stigma smiles and asks the younger one if he wants to give up. It seems the banquet will be ruined if he continues like this. Dion with an evil smile and a red face says that he himself said that he is the enemy. Stigma wipes his face and says that he just lied. He was just curious to see how he would react. He's not really an enemy. Dion quickly attacks him and loudly says that earlier he himself said that he was the enemy. Stigma fends off his attacks and thinks he has an interesting drunken personality. He just lied out of curiosity. He remembers what happened some time ago. He shakes Dion by the shoulders and asks how he feels. He quietly says the word enemy, and Stigma realized that he was drunk and thought that he just wanted to have an open conversation. At this rate it would be impossible to get a word out of him. Dion asks with a smile if he is his enemy. He did not understand the question and he asked again, is he his enemy? A sly smile appeared on Stigma's face and he asked, maybe? Currently. He blocks blows with Dion's daggers. Stigma looks at him with a smile and thinks that if he knew that this would happen, then maybe he would have refrained from deceiving. At first he was confused, but now he sees that he does not possess the warrior fragment, but is simply violent due to intoxication. He is unlikely to lose to him. They bounced away from each other and stood still for several seconds. Dion lowers his head, laughs, but doesn't say anything else. He clutches the dagger tightly in his hand and says that all enemies must die. Stigma wonders, who would have thought that he would be so fast, brave and skillful, even in such a state. He gets into a fighting stance and thinks that if it weren't for the alcohol, it would be hard for him. He says it looks like he has no intention of calming down. It seems that we will have to defeat him quickly. He runs very quickly towards him and says loudly that it will hurt a little. Dion stands still with a calm face and just looks at him. Suddenly Cruel stood between them and stopped Stigma's blow with his sword. This surprised him very much, and he is going to say something about it. Eduardo goes to them and loudly says that they all have to stop. He came to the noise, and what does he see? Heroes who should be role models for citizens. He does not have time to finish due to surprise at what he noticed and loudly calls Dion. He doesn't listen to the Emperor, knocks Cruel to the ground and plunges the dagger into the ground next to his head. He looks at him angrily and says that he is his enemy. Cruel tries to resist and thinks he has just solved it. Dion raises the dagger over him and says that he must kill them. All enemies must die. He is his enemy. He is about to strike and says he must die. Eduardo stopped him and said that he told him to stop. Dion is in a senseless state, and he says that he must give up, because he will not be able to get rid of it with his current strength. With his efforts he was able to break his wrist, after which everyone heard a loud sound. Eduardo, shocked by what he has done, withdraws his hand and asks what he is doing. He wonders, did he dislocate his wrist by shifting his weight? Cruel looks at his broken arm with a very surprised expression and cannot say anything. Dion looks at him very angrily and says that all enemies must die. He keeps looking at him and saying the same thing. He continues to hold him with one hand and says that he must die. He squeezes his throat tightly and with a mad smile says that he must die. Eduardo says loudly that he told him to stop. He grabbed him by the arm with one hand and by the head with the other and slammed him to the floor. He looks at Dion and thinks that he is an arrogant freak. He shifted his wrist at the exact moment he grabbed it, because he knows that he will not be able to hold it for long, fearing injury. He asks, didn't he tell him to take care of himself? Dion loudly says that this is the enemy, and he must let him go. All enemies must die. Cruel, holding his throat, looks at him and worries about his wrist. Eduardo looks at Dion's wrist, calls him an idiot, and thinks that he is using his conscious and unconscious personalities to his advantage. He calls him by name, and says that this is not a battlefield. It returns his wrist to normal, causing him to feel a lot of pain. Because of what happened, Dion begins to cough loudly and comes to his senses. He falls to the ground and continues to cough in pain, and Eduardo says that now is the time to return to reality. He pats him on the back and tells him that he needs to breathe. After that, he gets up and looks away with a very dissatisfied look, and Eduardo asks, has he come to his senses? He set his wrist, but a medical examination still wouldn't hurt. The man asks if he is okay. Cruel does not pay attention to this, and tells His Majesty that he will probably leave from here. Eduardo continues to hold Dion, and says that he doesn't think he has come to his senses yet. Cruel looks at him with a worried expression and says nothing. Some time later, he returned to his horse along with the man who was with him. He thinks it was his mistake. The body reacted before the mind. But how dare he raise his sword at his dear younger brother, whom, because of love, he cannot even hate. Cruel mounts his horse, calls Singer, and says that he will stay here and give this message to Dion as soon as he wakes up. Instead of wandering the streets, he must return home immediately. Some time later, Dion wakes up in a bed inside a tent and wonders where he ended up. Why does his whole body hurt, and what is the Imperial doctor doing here? What did he do while he was drunk? The doctor says that since His Majesty has already set his wrist, there is no need to do anything more. He should refrain from using his wrist for a while. Dion wonders if he had a dislocated wrist. No wonder it feels like it's on fire now. But why are all these people here? Eduardo says he did not authorize strong alcohol during the banquet. Stigma nods and says he apologizes. He personally asked his subordinates to bring it. Eduardo says that there are weak people who tend to rely on alcohol to support their existence. The doctor says with surprise that he woke up. Eduardo approaches him and asks how he feels. Dion gets up and says he's fine. He apologizes for his behavior. Stigma stands next to him and says that he too asks for his forgiveness. It seems that he was a little carried away and therefore he offered him too much alcohol. Dion tells the elder that there is nothing wrong with this. He just hopes that he did not do anything wrong due to intoxication. Stigma says he doesn't have to worry, it was even fun. He smiles at him and remembers the words Eduardo said to him yesterday and thinks that judging by the words spoken by His Majesty, it was not an ordinary drunken misunderstanding. A phenomenon in which a person suffers from hallucinations, hears voices, experiences depressive episodes or becomes aggressive, and in which everyone becomes the enemy. This often occurs among those who have been wounded or killed on the battlefield, post-traumatic stress disorder. They say that he went to war at the age of 14. His youngest is still human, despite all the rumors circulating about him. Eduardo asks why don't he rest a little. Dion gets out of bed and says that he is fine. Stigma smiles and thinks that in this case, he is an even more outstanding person than he thought. The fact that it appears only when intoxicated means that it suppresses all manifestations of the disorder when sober. What a charming little boy he has. Suddenly, Dion's nose started bleeding. He covers his face with his hand, and Eduardo immediately calls the doctor. The man agrees with His Majesty and immediately goes to him. He is very worried about this, is going to have an examination and thinks that he should stop hurting already. Dion was embarrassed by his reaction and wondered what was wrong with him. The doctor says that in addition to his wrist, he has bruises all over his body, but these are too minor injuries to be the cause of the nosebleed. Stigma asks, then what's the matter? The doctor is about to say something, but Eduardo interrupts him and says that this is the curse of the Demon King. It weakens his body. The doctor turns to him with a surprised expression on his face and says nothing. Eduardo looks at him and says that he has done enough so he can go. The doctor is about to leave and bows to them. Stigma looks at him and wonders, is this because of the curse? That's right, he completely forgot, because it seems like he has no problems at all. Apparently, he makes incredible efforts not to appear weak. He begins to like him more and more. Dion with a serious look thinks that he should go back and rest. Some time later, when Cruel returned to the office, he takes off his cloak and Illuster says that he came a little late. He looks to the side and sees him sitting at a table with a chessboard. He asks his lordship what brings him here. Illuster makes his move with a chess piece and says that before he says anything, he must kneel. Cruel was very surprised by this and asked what he said. Suddenly someone threw a knife at him and hit his leg, which surprised him very much. This attack caused him to fall to his knee and blood began to flow from his wound. Cruel notices several people and thinks that these are not his usual guards. They are killers. He pulled the knife from his leg and knelt down. Illuster looks at him and says that he heard a rather interesting story. It's not like he has any time to spare, so he wants to get to the point. As he knows, he is a busy man. He throws him a chess piece and asks if he really thought he wouldn't find out. He looks at him angrily and asks him about the fact that he defended Dion. What he just said surprised Cruel very much. At the same time, Dion stands next to his horse and asks what did he say. Did this cruel freak ask me to tell him to head home immediately and not wander around? Sanger, who stands next to him, calls him my lord and agrees with this. Dion starts to ride his horse and thinks that this is some kind of stupidity. As if he would listen to this freak. Sanger looks at him with a calm face and says nothing. He remembers what happened last night, and when asked to pass on a message, he asked if he could find out why. Cruel says that he never listens to him, so if he hears this, he will try to go against him. With his injured body he is likely to get himself into even more trouble. And this is for the best for them. Dion at this time is angry, and wonders how he even dared to tell him to go home? What is his grand design? Do you imagine yourself as a defender? He galloped to the place where the carriage stood. Lian notices him and calls him milord. She points with her hand and says that they have prepared a carriage for him. Dion gallops away from them in a different direction, which really surprised her, and she loudly asks where he is going. She runs after him and asks if he is not going to get into the carriage. It is dangerous to travel alone. He must allow him to be escorted. Dan calls the master and says that he forgot about him again. Dion angrily says word one, which greatly surprises the two of them. He turns around with a very angry aura and says that he wants to get some fresh air alone. He thinks that if he goes home now, it means he will lose. They may not even think about going after him. Dan hands him the clothes and says that in this case, he should at least put on this robe. If he gallops around like this, everyone will recognize him as a count. Can he help him put it on? His eyes sparkle and he says that this is his way of apologizing for checking him out earlier. He doesn't need to feel pressured. Dion agrees with a dissatisfied look and says that he will wear it himself. He thinks this idiot reminds him of someone. Ed felt this and wondered, does someone remember him? After some time in the village, which is decorated with a lot of decorations, Dion left his horse at the entrance, walks through this village and thinks that he was able to get to the neighboring village. They're having a festival in the middle of a war? Apparently this is another way to demonstrate the freedom of the empire, besides the hunting competition. He wouldn't approach the crowd if he was as tired as he was now. Dion is angry because he remembers what was handed to him and thinks that it's all because of that cruel freak. What is he up to? Surely he knew that he would not listen to him, which means he was trying to somehow lure him. Maybe this is a trap. He plunges into memories of his childhood. He's about to make a move, but Cruel says he wouldn't come here. Does he really think this is the wisest decision? Dion thinks that in their youth they competed in strategy many times through the game of chess. Cruel looks at him and says that this is quite unexpected. It was an amazing move. Dion wonders if the horse in front of him could be a trap? What is true and what is false? He has no idea. It doesn't matter whether he's sincerely worried about him or trying to lure him into a trap, both options are not very pleasant. It's not like he feels good, even walking the streets out of spite. Is it worth going back? Still, he didn't go home right away like his idiot brother wanted, right? Unexpectedly, the man who was walking behind touches Dion and pushes him away. Because of this, he crashes his head into the person who was standing in front. The man turns to him and asks if he is okay. Dion begins to cough and blood begins to flow from his mouth. The man notices this and says that he needs to see a doctor. Dion shrugs it off and thinks today is just disgusting. At the same time, Aluster asks with an intimidating look, did he really think he could fool him? Having previously entrusted him with the murder of Dion, he resorted to the help of hired assassins instead of using the Revolutionary Army, who would have done this job without unnecessary costs to achieve his goal. He also changed the terms of the reward, promising to pay only for the injury. And at the hunting competition, as he heard, he personally defended him. Does he want to explain himself? Did he even want to kill Dion? Cruel looks at the floor and says that frankly, he wanted to be able to kill him with his own hands rather than trust someone else to do the job. Aluster smiles and asks why he didn't say so right away. He stands up, snaps his fingers and says that in the end he just wasted resources. Cruel says he apologizes to him. The killers who were in the office run away very quickly and Aluster says that, be that as it may, now they have resolved everything. But he can no longer wait for his blind trust. Why don't they make a bet? He stops in front of Cruel and says that he will give him the opportunity to kill Dion with his own hands, as he wishes. He can use any methods for this. After all, he won't hold back either. Whoever manages to kill him first will be declared the winner. He leaves the office and says that the prize will be whatever the winner wants. He opens the door and Cruel says he is curious about something. He sits up and Aluster turns to him. He took a chess piece and asked why they wanted to kill Dion. He is lost in memories and thinks that his brother was born an albino. He doesn't know where he was in such a hurry, since he was born prematurely. As a child he looked at Dion and thought he was so small. Looks like a white rabbit. Cruel extended his hand towards him and he grabbed it, which surprised him. He thinks that even though he was small and weak, he remembers how happy his parents were that he was okay. His heart was stolen by that tiny warmth. Some time later, the father asks, does this mean that he will cough up blood even from a little stress? The doctor agrees and says that everything is correct. The second young master has a very weak body. He is extremely susceptible to stress and must avoid the sun, so he needs special care. Mom was shocked by this and asked, is it that bad? The father asks how this could happen to such a small and innocent child. Cruel took Dion by the hand, called him by name, and said that everything is fine. He shouldn't overwork himself. If he wants, he can do nothing at all. All he wants is to just be with them. Some time later, when Cruel was walking down the street with his parents, his father tells him that his brother was able to scare them quite a bit when he was born, but, apparently, this will happen often. It will be incredibly difficult for him, as the strangest of all. He is afraid that it will hurt him. They shouldn't treat him as special. If they treat him differently, he may misunderstand them and begin to feel ashamed of himself. Cruel thinks that being a cool-headed family, they took the wrong approach. He says they'll just keep a little distance and keep an eye on him. He's his older brother, so he'll keep an eye on him. The father agrees and says that he must try. Cruel notices something and says they can trust him. He noticed the window through which Dion was watching them, but managed to hide and thinks that in caring for a sick child, which contributed to the emergence of huge misunderstandings, anxiety and mistrust of his family. Some time later, Cruel loudly asks what is he doing. Dion says he is training to become stronger. Cruel says that he told him not to do anything and sit quietly in the room. He must look at himself. He is bleeding. They need to be taken care of. He doesn't finish the sentence, remembers Dion growing up and thinks that he should have realized much earlier. To understand that his younger brother was constantly experiencing mental suffering and had built a wall around his heart. They couldn't even stop them when he was taken to the battlefield. Returning 8 years later with sadness in his soul, he killed their parents, causing his world to fall apart. It broke his heart to see his agony. No matter how much he hated it, only their family was to blame for leaving him alone in such pain. Then Cruel was unable to finish off Dion, who lost consciousness during the battle with him. He thinks that because of them he changed, because they could not protect him. So how can he hate a brother whose life means more to him than his own? Having dug through a lot of documents, he found out that there was a reason for this misfortune. Currently, Illuster looks at him and asks he wants to know why he is trying to kill Dion. Cruel wonders how the Duke found out about his brother, who did not appear in secular society at all. And why did he cling to it so much? His hatred did not fade even after the end of the war, so he decided to become his subordinate. He did this to protect his younger brother from the Duke. Cruel gets to his feet and says that it seems like he has a good reason to kill him, when he doesn't. He thinks that he is next to the Duke, he can guarantee Dion's safety. But he still does not know why he clung to him. Illuster turns away from him and asks with a sly smile, is the desire to get rid of the Emperor's dog, being a representative of the nobles, not enough? He wonders what does why mean. It's obvious that this is because of the contract with the Demon King. A power not of this world, allowing one to go against the laws of the universe. A small portion of the power obtained from the contract made with the Demon King is so extraordinary. In the past, he wanted to enter into a contract because of the feeling that it would help him climb higher and gain strength and power. He plunges into memories of when he met the Demon King. Then he asked, is he offering him a contract? He spreads his hands to the side and says that he is not interested. Illuster thinks that he obtained the forbidden texts and sacrificed many lives to summon the Demon King, but did not expect that he would be completely uninterested in entering into the contract. However, the heavens seemed to be on his side as a brilliant thought struck his head. He asked, in that case, could he offer a bet? The Demon King looks at him and asks, does he mean a deal? Illuster thinks this is an intriguing new game to keep the bored Demon King interested. He agrees and says it will be quite entertaining. He saw a guy with white hair and blood-red eyes, although he is human. He remembers the day when at a banquet he met little Dion, who was being bullied by a guy from another family. He looked at him and thought that he did not look like a person at all. Illuster asked the Demon King, doesn't he wonder how long such a young master will last on the battlefield? He thinks it was a proposal for a deal that ignored any contingencies. The Demon King begins to laugh and says that to think that he would be summoned by such a cruel and heartless monster. Illuster says that since he doesn't want to sign him, he had to get him interested somehow. The Demon King agrees and says that the human world is somehow restless. It seems that everything will lead to war. Okay, he's betting that this guy will survive. Illuster was surprised by this and asks why he decided that. He wonders, not how long will he last, but how long will he survive. He slyly thinks that the chances of Dion surviving the war are simply slim. Why choose such an unfavorable condition? The Demon King says he doesn't need to think so much. It's always more fun to bet on a losing option. This bet will end on the last day of the war. If the child dies, then the victory is his, and if he survives, then he wins. So they made a bet. Why did he send Dion to war 8 years ago? Because he had to die. Why was the child of a noble family sent to the front line and appointed as a commander? Decree on redeployment to the front line Dion. It's because he had to die. Why did he cut off all means of communication for his family and forge documents? Because this was the only way he could win the bet with the Demon King. And yet, the invincible vanguard, the immortal, the lord and commander of the brutal murderous ghost knights, and the great hero of the 8-year war, Dion continued to gain greatness and had no intention of dying. Illuster sat in his office and thought that at this rate he would lose. How can he make a contract with the Demon King? But he found out everything as soon as he met him again. He lost the bet, but did not give up. The Demon King says that he wants to offer something different. He should send him Dion. And then he will give him some demonic power. This will not be a full-fledged contract. You can call it a partial contract. A smile appeared on Illuster's face, and he thinks that he thought that in 8 years he would become interested in the Dion person. But I didn't think that everything would be so simple. He says that it seems possible to send Dion to his palace if he uses all available methods. But keep it there. The Demon King does not listen to him, agrees and says that this will be his task. He smiles and says that will be more than enough. Some time later, Illuster asks the Emperor what if Dion takes part in destroying the Demon King. Eduardo asks the Duke what is he up to this time. Illuster says that he only felt that more suitable talent would be needed for this mission, since the empire was still recovering. He asks His Majesty with a sly smile, does he want to improve his sword, Dion? He thinks that the emperor accepted this proposal, despite his doubts. Some time later, Eduardo says that the hero is going on an adventure to kill the Demon King. Why shouldn't he accompany him? Illuster thinks that this is Dion's way of leaving the empire. Some time later, he thinks that he will definitely die on the way there, but he tried. So there will be no questions for him. Then he believed that everything was going according to plan. A servant ran into his office and told his lordship that Dion had returned. Illuster hit the table with his fists very hard and thinks that, however, the one he already buried has returned with the hero's corpse. How did he come back? Why did the Demon King let him go so easily? What actually happened there? Currently, Illuster asks if there is anything special he wants to announce regarding this mission. After eliminating everyone, assuming he could pursue Dion, where did he go? Cruel recalls what happened and says that, as he already reported, he had left the scene of the murder by that time, so he was unable to follow him. Illuster leaves him and says that he doesn't know if he closed his eyes on purpose or if he really didn't see anything, but he can't help it. That's all he can say. Cruel looks at him and says he hopes he wins their bet. Some time later, Illuster walks along the corridor and thinks that there is no place in the human world where his gaze cannot reach. But if the place where Dion went is the one he is thinking about, the commander of the Zero Squad in the demon world and the hero of the empire, adored by the emperor. This means that both descriptions refer to the same person. Illuster sat down on the sofa and said that to think that he was a double spy. He wonders, someone who has protected himself with a position in the demon realm is also an important person in the empire? Both the Demon King and the Emperor are using Dion to their advantage, but one day he will have to choose a side. It will be very funny if he goes over to the side of the demons. He says with a very serious look that he must kill him before this happens. It's for the good of the empire. At the same time, Dion lies on the bed while a doctor sits next to him and says that his life is not in danger. The only thing required is a little rest. The bleeding also seemed to be caused by stress. Apparently he has a naturally weak body. He turns to Daniel and asks the head, did he know who it was before he brought him here? He refuses and says that he didn't pay attention to it, it was his mistake. Because of his robe, he could not see his face and without hesitation ran to the doctor. The doctor takes his bag and says that he doesn't have to worry. He will keep his mouth shut. Passing by, he pats him on the shoulder and says that besides, in principle, he has been quite forgetful lately. Perhaps in a couple of days he won't remember anything at all. Daniel thanked him and remained in this room. He approaches Dion, who is now unconscious, and looks at him. He thinks that as the head of the Revolutionary Army, he must remove this man first. He raises his hands and thinks it couldn't be easier to do this right now. He grabs him by the throat. A dark aura emanates from him as he tries to stop the oxygen flowing into his lungs and says that he must die. He starts bleeding from his mouth and Daniel introduces his mother, who was also bleeding from her mouth. He was very embarrassed by this and abruptly jumped to the side. He fell to the ground and begins to breathe heavily due to excitement. His hands are shaking very much, and he says that he can count himself very lucky. Daniel wonders why this happened today? Earlier that day at a meeting of the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, someone asks loudly, are they even going to do anything to achieve their goal? The girl says that now is not the right time. A war will soon break out between humans and demons. So when should they start an uprising? Daniel thinks it's happening again. He says they're doing everything they can to stage a rebellion, so he doesn't get to finish because someone asks loudly, considering how he keeps putting it off, is there an ulterior motive behind this? She thought it was strange that it was from the past. She doesn't have time to finish because Daniel hit the table hard with his fist. He says with a serious look that now, when the human world is on the verge of extinction due to the war against demons, are they saying that they need to start a rebellion without a second thought? The reason for their existence and actions is due to the inhabitants of the empire. The girl is about to say something, but Daniel does not listen and asks if she believes that the Revolutionary Army can exist without their support. Paul says that's not true. They will be nothing more than a group of traitors. They must convince the inhabitants of the empire of their ideology of equality. And to do this they need to destroy the nobility and be recognized for their ideals. In his opinion, this is how they are recognized as a revolutionary army. A small smile appears on Daniel's face, and he says that he is right. He puts the piece on the card and says that in order to reach the emperor, they must enter through the main gate of the Imperial Palace. But do they have enough people to carry out this plan? Not long ago, one man acted without permission, thereby weakening the forces of the Revolutionary Army. Who didn't stop him, even realizing the failure of the plan? People like them who are so eager to rebel. He raises his voice and says that therefore, if they believe that they must continue to stick to their line, they must immediately leave their positions as managers of the Revolutionary Army. Sometime after the end of the meeting, everyone left except the head and Paul. He worries about him and asks if he is okay. He's already leaving, so he should. He doesn't have time to finish because Daniel lightly hits him on the forehead with his finger. Paul holds his head, looks at him, and calls him brother. Daniel pats him on the head with a kind smile and says that he has grown so much. He already knows how to choose sides. He showed himself very well. He is grateful to him for this. Paul blushed a little at this praise and sighed. He says that he wishes him a good trip. Daniel doesn't understand this and asks what he's talking about. Paul says that he knows that he always visits his mother when he is stressed. So he must go to her. Daniel laughs and says that he has really grown up. He starts patting him on the head and asks if he is sure that he doesn't want him to take him to the dorm. He thinks he's right. You can't give up now. He promised his mother that he would show her the world she dreamed of, but the world was cruel. Some time later, Daniel went into his house and told his mom that he was home. He noticed his mother lying on the floor, immediately ran to her and called her. He thinks that his mother has long suffered from an incurable disease. He shakes with fear and asks how could this happen? Since when has she been sick? Why didn't anyone report this to him? He thinks that his comrades hid this fact from him, although they knew about everything. His mother raises her hand, calls her son, and says that she is fine. He shouldn't be angry with them. She touches his face, where tears are flowing, and says that it was she who ordered them to be silent. Daniel thinks that he understood everything with his head. Because he doesn't want to upset his son. Because the head of a revolutionary army must not hesitate, whatever the circumstances. It was all logical. But his mother will die without seeing the world after the uprising. While Daniel was thinking about this, he met Dion, who crashed into him from behind. He notices that he is coughing up blood and it reminds him of his mother with the same syndromes. He is very worried about him and thinks that he should calm down, because this is not his mother. He carries him in his arms with tears in his eyes and says loudly that everything will be fine. He must hold on, he will definitely help him. He runs through the streets of the city and mentally asks his mother not to die. Currently, Daniel sits on the floor and thinks that at that moment this man reminded him of his mother, so he was led by emotions. He gets to his feet and thinks that even now he failed to kill him. Why is he so spineless? He says he can't even imagine how lucky he is. He thinks he should have killed him the moment he found out, but today he didn't succeed. Daniel notices the mark on his collarbone, and wonders if this is the same curse mark from the rumors. He leaves and thinks that not only is he coughing up blood, but he is also cursed, so he will die even if he does not kill him with his own hands. This is contrary to what the leaders were told, but they need to hurry. He will be able to come up with the best plan of action and put it into execution before his mother leaves this world. Daniel stops at the door and says that if he was cursed by the Demon King, then perhaps his mother was cursed by the world itself. He thinks it's because this world has been cruel to her. Before her death, he will show her the utopia she has always dreamed of. As soon as he left, Dion immediately sat up on the bed. He grabs his throat, starts coughing and thinks that he has finally left. Was he just going to strangle him? He already thought that he would actually die. He looks around and thinks that it's better to leave here before that freak returns. Dion gets up and asks where exactly is he? Does this look like an infirmary? He was surprised that the doctor opened the door and was looking at him. He thinks that he already thought that the one who tried to kill him had returned. Maybe it's the doctor? He says he didn't try to escape. He will definitely pay him, but now he has no money at all. The man hands him some clothes and tells him he doesn't have to worry about paying. If he's going to leave, he should wear this. Dion looks at it and wonders, is that a robe and a blindfold? The man leaves and says that they will be in trouble if he remembers where they are, so he can forget about possible discomfort and cover his eyes with a blindfold. When he is ready, he must come out. He will take him out of the room. Dion puts on a robe and wonders what they are hiding here. This seems to be no ordinary infirmary. Some time later, Illuster asks Daniel what brought him to him this morning without warning. He examines him closely and thinks that he does not look like himself. Daniel says with a serious look that they need to start preparing a rebellion. When will they finally be able to make their move? Aluster says that with the upcoming war against the demons, the Empire's forces must be paramount. Any internal conflict can become lethal. Daniel says management is begging for rebellion on a daily basis. Aluster thinks his attitude has suddenly changed. He seems to have learned of his mother's condition. Daniel gets angry and says he hopes he won't wait for them to sit idly by. Aluster interrupts him and says that's not true. He gets up and asks why don't he take a break and put things off until later? He thinks that he treated him with great respect, but he could not even think that such a trifle would bring him down. He says it seems like it would be a good idea to take this time as an opportunity to cool his head. He's aware of how he's trying to speed things up, isn't he? What happened to him so suddenly? He thinks that he should make sure that he does not do anything stupid during the war. Aluster says with a serious face that he doesn't hear back from him. Daniel is silent for a few seconds, but after collecting his thoughts, he says that he understands him. Some time later, he walks down the corridor and thinks that thanks to the Duke he has come to terms with his situation. He remembers everything about Aluster and thinks that he hopes that the Empire will not fall. Daniel, with an angry look, says that of course, a person occupying the position of a duke will not voluntarily lose his status. He thinks he was suspicious of him from the very beginning. After all, he initially came to the Revolutionary Army to make sure that they would fall into his trap. He looks out the window and thinks that this is very stupid. I should have been more careful when accepting support from higher authorities. Paul calls him brother. Daniel turns to him and asks if he has left yet. He approaches him, stops and looks at him intently. Daniel looks at him blankly and asks what's wrong with him. Paul really surprised him by asking if he brought Dion here. Daniel grabs him by the shoulders and asks how he knew. Did he see him leave? But he had to be in a robe. Has anyone else seen him? Paul tries to break free and says that he must wait. He loudly says that he should calm down, because he is the only witness. He was wearing a robe and a blindfold, but he noticed his hair. It is impossible not to recognize this unique hair color. Daniel calms down, looks away, agrees with him and thinks that he should have disguised him better. Paul says he doesn't understand. He raises his voice and asks why didn't he kill him? He could at least take him hostage or extract information, right? Since he is the Emperor's dog, he is sure that the Emperor himself would also be hurt. Besides, because of this freak, the Church of Redemption was destroyed, and Sia. He stops and plunges into memories. Daniel asks if he came alone? Wasn't he going to bring his sister with him? Paul cries and says that she said she didn't want to go anywhere. And when he extended his hand to her last time, he cannot finish speaking because he starts crying loudly. Daniel was embarrassed by this and says that he understood everything. Perhaps his sister needed time to collect her thoughts. He pats him on the head and asks why don't he visit her later? He will go with him. So what if his sister isn't here? He just needs to become strong enough to protect her. Paul calms down and agrees with him. Currently, Daniel says that not long ago he came to him in tears, and now he must look at how mature he has become. Paul blushes at this and says that he shouldn't change the subject. He was already an adult when they met. But really, why did he do this? He does not understand the logic of his actions. Daniel lowers his head and says it's personal. He knows that he did wrong. Nobody is perfect. He is confident that in the future he will see many more shortcomings. He must ignore everything that defies logic and remember only what seems necessary and useful to him. In a short period of time he is going to teach him everything he can. He hopes that he will quickly remember all this. However, he should not take the position of his successor lightly. Paul is very surprised by this and asks if he named him as his successor? That's why he took it with him everywhere. Daniel wonders what type of people start revolutions. One who is aware of the political situation and has suffered from corruption. Therefore, the one who knows a lot to organize a coup. He asks, did he just now realize it? Why else would he want to take him to important meetings? Paul runs after him and asks why him? He is just a child from the streets without a basic education. Daniel says that he doesn't have to worry, he will teach him everything he knows. He thinks that's why his mother always told him that education is important. Paul was very embarrassed by this, and said that he was still too young. Daniel asks with a smile if he said he was already an adult. Youth is a good quality. There is an opportunity to look at the world from a different angle and young people are not afraid of change. He is from the Empire, but at the same time a child who survived in the slums without the help and support of the country. He is aware that the Revolutionary Army includes people from different countries, right? The fact that he is not tied to the empire only reinforces the impartiality of the organization. Paul asks, should this explain his choice as a successor? Daniel says that's partly true. But what is much more important is that he knows how to love. Paul was embarrassed by this, and said that he had only ever dated one person in his entire life. Daniel laughed and asked if he thinks that there is only love between lovers? Although he might not understand what type of attachment this is, what else can you call the emotion when you are ready to give your heart and soul to a certain person? Paul remembers Sia from his words. He clenches his hand into a fist and asks if this will become his weakness. For him, his mother is also a rather sensitive topic. Daniel says he can't deny it. In the context of his mother, he showed him his ugly side more than once. However, the ideology at the head of the Revolutionary Army is universal equality. To create such a world, they need someone who knows how to love. Someone who can consider and understand others. It's someone like him. Paul says that even though he says so, he doesn't even know if he made the right choice, and it's funny to hear from a young man like him about a successor. But still he will try his best. Daniel laughs because of this and thanks him. He thinks that in order to make a revolution, they need to overcome huge obstacles, such as the Emperor and the Duke, but they will manage. Paul looks away embarrassedly and wonders why he is so happy about this. Daniel gets up abruptly and leaves somewhere. He puts down a huge stack of books and asks why don't they start right now. He thinks that even the Duke has a weakness. He says that he must read all these books. Paul was very embarrassed by this, and says that he takes it back. Everything is cancelled. Daniel pats him on the head with a joyful smile and asks why don't he start with natural human rights? At the same time, someone shoots a wolf in a dark forest. Ardal is on horseback next to the Emperor, asking if he thinks that pride is the Duke's weakness? Eduardo agrees and says it's because he looks down on everyone and thinks he knows everything. Moreover, he does not realize that someone else may be looking at him the same way. He thinks there were times when he was taken advantage of like an idiot. However, it is not only the Duke who can use people. On the day he announced the end of the war for the Empire and declared that he would start a war against the Demon Kingdom, there were countries experiencing joy, countries experiencing anger, and countries trying to reason sanely. However, no country even thought of joining the demons since the Duke wanted it. He made it so that everyone without proper knowledge looked at the demon realm in a negative way. After all, this is his specialty. Eduardo looks at the dog who came out of the forest and says that for him it's even easier. He remembers the past and thinks that he put on a show in front of the Duke, as if he believed that people would not side with the demons. And he brought it to life. But how could he fall for this obvious game? He takes aim with his bow and says this is ridiculous. It was only out of politeness that he allowed the Duke to fulfill his role, while he himself pretended to be ignorant. With one shot from his bow he kills this dog. Eduardo says that because the Duke acted independently, he solved the problem without lifting a finger and saved human resources. Ardal says this is a very bold step. Hand over to the enemy the solution to an important problem. Looks like all the monsters in this area have been dealt with. Eduardo says that's why he entrusted it to him. The Duke will not allow the Empire to fall. It's because he wants to get his hands on it. He thinks that he treated him like a child, while he himself fell into such an obvious trap. One thing is certain, one day pride will be the reason for his downfall. I wonder what facial expression he will have at this moment. Sometime later in a luxurious estate. Elpidius holds out the bouquet with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Dion takes this bouquet and looks at it blankly. Elpidius tells Marquis Hart that they have not seen each other for a long time. He stopped by to hand over this bouquet. Dion does not understand what is happening even more and asks His Highness why he needs this. Elpidius smiles artificially and thinks that this is because he needs to tie him to the Empire. Does Alethea seriously think this could work? Some time ago. She says with a joyful look that the honorary count, or rather now the Marquis, probably likes boys. Elpidius was very surprised by this and asked what she said. Alethea says he should think about it himself. He is surrounded only by guys and has little interaction with girls. Her plan was a failure from the start. He had to seduce him. Elpidius wipes his mouth with a napkin and says he thinks she's wrong. Alethea says he must think for himself. At every banquet in the Imperial Palace, no matter how many ladies looked in his direction, the Marquis never succumbed to their charms. Elpidius agrees with her and thinks that if you think about it like that, there really aren't any girls around him. He is surrounded only by men and they seem to be quite close. This can't be. Is she really right after all? Or was she still wrong? In any case, he needs to win him over to their side before the war begins. Elpidius decided to set things right and asks why he didn't ask His Majesty for a higher title after winning the competition. He thinks that he must do his best. Now the cruel hero has become an honorary count. He notices that Dion gives off a very dark aura due to anger and thinks that he shouldn't have said that. He says that he became an honorary marquis. This is much more important. This bouquet is his congratulations on his new achievement. Dion is still not happy about this and says that he is grateful for it. He looks away with a smile and thinks that this means he is here to congratulate him. He almost misunderstood his intentions. Elpidius looks at him intently and wonders, is he smiling? Not a single action of Alethea made him even smile, but his bouquet made him happy. He says that since he now has more power, he is interested in his political views. Dion was surprised and asked if he was interested in his political views. He wonders, maybe he received an order from the Emperor to see his reaction to the memories of the war or something like that. Elpidius is about to say something, but he is confused and thinks about it. Dion notices this and wonders why he is delaying. What serious topic does he intend to raise? Elpidius looks away and asks what if gay marriage became possible? Everyone was very surprised by what he said. They looked at him silently and thought, did he say same-sex marriage? Elpidius is very embarrassed by this and thinks that he should say at least something. Dion leaves the office and says that he just remembered that he has urgent matters. Elpidius grabs his hand and says that whatever he thought, it was a terrible misunderstanding. Dion is very worried and says that everything is fine. He understands that there are different orientations. There is no need to hide it, everyone has their own preferences. Elpidius says that he understood everything wrong. Dion continues to walk away and says that he likes women. Elpidius says that he repeats to him, he understood everything wrong. With a very reddened face, he is about to say something. He gathers his strength and says loudly that he also likes girls. He said it so loudly that it echoed throughout the entire estate. Some time later, Elpidius goes outside and two maids bow to him. When he walks by, they look at him confused and wonder, he just screamed about being attracted to women like crazy, right? He seems to really like them a lot. Apparently, there is no need to worry about the heir. Elpidius blushed very much and thinks that it was stupid in principle to consider such an option. Because of the haste, I behaved overly emotionally. He will see Alethea at home. At the same time, Dion walks with Dan along the corridor and doesn't say anything. He can hardly contain his laughter because of the situation that happened earlier, and this makes Dion very angry and thinks that he can continue laughing. Dan laughs and tells the master that he will respect any choice he makes. Dion gets even angrier and says that he should shut up. He said that everything was wrong. He points his finger at him and loudly asks why is he still here. It seemed to him that he was accompanying him only to the hunting competition, didn't he? He must go and manage his trading company. Dan says his main priority is serving him. Dion is angry and thinks that this freak continues to follow him around. Dan asks with a joyful look, is he not going to go soon to carry out the Emperor's orders? Can he accompany him? Dion continues and says that he is more comfortable being alone, so he should leave. Dan says that the last time he left after a competition, he didn't return until dawn. Moreover, he returned wounded. Dion remembers all this and grabs his throat. He thinks last night could have ended badly. These freaks seem to be helping him, but then that man tried to strangle him. Even when he wanted to leave, they blinded him and were on guard. That night, the man pushes him outside and says he can count himself lucky. Dion walked a couple of meters forward, takes off the mask from his face and asks if he has already left. What happened? Where did he end up? He wonders who they are and what kind of place this was. Currently, he thinks he can't even imagine who they were. Be that as it may, he is very lucky. Dion says he may not even think about following him. He turns around and says that otherwise one of them will die. He thinks that since anyone who sees him crossing the border should die. Dan is embarrassed by this and wonders if he was being too harsh. He says with a sly smile that he will do as the master wishes. He will not follow him. He continues to smile and thinks that he would never have thought that he would be able to threaten him under normal circumstances. Dion turns to him and wonders why he is happy. He is very strange. Some time later, he enters the hall where the knights are sitting at the table. Remember notices him and says, "Welcome." The joyful soldier loudly asks the captain, did he come to eat? Would he like to try some sausage? Another soldier hits him on the head and asks this idiot why the count eats these dirty stubs. Dion thinks that the highest knights are obnoxious freaks. He says that they will be moving out soon. How long will we have to wait for them? Remember says they've been eating for 10 minutes. So soon. The knight loudly tells these idiots that they now need to call him Marquis. Immediately after he said this, he immediately fell asleep. This surprised the other soldiers. They wanted to say something, but they also fell asleep. Dion looks at this and says that it has finally happened. Who would have thought that they would talk for another 10 minutes after taking pills that could put an elephant to sleep? He, being their leader, thinks that they are mad. They are far from the concept of normality. In any case, he is grateful to them. Last time there were problems, but now he can leave safely. Remember tells my lord that they just love him very much. He wishes him a successful journey. Some time later. Modest-sized passages in the border, existing only for Dion. The two rulers tacitly agreed to keep their location private for his safety until he chose a side. Therefore, those accompanying him do not go further than the mountains with him. Dion wonders whether the Demon King will remain silent after learning about the Emperor's intention to start a war. Of course, this is not true. It's time to make a decision. It was as if his life had an expiration date. He turns around sharply at a loud sound he heard next to him. He saw Cruel killing someone with his sword. He pulls his sword from the dead man, and Dion calls his name. He pulled out his dagger, and wondered what he was doing here. Was he stalking him? Maybe he's going to find out where he's going. He says this comes in handy. He just needs to kill all the witnesses. Especially if it is a subordinate of the leader of the aristocracy. He runs up to Cruel very quickly and stabs him with his dagger, but he blocks it. They both look at each other with serious expressions on their faces. Dion continues to strike very quickly with his dagger, and Cruel deflects his blows with his sword. They bounce off each other and closely watch the enemy's actions. Dion looks at him with a very angry look and asks if he can at least try. He thinks that in addition to anger, he feels confusion. He must hate him. He was a useless and annoying little brother to him. He should hate him, the man who took his entire family away from him. One of the surviving but wounded guys grabs his leg and breathes heavily. Dion swings the dagger and wonders why he continues to act as if he is trying to save. He killed the guy who grabbed him and raises his head to look at Cruel. Dion notices that while he was busy, his brother had already managed to escape. He got angry about this and says that he ran away again like some kind of rat. He wonders what this feeling is. He feels as if he doesn't see the whole picture. At the same time, Illuster punches the table very hard. He asks if Dion chose to leave now. He wonders once a bet was made about who would kill him faster, him or Cruel. He needs to eliminate him before the war starts. Illuster says with an evil smile that he is very lucky. He reluctantly fixates on him out of anger because he keeps losing to him. It feels like the world itself is protecting him. But this is obviously impossible. Yet the world gave him the most cruel fate. He hopes that he will return soon. At the same time, Dion notices a horse on his way and thinks that the Demon King has prepared it for him. He seems to know he is on his way as he can track him with a spell cast. He is about to climb on his horse, but pays attention to his bag and remembers the medicine that Remember prepared for him. He opens the bag over the rock and throws it all down. He decides to leave it here with a happy expression and thinks he feels better. After some time, Dion reaches the Demon Kingdom. He goes inside the city and is surprised at what he sees. Many people are waving flags with heart and praising Eretzer. Dion sees that this symbol was also on the clothes of every resident of the city and wonders what is happening. He was very embarrassed by this and wondered what was going on here. He notices Ririnel, who runs towards him with a joyful look and congratulates him on his return. Dion comes to her and says that he is back. "Wait, what is this?" She says with a joyful smile that this is a cult in his honor. They gathered there everyone who respects him. She is sure that the members include about half the inhabitants of the Demon King's castle. She created it using the concept of religion that she heard about from Devilania. He likes? Dion was embarrassed by this and thinks that he knew it. There have been more of them since last time. He says that in any case, she must disperse them immediately. Ririnel, like all the cult members, were very surprised by this and she wants to say something about this. Dion waves his hand in displeasure and says that she must do this immediately, otherwise he will disband the cult forever. Ririnel immediately turns to the cult members and says that they should all leave right now. She refuses to disband the cult forever, so they must all go their separate ways. Sir Erid is not feeling well. The cult members very quickly left the street, left him alone and said goodbye to him. Dion blushed really hard out of embarrassment, and thinks they should just leave him alone. Some time later, the Demon King, who also had jewelry with the symbols of the cult, says that he returned faster than he thought. He notices that Dion's attention was attracted by the decoration and asks if he is interested in this brooch. He got it from Mirinel. How can he miss what concerns him? The Demon King puts his hand on his shoulder and says whatever it is. A very dark aura emanates from him, and he says in a serious voice that his heartbeat accelerated as soon as he entered his office. Did he learn something important about the Empire? Dion was very confused by this question and remembers Eduardo's words that he is a human, so he should stay here. The Demon King smiles and says that he wonders what happened since he can't even control his facial expression. Has that cowardly emperor finally made a decision? And he most likely wasn't going to tell him if he didn't notice, right? Dion is about to ask for forgiveness, but does not have time to finish because the Demon King grabbed him by the throat and pressed him to the wall. He angrily asks, was he tempted? I wonder what the emperor lured him into. Dion looks at him in horror and thinks that he has no strength at all. The Demon King asks with an evil smile, is he not worried about how he might react to such actions? Did he ever think that his life might be in danger? Dion looks at him and wonders, is he really trying to kill him? He is about to say something to His Majesty, but stops when the Demon King could not stand it and began to laugh loudly. He lets go of his throat and asks if he was scared. It wasn't that he didn't understand his position, but he already knows which side he should be on, right? He thinks that, to be honest, he doesn't know if Dion is good enough to fight for. He presses the seal he placed and thinks that he doesn't want to go back to his boring old life. The Demon King turns around and says that in this world, all the demons except him will bow to him, which means he can do whatever he wants. Dion remembers that Eduardo told him that everything he has achieved is here. The Demon King opens the balcony and says that here he doesn't have to worry about the sun at all. It may be eternal night here, but he must look at how brightly the moon shines. Dion remembers that the Emperor asked if he couldn't live forever in darkness just because he was sensitive to light. Could he? The Demon King turns to him and says that he will not hold him back if he wants to visit the human world like he did before. If he wants their land, then he can conquer it and give it to him. He looks at Dion and thinks that despite what the Emperor offered, he can offer a better deal to win this game. He asks, or does he want him to grab his legs like last time? Dion was surprised when he remembered what he was talking about. He refuses and the Demon King thinks that he can escape if he pushes harder. He waves his hand and says with a smile that he should think twice about it. He thinks that he refuses to lose his toy just for the sake of winning. A few days later, Dion walks down the street and thinks that he is so anxious and irritated that he can no longer sit in his room. So he went outside the castle for a walk. The demons notice him, run away with frightened faces and quietly say that Sir Eret is outside the castle walls. But they must look at his clothes. Dion looks at them and wonders what is wrong with them. Do they think he's an idiot too? There are several conditions under which you need to be wary of the commander of the Zero Squad. The first when he drank alcohol and the second when he was dressed in black from head to toe. Dion looks around and wonders if it seems to him, or is everyone really avoiding him? Although it's not so bad when he's not bothered. One of the demons quietly says that today he is wearing all black, probably irritated by something. Dion heard this and wonders, is it because he is wearing black clothes? Do demons not like the color black? The demons quietly ask what is he doing here. Usually he doesn't even stick his nose outside the room. Perhaps he is looking for a scapegoat. Dion thinks he wore black so as not to stand out too much, but in the end he drove away the demons. He is happy with the choice of these clothes. He begins to laugh, which scares the demons and they quietly say that they have never heard such a terrifying laughter. It's better to die at the hands of the Demon King or other squad leaders. Ed follows him with a worried expression on his face and thinks that he has been on the edge since his return. Usually he gives him time to be in peace and quiet, but the Demon King ordered him to study him. He is sure that his presence embarrasses him, even if he does not say anything. He wants to cheer him up somehow. Ed gets angry and thinks that he keeps touching his head as if it bothers him. Where is that idiot Ben? This cannot go on. He calls Eretzer and asks if he can offer him a place where he can freshen up. He thinks that he is sure that even he will like it. At least he thought so. Some time later, Dion hit the wall next to the red demon very hard. Ed is very worried about this and calls him. Dion asks with a very angry look, is he joking now or what? Before this happened, Ed says that he has to show something to Sir Eret, so he should bring them here. The demon apologizes and says that he does not have the authority to do this. Dion wonders why they are on the training ground. Does he want to fight? Ed emits a dark aura and says he will get permission. So he must hurry up if he wants to live. The demon wants to say something, but he stops him by asking, "Does that mean he doesn't want to live?" Dion was embarrassed by this and thought about it. It seemed to him that he just wanted to get some fresh air, so why now is he standing there and threatening someone with violence? He notices that the demon is looking at him and thinks that he didn't ask him about this. He doesn't even know what's going on here. He needed to clear up the misunderstanding before things got worse. Dion goes to them and says that he should wait a minute. He is about to say something, but stumbles and begins to fall, which greatly embarrassed him. Because of this, he hit the wall next to the demon very hard. Dion gets angry and wonders, is this some kind of fantasy manhwa? What did he do to him? No matter how weak his body was, how could he just stumble? Ed says he can understand his disappointment, but now is not the best time to kill demons in the king's castle. He says with a serious face that he ended up insulting Sir Eret. He should not forget that this is his last chance. He thinks they must be angry because they wasted their time on a pointless quarrel. Dion was very embarrassed by what he said and says that he did not intend to kill him. A very scared demon bows and says that he is grateful that they spared him. He will prepare everything right away. At the same moment, Ben comes running to them and loudly calls Sir Eret. He says the signal was just cutting out, so he is very surprised when he notices Dion's hand reddened after the blow and loudly tells him about it. Some time later, Ed loudly asks him why he only got here now, being Sir Eret's personal physician? Ben says he shouldn't make so much noise when he works. He came as soon as he heard the signal. Ed says loudly that now is not the time to bicker. Sir Eret has not been feeling well for a long time. Ben was embarrassed by this, and says that there was no signal about this. Al asks if it's broken? Why shouldn't he take this as a sign that it's time to get rid of the pendant? Ben is very upset, and says that he doesn't think it's right. He tried several times to replace it, but to no avail. Although the stone itself is fine. Dion was surprised by this and wondered if he said it several times. Doesn't that require his blood? When did he take it? Ben asks if he feels any changes in his body. Dion tries to remember and thinks that if he thinks about it like that, he really doesn't cough up blood anymore due to all sorts of trifles, like stress. Ed happily asks if this is the case, is it possible that the consequences of the battle with the hero are finally starting to wear off? Ben says that's not the case. Sir Eret's body is still a ticking time bomb. Dion is about to say something, but he doesn't listen and says that he only wants to say that over time the signal from the magic stone begins to weaken, which may be associated with some changes in his body. Ben is very embarrassed after stitching up his wound on his arm and asks in a worried voice how he could forget to use the anesthetic. He is okay. Ed got very angry about this and loudly asks this freak, did he sew up his hand without anesthesia? Ben kneels down and says loudly that he doesn't know. How could he make such a mistake? He cannot atone for his guilt even by death. Dion says that he shouldn't worry, because everything is fine, because he's used to pain. He thinks that he actually couldn't stop Ben because of his scary facial expression. Two demons look at them and the first demon quietly asks, did he endure the pain of stitching the wound? The other demonically quietly says that he still does not intend to somehow punish the doctor who made a mistake. It's simply amazing. Ben says he shouldn't hide the pain from his doctor. One of the demons who looks at them quietly says that they have a very generous commander of the Zero Squad. The red-haired demon comes running to them with a small bucket and tells the commander of the Zero Squad that he brought it. What he was looking for, snow flower sticks. When he mentioned that Sir Eret wanted to use this to improve his mood, the Demon King immediately gave his permission. Dion took one of these sticks and wonders why the king's permission is needed for this. He asks how to use it. Ed happily says that he just needs to cut off the top. He can help him. He breaks the top of this stick and it immediately begins to sparkle. Immediately after this, fireworks flew into the sky and exploded into many small snowflakes. Dion looks at this in surprise and asks, is this snow? Ed agrees with this and asks if he likes it. Unlike the human world, where it sometimes snows, there is no season change in the demon realm. So he thought it might cheer him up. Dion raises his hand with a smile, thanks him and says that it's really a good decision. He thinks that it has been a long time since he last saw snow. Ed and Ben look at each other with joyful expressions because he liked it. Two demons who stand next to them say that this garbage is falling straight from the sky. They can't do anything because it's for Sir Eret. They'll just clean up later. At least he didn't open the red stick, which is the hardest thing to clean up. Immediately as he said this, another explosion thundered in the sky and red snow began to fall. This demon says that he takes back his words, apparently they will have to rework. Dion was very confused about this and wondered, is this red snow? He smells a strange smell and is about to say something. The Demon King comes to them and asks if it smells like blood, right? Everyone present turns to him and calls him Majesty. He is asking, how does he like the snow flower sticks? Did that cheer him up? Dion stands in front of him and is about to say something about the red snow, but the Demon King interrupts him and asks, doesn't it look like the real thing? He tried to add the scent of blood there. It seemed to him that something like this would be useful when they went to war against the human world, so he did it. What does he think? Dion looks at him with a dissatisfied look and thinks that this is the scene when the smell of blood is floating around. It terrifies him. He plunges into memories, agrees and says that it seems to him that this will be useful, since the course of the war is greatly influenced by the weather and the mood of the troops. Just being in a place where there is a persistent aroma of blood can instill fear in the enemy. He thinks it's like he's back there. The Demon King laughs and says that as expected of him. He not only has excellent fighting instincts, but also knowledge of battle strategies and tactics. He pats him on the shoulder and tells him that he is truly one of a kind. He says with a sly smile that he is glad that he is on their side. He extends his hand to him and asks, nevertheless, his mood still leaves much to be desired, right? He should go with him. Dion takes his hand and thinks that he continues to do whatever he wants, but he can't do anything about it. He must follow his orders in order to survive. Immediately after, they teleported to an unknown location, leaving everyone else standing on the training ground. After the teleportation ends, the Demon King tells Eret that they are there. Dion opens his eyes and looks with great surprise at the place in which he finds himself. They stand in the forest, and the Demon King says that this is the land of the elves. How's that for him? Beautiful considering this place is in the middle of nowhere? The same cannot be said about the elves who live here. The Elf King walks towards them and says that this is nonsense. The Demon King says it's impudent. Even having come this far, he hears only the complaints and discontent of his race. The Elf King gets angry and says that there is no need to pretend to be innocent. He's the reason they're in trouble, so he should reap what he sows. Dion looks at them blankly and wonders what is going on here. He seemed to bring him here to cheer him up, but this is more like a business meeting. The Elf King says that they will talk about this later. Why did he bring this man with him? The elves who are standing near the largest tree in this forest notice the changes and say that the world tree seems to be agitated. Maybe it's because of the guests? The Elf King looks at Dion and thinks that the attention of the whole world is riveted on this man. The Demon King abruptly steps between them and says that he must get to the point. Why did he come here? This is definitely not to greet them. The Elf King says it is very rude for someone to come uninvited. He takes out a large seed and says that first of all, he must take responsibility for this. The Demon King asks, what is this? The King of the Elves says that this is the seed of the world tree. Due to the fact that by his appearance he spread demonic energy here, the sensitive seed became sick. The Demon King snaps his fingers and Hien immediately appears in front of him. He looks around in confusion and asks where he ended up. The Demon King called his name, and he immediately turned to him. Dion looks at him and wonders, isn't magic now banned? He doesn't hold back at all. The Demon King points to the seed and says that he should see if he can resurrect the seed in his hands. Hien was confused by this, but quickly came to his senses and agreed with him. He examines the seed and asks why it is covered with mold. It's okay, isn't it? He is surprised when he has a hunch and is hesitantly about to say something. The Demon King asks if he can fix everything? Hien says he can make it sprout. However, it is unlikely that anything can be done about the emergence of demonic energy. The Demon King, with a dissatisfied look, loudly says that he thought so. What will he do now? The seed of the world tree, which his race looks after out of respect, now. The Demon King doesn't let him finish and asks, did he say respect? Aren't they just dogs of the world? The Elf King was very surprised at this and asked what he said. The Demon King asks if the world said anything about the death of some seeds. Looking at how desperate he is not just a dog, but a truly devoted dog. The Elf King loudly says that the world also respects his race. What could the leader of a race the world despise know? The Demon King says that he doesn't care whether anyone loves him or not. Unlike some who live on the outskirts of the world. Dion looks at Hien and wonders why he is hiding behind his back. The Elf King says they can't do anything about the seed, so he'll let them get away with it. But why don't they do anything about the magical beasts that swarm around? The Demon King says that they are hunting them hard. But he might not know this, because he sits here in solitude. Hien peeks out, coughs to get attention and asks, then they don't need this seed anymore? Dion is embarrassed by this and wonders if he really asks this question in such a situation. The Demon King looks at him blankly and says that he can take it. Hien is very happy about this and says that he is grateful to him for this. Dion thinks he's obsessed with plants. He hears some sounds and turns to look at it. He sees the Mermaid Queen looking at them with a kind smile. Dion wonders, is this a mermaid? He is surprised that her tail has turned into a dress. She goes to him and says that she is glad to meet him again. They had already met in the Demon King's palace, right? Dion remembers meeting her, and the Mermaid Queen grabs his hands and says that she wanted to talk to him again. He notices that her face has turned red and wonders why she is looking at him like that. He removes his hands and thinks that for some reason this favor of hers repels him. The Demon Queen surprises him by grabbing his arms again. She says that she saw the near future. The two kings turn and look at them as she says that a new hero will appear soon. It will be incomparably more terrifying than the previous one. That hero will decide the fate of the Demon King. This news about the new hero shocked everyone who was nearby. Hien does not pay attention to this and continues to rejoice at the seed of the world tree. The Mermaid Queen says that the world must not like him very much. The Demon King calmly says that this is nothing new. His race was not loved by the world from the beginning. A little more hatred won't change the picture. Besides, the future she sees can change, right? The Mermaid Queen smiles and says that this is true. But the future she saw is somewhat special, so it would be a miracle if it changes. The Elf King says that it seems that the ban on magic has lost all meaning. He did talk about it, didn't he? He means that the world is following him. The Demon King asks if he thinks he banned magic out of fear of the hero. He just thought that if he showed up during the war, it would be annoying. Dion thinks that it was this way for the balance of power. They say that the more demons use magic, the more the world brings the appearance of a hero closer. Suddenly the Elf King grabs his hand, which he recently injured. They both look at his hand and he asks why he couldn't even heal the wound normally using primitive methods of treatment. There seems to be no choice. He must follow him, and he will heal his wound. Some time later, the two of them sit on a log while the Elf King uses magic to heal. Dion looks away and thinks that this awkwardness is driving him crazy. He turns around and thinks that first the Queen of the Mermaids, and now also the King of the Elves. Why did they suddenly act so favorably towards him? He is sure that they did not particularly like him when they met in the castle of the Demon King. But the more he looks at the Demon King, he says that the more he reminds him of Jakar. The Elf King noticed this and asks, is he talking about the commander of the first detachment of the Demon King's army? Dion was very embarrassed by this and thinks that he accidentally said it out loud. This is the end. He compared the Elf King, who hates demons, to a squad leader. He wants to apologize for this, but the Elf King says that he has not heard this name for a long time. How is he? Although he may have suffered from the demonic aura of the Demon King, he is still a warrior of his race, so he is curious. He should relax. He doesn't see. Why is his wound opening again? Dion was very surprised by this, and wondered if the commander of the first detachment of the demon army belongs to the elf race? How is this possible? The Elf King says his treatment is over. His arm won't hurt anymore. Dion says he is grateful to him for this. The Elf King looks at him and says that he must be puzzled by his causeless kindness. He was uncomfortable throughout the treatment. If he had offered to give a tour of this place, he most likely would have refused. Dion is very surprised by this and thinks that he knows him well. The Elf King says that he does not show favor to everyone. The reason for his attitude is because the world is focused on him. Dion was very surprised by this, doesn't understand it and asks, what does he mean? The Elf King thinks that their first meeting happened unexpectedly, but he, as the leader of the race of elves who understand the will of the world, immediately realized that the world was expecting something from this man. But questions and doubts only accumulated. What's so special about it? Red eyes? Being sensitive to light, this is rather a weakness. Moreover, he has a small, unremarkable body. Is the person standing in front of him really the one in whom the world is interested? He gets to his feet and asks, he's usually lucky, isn't he? Dion was surprised by this, and says that it's not so much. The Elf King grabs him by the clothes and thinks that the records he found about him were so incredible that it was difficult to believe it. A man who has crossed the border between the world of demons and humans countless times, surviving thanks to absurd accidents. He stares at Dion and says that he should think better about this. About situations in which he should have died, but survived. Or about situations in which he should have received an incurable injury, but escaped with a few scratches. He thinks that the world, which usually does not interfere with the course of things, protects his life. The Elf King says that, for example, when he suddenly had great powers, or when he has withstood a strong blow, doesn't his body move in a way that suits him, especially when his life is in the balance? But after checking the body for improvements, no changes are found. Dion immediately remembers Ben's words after he suffered an arm injury on the training ground. The Elf King says what he means is that the reason he was able to live to this point is because he blessed the world. He looks at it and thinks that this is the body that the world completes. But this is not the change that makes the body strong or healthy. Addition and modification allows him to better accept the forces of the world. A new hero will appear soon. It will be incomparably more terrifying than the previous one. That hero will decide the fate of the Demon King. Now he understands what the world expects from him. In the not-too-distant past, there was a hero who worried about his companion even on the verge of death. This hero asked the world to save his companion. The world responded to the hero who dedicated his soul to this desire. The creature that appeared in front of him told the hero that he didn't have to worry about it. It has been keeping an eye on him for a very long time. The will of the world is firm. He will definitely be the next hero. Some time later, the Elf King controls the fairies and says that although there are many of them, they are not so strong. They must not retreat and continue to fight. Fairies and elves fight against monsters that suddenly came to this place. Hien asks Eretzer if he needs to join too. Dion says he doesn't think there's a need to participate in person. He wonders, are these monsters crazy? The Demon King and the heads of other races are here. Why did they attack now? They can't even fight back. Because of them, his conversation with the Elf King was interrupted. What does what he said even mean? The Elf King pats Dion on the head and asks if they are saying that the reason the monsters have lost all sense of self-preservation is because of these bags. Two fairies who fly next to him say that the monsters have become stronger and scarier. This happened after they ate a strange brown liquid from this bag. Dion looks at these bags and thinks that they look suspiciously familiar. The Mermaid Queen inspects it and asks for what reason did someone spread these sacks of brown liquid? Dion wonders if this is it. The Mermaid Queen asks if it could be one of the people or demons at war. The Elf King refuses and says that people do not yet know about their existence. And the Demon King is one of those who solves issues with force, not with cheap tricks. Therefore, this could only be done by a person who had the opportunity to freely pass here. He turns around and notices that Dion, who was standing next to them, has disappeared somewhere. He looks towards the battlefield in surprise after Hien said that he thought he was not interested in fighting, but in fact he really wanted to fight. The Elf King looks at Dion, who is killing a huge monster, and wonders when did he get there. The Mermaid Queen looks at this and asks, most likely this is not the same person, right? The Elf King says that this is probably true. If it were part of his plan, he would not have fought so hard against them. She says, it's somehow awkward that she doubted him. Dion at this time is fighting against monsters with the help of his daggers and is very worried about what he just saw. He remembers what happened before he entered the demon world and thinks that it is very similar to the medicine that he threw away. Why did the monsters eat it, and how did it make them stronger? He has no choice but to fight out of guilt. Since things turned out this way, he wouldn't even give them a chance to talk to him. The Demon King scared him very much by grabbing him by the shoulder, calling him Eret and about to say something, but stops. He sighs with slight dissatisfaction and says that it's not that important. They'll talk later. Dion is very upset about this and thinks that now he is definitely finished. The Demon King stands in front of him, raises his hand and with a very determined look says that he must step back. A very strong energy appears around him and he says that he needs to quickly end this and return. The Elf King was shocked by what he saw and loudly said that everyone should immediately run away from the monsters. The Demon King concentrates his very strong energy into the hand he just raised. He launched this small ball of energy into the crowd of monsters and this caused an incredibly strong explosion. After this one spell, all the monsters that tried to attack them were defeated. Dion was very surprised by what he just saw and thinks that he did it with one blow. The Demon King turns to him with a sly smile and asks if maybe it's time for them to go back now. After some time in the Demon Kingdom, he is asking, how long had it been since he had been caught off guard like this? Dion looks very shocked and says that he would like to apologize. There was nothing strange there. Just a medicine for recovery, but the Demon King was very surprised by this, did not listen to him and asked if there was medicine there, and not a dangerous substance. Who created something like this? If this person practices alchemy, then he would like to take a look at it. Dion thinks that the palace doctor will drop dead if he hears this. The Demon King looks at him and asks why did he throw away this medicine. Dion says it had no effect on him after using it. He thinks he actually threw it away because it tastes bad. The Demon King thinks that he felt a strong urge to help him with this medicine, but apparently it doesn't work on him. He pats him on the shoulder and says it's okay since it wasn't on purpose. Now he can go. Dion was surprised by this and wonders if he really just lets him go after this. The Demon King waves his hand and says that he doesn't have to come to the squad leaders meeting this time. He must be tired from helping deal with the monsters, so he can relax and unwind. Dion was very happy about this and wondered, is this really true? He still came to the meeting, despite the fact that he really didn't want to. Ririnel looks at him with a very joyful look and says that he has come after all. Jakar says that he heard that he was resting after getting tired from fighting monsters. He is very diligent. Ol asks, I wonder what the reason is that he attended the meeting, although he always said that it was a complete hassle? Maybe he's just at Sundara. Dernivan quickly covers her mouth with his hand and says that this is not the best place for such comments. Dion gets angry at them and thinks they don't know anything at all. The Demon King says that he told him that he could rest. Dion sits down next to him and says that everything is fine. He wonders, don't they know what happens if you take your boss's words about rest literally? Who knows what he would have done with him if he had not really come. He survived thanks to his ability to capture the atmosphere, and without it he would be nothing. The Demon King looks at him and thinks that he seems to have realized his true intentions. Eliminate information leakage. If he had not come of his own free will, it would not have been against the rules. If he returned to the Empire without any information, the Emperor would become suspicious of him. Dion moves his hands while sitting, which Devilania notices and thinks that he will just kill time here. She looks at him and wonders, is Sir Eret playing with the cube? He seems deeply interested in the topic being raised. Idalia looks at him and thinks that he seems to be tormented by conflicting feelings, since war will be declared on his race. He will occasionally attend meetings and listen to their conversations while playing with the cube. The Demon King asks with a smile, since Eret is here, can they start their meeting? They should have guessed the agenda. Asild asks with a slightly worried look. Is the war really going to start? They have always targeted human territory, so they are ready for this, but from the Emperor's side, this venture must seem like a loser. Someone is watching Dion and thinks that if he agrees with what was said, he will turn the cube gently, but if not, he will do it roughly. And the ideal ending will always coincide with the ending of the cube. Ririnel asks why he would do such a stupid thing. Would he have strengthened his position on the throne if he had simply strengthened his borders to repel attacks? The Demon King asks with a smile, do they really not understand this? The Emperor wants to die. Dion finished turning the cube, was very surprised by what he said and wondered what it meant. The Demon King looks at him and says that he must feel a lot of guilt for killing his brothers. Guilt that overrides the sense of responsibility. But he cannot die even if he wants to, because he has obligations. This is the choice of the Emperor, who is unable to choose death. So he decided to go to war. If he ends up taking over the demon territory, it will be glorious. On the other hand, if he dies in battle, he may view this as the fact that he did his best. He is a pitiful and at the same time selfish person, because he brought so many people into the war for such an insignificant reason, don't they think so? The Demon King stands up and asks how do they have a choice? They should just kill him if he wants to. He thinks that it's strange that he can understand the Emperor, being the leader of a race who has lived a significant amount of time. He's not sure about the rest, but living through the inability to lose it is something he's familiar with. He put his hand on Dion's shoulder and thinks that he is jealous that he has an enemy who can kill him. He says he has to think simpler. It's a direct confrontation he hasn't faced in a while. He can perceive everything as a warm-up and enjoy the process. People will most likely attack when he goes on a mission. The Demon King thinks that this is because the Emperor will not be able to make his moves so easily while Dion is in his territory. Asild hits the table with his fist and asks, so they will try to choose a moment when they will not have their strongest weapon with them. Jakar says people are so cunning. The Demon King smiles and thinks that even though the Empire's actions may seem like an act of abandoning Dion, since it adds flavor to the game, he will leave everything as it is. Suddenly they all hear a loud click that gets their attention. They look at Dion and realize that the cube has been solved. Everyone present looks at him and thinks that Lord Eret most likely thinks this is the best plan. From now on there is no turning back for them. Dion with a serious face says that he will leave on his mission as soon as the meeting ends. Some time later, the fateful war between the demon and human kingdoms has begun. Dion kneels in front of Eduardo, who asks if this is all he has to report. He raises his head, agrees and tells His Majesty that this is all. Eduardo says that means only 5 Demon Realm squads are going to take part in the war. This is the squad of Jakar, Asild, Silua, Hel and Trover. He grinned and asked, they don't even have enough of the whole army, and they are sending only 5 detachments? To think that they would have such poor preparation against an entire great empire. It would be better if they studied him properly rather than look down on him. He needs to do everything to make them regret their decision. Dion notices his very strong and frightening aura and thinks that it scares him very much. Eduardo is about to say something to him, but stops, and this attracts his attention. He says with a smile that he doesn't need to worry about it. He can go and rest. He thinks there is no need to press for an answer. The Demon King most likely thinks that he won't be able to hold back and is waiting for him to put pressure on him. But his plans are not destined to come true. Dion gets to his feet and says that in that case he will go. Suddenly Ardo runs into the hall and loudly calls His Majesty. Eduardo is about to ask the Chancellor something, but he loudly says that the Demon Kingdom has begun to attack. This news greatly surprised the Emperor and Dion, who did not expect it. Eduardo goes out onto the balcony, notices something and says it's magic. He sees many holograms all over the city with Jakar, who says that this is a message from the Demon Kingdom. From the point of view of their kingdom, which strives to maintain balance and peace, they believe that the Empire's takeover of the continent has gone so far as to threaten their safety. To protect the kingdom of people from destruction by the actions of the Empire, he declares war on them. Eduardo, with a very serious look, tells the Chancellor that he must bring the palace magician as quickly as possible. Ardal immediately leaves and says that he is listening to him. Dion looks outside and wonders, this is Jakar, right? Is what they are doing an order from the Demon King? More importantly, he said, he strives to maintain balance and peace. This is not a funny joke. Jakar says that since balance and peace are their goal, as long as the Empire promises not to advance further, they will consider retreating. Dion wonders who would have thought that they would speak so directly. The people of the city look at it and ask, what is it? Does that mean the demon realm doesn't want war? Then why is the Emperor trying to drag them into this? Suddenly, next to the hologram of Jakar, a hologram of the Emperor appears, who says that they have heard enough of their barking. The whole world knows their cruelty. How dare they lie so blatantly? Moreover, according to the historical records of the palace, the demon realm has always desired these lands illuminated by sunlight. Dion looks at what is happening and thinks that he interfered with their magic so quickly. Is this the level of a palace sorcerer? Eduardo says that in other words, demons have always looked towards the realm of humans. Why would they believe the words of some demon? The Demon King asks why not pretend to be deceived and retreat. It will not be too late to make a move if he sees that they have not kept their words. Jakar, who did not expect him to interfere, turns around and calls him. The residents who are watching what is happening ask, is this the Demon King? He thought he would look like a monster, but he looks quite normal. The demon race may not be as scary as they are said to be. She believes the Demon King. What is she saying? This is their enemy. The Demon King asks if he is sacrificing his people because of greed that has gotten out of control. These are not toys at all. Eduardo says with a serious face that this is not so. He did not start this war out of greed. It is a matter of selling the future for a fleeting peace, or protecting it by taking advantage of the Empire's peak. The residents support him and say that he is right, they must protect their future. It will be hard, but they must give a better future for their descendants. Daniel also observes this, and says that he instantly turned people's interest in the Demon King away and turned everything into a war for the sake of future generations. He knows how to talk well. He saw it, didn't he? This is how they influence the hearts of the masses. Paul is confused by this and asks, is he trying to teach him even in this situation? Daniel says that the example is good. The Demon King starts clapping and says it was great. What a wonderful speech. He thinks that the Emperor is a much more entertaining person than he thought. A very sly smile appears on his face. He mentally pushes Eduardo and says that he should listen, no matter how he embellishes the reality, it still means his desire for dominance at the cost of people's lives. Isn't that right? He thinks that the Emperor should not have answered. It looks like he won this battle. Paul looks around in complete silence and notices that the atmosphere has changed dramatically. He asks his brother if this means that the Emperor has lost. Daniel says that since the villagers are hesitant, sympathy is with the Demon King. If this continues and reaches the point where no one will trust the Emperor anymore, the Empire will plunge into chaos from which there will be no escape. The damage done will prove critical to the loser of this debate. The image of a loser influences many things. On the spirit of the soldiers, the difficulty of gaining people's trust, his own image in the eyes of residents, and the list goes on. Since the Emperor knows this very well, there is only one thing left for him. Eduardo mentally suddenly crawls out from under the water into which the Demon King pushed him and grabs him by the clothes. He asks with a frightening look, is the demon realm behaving like righteous people in order to confuse the hearts of people in search of an opportunity to invade the human realm? If he captures these lands, he will mercilessly throw out the people and take everything that belongs to them. He decided to drag the enemy along with him. Everyone is closely following their negotiations with very serious persons. Paul laughs and says that now neither side has a righteous excuse to start a war. The Demon King laughs loudly and says that he admits that he is a magnificent emperor. Perhaps he would have even wanted to win him over to his side if he had not met that person. In this case, apparently the negotiations failed. He will pray that he will continue to amuse him. Thus, the war between the demon realm and the human realm began. Dion thinks that so far only small battles are taking place, designed to feel each other's strengths. But time is running out like a time bomb and no one knows when a full-scale war will break out. After the war began, serving as the commander of the Zero Squad in the demon realm and the third hero in the human realm, he had to rush back and forth ad nauseum. Demons attacked and asked, "Hero of the Empire?" He is not a threat to them at all. They will clear the way for the commander of the Zero Squad. The top knights attacked and asked, "Commander of the Zero Squad?" They just need to take care of him, right, Captain? Dion thinks that both of these people are him. How much longer will his life be in danger? He thought he would die of exhaustion. Not only that, but the heads of both sides also increased their pressure. Eduardo says through the crystal that he did a good job leading the knights. Great job as always. Dion tells His Majesty that he is grateful to him. He will send a report about the casualties in the past battle through his subordinate. He thinks that this time he also does not remember the details, but somehow he managed to survive the battle. Eduardo says that his voice is somehow different. Does he feel guilty for those who died? Dion was surprised by this and wondered what he was talking about. Eduardo says that he is his sword, and the sword does not feel guilt. The guilt and painful memories of the war are only his burden, so he must simply follow his orders. So he must begin to prepare to get off the tightrope. Dion thinks that at the time he thought it was a way to console him, but it kind of wasn't. He just wanted to put pressure on him to make a decision on which side to take. It's starting to stress him out. Both the kingdom of demons and humans. Maybe it's karma? He gets very angry and wonders what he did wrong. He grabs his head and asks, is it really so bad to want to live quietly and alone? What other war? Let them just fight one-on-one. Dion took out a magic crystal in a split second and asked the Demon King if he wanted something. He greets him and asks if he had a good rest in the last few days. Dion tearfully agrees and thinks that he is a freak who bows to power. The Demon King apologizes and asks if he could go to the northeast and take care of a group of demon monsters. Dion asks, this is not far from the Frontline, right? The Demon King agrees and says that he felt it was best to clear this important area in advance. He is embarrassed and says that if he sends the military there, he will only attract unnecessary attention from the Empire. Dion thinks he understands that the Demon King is on edge now. But why is it he who is obliged to carry out such a dangerous task? The Demon King notices something and says that it looks like he won't have to go far. Demonic monsters are heading towards him. Dion was very surprised that he noticed a crowd of monsters and wondered what it was. Cruel asks, so there are no problems today? He thinks that the deal with the Duke about who will kill Dion was postponed until he returned to the Empire. The man says that despite a fair number of surprise attacks and poisoning attempts, Dion identified most of it and sorted it out himself. But he pretended not to notice that he was dealing with some of them, and seemed to be weighing the situation. Cruel says that he is, after all, a hero. He thinks that, however, the Duke will not give up due to a couple of unsuccessful attempts. He says that he must keep his eyes open and take care of all dangers. He must continue to protect him until he says to stop. The man says that he understood him. Cruel thinks that if you think about it like that, another person from the Assassin's Guild has received orders to kill Dion. One is paid to kill, while the other is paid to protect. He doesn't know what he's doing, stuck in this position. The man thinks that if he remembers correctly, Dion must be on a mission. There shouldn't be any problems, right? He hopes that his subordinate will cope with his defense. At the same time, the guy hiding behind the tree and watching quietly asks what is this all about. He thinks there are too many demonic monsters here. What can he do in such a situation? Isn't he scared at all? How can he stand there so calmly? Dion with a frightening look takes out his dagger and says that he will kill only one of these freaks. At the same time, Eduardo makes a very strong attack with the dagger and hears the loud sound of iron hitting iron. He was very surprised when he noticed that Nemesis blocked his blow with his sword. Eduardo turns to him with a menacing look and asks how to understand this. Nemesis says that he asks to be forgiven for pointing the sword in his direction. But he was aiming for his wrist, not the back of his hand. He sheathes his sword and Eduardo says that he's having trouble staying sane lately. Nemesis asks if he wishes him to call the court physician. Eduardo sees the hands of ghosts that are reaching out to him and thinks that it is strange that he feels unprecedented anger. This feeling is too obvious. For a hallucination caused by his imagination. He refuses and says that he must secretly call the shaman. Nemesis was surprised by this and asked if he should call the shaman and not the court physician. Eduardo agrees and says that he should also send rumors that the battle style of the commander of the Zero Squad of Demons and the hero of the Empire, Dion, is very similar. As usual, he had to deal with it without drawing attention. He notices that the crystal begins to glow and thinks that this is a communication signal. Eduardo grabs this crystal, leaves and says that he has somewhere to go, so they will postpone the meeting with the shaman until he returns. Nemesis bows to him and says that he understood it. He raises his head and wonders if it's true that there is nothing connecting Dion and the commander of the Zero Squad. At the same time, Dion defeats one of the monsters and looks angrily at the other monsters that attacked him. He says it's strange. They usually get scared and run away when they see him defeat one of them. He wonders, have the monsters become so hungry that they have lost all common sense? Dion jumps off the monster's body and runs very quickly towards the crowd of monsters. He ran behind them and wondered if it might be that he would be too easy a prey for them. He attacks these monsters and says that he cannot allow this. He won't let them look down on him. Dion delivers many quick dagger strikes to the monster's back and thinks that everything else is in order. The monster turns very sharply towards him and delivers a very strong blow with his fist, which he blocks with his hands. Dion flies a long distance because of this blow and thinks that even if something else is added to this frail body, it will not change anything. However, he certainly cannot allow someone to disrespect him. He says that they are the first in recent times who touched his heart. He throws his dagger very sharply and hits one of the monsters in the head. Dion continues to smile and thinks that something clicked in his wrist, and his legs hurt. He jumps away from the tree and thinks that the muscles all over his body are aching in pain, but now he can't stop. He jumped onto the body of the monster at which he threw a dagger and thinks that this is because in this case he might die. The frightened monster looks at Dion, who is standing on it and swinging his dagger. He strikes with his dagger and says that he will not leave a living place on him. Some time later, Dion gets to his feet and thinks that the monsters that were chasing him from behind have stopped. He raises his hand, from which a dark aura emanates, and thinks that it turns out there was poison in their claws. He cut off the poison-infected part of his hand and threw it towards the monsters, which frightened them even more. Dion looks at them angrily and says that he just needs to cut off the infected area before the poison spreads. Are they ready to continue? He slowly walks towards them, but the monsters immediately began to run away from him in the other direction, and he thinks that it doesn't matter what race his opponent is, because they will always be able to recognize the man. Dion stands still with a smile for several seconds, but as soon as the monsters ran away, he immediately fell to the ground. He begins to lose consciousness and thinks that he needs to get out of here quickly. He is in pain and will not be able to leave on his own. Having quickly forgotten about fear, these stupid monsters will return here again in search of food. Dion takes out a magic crystal and tells the Demon King that he needs reinforcements on the northern border. Dion thinks that he needs to get up, but loses consciousness and becomes immersed in his imagination. Someone strokes his head while he opens his eyes and thinks that this is a very pleasant feeling. Cruel says in a kind voice that it's time for him to wake up. Dion looks at him and is about to say something, but is very surprised because he notices him, and Cruel grabs him by the shoulders and in a more worried voice says that he needs to pull himself together. He raises his voice loudly and says that he must open his eyes. Suddenly Dion immediately opens his eyes, breathes heavily and wonders what kind of dream this was. He is surprised to notice the monsters that have returned to him. He wonders what is going on here. He fought these freaks on the orders of the Demon King, but when did he pass out? One of the monsters reaches out to him with his hand while he is exhausted and cannot do anything. Dion covers his head with his hand and thinks it's too late to dodge. Unexpectedly Eduardo came to his aid, and with one blow of his sword cut off the head of the monster who was about to kill him. Dion was very surprised that he was here and asked, His Majesty? Why and how did he end up here? More precisely, the glory of the Empire. He worries and wonders what is happening. Why is he in this state? Did he really fight to such extremes? Eduardo turns to him and says that apparently he confused the communication device with the communication stone. Is it normal for a spy to make such mistakes? Dion was very surprised by this and thought about it. Did he accidentally contact the Emperor while he was passed out? Eduardo says he has no words, but he can't help it. Since his talented warrior asked for help, he could not help but come in person. He couldn't send just anyone, since the matter was connected with the Demon King. He smiles and says that thanks to this, he got to see the commander of the Zero Squad for the first time. Dion holds his hand and is very surprised by what he said. He looks at him and says nothing. Eduardo leaves with a wave of his hand and says that he doesn't need to worry so much. He has no plans to do anything now. Dion wonders why he has such a life? So you can go crazy. Eduardo says that he will leave fresh clothes and medicine here. He must clean up and come back. He will send knights to him, since he is not even able to move normally. Dion sadly says that he is very grateful to him for this. He thinks it's an incredible relief. He really can't even stand on his feet now. Eduardo, who had mounted his horse, turns to him and says that since this time he acted according to the wishes of the Demon King, next time he will act as he says. He will call him soon. Dion sits under a tree, bandages his hand and thinks that the Demon King and the Emperor are using him as they please. He sighs and says that it doesn't matter, because he's not used to this. He just wants to get back quickly to heal and rest. When will the knights arrive? He was surprised when he noticed Ben standing next to him with a bag in his hands. He looks at him with a very worried look and calls Sir Eret. Dion was very surprised to see him here and wonders, is this the realm of demons? That's not true, is it? He runs up to him, and with a worried look asks what he is doing here. Ben says that he received a strong signal from his pendant, so he got worried and secretly ran away. How could he get hurt so badly? Is it possible that he personally killed all the monsters in the area? Dion says it was probably the Emperor. Someone must come here, so they haven't been noticed yet. At the same moment a knight comes to them and tells the honorary marquis that he has come to escort him by order of His Majesty. He was very surprised when he noticed Ben standing next to him. Dion notices his reaction and wonders why he is running into a fight now. The knight very quickly pulled out his sword and asked, is he a demon? Dion was very embarrassed by this situation and thinks that they were caught. This is the end. What should he do? The knight, with a serious look, points his sword in their direction and tells this demon that he must move away from the marquis. Dion took the dagger and wonders if he should kill him. If he explains the situation, the Emperor will understand everything, even if he actually has to take his life. He grabs Ben by the clothes, throws him to the ground and plunges the dagger next to his head. Dion thinks he needs to avoid a fight while his body is in this state. He says very quietly that he should push him away and run away from here. Ben is embarrassed by this and quietly wants to say something about his treatment, but stops. The knight looks at him with confusion and asks the marquis if he is okay. Ben gathers his strength and clenches his teeth tightly. He still made up his mind and pushes Dion, who falls on his back after this. He starts coughing, and Ben very quickly jumped to the side and grabbed his bag. He begins to run away, and the knight, surprised by this, tells this demon that he must stop immediately. He is about to say that he should catch up with him, but immediately stops when he hears Dion coughing. The knight sees him coughing up blood and loudly calling for the honorary marquis. He runs up to him and asks how he feels. He spat out a lot of blood. Dion stops coughing and says he is fine. He thinks that luckily he was able to get his attention. Even the game hurts him. The good thing is that the Emperor gave him some painkillers. The knight looks at him and thinks that his wounds are much more serious than he was told. In addition, there are more than 10 monster corpses lying around him. To think that he went on a mission in such a state. He tells my lord that he has prepared a carriage at the nearest road. He wonders what enormous responsibility he has placed on his shoulders. The knight greatly surprised Dion by putting him on his back and loudly saying that he would escort him to a safe place. He thinks it is quite possible that he would get angry. Dion is surprised by this and says that he should wait. The knight starts to run away and thinks that since he would rather rush after the demon than take care of himself, he needed to treat his wounds first, even if it meant punishment. At the same time, Ben runs away and thinks that this is the first time he has seen a magic instrument react so strongly. He even made his way here, knowing the serious danger Sir Erit was in, but in the end he became only a nuisance. Apparently, Sir Erit is playing the role of a spy as a marquis in the human world. However, he almost revealed it due to his carelessness. He knows that this was his order, but he shouldn't have pushed him away like that. Thanks to him, he was able to get away, but how much confusion would there have been if he had been discovered? He would have accepted his fate if he killed him, but he found a way to keep him alive. Ben cries and says that he always helps him. Dion with an embarrassed look thinks that he is very embarrassed, his wounds ache, but he cannot deny that he is comfortable. They got to the carriage and he thinks that he can finally go home. Some time later, Eduardo sits on the sofa and asks, so he says he's cursed? The shaman agrees with this and covers his face with his hand. Nemesis immediately grabs his sword and says that this is real impudence. How dare she? Eduardo stopped him, raising his hand and saying that everything is fine. It must be strong enough to make her want to cover her mouth. The shaman was embarrassed by this and says that this is not at all true. She can take care of the curse. However, the karma and resentment His Majesty bears is so great that she wonders how he maintains his sanity. Eduardo smiles and says that's to be expected. She can forget about it and tell more about the curse. The shaman tells His Majesty that an evil spirit has become attached to him, which confuses his mind and drains his vitality. Such a curse is placed on those whom they want to kill, and for this it is necessary to use a dead person. Eduardo says it seems like his curse is over a year old. He didn't know about it, despite the fact that it has only recently begun to have a noticeable impact. The shaman was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Did he say a whole year? How is this possible?" Eduardo puts his cup on the table and says that it shouldn't make so much noise, because it's nonsense. A person who uses not his hands, but a corpse to kill someone, is not worthy of even mention, let alone a search. The shaman bites his finger and thinks that because of the curse and karma, any normal person would already go crazy. She says that she will burn this talisman to temporarily suppress the evil spirit. She thinks that the culprit could not have expected his target to have such a strong will. She says that once the talisman burns out, things will get a little better. Someone tells His Majesty that the honorary Marquis Dion has returned. He approaches them, bows and wishes the Empire prosperity. The shaman turns to him and sees very dark energy. He says that he was told that he called him. The shaman covers his mouth with his hand and asks for forgiveness for this. She runs out of the hall and says that she sincerely asks for forgiveness. Dion was very embarrassed by this and wonders why she ran away as soon as she saw him. Eduardo laughs and says that he must be carrying a lot of resentment too. As he already said, he needs him to do something for him. Dion remembers that he told him about this and thinks that he has been quiet lately, so he thought that he had already forgotten about it. Eduardo puts the cup on the table and asks, by now he should have almost recovered, right? There is a rumor among the soldiers that he is the commander of the Zero Squad. He needs to prove once again on the battlefield that he is on the side of the people.